As soon as he was done speaking, Pikazu's fist hardened. He suddenly appeared in front of Fujin and punched towards his face. A sword appeared in Fujin's hand. As he slashed at the incoming fist, wind chakra began flowing along the blade. The sword and the fist clashed. To Fujin's surprise, his sword wasn't able to put a scratch in Kakazu's fist. Fujin thought, damn. How much did he practice the iron skin jutsu to raise it to such an insane level? This is the first time I have failed to even scratch with my sword. Fujin had fought Kitsuchi and Rashi earlier. Kitsuchi could use the iron skin jutsu as well, whereas Rashi used a lava armor. However, neither of them could block his swords without taking any damage. It was the first time his sword was completely blocked when he was using chakra flow. Pikazu followed up with a flurry of punches. Fujin used his sword to block some and his left palm to block the rest as he retreated continuously. A deep frown could be seen on his face as he struggled to defend against Kakazu's onslaught. In terms of speed and strength, Pikazu appeared to be slightly superior to Fujin. And since Fujin's blade couldn't hurt him, Fujin fell into a disadvantageous position. Pikazu had complete momentum. Fujin was struggling to keep up. Eventually, a few punches made it through Fujin's defenses. Fortunately, he was able to barely dodge them and avoided getting pummeled. Suddenly, Pikazu stopped attacking and jumped behind, puzzling Fujin. Pikazu looked at the spots on his body that Fujin had touched while defending himself. He looked at Fujin and said, "It looks like the information was right. You are a grandmaster at Fuinjutsu. And a pretty good one as well. Even I wouldn't have been able to notice them if I wasn't anticipating them. No wonder Juzo died to you." His death wasn't unjustified. The main reason why Kakazu attacked Fujin with taijutsu was because he wanted to see whether Fujin could apply seals as Zetsu had speculated. He had intentionally given Fujin an opening, and as he expected, Fujin took the bait. Fujin's eyes widened. This time, it wasn't an act. Every time he touched Kakazu's body, he applied a seal. Pikazu's fists and arms had several explosion seals and self-cursing seals inscribed on them. To keep stacking on the seals, Fujin even acted like he was struggling to keep up with Pikazu. In an instant, Fujin activated every single one of those seals. However, Pikazu was faster. He released chakra from his body and eliminated every single seal on his body with perfect accuracy. Fujin cursed internally, this old fossil. He is an expert at Fuinjutsu as well. It shouldn't be a surprise considering how long he has lived or what state his body is in. Oh well, since I had already exposed this against Juzo, I wasn't expecting this to work against any other Akatsuki member anyway. Fujin had already exposed his mastery with Fuinjutsu against Juzo. As such, he didn't expect to trap any other Akatsuki member as easily as Juzo. It was only because Kakazu gave him the opening that he decided to use them and put up an act. Fujin immediately riled up his chakra and shot a dozen vacuum bullets at Kakazu. Since he couldn't trap Kakazu with seals, he didn't need to put up any act. Kakazu immediately got out of the way. A few bullets grazed past his cloak, causing it to tear in various spots. Fujin flickered and slashed his sword at Kakazu as if he wanted to cut him into two halves. Kakazu raised his arm and hardened it. The sword hit his arm and was stopped as Kakazu expected. This time, he was neither slower nor weaker than Kakazu. Both were equal. Not wanting to allow Fujin to take the momentum, Kakazu counterattacked instantly with his other fist and tried punching Fujin. Fujin's left palm was already moving to block the incoming fist. However, Kakazu felt something odd. Instead of blocking normally, the wind was flowing in a peculiar manner at Fujin's fingertips. Pikazu's eyes widened in shock as he understood what was happening. He immediately moved backwards while hardening his entire body. However, Fujin had no intention of letting him off that easily. Though Fujin didn't expect to kill Kakazu and was neither interested in doing so, he would be terribly disappointed in himself if he didn't cause Kakazu to lose any hearts. Chapter 455, Never-Ending Hidden Cards. While Kakazu and Fujin had engaged in a fight, two more face-offs were happening in the snowy forests of the Land of Frost. Darue looked at the person in front of him. His expression was very serious. He muttered, "Itachi Uchiha. Why were you chasing after us?" Darue's subordinates were tense as well. Though they were confident in Darue's strength, Itachi was someone who massacred the entire Uchiha clan. They didn't dare to underestimate him. They prepared themselves for a life-and-death battle. Elsewhere, the Hidden Clouds village team led by C and Samyu encountered Conan. Though they weren't aware of who she was, C was able to sense her vast chakra reserves. As a result, they were in a tense situation as well. Suddenly, Conan sensed something and looked in the direction where Kakazu and Fujin were fighting. She thought, "It looks like Kakazu is fighting someone. My butterflies were destroyed." Conan took a look at the Hidden Clouds village ninja once again before leaving the battlefield. C asked, "Should we chase her?" Samyu suggested, "We don't know who she is. Though she is strong, capturing Hidan is more critical right now." C and the other ninja nodded. They continued their trail. Elsewhere, Itachi received a message from the paper butterfly. He too left and began moving towards where Fujin and Kakazu were. Darue's team breathed a sigh of relief. They pondered for a few seconds and took the same decision as their other team. While Kakazu was retreating backwards, 5 vacuum bullets formed at Fujin's fingertips and shot at Kakazu at blinding speed at the same time that he moved backwards. He twisted his body at weird angles to be able to dodge them. However, the small distance meant that he couldn't dodge them entirely. 3 vacuum bullets hit his hardened body and pierced through it. In addition, one of the 2 bullets he dodged destroyed the paper butterflies on his shoulders. Despite hitting Kakazu, there was no happiness in Fujin's expression. None of the bullets managed to hit his heart. Unfortunately for Kakazu, it wasn't the end of the attack. Fujin could launch 4 waves of attack with his vacuum Gatling jutsu by now. Despite Kakazu's incredible speed, Fujin chased after him and kept attacking. In the second wave, 2 more pierced through Kakazu's body. In the third wave, 4 bullets pierced through his body. And, in the last wave, though Kakazu managed to dodge 4, the last one was heading straight towards one of his hearts. Fujin's eyes glowed as he watched in anticipation. In terms of strength, Kakazu was extremely strong. He was only below the likes of Hiruzen, Onoki and Ei. Even though most weren't aware of Kakazu, according to Fujin, to be able to kill him once would be an even greater achievement than killing Juzo. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be that easy. To Fujin's shock, Kakazu's heart moved inside his body. The bullet passed through his body but barely missed the heart. All 5 of Kakazu's hearts were still intact despite him being hit by 10 vacuum bullets at a close range. The movement of Kakazu's heart surprised Fujin for a moment. However, on second thought, he didn't find it odd. After all, the heart could leave Kakazu's body and function independently. Even though Fujin's vacuum bullets had the ability to suck the items that were close to its path, it wasn't very effective against Kakazu as the only things that got sucked were the dense threads inside his body. To make matters worse, the damaged threads immediately attached to other threads, ensuring that Kakazu didn't suffer much damage and was able to fight at his full strength. Fujin sighed internally and thought, as I guessed. I can't kill a strong rank S ninja this easily. Seeing no new bullets forming at the tip of Fujin's fingers, Kakazu was relieved. He looked at Fujin and thought, what a dangerous sprat. If I had been slightly slower to react, he could have destroyed all 5 of my hearts with that unexpected attack. Since Fujin couldn't spam vacuum bullets, he moved faster and swung his sword at Kakazu once again. Once again, Kakazu hardened his arm and raised it to block Fujin's sword, confusing Fujin who wondered, isn't he afraid of falling to the same attack once again? Of course, Kakazu wasn't a fool. When Fujin's sword neared, several threads appeared from Kakazu's body and tore through whatever was remaining of his cloak. He had no intention of falling to the same tactic. Instead, it was his turn to surprise Fujin. The threads moved rapidly towards Fujin's heart. Unfortunately for Kakazu, Fujin showed no interest in those threads. Kakazu's eyes widened in shock and he immediately looked upwards. Instead of being stopped, Fujin's sword cut straight through Kakazu's hardened arm. He tried moving, but the sword hit his left shoulder and began cleaving through his body. Even though Kakazu had hardened his entire body, it couldn't put up any resistance against Fujin's sword. It was as if Fujin was merely swinging his blade through the air. Kakazu immediately flickered to his right. However, he was still too slow. Fujin's blade cleaved through one of Kakazu's hearts, cutting it into 2 halves. Not only that, Fujin's sword had cut his body. Kakazu's left chest, shoulder and arm were cut off from his body. Kakazu's remaining body had moved to the right due to him flickering before the sword had cut through his body. He fell to the ground and rolled for several dozen meters before stopping. He lay there as if he was a corpse. Lying on the ground, Kakazu was in shock. He had lost one of his heart. One of his arms was cut off from the forearm and the other arm was completely cleaved from his body. Though they weren't a major loss for Kakazu, he couldn't control them as those parts didn't have a heart to allow him to control them. He thought, Zatsu's information is incomplete. His wind vacuum technique is far more dangerous than his Fuinjutsu. He applied a layer of vacuum to his sword. That is why I couldn't block him like before. To make matters worse, he made me feel confident in being able to defend his blade and hence forced me to make this mistake. With his experience, Kakazu immediately understood what his mistake was. At the same time, he looked at Fujin in a whole new light. Though Fujin wasn't stronger than him in any way, he kept way too many cards hidden. Juzo fell to his Fuinjutsu which no one knew of despite Fujin having such a high level of mastery. On the other hand, Kakazu almost fell prey to a completely new style of using the wind vacuum technique. If he had just one heart, he would have died. That said, if he just had one heart, he wouldn't have fought Fujin in such a reckless manner. He kept lying hoping that Fujin would lower his guard down and approach him. Fujin naturally wouldn't believe that he was dead. He thought, This old geezer is good at hiding his chakra. Even though he still has 4 hearts, it feels like he is completely dead. I can't sense any chakra from him. Still, I was only able to destroy 1 heart after exposing vacuum slash and vacuum gatling. And now that I have exposed them, it will be very difficult to catch him off guard with them again. Fujin was very careful while exposing his hidden cards. He would generally avoid exposing them even if it meant he would have to retreat if he didn't have any benefits to be gained. That is why he didn't use his new collections of vacuum jutsus against Juzo despite knowing that he could gain a huge advantage in the battle. However, since then, Fujin had made rapid progress in learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It was only a matter of time before he completely mastered it. In addition, he was also learning the 8 inner gates technique. Since he would have those techniques as his hidden cards in the future, Fujin didn't mind exposing some of the vacuum jutsus he created. Not to mention, against someone like Kakazu, he would struggle a lot and could be at risk if he restricted himself to using the same techniques that he did against Juzo. After all, he was far away from Hidden Leaf Village and Kakazu had the backup of 2 strong rank S ninjas. Fujin couldn't afford to get injured at that place. Since Kakazu was playing possum, Fujin decided to take his time. He created 2 shadow clones and immediately riled his chakra. He shot vacuum cannon at Kakazu's body while his clones followed up with the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu and the Searing Migraine Jutsu. The 2 jutsus merged seamlessly and moved towards Kakazu who was still playing dead. Chapter 456, Stand Still. Kakazu, who was lying pretending to be dead, was dumbfounded. It was a common practice in the ninja world to collect the dead bodies of enemy ninjas instead of destroying them. After all, the dead body of a strong ninja was a treasure trove. It contained a lot of information. It was even more true in the case of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas due to the Yamanaka clan's ability to read memories. Hence, Kakazu never expected that Fujin would try to destroy his dead body. He immediately jumped up. The vacuum cannon hit where he was lying and created a canal in the ground as it moved. Of course, that wasn't the end of Kakazu's trouble. He quickly hardened his body before he was hit by the Fire Wind combination jutsu. He wondered, is there something wrong with his head? Or does he have information about my abilities? Did Hidden Leaf Village find out so much about me after that small clash with Renjiro? Kakazu couldn't be sure. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to ponder about it deeply. Even though Kakazu managed to barely protect himself in time, it wasn't enough to completely stop the combination attack. The high speed and razor-sharp winds combined with hot flames forced Kakazu backwards. The Akatsuki cloak on his body was blown away. Several burns and a few cuts appeared on his body. Fortunately, he could endure the pain. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to use any defensive jutsus to help himself and instead focused entirely on the incoming attack. Immediately, he moved within the firestorm. A few vacuum bullets pierced through the space he was standing at earlier. Outside the firestorm, Fujin sighed and thought, he dodged them so easily. Vacuum bullets have no chance of killing a strong ninja unless I catch him completely by surprise. I need a large-scale vacuum jutsu. He wouldn't have had much chance of dodging while playing possum if I had it. But how do I create one? Though Fujin had created an array of wind vacuum jutsus, he had failed to create one that had a wide range. The vacuum core would always collapse when he tried to do so. Though he hadn't practiced vacuum jutsus much in recent times, he did keep thinking about solving this issue. Unfortunately, he hadn't had much luck. As he fell back, a large number of threads began poking out of Kakazu's body. They replaced his missing arms and the left side of his body. 2 masks, the fire mask and the wind mask, appeared next to his head. Another mask, the lightning mask, appeared on his chest. In an instant, the fire and wind masks began preparing their jutsus. Wind style, pressure damage jutsu. Fire style, searing migraine jutsu. In order to stop the combination jutsu, Kakazu decided to counterattack with a similar combination jutsu. Normally, the 2 jutsus would have been equally matched. However, Fujin's jutsu had already been active for some time. As a result, Kakazu's jutsu managed to overpower what was remaining of Fujin's jutsu and his jutsu moved through the firestorm Fujin had started. Fujin saw the incoming attack and shot a few vacuum bullets before flickering to the side. The vacuum bullets had no chance of stopping the incoming attack. They were only meant to annoy Kakazu who was standing on the other side of the firestorm. He dodged the incoming vacuum bullets as Fujin predicted. However, Fujin had achieved his goal. The vacuum bullets once again forced Kakazu to be on high alert at all times and kept up the pressure Fujin had built up. With no opposition, the fire-wind combination jutsu moved through the snow-covered forest. Every tree in its path was set on fire. The snow on the ground began melting as well. In fact, even the remains of Kakazu's arms were burned to a crisp by the firestorm. After traveling a few hundred meters, the combination jutsu finally died down. As for the target of the jutsu, he flickered a few times to completely avoid the jutsu and snuck behind Kakazu. Kakazu quickly turned around to face him and thought, his fighting style is as relentless as the intel said. Akatsuki had researched Fujin and the spectral swordsman after Juzo's death. According to their intel, Fujin's method of fighting was being extremely relentless and peppering the enemy with jutsus that consumed less chakra but had high speed and high penetrative power continuously. His enemy has to fail to dodge just once and the battle would be over. Unfortunately for Fujin, Akatsuki had several individuals who didn't have a normal body. As a result, fighting with his usual fighting style was very restrictive for Fujin. On seeing Kakazu's form, Fujin wondered, is this his most powerful form? After all, he used it against Kakashi when he had lost 2 of his hearts. Seeing the lightning mask on his chest, I guess his current level is stronger than what he was against Naruto. I wonder how strong he'd be if he had the 5th heart as well. Fujin quickly moved closer to cut him with his sword once again. However, Kakazu had no intention of engaging in close-range combat with Fujin after getting hurt twice. The wind mask shot air bullets, the fire mask shot small fireballs and the lightning mask shot a few lightning bolts to keep Fujin far away. At the same time, threads extended from Kakazu's body to make it very difficult for Fujin to engage in close combat. The barrage of attacks forced Fujin backwards as he dodged. A few threads drilled out from the ground to trap Fujin, however, he flickered far away as soon as he felt something drilling through the ground. He concentrated his wind chakra into his sword and swung it horizontally. A massive sword slash accompanied by several sharp winds flew towards Kakazu. However, Kakazu once again resorted to the fire-wind combination jutsu, forcing Fujin to escape once again. After dodging, Fujin flickered a few times to approach Kakazu from another direction but was stopped again. The masks fired a few more shots as Kakazu asked, "You are good. How did you detect that I wasn't dead?" Kakazu didn't get any response from Fujin. Though Kakazu was the one at a disadvantage, Fujin didn't dare to underestimate him. Every one of the elemental attacks could hurt him considerably. And, the threads were constantly trying to sneak up on him through the ground. He had to maintain full attention on the battle to ensure that Kakazu didn't gain momentum once again. The two continued fighting. With his sword and blades of Winjutsu, Kakazu's threads weren't of any danger to him as long as he detected them. Whenever they got too close, Fujin would cut them off. However, due to the elemental bombardment along with attacks from the threads, Fujin was unable to get close to Kakazu. His vacuum bullets and other attacks didn't pose much of a threat to Kakazu as he had plenty of time to dodge them. To pressure Kakazu, Fujin used his shadow and wind clones to bombard him with more vacuum bullets from various angles. It put Kakazu under a lot of pressure. But even under such pressure, not a single vacuum jutsu hit Kakazu. The battle entered a standstill with Kakazu successfully keeping Fujin at mid-range. Though he couldn't harm Fujin, Fujin was unable to harm him either. He also used fire-wind combination jutsu several times, but Fujin dodged each time without counterattacking. The main reason for not counterattacking with large-scale jutsus was that this battle was one of the few ones where Fujin didn't have the advantage in terms of chakra reserves. Kakazu was considerably superior to Fujin in this aspect. Since Fujin didn't see any way to overpower Kakazu's combination jutsu, he didn't bother wasting his chakras. There wasn't much point in merely stopping it. As a result, several firestorms moved unrestricted through the snowy forests. A large area was burned down. If not for the snow, multiple forest fires would have started spreading throughout the land of frost. Fujin sighed internally after being unsuccessful in closing the distance for the nth time. He thought, there is no end to this. We will just have to keep fighting until one of us runs out of chakra. Of course, no one is stupid enough to reach that stage. Worse, he is getting used to my fighting style. Even if I somehow make him run low on chakra and be unwilling to use so many elemental attacks, I doubt I'll be able to injure him as well as I did earlier. I will need to use my wind domain if I want to injure him now. Unfortunately, my wind domain isn't strong enough. Suddenly, Fujin sensed a disturbance. During the fight, he had kept his space-time sensing technique activated at all times. Someone had entered into it. Chapter 457, Fooling Kakazu. Fujin thought. Someone is heading towards here. Is it Tatachi or Conan or someone else? Unfortunately, Fujin couldn't sense who it was as his space-time sensing technique didn't allow him to identify chakra signatures. A moment later, he sensed another disturbance. A few seconds later, both of those entities entered his chakra field. However, a peculiar expression appeared on Fujin's face. He muttered to himself, what's the use of being able to identify chakra signatures if my chakra field can't even detect that a couple of ninjas have entered it? Fujin's chakra field failed to pick up either of the chakra signatures. If not for the space-time sensing technique, he would have been in the dark about their arrival. Being able to hide themselves so well left little doubt of their identities. Fujin looked at Kakazu and said, you are quite stronger than what we thought. We will have to reevaluate your threat. Kakazu was confused by Fujin's words. Fujin hadn't spoken a word since they started fighting. He couldn't help but wonder why he talked all of a sudden. Suddenly, 4 shadow clones popped next to Fujin. A breeze could be seen flowing around Fujin. He disappeared within that breeze. Kakazu immediately recognized Wind instantaneous body jutsu. Why did he escape when he had the upper hand? Though the fight was a stalemate for a long time, Fujin held the initiative due to his vacuum jutsus. Of course, that little advantage wasn't much of a threat for Kakazu. He believed that he would gain the upper hand if the fight continued for a long time. Breeze began flowing around him as well, however, Fujin's clones immediately attacked him, interrupting his attempt to use the same jutsu to chase after Fujin. One of the clones said, "Give it up. You can't chase after me anymore. Even though you can use wind jutsus, they can't compare to my mastery of wind jutsus." Kakazu knew that the clone was right. Though he had other advantages over Fujin, in terms of control over wind jutsus, Fujin was in an entirely different league. Since he failed to give chase instantly, he understood that he wouldn't be able to catch up with Fujin anymore. However, he still didn't understand why Fujin escaped. He asked, "Why did you escape?" The clone shrugged and said, "What's the point of our fight? You don't dare to engage me in close range. And neither of us can hurt each other at mid-range." Kakazu agreed with the clone's words. Ever since they stopped fighting in close combat, neither of their attacks landed as both Fujin and Kakazu were too fast. However, he couldn't help but wonder, if that is the case, then why did he fight for so long? Besides, without the Hyuga and the Inyuzuka ninja, he can't track Hidan anyway. Seeing Kakazu in thought, the clone asked, "By the way, what is up with your body? I'm pretty sure I slashed your heart. How are you still alive? And what's with all those threads? I haven't ever seen a body like yours." Kakazu watched the clone with a deadpan expression. Of course, he wouldn't answer the question and instead asked, "Is that so? Why did you attack me after you destroyed my heart then?" The clone replied, "Well, Sensei said that your body was very weird. I just wanted to make sure that you are dead. Fortunately, I made the right decision seeing how lively you are." The clone's reply was very casual. It caused Kakazu to be even more confused. He wondered, did he leave some clones behind to chat with me? I expected them to use suicidal attacks. But it seems like they are content with wasting time. Besides, how could Renjiro analyze so much of my abilities in that short fight? He shouldn't have been aware of what happened after his shadow clone exploded. Having no intention to talk any further, Kakazu was about to attack when he felt someone approaching. He looked back and saw Conan arriving. At that very instant, the clones launched vacuum bullets at Kakazu. However, despite getting distracted, Kakazu was still very alert. He dodged all the incoming attacks. The vacuum bullets kept traveling forward towards Conan, who was approaching from behind. She saw the incoming bullets and got out of the way as well, glancing at them as they passed her. She thought, vacuum bullets. Kakazu's opponent is the spectral swordsman of the hidden leaf? Right after dodging, Kakazu's fire and wind masks used their combination jutsu on the clones. While the clones dodged, Conan gathered a large number of paper sheets into 4 chakram-like shapes and threw them at the clones who were dodging the fire-wind combination jutsu. At the same time, Itachi arrived from the opposite direction as well. However, he didn't attack and instead stood next to Kakazu and Conan who were standing together. Dodging the combination jutsu wasn't difficult. However, Conan's paper chakrams were very difficult to dodge as they chased them continuously. The clones had to use vacuum cannons to shoot down the chakrams. After dealing with the jutsus, the 4 clones got together once again and stood opposite the 3 Akatsuki members. One of the clones muttered aloud, "Itachi Uchiha. How many rogue ninjas does Akatsuki have? And who is the lady?" Conan wasn't wearing any headband. So Fujin shouldn't know anything about her under normal circumstances. Hence his clones acted ignorant. Conan and Itachi were slightly surprised. They believed that Fujin should be able to sense how strong Conan was even if he didn't know her. As for Itachi, there was no explanation needed. In addition, there was also Kakazu. Facing 3 rank S ninjas, there wasn't a hint of fear on Fujin's or his clones' faces. Conan said, "The spectral swordsman of the hidden leaf. To not be afraid in such circumstances, it seems like everyone has still underestimated you." Meanwhile, Itachi wondered, Suzuki Fujin. I still remember him asking Lord Third for a reward for breaking my record in the Chunin exams. I didn't think he'd become so strong so quickly. I hope he'll be able to escape unharmed. Kakazu understood the thought process of his fellow members and said, "All 4 of them are clones. That is why they aren't afraid. His main body escaped some time ago. He should have detected you two coming and decided to leave." Conan and Itachi understood why their opponent was fearless. Both were also surprised by the fact that Fujin was able to sense them. Conan asked Kakazu, "Why were you fighting him?" "Our mission doesn't involve him." Kakazu replied, "He has a large bounty." Besides, his mission was the same as ours. We would have had to fight either way. They gave up after encountering me. We just need to destroy these 4 clones and continue. Conan and Itachi finally understood the entire picture. They were about to attack when one of the clones chuckled. He asked, "Gave up? Who told you that?" Kakuzu was surprised. However, he immediately thought of a possibility. He thought, wait. Were his orders false? Now that I think about it, his subordinates withdrew very quickly. Don't tell me that they just pretended to leave and instead went around me to continue their chase. In that case, Kakuzu's expression changed. Though he didn't particularly care about Hidan, getting played in such a manner by someone so much younger than him didn't feel good. Fujin's clone chuckled once more and said, "By now, my main body should have already caught Hidan. As for you 3, we will kill you here right now." Immediately, the 4 clones flickered and entered into an intense combat with the 3 Akatsuki members. Of course, the clones weren't a match for the 3 of them. They just wanted to get a feel of Itachi, Uchiha and Conan and experience their prowess firsthand. Apart from checking out their chakra signatures, that was the main reason why Fujin left his shadow clones behind. Chapter 458, Collecting a Skeleton. After a few minutes of very high-speed combat, all 4 shadow clones were dispelled. However, the Conan was very annoyed. Fujin's clones had flickered almost non-stop and peppered the 3 of them with air and vacuum bullets all the time. As a result, dispelling them took longer than it should have. In fact, the main reason why the clones were dispelled was because they ran out of chakra. Conan looked at Kakuzu and asked, what did he mean by those words? Kakuzu replied, I guess his team only pretended to retreat and went around me instead. However, his claim of being able to catch Hidan by now should be a bluff because his team would have slowed down due to having to move around me. Still, their team had a Hyuga and an Inuzuka. So, this should be the path Hidan must have taken. We need to chase faster and catch up with them. Conan was about to speak when Itachi said, this area has completely been destroyed by your jutsus. Finding Hidan's trail from here would be impossible. Conan frowned upon hearing Itachi's words. However, she realized that he was right. The terrain was completely ruined. All trees nearby were burnt and even the snow below had melted into water. Whatever trail Hidan might have left behind would have long been destroyed in their fight. She said, I will call Zetsu. We will depend on him to find Hidan. Kakuzu and Itachi agreed with her decision. There was no other alternative. As for the person who had given them the headache, he was flying above the clouds while relaxing on Kaido's back. He let out a chuckle on receiving the memories of his clones and thought, I wonder if they are panicking right now. Though chances of it are low. Oh well, it doesn't matter. This will ensure that they focus on finding Hidan rather than chasing after those 3. Besides, let them experience 1% of the frustrations that I felt over the last couple of days. The words Fujin's clone said were all lies. He just wanted to make them feel a sense of urgency and fight seriously so that he could get a better measure of their abilities and strength. While Fujin could have done what his clone said, it involved a lot of risk. For starters, catching Hidan was difficult as he constantly kept on changing his location. Until he stopped moving, his squad would have a very difficult time catching up to him. Not to mention, they might have to face Akatsuki on their way back. With little chance of being able to read the bishop's memories, Fujin had no interest in taking such a huge risk. Lying on Kaido's back, Fujin began analyzing his battle with Kakuzu and the skills of Conan and Itachi. He analyzed, Conan and Itachi's powers are quite similar to what I remember. Though Conan's control over the paper is too good. If we fought seriously, I'll likely end up on the losing side. But, once my wind domain is ready, she'll be at a huge disadvantage against me. Itachi barely did anything in the fight. I guess he didn't want Akatsuki to gain another S-rank ninja. I can't judge him yet. That said, there is no need to judge him. As for Kakuzu, Fujin had a complicated expression on his face. He thought, rank S ninjas are difficult to deal with. Apart from Kisame, Kakuzu might be the worst matchup for me. I guess he'll compete with the Raikage for that spot. My fighting style is based around high speed and relentless assault with jutsus that have high penetrating ability. Though directly killing is difficult, one mistake against me would imply a hole opening up in their body. At that level of combat, one major injury is all I need to turn the advantage in my favor and eventually win the battle. However, against Kakuzu, my fighting style fails. As long as I miss his heart, I basically do him no damage. His threads reconnect with each other after being pierced or cut through. They can also replace his missing body parts. So I can't whittle him down like whittled down Juzo. I guess dealing with him like Naruto did would be the best way to take him down. Actually, if he had split into 5, or rather, 4 bodies like he did against Asuma's team and Kakashi, I would have a better chance of defeating him. Those bodies individually aren't a threat to me. I could have used clones to destroy them one by one without letting Kakazu merge back with them. Unfortunately, he seemed to have realized that as well and hence never gave me the chance to do so. After I learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I should start learning the Rasen Shuriken. It's about time I had an extremely destructive jutsu in my arsenal. Also, what do I do about the large-scale vacuum jutsu? I could have destroyed all 4 remaining hearts while he was pretending to be dead if I had such a jutsu. Sigh, so much to do. Though Fujin had quit the Anbu and devoted all his time to training, he still felt like he needed more time. It was a result of him trying to learn a lot of high-level techniques that weren't related to each other at the same time. Flying Thunder God and the 8 Inner Gates were extremely difficult techniques to learn and needed a lot of time. The Wind Domain was equally difficult and Fujin didn't even have any guidance for that technique. As a result, Fujin never felt like he had enough time. Only after he finally masters these techniques, would he have free time to pursue other techniques he intended to learn. While Fujin was in deep thought, Kaido continued flying. He flew across the land of hot water and entered the land of fire. However, he wasn't headed towards Hidden Leaf Village. Instead, he flew towards the land of rivers. One of the reasons why Fujin made his team retreat without him was because he wanted to make a quick trip to the land of birds. Back in the land of frost, without interference from Fujin and with Zetsu's help, the Akatsuki members quickly found Hidan. They had taken the threat of Fujin's clones seriously and hence moved very quickly. To their confusion, Zetsu and his clones didn't find any traces of either Fujin or his squad. After intercepting him, Kakazu fought with him and lost another heart before defeating Hidan. Intrigued by Kakazu's immortality, Hidan agreed to join the Akatsuki and became Kakazu's partner. In a remote place in the land of birds, a large flying saber-tooth landed in front of a hill. Kaido asked, "Is this the place, Fujin?" Fujin got off and said, "Most probably from what I remember. Let me inspect." Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the hill. As he recalled from Zankaku's memories, he found the cave hidden behind one of the walls of the hill. Zankaku had sealed the entrance when he abandoned this hideout. Fujin destroyed the cave and entered it. He quickly moved towards the corner of the cave. He weaved a hand seal and placed his palm on the ground. The ground opened up and a skeleton appeared underneath it. Fujin stored the skeleton and thought, if I manage to get my hands on Edo Tensei, I can use this skeleton to revive the Bishop Katsueki. I have a feeling that the intel I'll get from him will be the key to understanding what Jashin is and how those rituals work. At the very least, it'll be more useful than Zankaku's memories and his dead body. Fujin turned his attention to the cave. It had been a long time since the ritual was conducted here. Though the cave wasn't destroyed, it wasn't in an optimal condition due to the passing of time. Many seals had faded away. Quite a few were no longer complete. Fujin still recorded as many of the seals as he could find in a scroll. Unlike the seals he found from Hidan's ritual, Fujin had no intention of sharing these seals with anyone. He left the cave and sealed the entrance once again before flying towards Hidden Leaf Village on Kaido's back. Though Hidan had escaped, this matter wasn't closed. In the original story, no one found the place where Hidan underwent the ritual. However, Fujin's involvement meant that it was no longer the case. Fujin, his squad and a couple dozen hidden hot water village ninjas had all been to the cave where the ritual took place. It was impossible to keep that place hidden anymore. Once it was understood that the cave had seals that were never seen before, every major force would flock to that cave. In addition, Hidan's abilities were revealed to Darui and other Hidden Clouds village ninjas. If his abilities were linked with the seals in the cave, the entire ninja world could become chaotic once again. Chapter 459, The Key Person. While Fujin was aware of the complications that could arise, he didn't particularly care. Hidan will be joining Akatsuki and will be traveling with Kakazu. Without proper information, taking them down would be pretty much impossible unless multiple Kages teamed up against them. The chances of that happening were more or less null. Even with proper information, it would take a couple of rank S ninjas to defeat them. Apart from Hidden Leaf Village, no other villages had a couple of rank S ninjas who took missions actively. As for the new seals, Fujin was hoping that someone would succeed in cracking them and understanding their secrets. He just intended to stay back and swoop in to steal their gains in case he didn't succeed. Hence, Fujin decided not to interfere much in whatever would happen due to the recent movements. Kaido brought Fujin to Hidden Leaf Village from the Land of Birds in a few hours. Though Fujin traveled a lot more, having to go to the Land of Birds which was on the opposite side of the Land of Fire and didn't even border it, and spent some time noting down the seals from Zankaku's ritual, he still reached Hidden Leaf Village earlier than his teammates thanks to Kaido. The two bade farewell a few kilometers from Hidden Leaf Village. On entering Hidden Leaf Village, Fujin went straight to Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen was surprised to see Fujin so quickly. He asked, "Is the mission over?" Fujin nodded and said, "More or less." "Did my teammates return?" Hiruzen was confused by Fujin's question and wondered, Did they split up? He replied, no. What happened during the mission? Fujin replied, quite a bit. I might have some confidential news. Hiruzen understood the message and glanced at his Anbu guards. They immediately left the room and shut all doors and windows. Hiruzen activated the privacy seals. Fujin said, the mission was a bit complicated. We managed to find the missing civilians. Unfortunately, they were all killed before we reached. It was the same as my previous mission against Jashin followers. The only difference was that we were late. Hiruzen sighed and said, that's a shame. Fujin nodded and continued, I have a feeling that something weird is going on. The dead bodies of the civilians were in a sealed-off cave in a remote mountain range. Inside the cave, there were also a few other dead bodies. I speculated that they were followers of Jashin. Their bodies were cremated. Meanwhile, the dead bodies of the civilians had decomposed at a very fast rate. Just by looking at the dead body, one would assume that they have been dead for several years. Probably due to that, Yamanaka-kin couldn't read any of their memories for us to understand what happened in the cave. A frown appeared on Hiruzen's face. The mission was a lot weirder than he expected. Fujin continued, the inside of the cave was covered in various seals. It was almost as if they had created a formation of some sort. And there were numerous seals in the cave that I had never seen before. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He immediately understood its importance and why Fujin said the information be kept confidential. He asked, did you record the seals? Fujin nodded. He took out a few scrolls and placed them on the desk. He said, I recorded the seals I had never seen before in these scrolls. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to look into what these seals do or what purpose they served in the formation. Hiruzen immediately opened the scrolls to check the seals. To his surprise, even he failed to recognize any of the seals. He thought, these seals. Even the Uzumaki clan didn't have these seals. Or could it be that they did have these seals but managed to keep them hidden from us? But if so, why did they surface suddenly? More importantly, who has access to them? Are there any survivors of the Uzumaki clan or were they stolen by someone when Hidden Village was destroyed? And why do these seals have to do with the death of those civilians? Hiruzen had a lot of questions. And, he was very curious about what was happening. Unfortunately for him, Fujin had no intention of telling him something that no one else apart from Fujin and Jashin's followers knew. Hiruzen asked, did you record the seal formation? Fujin shook his head and said, it was very complicated. I would have needed a lot of time to inspect and record it. I will recommend sending another Grandmaster to the cave secretly to record it. I would have done it myself after the Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas left, but we received news of Hidan's whereabouts and gave chase. Hiruzen understood the importance of catching Hidan. He nodded and asked, did you catch him? Fujin shook his head and said, we chased for over half a day. Unfortunately, it seems like he was being chased by others as well and hence was constantly on the move. He was chased by a couple of Hidden Cloud's village squads and for some reason was also chased by Akatsuki. I called off the mission after we encountered Kikuzu. I asked my teammates to withdraw and report the mission to the Hot Water Daimyo before coming back to the village. I stayed and fought Kikuzu until he received reinforcements. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and said in a serious tone, Itachi Uchiha has joined Akatsuki as well. Along with Kaminari, Juzo, Kikuzu and Kisame, that's 5 powerful rogue ninjas in Akatsuki. Even though 2 of them are now dead, it is concerning that so many rogue ninjas are in it. Hiruzen was already aware of all the details. He acted as if it was the first time he heard it and had a grim expression. He said, yes, this development is concerning. Fujin added, apart from Itachi, a blue-haired Kunoichi also assisted Kikuzu. She could control paper and was a rank S ninja as well. My clones fought against the 3 of them while I retreated. I took a different route in case they chased me. So I guess I overtook my teammates at some point. They should arrive in the village soon. Hiruzen nodded and fell into deep thought. Fujin had given him a lot of unexpected news. Be it Akatsuki's movements, the dead civilians or the never-seen-before seals. On analyzing, he realized, everything finally comes back to one person. That is Hidan. Who is that kid? And how did he get access to something like this? He looked at Fujin and asked, is there any chance we can capture Hidan? Fujin replied, very difficult. We have lost his trail. Even assuming that he is alone, finding him will be very difficult. Not to mention those 3 rank S ninjas from the Akatsuki. If they were there to kill him, then it's already too late. And, if they were there to recruit him, then I'm not sure how much manpower we will need to get him from them. I'm not confident in being able to kill either of those 3 by myself. Hiruzen understood Fujin. Facing 3 rank S ninjas was very difficult. Even if Hidan was accompanied by just 1 rank S ninja, Hidden Leaf Village would struggle to capture Hidan unless he encountered Jiraiya or Hiruzen or decided to attack Hidden Leaf Village for some reason. Hiruzen sighed and said, then there is very little we can do. Regardless, you have done a great job. Tell me about Kakazu's abilities in the report. We don't have enough information on him. For now, I will call a council meeting tomorrow. These new seals will generate a lot of interest and could start a new conflict. So our village should be prepared. Also, the clans would want to study the seals as well. I will send the Grandmaster and a squad there to investigate it properly and record the formation. In the meeting, inform everyone about your findings. It'll expose the fact that you are a Grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, but this matter is serious. Fujin nodded and said, I understand. By now, Hidden Stone's village and Akatsuki were aware of the fact that Fujin was a Grandmaster. He didn't know to whom the information had spread and who all knew it. Regardless, he couldn't count on it being a surprise anymore. As such, it was pointless to keep it a secret anymore. Hiruzen said, I will call you later. Fujin was about to leave when he stopped and suddenly asked, Grandpa, I am facing an issue. I was wondering whether you could help me. Hiruzen's instincts immediately warned him. The word Grandpa along with Fujin's tone made him realize that Fujin was about to ask a favor. He sighed internally and asked, as long as I can. What is the issue? While he spoke, he prayed, I hope he doesn't ask for my kidney this time. Chapter 460, Who is more shameless? Hiruzen was indeed very fearful of Fujin's tendencies to ask something very unreasonable. And even though what Fujin asked would be unreasonable, in most cases, it was something Hiruzen couldn't refuse without looking like a terrible leader and damaging the image he had created. Fujin said, it's nothing too serious. I was developing a range of vacuum jutsus to make my arsenal more versatile. Unfortunately, no matter what I do, I can't create a vacuum jutsu that has a wide range like say the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Whenever I try, my vacuum core collapses. Do you know any large-scale wind vacuum jutsu? Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief on hearing the request and thought, fortunately, he isn't asking for my kidney this time. He answered, though I can use the wind vacuum technique, I'm not very proficient in it. I don't have such a jutsu. However, there is someone else in the village who does know it. Fujin knew who that someone else was. He was hoping that Hiruzen knew the jutsu, or that he would mention that Denzo knew it. However, to keep up the act, he still asked with a curious expression on his face, who is it? Hiruzen replied, it's Elder Denzo. Fujin put up a thoughtful expression and appeared to be in deep thought for a few seconds. Finally, he looked at Hiruzen and said, I rebuked him quite a bit in the only 2 meetings we had. I doubt he'll tell me about it. Is there any chance you can get it from him and then teach it to me, Grandpa? Hiruzen looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression. He cursed internally, so he wants Denzo to ask for my kidneys? Hiruzen coughed and said, Fujin, at your level, especially considering your mastery of wind vacuum technique, I'll recommend you to depend on yourself. Every person's understanding of the technique differs slightly. If you just copy it from others, then you won't be able to form your own ideas and might lose out on something special. Fujin sighed and replied, I had the same feeling. That was why I never asked you about this and worked on it by myself. Unfortunately, it caused me to lose out big time. If I had such a jutsu, I might have been able to kill Kakazu during this fight. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He was aware that Kakazu was far stronger than someone like Juzo. Fujin continued, unfortunately, I don't think he'll ever give me such an opening again. I just don't want to miss out on any such opportunities to eliminate strong foes in the future. Though I might lose out on the opportunity to create my original jutsu that is very compatible with me, I'm willing to make that sacrifice for the sake of our village. If anyone were to hear Fujin's words, they would be shocked and impressed by Fujin's righteousness and his spirit of sacrifice for the sake of the village. For a moment, even Hiruzen was caught off guard. He couldn't help but think, he is asking for a jutsu. Why does it sound like he is making some big sacrifice for the village? Fortunately for Hiruzen, he was no stranger to Fujin's greedy nature and saw through his lies in a few seconds. He let out a sigh as well and said, that's a shame, but I can understand your reasoning. When I was young, I was filled with the spirit of sacrifice for our village and had to make such decisions several times. You can ask Elder Denzo for the jutsu. Though you two had some disagreements, both of you want the well-being of our village. Such disagreements shouldn't get in the way of helping out each other. Otherwise, the village wouldn't function. This time, it was Fujin's turn to be surprised by Hiruzen's shamelessness. He sighed internally and muttered to himself, why did I expect this shameless old fox to become kind and helpful? Asking it from Denzo. As if he'd give it to me. If such disagreements didn't get in the way, the village might still have had the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, just like Hiruzen, Fujin couldn't speak his thoughts out loud. In fact, since Hiruzen recommended it, he would have to ask Denzo for the jutsu. Otherwise, it would be clear to Hiruzen that Fujin has a major issue with Denzo, causing him to be even more suspicious considering the fact that Fujin and Denzo had never had any confrontation. He said, "Alright. I'll try asking Elder Denzo." Fujin took his leave. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face as he imagined the scene of Fujin asking Denzo for a jutsu. He muttered, "Tomorrow's meeting will be interesting in more ways than one." Hiruzen stopped his work and opened the scrolls Fujin had given him. He began studying the seals that Jashin Bishop had inscribed in the cave. Though Fujin had failed in studying them, Hiruzen was far more experienced than Fujin. Even if he couldn't understand the entire seal, he was hopeful of uncovering some of their functions. While Hiruzen studied the seals, Fujin returned to his house after leaving one shadow clone in the Hokage building to meet up with his team when they returned. After entering his house, Fujin thought, asking Denzo for the jutsu. That seems to be a dead end. Even if I ignore his nature, it hasn't been a long time since I killed a couple of the root ninjas he sent after me. Though I left no clues, it is inevitable that he would suspect me considering the fact that they were trailing me. It looks like I'll have to depend on myself to master this jutsu. The only other way would be if I catch Denzo outside the village, ambush him with my clones and make him use that jutsu. Unfortunately, that is just too difficult. That bastard's movements are too secretive. It'll be hard to know if and when he leaves the village. Oh well, time to return to my training. Once details of Hidan's abilities and the news of new seals get leaked, every major village will get restless for some time before things calm down. By the time things calm down, I want to master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Even if it is just short distances, being able to teleport will be very handy. I also want to master Denzo's cursed seals by then and create my own seals. I'll finally be able to continue working on my organization then. Of course, I can't stop working on Wind Domain and the Gate of Life either. Only after I'm done with these, can I move on to other areas that need my attention. Though Fujin had just returned from a mission, Fujin began training immediately. He had no time to waste. The events of the Naruto story were only a few months away. Fujin no longer had years worth of time to train. Fortunately, the soldier pill he had consumed earlier still had a couple of days left. So being tired wasn't an issue. The day continued as normal for the people in Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin's teammates returned a few hours later and met up with his clone. They informed him about their meeting with the daimyo. Apart from that, nothing else happened during their return journey. As for Hiruzen, he sent messengers to every clan leader and elders to inform them about the council meeting the next day. Fujin already knew about it. Considering the nature of the meeting, Hiruzen didn't invite any civilian council members. He studied the seals until late at night. He took a look at every seal that Fujin had handed him. Though he didn't study any seal in detail, he was still expecting some gains. To his surprise, he failed to figure out the functions of any seal. He thought, these seals are quite different from the normal seals we use. It looks like this will require thorough study to understand what these seals do. To completely understand their functions, it might take years. I'll need to hand these seals to every grandmaster in the village and have them study it. Fortunately, I won't have to persuade them as everyone will be intrigued by these new seals. Apart from this, the only way to speed up the process of understanding the seals would be if that formation has any clues. Regardless, these seals have the potential to cause a breakthrough in our current mastery of seals. If their functions are useful, then Hidden Leaf Village will have an advantage over other villages. Hiruzen could easily see the advantages of these seals. While he couldn't be sure, any chance of getting an advantage over your enemies that didn't involve much risk was precious. Hiruzen had no intention of letting it go. He immediately sent his Anbu ninjas to call for a few ninjas. Within half an hour, 4 ninjas gathered in his office. They were Kakashi, the Anbu commander Eagle, the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster of the Senju clan and the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster of the Yamanaka clan. Hiruzen informed them about Fujin's mission and findings and shared some of the new seals with the Grandmasters. Seeing seals that they had never seen before immediately made them very curious. Kakashi and Eagle understood the importance as well. Hiruzen instructed, leave the village secretly and reach that cave. Once you do, record the entire formation properly. Don't miss a single detail. Once you have recorded everything, destroy the cave. No other village should get a hand on these seals. Though Hidden Hotwater Village sent a few ninjas earlier, they didn't include any seal master. So they should be unaware of the uniqueness of these seals. I want it to stay that way. The cave should be empty as the process of storing the dead bodies should be long done. However, if Hidden Hotwater Village has stationed a few ninjas at the cave, eliminate them and don't leave behind any proof. Everyone nodded seriously. They understood the importance of the matter and the need to keep it a secret from other villages. They left the village secretly under the cover of the night. The next morning, the Council of Hidden Leaf Village met once again. It was the third time a council meeting was convened due to Fujin. Chapter 461, Emergency Meeting. Hiruzen, The 3 elders, the 7 clan leaders and Fujin sat in the council room. Since it was an emergency meeting, everyone had arrived on time. Except for Fujin, everyone looked at Hiruzen, waiting for him to start the meeting and state the reason for the emergency meeting. Hiruzen looked around the room, meeting his eyes with everyone in the room. He started the meeting by saying, "I'm sure every one of you is curious about why I called this meeting. This meeting is due to some recent events that Fujin discovered during his mission to the Land of Hot Waters." His tone became serious as he said, "What will be discussed today will be very important for the future of our village. It goes without saying that all the information must stay within these walls. If any information gets leaked, I'm afraid that it will provoke some countries into starting a war." Hiruzen's words made everyone serious. Even Shikaku, who was looking sleepy and yawning until then, became sharp. Meanwhile, Denzo looked at Fujin and thought, this meeting is due to him as well? I still haven't discovered what happened to my 2 subordinates. And he is already a part of something that involves the future of the village? He looked at Hiruzen and wondered, did Hiruzen give him some secret mission and ask him to eliminate everyone who interfered? But what mission could that be? Denzo was indeed confused. His ninjas had looked along the path Fujin should have taken when he eliminated the bandits. However, they didn't find any clues regarding the 2 missing root ninjas. So even though Denzo suspected Fujin, he had no evidence to blame him or make Hiruzen investigate him. Seeing that everyone in the room was serious, Hiruzen said, "In Hidden Hot Water Village, a ninja named Hidan went rogue recently. He killed 18 ninjas and several civilians before going rogue. He was also involved in kidnapping more than 300 civilians. Fujin was sent to hunt him down and rescue the kidnapped people, however, he arrived late. All the kidnapped people were killed in a mysterious way, their bodies decomposing several hundred times faster than normal. And, the cave they were in was covered in a formation made of seals. Many of those seals and symbols are the ones we have never seen before. They are completely different from our usual seals and..." He looked around the room before completing his statement, "Even I couldn't identify their functions despite studying them for several hours." The words surprised everyone in the room. Though most in the room weren't good with seals, they all understood what Hiruzen's words implied. At the same time, everyone looked at Fujin as well. Since Fujin was the one who discovered it, that meant that he should be able to identify every seal in Hidden Lee Village at the very least. It implied that he was close to being a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu if he wasn't one already. Except for Denzo, Shikaku and Senju Hiromasa, no one had heard about Fujin even being a seal master, let alone a grandmaster. It made everyone reevaluate the young man. Denzo asked, "Do you mean that the seals are completely different from any other seals we studied?" Denzo looked into Hiruzen's eyes. Though his question seemed normal, it was different for Hiruzen. Both of them had looked a lot into the Uzumaki seals, be it with Uzumaki Mido's help or scavenging the village after it was destroyed. No one else in Hidden Leaf Village had studied seals as much as either of them. The only one who came close in this aspect was Orochimaru, who was no longer in the village. To his surprise, Hiruzen still nodded and said, "Yes." Denzo's eyes widened. He immediately understood the importance of that matter. Hiruzen placed the scrolls that Fujin handed him the previous day and said, "Fujin recorded these scrolls. If anyone is interested, you can see them." Denzo immediately grabbed one scroll. A few others also looked into the other scrolls with some curiosity. While they did, Hiruzen said, "Due to the mission, Fujin couldn't record the entire formation. I have dispatched a squad to record the entire formation. They should be done in a few days. The cave will be destroyed to prevent the other villages from getting access to this seal." Fujin sighed internally on hearing that. He thought, "I was hoping that the other villages work on this too. That way I'll be able to get a lot more help in studying these seals." That said, it isn't a surprise that Hiruzen chose this. I'd have done the same if I was in his shoes. Oh well, getting help from the grandmasters in Hidden Leaf Village isn't bad either. They'll be able to devote far more time to it than me. After all, researching new seals will take a long time and there won't be any guarantees of success. Hiruzen continued, "The knowledge of these seals and the formation will stay only among us, the grandmasters in our village and Kakashi and the Anbu commander. Once we record the formation, every grandmaster in the village will be allowed to study these seals and figure out what the seals do and what the symbols mean. Once every month or so, I'll organize a meeting for all the grandmasters to share their findings and decide on how to progress further. If anyone has a different opinion, feel free to share now." Hiruzen knew that there could be some obstructions. He only allowed grandmasters to study the seals. Not every clan had a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. After all, it wasn't easy to reach that stage. Not everyone had the time, interest, patience or ability to create dozens of shadow clones and sustain them for hours to study the seals. As he expected, Tsume said, "I have just one suggestion. Open up those meetings to us clan leaders to observe so that we may know what the progress is. Hiruzen thought for a few seconds before nodding and said, alright, that can be arranged. However, any clan leader who isn't a grandmaster will be there only as an observer. Also, the attendance of clan leaders will be optional. Tsume nodded and said, that's fine with me. Hiruzen looked around the room. There weren't any other objections or suggestions. Hiruzen said, since everyone agrees, the meeting ends here. Once Kakashi's squad returns, I'll make copies of the formation and distribute them among the grandmasters. Once again, nothing discussed here gets out. The meeting has concluded. Everyone nodded and began leaving. Only 3 people didn't leave. They were Hiruzen, Fujin and Denzo, each of whom continued sitting in their spots. Once everyone left, Denzo said, Hiruzen, did you make copies of these seals? I want to take these to study. Hiruzen nodded and said, I did make a copy. However, this one was made by Fujin. I was intending to return it to him so that he can continue studying them. Denzo was confused. He wondered, what is he planning by giving such an answer? Does he want to give these to Fujin and stop me from getting access to them? But what will that accomplish considering that he is planning to distribute the formation to every grandmaster? Unlike Denzo, Fujin didn't miss the obvious helping hand Hiruzen had given him. Denzo looked at Fujin and asked, are you planning on studying these or can I take them? Fujin put up a thoughtful expression and replied, I was planning to study them. It is the first time that I've seen seals that aren't recorded in our village. Denzo frowned. He thought, though I don't know what these seals do, I have a feeling that they will be very beneficial for me. I don't want to give Hiruzen any opportunity to play any games. Before Fujin could continue, Denzo replied, I can study the seals far faster than you. Considering the importance of the seal, I insist that you let me study them for now. Fujin replied with a smile on his face, that's true. I can wait. Actually, even if you didn't say it, I was planning to let you take it, Elder. But I hope that you can help me resolve an issue I'm facing. Denzo immediately realized. He glanced at Hiruzen and cursed in his mind, so this is why he said those words. He wanted me to owe Fujin one and help him out. He asked, what is the issue? Fujin replied, I was trying to create a vacuum jutsu that covers a wide range, something similar to the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Unfortunately, I couldn't create a vacuum core stable and large enough to do so. Denzo immediately realized the issue. He couldn't help but think, I heard that he is extremely good with wind vacuum technique, but is he treating it as just wind manipulation? Still, before I answer, I need to know one thing. Denzo said, before I help you, I have one thing I wanted to ask you as well. I heard that you had taken a few missions around 3 weeks earlier and moved south. During your journey, did you see any ninjas from the route? Chapter 462, Forcing Denzo to Teach. Denzo's sudden question surprised Hiruzen. He looked at Denzo with suspicion and wondered, was it a coincidence or did he specifically send them after Fujin? Even Fujin was surprised. He didn't expect Denzo to openly ask such a question. Fortunately, he was prepared just in case. He put up a confused expression and replied, I didn't. In fact, I didn't come across any Hidden Leaf Village ninja during my time down south. Did something happen? While Fujin answered, Denzo observed him carefully. He analyzed, his chakra flow was calm as he answered. But he is an experienced sensor. It shouldn't be difficult for him to disguise it if he is lying. Denzo replied, yes. 2 root ninjas left around the same time that you left the village and were headed in the same direction. Both went missing immediately. I never heard back from either of them. Fujin put up a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Hiruzen observed both Fujin and Denzo. Unfortunately, neither of their expressions gave any hint of the truth. Hiruzen speculated, knowing Denzo, it is likely that he sent them to keep an eye on Fujin. The chances of it being a coincidence are very low. But what happened to them? Don't tell me Fujin really eliminated both of them. Hiruzen became serious. While he knew that there was some tension between Fujin and Denzo, he didn't want it to develop into an all-out battle. He immediately started feeling a headache. Cutting his thoughts off, Fujin asked, did you find out whether they left the village before me or after me? Also, how strong were they? Fujin's questions confused both of them. Neither Denzo nor Hiruzen could understand the reason behind the questions. Denzo answered, both were jounins. They left the village a few minutes after you, Fujin replied, no wonder I didn't sense them. I was traveling at a very fast speed. A normal jounin wouldn't be able to catch up with me. Besides, I activated my chakra field several times while moving. Had they come close to me, I'd have detected them even if they hid their chakra. That said, I did inspect the route I was traveling along. I didn't detect any ninja hiding along the route. Unless it was a rank S ninja or someone absurdly good at stealth, I'm confident that there was no one hidden along the path. The only possible explanations are that those two took a different route or someone crossed that encountered them long after I had already moved on. Unfortunately, I am afraid that I can't help you in either of the cases. I'll recommend asking ninjas who left the village after them. If there was someone faster among them, maybe they might have seen something. Fujin's reply left Hiruzen and Denzo speechless for a moment. Denzo thought, no jounin can catch up with him? He stated that as if it was a fact without a shred of doubt in his voice. What arrogance! Even Minato wasn't this arrogant despite his power. Even Hiruzen had the same thought. He sighed internally while thinking, now that I think about it, we were arrogant when we were young as well. That said, we never acted arrogant in front of Lord Second. However, even though they were irked by Fujin's arrogance, both understood that he was right. While Hiruzen had barely seen a glimpse of Fujin's battle and Denzo had only heard about his achievements, the reputation of the spectral swordsman was too high. Despite being inactive for quite some time, the minor villages still feared that name. He was known for appearing out of nowhere, killing his enemies at blinding speed and disappearing before anyone understood what was happening. An ordinary jounin stood no chance against him. Not to mention, since Denzo had no proof, he had to accept whatever Fujin said. He had no points to counter Fujin or interrogate him more. He could only reply, alright, I'll look into the matter more deeply. Fujin nodded while thinking, look as much as you want. Both of them are dead, cremated and even their ashes are buried deep under the ground somewhere in the land of rivers. Good luck finding them. Fujin quickly changed the topic and asked, so, can you tell me how to create a stable vacuum core for wide-range vacuum jutsu? Denzo shook his head and said, it is impossible to do so. A jutsu like the Great Breakthrough Jutsu works because winds can spread very easily with little to no resistance. To be able to create a vacuum core to support such a jutsu, your vacuum core should be able to expand itself and spread along the jutsu. And the expansion wouldn't just be horizontal, but also vertical. It is impossible to create such a large vacuum core normally, let alone by making a smaller core expand. A frown formed on Fujin's face. He had obviously thought of all the complications Denzo had stated. It was why he had failed to create the jutsu. However, he recalled Denzo using a jutsu to pierce Sasuke's Susanoo. Though the jutsu wasn't as wide-scaled as a Great Breakthrough Jutsu, it still was far better than the vacuum bullet or vacuum cannon. The only thing that Fujin wasn't clear on was how much of a factor Denzo's summon was in that attack. Fujin said, I have thought of it as well. So, how do we bypass these issues and create one? Hiruzen chuckled internally at Fujin's response. He thought, he directly ignored all the complications and demanded for the jutsu. He found the situation extremely amusing. For once, he wasn't the target of Fujin's demands. Instead, it was the guy who constantly gave him headaches. Denzo was surprised once again. He couldn't help but glance at Hiruzen. Having known Hiruzen for so long, he could easily recognize the amusement in his eyes. He cursed internally, now I understand. I wondered why Hiruzen pushed this boy to the council despite never attempting to do the same for Kakashi, whose background is considerably stronger and would have received a lot more support. Hiruzen didn't get Fujin into the council because he was strong. He did it because this boy is as shameless as him. Denzo had no choice but to answer. Hiruzen's earlier words implied that Denzo was receiving a favor from Fujin. In addition, Fujin also cooperated in providing information regarding the missing root ninjas. Not to mention, passing knowledge to the next generation was a part of the Will of Fire. Even though Denzo had fallen into the darkness, he still needed to keep up his image. So, even if Fujin didn't do him any favors, he would have still had to tell Fujin about it. After all, Denzo was no longer active on the front lines while Fujin would be active for decades. If he declined, Hiruzen would find another reason to restrict whatever remained of his route even more. Denzo answered, it's simple. Just reduce your goal. Though it won't be as wide or as strong as you want it to be, the jutsu will still be very strong. Observe this. Denzo stretched his left arm forward. A vacuum core began forming in his hand. Fujin's eyes began glowing as he concentrated chakra in them. So did Hiruzen's eyes. As the core formed, both were surprised. While Denzo had created a vacuum core, it was very different. The vacuum core itself consisted of several vacuum cores. Fujin could see 9 vacuum cores inside it. Denzo explained, create a vacuum core that can store multiple vacuum cores inside it. When you use it to attack, you can split the vacuum cores inside and send them in different directions, increasing the area your jutsu can cover. You have 2 choices in this aspect. 1, you can send the vacuum cores very far away from each other. This is helpful when you are facing several ninjas that are considerably weaker than you and close to each other. However, stronger ninjas can easily dodge the vacuum cores and endure the rest of the jutsu. The other way is to have those vacuum cores move close to each other. The distance should be such that no one can slip in between any two vacuum cores. This way, the area the jutsu covers is far less than the first way. However, it is still greater than a normal vacuum jutsu. You can compare it to shooting multiple vacuum bullets very close to each other. To dodge them, your enemy would have to move out of the way entirely. However, since those are individual bullets, they aren't as impactful as this. If you do it by storing those vacuum cores in another vacuum core, sharp winds will naturally form between each individual vacuum core once they split up. As a result, they are far more dangerous. In addition, there is a limit to how many vacuum cores for vacuum bullets or other techniques you can form at the same time. By comparison, it is easier to increase the number of cores stored inside this vacuum core. Of course, there are limits as well, but that limit is much higher. Creating over 50 vacuum cores inside it isn't difficult. Then, you can increase the range further without losing its power and threat. Chapter 463, Tunnels in the Training Ground. Fujin properly observed the vacuum core while listening to every word Denzo said. He wasn't worried about Denzo lying. After all, he had the professor sitting with him and listening as well. Not to mention, Fujin's own expertise in the wind vacuum technique wasn't very far from Denzo's. In fact, Fujin was even more efficient than Denzo, considering the fact that Denzo hadn't been active for years while Fujin had several run-ins with elite jounins and rank S ninjas. Fujin only fell short in the amount of time they had the jutsus for. Analyzing Denzo's words, he realized, I see. I had nearly got it right. I created multiple vacuum cores and spread them inside the infinite breakthrough jutsu. Unfortunately, those independent cores don't amplify the effect and don't have any interaction between themselves. Instead of creating multiple separate vacuum cores, I have to create multiple vacuum core inside one vacuum core. Fujin finally understood the point he overlooked. Though Denzo's method wasn't as good as the one he wanted, it was still far stronger than what he had come up with. Regardless, it was still a major improvement for Fujin. If he had learned that jutsu earlier, Pikazu would have lost far more than just one heart. Fujin looked at the vacuum core in Denzo's palm and analyzed, the vacuum cores inside it are for the vacuum bullet. Once he shoots it, it'll split into 9 different vacuum bullets. Assuming he keeps one at the center and the remaining 8 forms an octagon around it and stay a foot away from it, it'll cover a distance of 1 foot in every direction. Considering the ability of the vacuum cores to absorb nearby items, the target would have to move slightly more than a foot in any direction. That said, vacuum bullet isn't the ideal jutsu for this. Vacuum waves jutsu will be ideal for this as it covers a larger area than a vacuum bullet. Once I increase the number of cores I can store inside it beyond 30, it'll cover more area than a great fireball. Not too extravagant but still far better than my current attacks. Denzo extinguished the vacuum core in his palm, snapping Fujin out of his thoughts. He asked, anything else? Fujin shook his head and said with a smile on his face, no. Thank you for your guidance. Though Fujin had long planned out Denzo's death and still intended to follow it unless Denzo forced him to kill him earlier, he saw no issue in accepting Denzo's help. In fact, if Denzo offered more help, Fujin was willing to accept all help with a smile on his face. After all, how could he get anything from Denzo after Denzo died? Of course, Fujin understood that this was a one-off event. Denzo only helped Fujin because he wanted those scrolls and because Hiruzen was there. Denzo nodded and grabbed the scrolls on the table before leaving. Fujin took a look at the scrolls and thought, though Hiruzen applied some pressure, the main point was those seals. I hope that is just his instincts and not some clue he found. With Izanagi, though he is annoying, killing him isn't difficult. However, if he gains something like Hidan's immortality, he could be a pain in the ass to deal with. After Denzo left, Hiruzen smiled and said, didn't I tell you? All elders will support the youngsters in our village. Especially if the youngsters are as promising as you. Though I'm normally busy, you can approach the other elders whenever you want. Fujin looked at Hiruzen. He understood that Hiruzen wanted him to trouble Hamura and Koharu as well. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything Fujin could think of to ask them for. Instead, Hiruzen's mischievous speech caused him to have an irresistible temptation to ask for the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Fortunately for Hiruzen, Fujin was able to resist the temptation. There wasn't any good argument Fujin could make to demand a forbidden and controversial jutsu like the Edo Tensei. He smiled and said, you are right. I'll approach them when I need something. He got up and said, I'll leave now, Grandpa. I want to try out this jutsu. Hiruzen nodded. Fujin disappeared from the council room. A smile formed on Hiruzen's face as he recalled the interaction between Fujin and Denzo. He muttered to himself, it was worth it. Perhaps agreeing to Denzo's request of inducting Fujin into the route 4 years ago wouldn't have been an entirely bad thing. If it wasn't for those seals, it might have been better to agree. Hiruzen disappeared from the meeting room as well. For the rest of the day, his mood was quite good. Fujin didn't waste any time and began practicing. Though the concept of creating multiple vacuum cores inside another vacuum core was a new one, it wasn't very difficult for Fujin. Within a few hours, he managed to create one vacuum core inside another. 2 days later, he managed to replicate the vacuum core that Denzo had created. The next day, Naruto entered the training ground early in the morning. He stretched himself and exclaimed loudly, "Today I'll cut the leaf in half, believe it." He went to grab a leaf but suddenly stopped and said, "Huh? What's this?" Naruto saw that a part of the trunk of the tree in front of him was missing. It was as if someone had carved out a part of the trunk. He looked beyond the tree and his eyes widened. Every tree that was in line had a large chunk carved out. In addition, some trees had split into two. And, those two parts didn't fit together. It was as if some part in between was missing. Naruto curiously followed the trail of destruction before he reached a small hill. His eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "What the hell happened here? How did such a deep hole appear inside the hill? Was someone trying to dig a tunnel?" The curiosity caused Naruto to forget about training. He began looking around the training ground and found similar scenes all over the training ground. While he was looking around, Fujin entered the training ground and sensed Naruto moving around everywhere. He thought, "What is this knucklehead up to?" He flickered behind Naruto. He was looking at a hill which in fact had a tunnel going through it. Naruto felt something behind him and looked back. He excitedly said, "Fujin, you are back. Check this out. Someone was digging tunnels in the training ground while you were gone." Fujin was amused by Naruto's excitement and curiosity. He thought, "I wonder how he would have reacted if he had visited this training ground when I was training vacuum gatling." When Fujin trained vacuum gatling and other vacuum jutsus, the entire training ground was covered in holes and debris at one point. Even the density of trees in the training ground had decreased considerably during that time. Their numbers still hadn't recovered, and if Fujin continued training there, they were unlikely to recover any time in the future. Fujin said, "Ignore them, how's your training going?" Naruto grinned and said, "I have mastered the wind levitation jutsu. Watch this." Naruto weaved a few hand seals and shouted, "Wind style, wind levitation jutsu." Naruto was looking at a few twigs that were in front of him. In a second, winds began flowing around the twigs. Soon, they were lifted into the air due to the airflow and floated a couple of feet above the ground. Around 5 seconds later, Naruto couldn't maintain the jutsu and the twigs fell back to the ground. Naruto said excitedly, "See? I told you that I will master it. Believe it." Fujin nodded and said, "Good progress. However, the time you can maintain the jutsu is too little. Try to maintain it for at least 30 seconds. Only then it can barely be considered as mastered." Naruto nodded. Fujin asked, "What is your progress with leaf concentration and leaf cutting exercises?" Naruto said, "I can stick the leaf to my forehead for 90 minutes. The leaf cutting exercise I'm almost done with." Naruto picked up a leaf and placed it on his left palm. He placed his right palm on top of it and began releasing wind chakra. It slowly cut through the leaf and almost split the leaf into 2 halves. Only around half a centimeter was left. Fujin observed it and thought, "Not bad." His progress in these 2 exercises has surprisingly been quite fast. Looks like he didn't slack off. He should be able to cut through the leaf in a week. Leaf concentration might take another month though. Still, that's fine. There will be enough time to teach him tree climbing and water walking before he graduates. Naruto asked, "Will you teach me the 4th jutsu?" Fujin replied, "For now, focus on leaf cutting. When you can cut through it and maintain wind levitation for 15 seconds, I'll teach it to you." He smiled and said, "Keep working hard, Naruto. You have progressed a lot since I met you." Hearing Fujin's praise, Naruto felt proud. He smiled and nodded his head while saying, "I will, believe it." Fujin said, "You can train at your home for the next couple of weeks. This training ground is going to be a bit busy." Naruto was confused and wondered, "Huh? Is it because of these tunnels?" He nodded and left. Fujin saw him leave. Naruto's progress was very much in line with what Fujin had expected. However, for the time being, he didn't spend much time thinking about him. Instead, his focus was on his vacuum jutsus. He thought, "I have successfully learned how to store multiple vacuum bullet cores inside a vacuum core. Today, I'll master how to store vacuum wave cores." Chapter 464, A Vacuum Jutsu. Fujin muttered to himself, "This might take some time. With vacuum bullets, I could refer to and replicate Denzo's vacuum core. However, I will have to create an entirely new core this time to accommodate the cores of vacuum wave. After all, the shapes of the cores of the 2 jutsus are very different from each other. Still, it shouldn't take too long." Fujin extended his palm ahead. A large spherical vacuum core formed on top of his hand. Soon, a vacuum core began forming inside the larger core. Unlike the vacuum bullet core, which was shaped like a bullet, this one was shaped like a thread. It was a lot longer but very thin and curved in shape. Since Fujin could already store 9 vacuum bullet cores inside the larger core, it wasn't a challenge for him to create 1 vacuum wave core inside it. Suddenly, Fujin noticed something. He analyzed, wait a minute. Unlike the vacuum bullet core, where I need to maintain the spherical shape and have to create proper spaces inside the larger vacuum core to hold them, the vacuum wave core has a huge advantage. Since their shape is elongated and doesn't need to be straight, I can just curve, or better yet, coil them inside the larger core while creating a small chakra film to keep them separated from each other. In that case, I'll be able to increase the number of vacuum wave cores inside it very easily. As I thought, vacuum wave is indeed the jutsu most suited for this technique. Fujin's expression lit up upon realizing it. He quickly began creating more vacuum wave cores inside the larger core. As he expected, he faced very little trouble in creating it. He quickly managed to create 7 cores inside it. The vacuum wave cores were just too compatible with this technique. Fujin dispelled the vacuum core and thought, wow. 7 on my first try. I needed a couple of days to reach 9 with vacuum bullet cores. Still, that bastard Denzo. He knew that vacuum wave would have been the most compatible jutsu with this, yet he only showed me vacuum bullets. I guess he was very reluctant to inform me about this technique. Well, whatever. It shouldn't be hard to apply this technique to my remaining vacuum jutsus. Fujin began practicing again. On every try, the amount of vacuum cores he could store inside the larger vacuum core increased. An hour later, the number reached 76. Fujin stared at the vacuum core in his hand and thought, this should be my limit for now. Though increasing it further shouldn't be much harder. I just need more practice. Anyway, it's time to test it. Fujin dispelled the vacuum core and a shadow clone appeared next to him. The clone stood around 25 meters in front of Fujin and slammed his palm on the ground. A large wall appeared in front of him. He moved backward slightly while continuing to slam his palm on the ground. In all, 4 large walls stood between the two. Each wall was about 0.5 meters thick. Fujin took a deep breath and began forming the vacuum core in his mouth. Soon, 76 vacuum wave cores formed inside that vacuum core and the large vacuum core was surrounded by wind chakra. Wind style, vacuum serial waves jutsu. Fujin shot out the jutsu. Immediately, the larger vacuum core collapsed and the 76 vacuum cores inside it were released. It was equivalent to Fujin using the vacuum wave jutsu 76 times. The jutsu hit the first wall. Several vacuum waves hit the wall and pierced through it. Around a 10-meter wide section of the wall collapsed. The remaining vacuum waves followed through the collapsing part of the wall, cutting through any stones that were in their way. The jutsu continued moving through all 4 walls in the same fashion. The clone saw the jutsu coming at him, bit his thumb and slammed his bloody palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu, Rashomon, a large metal gate having a demonic face on the gates, appeared in front of the clone. A moment later, the gate was hit by Fujin's jutsu. Unlike the earth wall jutsu, the Rashomon could endure the vacuum jutsus. In the past, Fujin's vacuum jutsus had failed to create much of an impact on the Rashomon. Only the vacuum cannon jutsu had created a large dent into the Rashomon gate, but even it couldn't pierce through it. However, this time, Fujin watched with hopeful eyes. The vacuum waves slammed into the Rashomon gate, each creating a small dent and damaging its structural integrity. Cracks soon developed on the gate. When the 59th vacuum wave slammed into it, the Rashomon gate collapsed before disappearing. The jutsu hit the clone hiding behind it and dispelled him. Without any obstacle, the vacuum serial waves jutsu continued moving for another 80 meters, destroying any tree and cutting deep into any small hill in its path. A wry smile appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, I overdid it. The training ground was a wreck. If the tunnels formed due to the vacuum bullet jutsu intrigued Naruto and awoke his curiosity, the sight in front of Fujin would horrify him. First, there was the debris due to the broken walls. That was followed by every tree in the path of the jutsu being cut down for 80 meters. In addition, a couple of small hills had deep cuts in them while one had collapsed. Fujin thought, I damaged the training ground a bit too much. Fortunately, there aren't any penalties for doing so. I'll just ask Hiruzen to do something about it. Anyway, the good news is that I finally have an AO vacuum jutsu. At a range of around 20 to 25 meters, I can spread this jutsu 10 meters wide and 5 meters high to have the optimal effect. Once I increase the cores inside it even further, the area it covers can be increased more, or alternatively I can make it stronger by focusing on a limited area. Fujin chuckled while thinking, I never would have imagined that Denzo would have been the one to help me take my vacuum jutsus to the next level. I can replace my older vacuum serial waves jutsu with this one. This one is far more efficient and powerful in every way. As for the vacuum bullet jutsu, I should replace it as well. By keeping several vacuum cores within one, I'll be able to create more vacuum bullets at a time. Not to mention, sharp winds flow between the vacuum bullets, making dodging far more difficult. The only time I'll need to use my normal vacuum bullets is when my enemies are very far from each other or to conserve my chakra if the enemy is too good at dodging. With this method, even though I can spread the vacuum bullets, they still have to be in a similar direction. Unless I can create two large cores with multiple cores within them. I'll try this out later once I'm comfortable with this technique. That said, there is one drawback. The time needed in this method is higher. But, that shouldn't be an issue after using this method for a few months. Not to mention, needing more time to create more cores is a natural thing. There isn't much I can do about it if I have to create several dozen cores. Due to this drawback, using this technique on vacuum gatling isn't very practical. After all, the essence of that technique is speed and surprise. Though there is no harm in learning it in case I need it for some reason. It could be a good way to learn how to create multiple such cores. As for vacuum cannon, this method would be good only when I have a defense to pierce. I can line up the vacuum cannons behind one another and have them hit the same spot. I wonder if Susanoo would be able to resist such an assault. Anyway, in all other cases, the normal vacuum cannon will be better. As for vacuum blade and vacuum slash, this method isn't very compatible with them. Is there any way I can use them? Fujin thought for a few minutes and concluded, using this method with vacuum slash is pointless. I need to form it in the time I swing my sword. I can't waste time creating multiple vacuum cores. However, vacuum blades can have a possible use. If I can store vacuum blade cores in this vacuum core and activate it after I have thrown the jutsu, then it has the potential to catch enemies by surprise. The enemy might see it as a normal vacuum bullet or vacuum sphere and dodge it, only to be attacked by several vacuum blades. This has some potential. If I manage to store it in a seal, then it can act as a deadly trap. Alright, I'll learn this as well. Chapter 465, Hiruzen's Disbelief. Fujin analyzed his plans for a while before nodding. He thought, alright, these plans should be good. It'll make my attack patterns extremely unpredictable and increase the difficulty of dodging. At the very least, there is no way a group of well-trained jounins will be able to counter me as Hidden Stone's village did. In fact, once I master them, even a rank S ninja will have to be very careful against me. It'll no longer be as easy as dodging my vacuum jutsus and putting up a defense for the rest. Fujin's eyes moved towards the spot where his clone had dispelled and thought, there is just one other thing. Rashomon isn't good enough for me. I need the triple and the 5-layer Rashomon. Unfortunately, they aren't available in the library. That said, creating them shouldn't be very difficult, but it'll require some time for me to create those variations. Fujin thought for a bit before deciding, unfortunately, I have been feeling that I have very little time as of late. Screw it, I'll just ask Hiruzen. Once my chakra recovers, I'll tell him to send a shadow clone and also take the opportunity to find a better training place. If I keep practicing my vacuum jutsus here, the scenery in front of my house will be completely destroyed. Increasing the number of vacuum cores also increased the amount of chakra required in the same ratio. As a result, Fujin's chakra reserves had become quite low. He decided to do physical training until his chakra recovered. While Fujin got busy with his training, one place became quite chaotic and heated up. What did you say? A loud shout was heard in the Raikage's office. Darui, C and Samu stood in front of the fourth Raikage. There was no one else in the room and all privacy seals were activated. Otherwise, everyone in the building would have heard that shout. Even then, the ones near the office felt some tremors. A looked at his 3 subordinates and asked, I sent you 3 to find and kill Suzuki Fujin. You didn't even meet him and yet 10 of the 16 ninjas died? What the hell were you 3 doing? A was mad. When Hidden Cloud's village ninjas met Fujin for the first time, he managed to kill more than a dozen ninjas and escape despite facing Darui. His escape resulted in Hidden Leaf Village getting crucial information which resulted in Jiraiya wiping out more than 250 Hidden Cloud's village ninjas while Hiruzen's political maneuvers eliminated every possibility of Hidden Cloud's village getting revenge without having to face extremely serious consequences. Since he couldn't attack Hiruzen or Jiraiya, he set his eyes on Fujin. However, Fujin stayed holed up inside Hidden Leaf Village and later in the Anbu for years, leaving no traces of himself. While it annoyed A and strategic planners in Hidden Cloud's village, their annoyance reduced with the passage of time and eventually no one thought of him anymore. That was until Onoki informed him that Fujin was the spectral swordsman and he had become extremely ferocious. Since that day, Hidden Cloud's village once again began looking for an opportunity to eliminate Fujin. To their dismay, Fujin stopped taking missions and stayed hidden inside Hidden Leaf Village once again. In the 7 months since then, Fujin left the village just once and that too under a disguise. So Hidden Cloud's village failed to track his movement until a few days ago when Fujin left with a new squad to Hidden Hotwater Village. They responded quickly, dispatching a seal master and several jounins and elite jounins on Darui. For the first time in 3.5 years, they had a trail. As a result, when Darui and his team returned with more than half their members dead without even seeing Fujin, A couldn't control his rage. His desk was completely pulverized. Fortunately, Darui, C and Sammy were used to his antics. Darui sighed and answered, "Nothing we could do, boss. The circumstances were out of our control. The other 2 squads you sent ran into a formidable opponent and were eliminated. Without the seal master, chasing after Suzuki Fujin was pointless. We could have fallen prey to his seals." A frowned and asked, "Who was it?" To be able to eliminate 2 entire squads, did they run into a rank S ninja? Darui nodded and informed him about Hidan. He carefully explained Hidan's skills to him. Ai's expression became serious upon learning about Hidan's skills. It was too unbelievable to believe. Darui added, "Since we couldn't hunt Suzuki Fujin, we decided to take down and capture this guy. If we can torture him and force him to tell us how to learn that technique, our village's strength will increase drastically." A agreed with the analysis. He thought, "While I don't need that technique as no one can pierce through my defenses, if a few elite jounins manage to learn it, they could easily be classified as rank S ninjas. Even jounins with these skills would be superior to normal rank S ninjas in terms of survival." A could easily see the unimaginable advantages Hidden Cloud's village would gain. Darui continued, "Unfortunately, he was too good at escaping. We tried finding him in the Land of Frost, but couldn't find him. During the chase, we met up with 2 Akatsuki members. Itachi Uchiha has joined Akatsuki. There was another blue-haired Kunoichi, but we couldn't identify her. She isn't in the bingo book but is most likely a rank S ninja too. We later found traces of a huge fight that happened very close to where we met them." A furrowed his eyebrows. While he knew about the existence of Akatsuki and the presence of some strong ninjas in it, learning that Itachi and an unknown rank S ninja were a part of them caused him to feel a headache. Darui continued, "We aren't sure what their aim was but I suspect that they were after Hidan as well. We continued looking for Hidan after that, but completely lost his trail. However, I suspect that he is still hiding in the Land of Frost or the Land of Hot Water." Sammy said, "There is another piece of intel we received. Apparently, Hidan had kidnapped 300 civilians inside the Land of Hot Water. Suzuki Fujin's mission was to find them. He managed to find them, but could only recover their corpses. Our spy reported that the cave where the corpses were was covered in seals, which is why Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas couldn't find them. In addition, every corpse had decayed at an extreme speed. Suzuki Fujin chased after Hidan in the Land of Frost as well, but we aren't sure what happened to him after that. However, the cave where the corpses were found was destroyed yesterday. Someone eliminated the 6 Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas stationed there and destroyed the cave. There is no information on who did that." The additional information troubled A even more. He thought, so many events. I have a feeling that there is something important happening here. But what is it? Unfortunately, A had very little information. He said, "We have a lot of ninjas who don't have any missions. I'll deploy them in the Land of Frost and the Land of Hot Water. Lead them and try to find Hidan. Give proper instructions to ensure that they don't fall prey to his technique. I don't want to lose more ninjas meaninglessly. As for Suzuki Fujin, ignore him for now. I'll send a Grandmaster with you to inspect that cave. I have a feeling that it will have the clues we need." Darui and the other 2 nodded. They had the same thoughts as well. Within a few hours, several hundred Hidden Clouds village ninjas were dispatched. Every single one was instructed to not engage Hidan in a fight. Their only job was to inform the elite jounins they were under about Hidan's location once they found him. Every ninja was given hundreds of explosion tags to help escape if Hidan chased after them. Once an elite jounin found Hidan, he would trail him without engaging in a battle while waiting for Darui's team to reinforce him. Needless to say, the entire mission was pointless. Hidan had already joined Akatsuki and was moving towards the Land of Rain. As for the cave, the Grandmasters Hiruzen deployed had eliminated most seals inside them before the cave was destroyed. The only seals that still remained were the ones that were very well known throughout the ninja world. So, there was nothing that they could gain. While Hidden Cloud's village was carrying out a meaningless operation, Hiruzen was staring in disbelief at the person in front of him. For the second time, Fujin had sent a shadow clone and asked Hiruzen to send a shadow clone to help him out. In fact, this time Fujin didn't even bother requesting or asking it. Chapter 466, Pitiful Hiruzen. A few moments earlier, Fujin's clone entered Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen looked at him and asked with a smile, "Welcome, Fujin. Is anything the matter?" Fujin clone nodded and answered with a smile, "Yes, Grandpa, but it is nothing too serious to disturb you a lot." I am facing a couple of issues. Just send a shadow clone to help me out." For a moment, Hiruzen was completely speechless. In fact, he even struggled to form proper thoughts. He was even wondering whether he heard the right thing. The speechlessness could be seen on his face. Needless to say, Fujin enjoyed the disbelief on Hiruzen's face but didn't react to it and acted as if everything he didn't notice it. Hiruzen finally gathered his thoughts and cursed, "This brat." Last time, he was at least respectful about it. This time he didn't even ask or request it. He just said it as if it is the most natural thing to do and I have no reason to say no. Though Fujin's tone wasn't disrespectful nor his words extremely demanding, it wasn't servile either and it didn't sound like he was making a request. It was as if an old friend came up to you and asked you to tag along with him to do something. The old friend wouldn't request it due to your long relationship while you two would go along with it because of your relationship and the fact that the request wasn't anything ridiculous. The only issue was that it wasn't the relationship Fujin and Hiruzen shared. One was the leader of the village and had been sitting in that position for decades while the other person was just a youngster who received guidance from time to time. The two were multiple generations apart. And though Fujin called Hiruzen grandpa, Hiruzen was aware that Fujin just took complete advantage of the fact that Hiruzen loved to act as a grandfather-like figure for promising kids while Fujin was aware that Hiruzen was aware of that fact. Hiruzen was once again put in a tough spot. The last time Fujin approached him, he set a precedent. So, if Fujin had sent a clone and requested him like before, he would have agreed. Unfortunately for Hiruzen, Fujin decided to push the bar a bit, putting Hiruzen in an awkward situation once again. Hiruzen's mind calculated rapidly, but there was only one solution. He sighed in his mind and thought, if it was someone else, I'd have thrown them out. But I have invested too much in this boy. I can't damage our relationship by declining him when he isn't asking for much despite his method being too straightforward. He looked at Fujin and thought in grief, why isn't this boy as respectful as Kakashi? Even though Kakashi reads that lewd book openly and shows up late, he is at least respectful towards me and never asks me for anything. Sigh. I wonder which demon possessed me when I asked him to call me grandpa. I need to be more careful in the future. Hiruzen hadn't responded for over half a minute. Fujin looked at him with a confused expression and asked, "Grandpa?" That snapped Hiruzen out of his thoughts. He said, "Sure. I'll send one." He was about to make his shadow clone when Fujin said, "Alright, don't create the clone with too little chakra. I'll need him to have some to help me." Hiruzen was left speechless once again. Unfortunately, he could only swallow his complaints and create a shadow clone with 30% of his chakra. Both the clones left the office and flickered towards the 23rd training ground. Meanwhile, Hiruzen complained in his heart, "I told him to trouble Hamura and Koharu. Why does he still keep giving me trouble?" Unfortunately for Hiruzen, though Fujin agreed, he had very little relationship with the two of them. Not to mention, he was unsure whether they knew the jutsu or not. So, even though Fujin wasn't a fan of those two, he could only request Hiruzen for help. Besides, considering how much work he put in to create a good relationship with Hiruzen, he would be stupid to not take advantage of it when he should. Hiruzen's clone arrived at the training ground and was speechless once again. He couldn't help but mutter, "Did the sky collapse? What the hell happened here?" Fujin's clone replied, "I underestimated the power and range of my new jutsu, Grandpa. It was one of the reasons I called you here. I wanted to know if you have a better place to train wind vacuum jutsus. If I keep practicing here, I'm afraid that this training ground won't last for a long time." Hiruzen's clone glanced at Fujin's clone and thought, he has already mastered a wide-range vacuum jutsu? It has barely been more than 2 days since Denzo showed him the technique. Hiruzen's clone was surprised. The wind vacuum technique was extremely complicated and risky. While it was kept secret, promising ninjas would have an affinity to wind manipulation were given an opportunity to learn it. However, even then, there were only 3 ninjas in the village who could use it. Even someone like Asuma failed to learn it when Hiruzen tried teaching him while Hidden Sand Village didn't have even a single ninja wood could master it. Not to mention, the wind vacuum technique got increasingly complicated as one tried increasing its power. To see Fujin learn the advanced technique Denzo displayed so quickly was outside his expectations. Even Hiruzen would struggle to replicate such a speed. It once again showed how ridiculously good Fujin's affinity to wind manipulation had become. Fujin's clone dispelled himself as Hiruzen's clone appeared next to Fujin. Fujin received all the memories from the clone, smiled at Hiruzen's clone and asked, "Well, Grandpa, does the village have a better spot to train this jutsu?" Hiruzen's clone shook his head and replied, "There isn't. I doubt there would be any facility that can endure continuous assault from vacuum jutsus. The only way is if you aim it at the skies. However, I'm afraid that it might cause some panic among civilians if bloody birds start dropping from the sky." Fujin nodded. He would have no control over where the bodies of the birds would be flung due to the winds. It was likely that the unlucky birds would be killed and pieces of their bodies would scatter all around Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen's clone said, "Ask your shadow clones to create a barrier to stop the damage. You can use the 4 violet flames formation, but you don't need to create the 4 walls or the ceiling and floor. Just create 1 wall and shoot the jutsu in that direction." Fujin complained, but that would consume too much chakra. Hiruzen's clone shrugged and said, "The only other way would be for you to travel to the south and practice it on seas. However, training while away from the village isn't a good idea. Hidden Stones Village or Hidden Clouds Village might make a move if they receive news of you training in the middle of nowhere. The Akatsuki organization might come after your bounty as well. If they find you when your chakra is low, you'll be in trouble." Fujin nodded. Despite being as strong as he was, training outside the village was too risky. At his full strength, there weren't many foes that Fujin was afraid of. However, it was a different story once his chakra dropped too much. Fujin let out a sigh and asked, "Is it fine if I change the terrain of this training ground?" Hiruzen's clone understood what Fujin was implying. He nodded and said, "Sure. Just keep it limited to the training ground and maintain the trees on the edges of the training ground. Also, don't build something so big that it'll affect the surroundings on being destroyed." Fujin replied, "All right. I'll make a suitable one for this training then." He thought, this might be a good opportunity to practice earth jutsus again. "I have been wanting to upgrade them and fire jutsus for some time. I should ask Hiruzen for suitable jutsus for them as well. Actually, fire and earth elements aren't the mainstay of my strength. Even if I strengthen them, they will be far inferior to wind and lightning. So it'll be better if I directly ask him for a ready-made combat system for those elements. I won't need to waste any time creating them. Anyway, that can wait for the time being." Hiruzen's clone asked, "What was the second thing you wanted?" Fujin replied, "I wanted a stronger defensive jutsu. Unfortunately, the library didn't have triple Rashomon nor the quintuple Rashomon jutsus. Can you teach them to me?" Hiruzen's clone stared at Fujin. He thought, as I guessed. He wants me to teach him a jutsu that he can't find in the library. Don't tell me he'll keep finding me whenever he needs new jutsus. He wasn't sure, but his speculation was exactly on point. Fujin was lucky enough to find an expert old ninja who was so good that everyone called him the professor. In addition, he was very kind-hearted and magnanimous and always showed how much he favored the younger generation. There was no way Fujin wouldn't deny such a kind-hearted soul the opportunity to pass down his knowledge to a promising youngster. Fortunately, Hiruzen was unaware of Fujin's thoughts. If Hiruzen knew what Fujin's thoughts were, who knew what expression he would show? Chapter 467, New Jutsus, 1, Summoning Jutsu, Quintuple Rashomon. Fujin weaved the snake seal, bit his thumb and slammed his hands on the ground. In an instant, 5 Rashomon gates appeared one after another in a straight line in front of Fujin. Standing next to him, Hiruzen's clone nodded. He said, "That's good. You can use the jutsu perfectly." Fujin's eyes were focused on the gates. The triple and quintuple variants of Rashomon weren't difficult to learn as Fujin already knew the Rashomon jutsu. Even without Hiruzen's help, Fujin would have figured them out in a couple of weeks. However, thanks to Hiruzen's clone, Fujin was able to learn and master both the jutsus in merely half an hour. Since it was just basic summoning, there wasn't much for Fujin to improve upon the jutsu once he could summon them in an instant. Fujin turned his gaze away from the gates and looked at Hiruzen's clone. With a smile on his face, he said, "Thank you, Grandpa." The clone nodded and said, "I forgot to mention this earlier, but Kakashi's squad returned earlier today after recording the entire formation. We are making copies currently. Since you were the one who discovered it, you can get the first copy." Fujin thought for a few seconds and said, "I will be busy with training in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Though I want to study it, I won't be able to focus on it anytime soon. So, it is fine if you give it to me last. You can give it to the grandmasters who have the time and are interested in studying it." Fujin already had recorded the entire formation even before Hiruzen had learned about it. It made no difference to him whether Hiruzen gave it to him first, last or never gave it to him at all. As a result, he wasn't concerned about it and took the chance to earn some brownie points. Hiruzen's clone felt better. He thought, though he is very greedy when it comes to jutsus and money, he knows when to step back and let the village benefit. Though it doesn't seem very significant, it shows that his nature is good. The clone nodded and said, "All right. I'll focus on the ones who have time to study it right now. Is there anything else you want to know?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "No, Grandpa. If I need anything, I'll come visit you." The clone's eyes twitched. The good feeling he had evaporated in an instant. Fujin's words were extremely casual. It was as if he saw Hiruzen helping him to be a completely natural thing. In the decades he had served as the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, this was the first time Hiruzen was experiencing something like this. He muttered to himself, I made a mistake last time. I shouldn't have agreed. But Hiruzen knew that even last time, he had no way of declining Fujin's request. After all, Fujin was merely asking for a clone to help him out. Though the request was quite brazen, it didn't require much effort on Hiruzen's part. So, Hiruzen didn't have the option of declining. If he did, he knew that Fujin would be forced to reevaluate Hiruzen or think that there was an issue in their relationship. After all, which Hokage would decline to help a promising young ninja who would be a pillar of the village in the future unless they have an issue with that ninja? With no other option, the clone could only smile and say, alright. Feel free to come whenever you want. Hiruzen's clone dispelled himself. A smirk appeared on Fujin's face. He thought, well, that was fun. He turned his attention to the training ground and thought, now, time to modify this training ground. Though I haven't learnt that jutsu yet. Oh well, it shouldn't take much time. Fujin created a shadow clone and sent it to the library. A couple of days later, Fujin was in the training ground. He was at the part of the training ground which was on the opposite side of his house. He weaved hand signs while supercharging the jutsu. After half a minute, he slammed his hands on the ground. Earth-style, rampart of flowing soil. A gigantic rampart began rising up from under Fujin's feet. It continued rising until it was 50 meters in height. Its width was around 200 meters. Fujin flickered and appeared in front of the rampart and used the same jutsu. Another rampart rose around 50 meters in front of the first rampart. Fujin repeated the jutsu twice more, sealing off a 50 meters by 50 meters land between four ramparts. Creating four gigantic ramparts caused Fujin's breathing to become a bit rougher. It consumed quite a bit of his chakra. Fortunately, he didn't need to keep creating them on a daily basis. He stood atop one of them and thought, alright, this should be good enough. He gathered chakra and began creating a vacuum core. Wind-style, vacuum serial waves jutsu. Without holding back, he shot the strongest vacuum serial waves jutsu he created towards the ground. The jutsu hit the ground, the vacuum waves piercing deep into the ground for several meters, making the entire surface uneven. A large amount of dust and soil were launched towards the skies due to the impact and the strong winds. However, Fujin's released his chakra into the air, transforming it into wind. It quickly began transforming into his wind domain. Within a few seconds, the entire airspace between the four ramparts was covered under Fujin's wind domain. The winds in the domain prevented the soil and dust from being launched into the sky and attracting unwanted attention. Within a few seconds, the soil fell back to the ground. A smile appeared on Fujin's face. This was the perfect place to not only train the wide-range vacuum jutsus but also to improve his control over the wind domain. For the next week, Fujin continued training here daily until he ran out of chakra. He even consumed a special soldier pill to allow him to train more. The ground couldn't sustain such a bombardment and had collapsed more than once. Fortunately, there wasn't anywhere it could escape or fall. Fujin had to use earth jutsus to stabilize the ground and make it firm once again. A couple of the ramparts collapsed as well at some point during the week but were rebuilt by Fujin. In a week's time, Fujin had more or less mastered the jutsus. Standing on top of one of the ramparts, Fujin thought, this much should be sufficient. Though I can improve it further, it'll take some time as I'll need a lot more practice. Anyway, though the jutsus are quite similar, they are still quite different from their previous versions. Calling them advanced variants will not necessarily be true, but I should name the new jutsus in order to differentiate them. Fortunately, I have thought of a few good ones. Fujin gathered chakra and began forming a vacuum core in his mouth. The vacuum core contained 144 smaller vacuum cores inside it. Wind-style, vacuum serial waves jutsu. Fujin unleashed a massive attack towards the ground. The jutsu bombarded the ground, causing a mini earthquake between the four ramparts. In some places, the jutsu pierced more than a couple of dozen meters into the ground. The entire ground, which was fixed by Fujin not long ago, was covered in scars once again. He thought, I don't need to rename this jutsu. After all, I have no reason to use the previous variant of this jutsu. Anyways, in terms of area covered, this is my best vacuum jutsu. I managed to increase the number of cores to 144. And, I can even control how much this jutsu should spread, allowing me to switch between hitting a larger area or concentrating on a smaller area to overwhelm defenses. Fujin gathered chakra once again and began making vacuum cores. This time, he created 36 vacuum cores. Wind-style, vacuum cluster bullets jutsu. Fujin shot a larger vacuum core which contained 36 vacuum bullets in it. The bullets exited the larger vacuum core and moved towards the ground. Some bullets traveled next to each other, and the others were behind or in front of other bullets, maintaining a distance of 1 foot from each other. In addition, extremely sharp winds flew between the bullets. It caused the attack to look like a beam. The beam hit the ground and drilled into it with little resistance. It created an 80-meter deep hole in the ground. Not to mention, the hole was quite wide as well due to the high number of vacuum bullets and the sharp winds flowing in between them. Fujin thought, I'll call this jutsu the Vacuum Cluster Bullets Jutsu. This jutsu is most destructive when traveling as a beam. That said, against a nimble opponent, I'll be better off spreading the bullets slightly farther from each other. Though it won't be that destructive in that case, there aren't many ninjas who can defend a normal vacuum bullet. So it shouldn't matter. Chapter 468, New Jutsus, 2. For the third time, Fujin gathered chakra and created a large vacuum core in his mouth. This time, there were only 9 smaller cores inside the larger core. However, each of these 9 cores was double the size of the vacuum bullet cores. Wind style, vacuum cannon barrage. Fujin shot out the jutsu. It split into 9 vacuum cannons, traveling in a straight line. Each vacuum cannon drilled 20 meters into the ground, before being slowed down enough for the vacuum cannon behind it to catch up and continue the destruction. In less than a second, a 187-meter deep hole formed in the ground. A smile formed on Fujin's face. He thought, in terms of penetrative power, this is indeed my strongest jutsu. Unfortunately, it isn't very practical in combat. No top-level ninja will be stupid enough to stay in the path of this jutsu. It'll only work on someone who is extremely overconfident in his defense and dodge as soon as I shoot the jutsu. Another usage of this jutsu will be killing those who stay hidden deep underground to be safe from my vacuum jutsus. Though it is possible to travel deeper than 200 meters underground, it is not something that is commonly done and not something most ninjas would have tried before. Going more than 25 meters underground itself is extremely rare. As long as I kill everyone who tries to hide underground from my attacks and don't let the knowledge spread, this will be a sure-shot method to kill my enemies who think that underground is safe. Fujin extended his hands and fingers towards the ground. A vacuum core began forming in front of each of his fingers. 15 smaller vacuum cores were created inside each of the 10 bigger vacuum cores. The cores were soon covered with wind chakra. Wind style, vacuum infinite Gatling jutsu. Unlike the previous 3 jutsus, Fujin didn't shoot out the jutsu. Instead, the smaller vacuum bullets inside the 10 cores were launched. In a second, 15 rounds of vacuum Gatling were launched. In all, 150 bullets hit the ground, creating 150 new holes in the ground. Fujin thought, this jutsu was a surprise. I was initially not very interested in applying this technique to vacuum Gatling. After all, it sacrifices the most important aspect of the jutsu for which I had created the vacuum Gatling jutsu. The vacuum infinite Gatling takes quite a long time to create as compared to the vacuum Gatling. I can't catch even a normal jounin by surprise with this. However, it instead allows me to shoot a ridiculous amount of vacuum bullets, justifying its name. So, even though the enemy will see it coming, dodging it won't be an easy task. If I had this jutsu when Kitsuchi ambushed me with those Hidden Stones village jounins, I would have slaughtered all of them in a few breaths. Vacuum infinite Gatling was a jutsu that surprised Fujin. He didn't have such great expectations from it. He was very pleased. Fujin extended his right hand and stretched his palm. He was about to try the 5th and the last vacuum jutsu he had created and mastered in the last week. Though Fujin had created several types of vacuum cores, the overall volume of each core would be quite low. However, the next jutsu was an exception. The vacuum core that formed in front of his palm was as big as a Rasengan. Since its size was the largest by a huge distance, the amount of vacuum cores it could contain was also the highest by a huge margin. A total of 729 vacuum cores formed inside the large vacuum core. Of course, creating so many vacuum cores took a long time as well and consumed a lot of Fujin's chakra. Fujin's wind chakra engulfed the vacuum core and began spinning around it rapidly, increasing its size further. Wind style, vacuum trap ball. Fujin released the ball while gathering chakra on his feet. It traveled to the center of the ground trapped between the 4 ramparts. The ball suddenly crumbled and vacuum blades were launched in every direction at a blinding speed. A staggering 729 vacuum blades were launched from the vacuum trap ball. More importantly, Fujin had no control over any of the vacuum blades. Some vacuum blades hit the ground creating more scars on the ground, some hit the 4 ramparts surrounding the ground causing all of them to collapse, some flew into the sky and killed a couple of unlucky birds and dispersed after traveling a long distance. One vacuum blade also flew to exactly where Fujin was standing. Fortunately, he was prepared ever since he almost lost his life when he tried the jutsu the first time. He immediately moved to his left as the vacuum blade flew past his previous location. However, soon after, he had to jump because the rampart he was standing on collapsed. As he landed on the ground and was engulfed in dust, Fujin thought, I didn't think applying this technique to the vacuum blade jutsu in this manner would result in such a ridiculous result. I'd have named it the vacuum Big Bang Jutsu if I could control the vacuum blades inside it. Anyway, for the time being, this name suits it perfectly. Who'd expect that small ball to create such devastation? The core of vacuum blade is quite similar to the core of vacuum wave. It is flexible in shape. As a result, I could create elongated cores which kept coiling around the center in the larger vacuum core. Since the core is outside my body, I don't need to be considerate about its size. Due to these two factors, I could fit in a ridiculous amount of vacuum cores inside it. That said, though the jutsu is very strong, it does have a few limitations. The speed of the jutsu before it explodes and unleashes the vacuum blades isn't fast enough. If someone is alarmed and moves a long distance away, then they can dodge it just like I did. Another issue is the amount of time needed to create it. My enemy will have a chance to attack me multiple times while I am creating it. Fortunately, I can move around freely while creating it. Another issue is that I can be hit by the jutsu as well, meaning that I can't let it explode very close to me. Of course, in a battle, using this level of jutsu isn't practical. If I fail to hit, then the amount of chakra wastage would be unjustified as well. The only way I can use it is by reducing the number of vacuum cores inside it significantly. The real usage of this jutsu is using it as a suicide attack or a trap. If my clones use this jutsu like a Rasengan and try to slam it into my enemy, he will be dead even if he defends or barely dodges the ball. Another possible usage is using it like a trap. Though I can't control the vacuum blades after the ball explodes, the ball itself is very stable. If I conceal the ball and store it stably, then it can become a deadly trap. A mischievous grin appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, imagine if someone broke into my house. They'll first have to worry about the ridiculous amount of seals there. And if they somehow make it inside, they'll be welcomed by a few hundred or a few thousand vacuum blades. The thought made Fujin chuckle. He thought, unfortunately, it would also destroy my house. So it is better to avoid it. That said, bases outside the village are a fair game. After all, I can build as many as I want. It only takes a little bit of time. If I can succeed in sealing this jutsu, then it'll be a good trap against any invaders. Fujin took a deep breath and took a look at the collapsed ramparts. The training ground was a mess once again. Fujin thought, it's time to switch my attention back to Flying Thunder God. I also need to analyze those two curse seals that Denzo uses on root ninjas and need to create my own curse seal. Fujin sighed and thought, it's been a long time since I have been working on Flying Thunder God jutsu. It's time to completely master it. Until I'm done, I won't be taking any missions or doing any task that will require a lot of time. Fujin resolved himself. He fixed the training ground, creating the 4 large ramparts once again for future training. Once he was done, he focused entirely on his training, detaching himself from the other happenings in the ninja world. Chapter 469, 3 months later. Huff 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 deep breathing sounds were heard in the basement. A 15-year-old youngster was on his knees, his hand resting against a pillar. His body was covered in sweat. His chakra was exhausted. It looked like he was barely hanging on. However, contrary to his physical state, a wide smile could be seen on his face despite the fact that he was breathing heavily. Suddenly, the smile grew wider and the youngster began laughing in an unbridled manner. Ha 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 ha. The sound of deep breathing was replaced by continuous laughter. Fortunately, the basement was sealed. If he was outside, people would wonder if he had some issues. Finally, the youngster took his hand off the pillar and sat with his back resting against the pillar. He constantly switched between laughter and breathing heavily. The spot from where the youngster removed his hand had a small mark. Fujin took a few minutes to catch his breath. However, the smile was plastered on his face. He thought, I did it. I'm the 3rd person in Hidden Leaf Village and perhaps in the history of this world to master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He continued taking deep breaths while thinking, this damn jutsu. For so long I felt like I was close to learning it. It still took me 3 months to finally master it. Also, how insane was that pressure? It sapped all my chakra when I tried resisting it. Though my clones also experienced that pressure, it was far more intense for me. Why is it so? Fujin couldn't be sure. He could only guess, is it because my chakra is far greater than my clones? I doubt it. Even when my chakra decreased, the pressure didn't decrease. Besides, the clones that tried entering the void dimension didn't necessarily have the same chakra. If not chakra level, could it be because I'm a being made of flesh and blood instead of a chakra construct? Fujin felt that this was the case. Unfortunately, the scroll Hiruzen provided didn't have any information regarding this matter to verify his speculations. Fujin thought, after I enter the void dimension, I have to resist the pressure while locating the mark I want and creating a connection with that mark. Both of them take a lot of chakra. Moving through the dimension takes some chakra as well, though it isn't much. From what Obirama wrote, the amount of chakra I consume will reduce once I get used to the pressure. If I can locate the mark and teleport in an instant, then I won't have to resist any pressure. Only at that stage, this jutsu can be freely used in battle with very little chakra expenditure. Fortunately, it isn't very difficult. I'll just need to practice it a few tens of thousands of times to reach that stage. Once I do, I'll need to start working on increasing the range I can teleport. For now, I have been only practicing in the basement. My shadow clones can freely teleport to any marker in my house. This distance isn't enough to escape, but it is good enough to be a menace on the battlefield. That said, how do I practice teleporting a longer range? I can't practice it in the open. Hiruzen will notice me without the seals. I can't place seals all around the village to create hiding spots either. Even if I come up with a bullshit excuse, Hiruzen and Denzo will be suspicious and investigate further. Should I openly claim that I have mastered this jutsu? Fujin thought for a bit and shook his head. He decided, no, I am planning some crazy things to do in the future. I might need the Flying Thunder God in if I need to escape. If it is common knowledge that I know this jutsu, then it'll become very easy to link it to me. Though I'm not scared, it'll be a huge headache if Akatsuki and enemy Kage begin targeting me openly. If that happens, I'm not sure if Hiruzen or Tsunade would support me if those things come to light. Regardless, such obstructions will slow down my plans considerably. It's best to keep it a secret. If I have to use it, everyone who sees me using it has to die. But, if I keep it hidden, how do I train it? Fujin was in a dilemma. He placed his chin on his hands and thought while he was staring at the ground. Suddenly, he realized, wait a minute. I just need space to teleport. Why does it have to be on land? I have to think in terms of altitude, or rather, depth. I'll just practice underground. To start with, I'll dig a hole and cover it in seals to prevent anyone from detecting it. I can go as deep as the temperature allows me to. It'll allow me to increase my range considerably. Once I increase the range to beyond a few hundred meters, I can just go to the wall around the village and teleport my shadow clones outside. They can move some distance away from the village and practice longer range teleportations. That should do. If I still face any issues, then I can only go to Mount Mutki and practice there. Fujin was satisfied with his training plan. However, there was one thing still on his mind that he couldn't get rid of. He thought, why was the pressure on me in the void dimension so high? Also, what happens if I can't resist it? My clones get dispelled once they can't resist it. But they are chakra constructs while I'm a living being. Will I be killed by the pressure? But if there is such a huge risk, why didn't Obirama or Minato mention it? Also, why didn't they use it to kill their opponents? Can't I just teleport an enemy here and wait for them to die due to the pressure? If that is the case, there should have been no one who could resist Minato and Tobirama. Even Hashirama and Madara wouldn't survive that. Perhaps only Obito and Kaguya could due to them having access to their own dimensions. However, they couldn't do that. So, what is that I am missing? Fujin thought for a long time and thought of several possible answers, but he couldn't be sure of any of them. He decided, I'll need to experiment. This is too big of a danger to ignore. Unfortunately, my clones can't help me. I'll need to take a risk to find out the truth. I need to wait until my chakra recovers. Fujin had become impatient. He wanted to uncover the truth as soon as he could. He grabbed a small bottle and consumed a pill from it. Sitting with his back against the pillar, Fujin closed his eyes and began meditating. A couple of hours later, Fujin's chakra had completely recovered. He opened his eyes and thought, this might be the most risky act one have done in this world. Probably even more risky than when Rashi fired that tailed beast bomb at me. I hope everything goes well. Fujin focused on one of the Flying Thunder God marks in the basement. A moment later, his body disappeared and entered into the void dimension. An immense pressure was applied on him and he instinctively used his chakra to defend himself. He muttered, here goes nothing. Suddenly, Fujin stopped using his chakra to defend against the pressure. His chakra reserves were still quite full. His mind was at the highest alert. He was prepared to use the chakra to defend himself once again if his body couldn't bear the pressure. To Fujin's surprise, as soon as he stopped resisting, his body was expelled out of the void dimension and he appeared at the same spot in his basement. A wry smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, no wonder they didn't say anything. We just get pushed out if we run out of chakra to resist the pressure. That's quite convenient. Now I see why this method can't be used to kill other nin. Suddenly, Fujin had another idea. He analyzed, wait, even if I can't send other ninjas to this dimension to kill them, can't I send them here just to exhaust their chakra? After all, any rank S ninja will instinctively resist the pressure. And, in a dimension where they can't see, smell, hear, feel or sense anything, they'll exert themselves to the fullest just to survive. Fujin thought for a bit before concluding, yes, this seems practical. The only issue is that this method was never used before either and isn't mentioned in the scroll. Neither Tobirama nor Minato should be stupid enough to overlook such a simple thing. I guess I'll need to find a test subject to experiment on. Chapter 470, Twisted Personality. Fujin's first thought was to use his summons to experiment. However, he quickly shook his head and decided, no, I'm still new at using this jutsu. Even though it is unlikely, if an accident happens and one of them dies, then that will be a great loss. I'll leave the village once again and find some rogue ninjas to experiment on. That said, I need to practice this jutsu a bit before going out to experiment. I'm also very close to completing that seal. I'll go out once I'm done with that task. I also need to meet up with Shigeki and actually start working on the organization. Sigh, it's been a long time since I met Shigeki. Thinking of Shigeki, a weird expression appeared on Fujin's face. Kasai Shigeki was the jounin from Hidden Valley's village whom Fujin had rescued while he was returning from the Land of Wind after completing his Anbu promotion mission. Fujin made Shigeki the first member of his non-existent organization after making some promises and lying about the organization. However, it had been a long time since he had met him. Fujin wondered, would he still be even there? It's been over 2.5 years, I won't be surprised if he left by now. Even though I promised to help him take the revenge, it won't be a surprise if he lost his patience after such a long time and left to get it himself. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, oh well, nothing I can do. It was too early to start an organization in any case. If he has left, I will just have to start over. Besides, I didn't make much effort to recruit Shigeki or spend any resources or time. So I won't be losing anything. There was nothing Fujin could do about it. The situation just didn't allow him to do much about it. Even though he could have met Shigeki after he left the Anbu, there wasn't anything for Fujin to say to him. Fujin stopped thinking about him and continued his training. The soldier pill he consumed would stay active for 5 days. And Fujin would require another couple of days of rest after that. Fujin decided that he would completely master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu for low range within these 5 days. Fujin made rapid improvements. His clones had already practiced the jutsu for sufficient time in order to ensure that he wouldn't face any danger. As a result, his main body was getting used to it rapidly as well. Every day, he became more accustomed to teleporting using the void dimension as a medium. 3 days later, Fujin's bell rang, marking the first time he was disturbed in recent days. Fujin was planning to ignore it and focus on his training, however, the bell kept ringing continuously. An annoyed expression appeared on Fujin's face. He cursed, which bastard is it? He activated his chakra field and sighed while muttering, I should have known. A shadow clone popped next to him and left the basement. He opened the door and saw an over-enthusiastic blonde boy. Naruto excitedly said, Fujin, I managed to stick the leaf to my forehead for 2 hours straight. Naruto was extremely excited. Though Fujin taught him a few wind jutsus which he had to work hard to learn, it was this exercise that was the most difficult for him to complete. Fujin's clone thought, he finally managed to do it. His speed fell considerably in this exercise. I expected him to reach this stage a month and a half ago. By comparison, he has progressed rapidly in Winjutsus. I suppose he just got bored and lost his drive. Well, not surprising considering how boring it is. Naruto said, you promised me that you'll teach me something cool after I manage to do it. Fujin's clone nodded and said, sure, but show it to me first. Naruto's expression became awkward. He asked, can't we directly begin learning it? Fujin's clone shook his head and said, it is important to have your basics right. Otherwise, major issues can happen when you try to learn what I am about to teach you. In the worst-case scenario, you will be injured and might not be able to leave the hospital for weeks. Fujin's clone's expression was extremely strict and serious. It was so serious that Naruto gulped in nervousness. He said, alright, I'll do it. The clone thought, who told you to keep ringing the bell and disturb me? Now sit in one place for another couple of hours. What the clone said was obviously bullshit. Though Naruto could get injured due to falling, it wouldn't be serious enough to even visit the hospital, let alone be admitted for several weeks. Naruto and Fujin's clone walked over to the training ground. Naruto grabbed a leaf and obediently sat down to meditate. He placed the leaf on his forehead and closed his eyes. Fujin's clone set a timer on a stopwatch and sat in front of him. 1 hour and 53 minutes later, Naruto couldn't maintain control anymore. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the stopwatch. His eyes widened as he realized that he was 7 minutes short. He looked at Fujin's clone, only to see Fujin looking back at him with a deadpan expression. Naruto became nervous and said, I really held it for 2 hours earlier. I don't know how I fell short right now. Fujin's clone sighed and said, it's fine. I guess it was a one-time thing. You'll still need some time to be able to do it every time. Naruto became dejected on hearing that. He would still have to wait for some time. Fujin's clone watched the range of emotions and panic on Naruto's face until he was satisfied. With a smile, he said, "But, this is good enough. I'll train you now." Immediately, Naruto became very happy and cheered loudly. The clone sighed internally and thought, dealing with Hiruzen and Shikaku frequently has made me weird. Since when did I begin taking pleasure out of making others feel an emotional turmoil? Fujin did take pleasure in making experienced folks like Hiruzen and Shikaku feel such turmoil. But that was different. Both were extremely experienced and shrewd. Fujin initially enjoyed it because of the challenge of achieving that and due to how stuck up those two were. However, it was different with Naruto. Naruto was the complete opposite of those two. He was naive, inexperienced and listened to Fujin obediently. So Fujin didn't expect that he'd get the same pleasure from making him experience that. Fujin's clone muttered to himself, "Those two geezers twisted my personality. Either that or perhaps because I know that Naruto will become very strong in the future as well. Sigh, whatever." Naruto broke Fujin's train of thought by asking, "What will we be learning?" Fujin's clone said, "I'll teach you how to climb trees." Now, it was Naruto's turn to watch Fujin's clone with a deadpan expression. A smirk appeared on the clone's face. Naruto complained, "I already know how to do that, believe it. Teach me something cool." Fujin's clone chuckled and asked, "Are you sure you can do it?" The clone got up and walked to a tree. To Naruto's shock, he began walking up the tree with just his feet while his hands were in his pockets. He soon stood upside down on a branch and asked, "Is this cool enough?" Naruto immediately nodded repeatedly and said, "Super cool. How did you do it?" Fujin's clone answered, "To do this, you have to release chakra from the bottom of your feet. Use the chakra to stick to the tree. Then you can climb on trees like I did. Try it." Naruto immediately released chakra from his feet and tried climbing on the tree. Needless to say, his feet slipped and he fell to the ground. Fujin's clone chuckled and said, "It's not that easy. The chakra you release from your feet has to be an exact amount. If it is too little, your feet will slip and you'll fall down. If it is too much, you'll damage the trunk and won't be able to continue walking up. So, it requires very good chakra control. That is why I had you do the leaf concentration exercise until you could reach 2 hours." Naruto nodded and said, "Alright, I'll try it." Fujin's clone stopped sticking to the branch and dropped to the ground. He made a hand seal and slammed his hands to the ground. Immediately, some changes happened on the surface, but nothing much happened. Naruto looked at Fujin's clone with confusion. Fujin's clone said, "I have softened the ground. So, even if you fall, you won't be hurt much. Keep training under this tree for the next half an hour. I'll teach you something else as well today." Naruto immediately became excited and continued trying to climb up the tree. Chapter 471, A New Path for Naruto. For the next half an hour, Naruto kept trying to climb the tree and consistently kept falling to the ground. Thanks to Fujin's clone, the ground was quite soft. So Naruto was barely hurt, if at all. Fujin's clone looked at Naruto and thought, "I had initially planned to teach Naruto the 4 basic wind jutsus to get some inspiration from him for the wind domain. After all, he is very unconventional and usually comes up with crazy ideas. That said, my wind domain is more or less ready now. Jounins won't have any chance of survival if they enter my wind domain. Elite Jounins will struggle as well and are very unlikely to survive. Only if they have excellent defense and are able to move instinctively, they will be able to survive. Only rank S ninjas are difficult to kill. But once I manage to integrate vacuum blade jutsu into my wind domain, they won't be able to rest easy either. As such, there is no longer much need to push Naruto in this direction. That said, there is no harm in doing so either. Maybe he'll give me a surprise. Even if that isn't the case, it'll be interesting to see how Naruto does with this technique at his disposal." Fujin had been very careful while teaching Naruto. Unlike others, he knew how scary Naruto's potential was. If he trained Naruto seriously, the majority of the plot would have changed completely. However, within limits, Fujin was curious to see how Naruto would grow when he had a few more options. After all, until Naruto met Jiraiya, his jutsu repertoire was extremely pathetic. He only knew the transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu and the shadow clone jutsu. The only thing he could do was leverage his vast chakra reserves, spam the shadow clone jutsu and use ordinary taijutsu along with shurikens and kunai. Only after he learnt the summoning jutsu and the Rasengan, did he gain more variety. However, even that was extremely limited. By comparison, Fujin knew close to 100 jutsus. And, he was still far inferior in this aspect when compared to the likes of Orochimaru, Hiruzen or Kakashi. While knowing more jutsus didn't mean that they used all the jutsus or that all jutsus would be strong, It allowed them to choose the jutsus that suited them the most. In addition, there could be circumstances where a particular jutsu or a particular element was extremely effective. In such instances, having a range of jutsus was extremely effective. Naruto, despite his insane chakra reserves, didn't have this advantage until the very end. After Naruto fell for the umpteenth time, Fujin's clone said, "That's enough for today. You can keep practicing this later on. Come here." Naruto immediately got up and rushed towards Fujin's clone. While he was interested in climbing on the tree, he was more interested in knowing what new technique Fujin wanted to teach him again. Fujin's clone said, "Naruto, display the 4 jutsus I taught you so far." Naruto was confused, but he did so without any questions. He weaved a few hand signs and pushed his right palm forward. A gentle breeze was released from his palm. He grabbed a few wooden shurikens and threw them into the air and quickly made a few hand seals. He was able to change their direction 40 degrees to the right and once again changed it 20 degrees to the left before the shurikens collided with a tree. He then displayed wind levitation jutsu by making a few leaves and small stones levitate and then used wind retrieving jutsu to pull some leaves towards himself and catch a couple of them. He looked at Fujin's clone with a proud expression and said, "I told you I'll master them, believe it." Fujin's clone nodded and said, "You did well. However, these are only the basics. You should continue practicing them, but practice them in these ways." Naruto was confused. Fujin's clone instructed, "Place a few wooden shurikens around 5 meters away." Naruto followed his instruction and returned to his side. Fujin's clone said, "Now use the wind levitation jutsu and make them float." Naruto weaved hand signs and shouted, "Wind levitation jutsu!" Immediately, the 6 wooden shurikens began levitating a couple of feet above the ground. Fujin's clone instructed, "Now use the gale jutsu exactly on the shurikens. Force them to move forward like you have thrown them." Naruto began weaving the hand signs for the gale jutsu. However, by the time he had completed them, the shurikens dropped to the ground. Naruto complained, "That is very difficult. How can I keep them floating if I have to weave hand signs for gale jutsu?" Fujin's clone replied, "With the training of course. Watch." For the sake of showing it to Naruto, Fujin's clone weaved hand signs while saying, "From here onwards, you should practice these jutsus until you can do this. First, use the wind levitation jutsu to make the shurikens float in the air." The shurikens on the ground began levitating once again. Fujin's clone quickly used the gale jutsu and blew the shurikens away and said, "Then use the gale jutsu to make the shurikens fly away at a fast speed and control them with the projectile control jutsu." He quickly changed the hand seals and then began using the projectile control jutsu to control the path of the wooden shurikens. Finally, he changed hand seals one last time and caused the wooden shurikens to fly back towards him. He grabbed the shurikens and added, and lastly, used the wind retrieving jutsu to grab the shurikens. Naruto watched with astonishment as Fujin flawlessly switched between the 4 jutsus. However, remembering what he had seen Fujin do with the wind previously, Naruto wasn't that surprised anymore. He still exclaimed, "That was so cool." Fujin's clone said, "From here onwards, you'll do 3 things. The first is to try and climb the tree without using your hands. That'll improve your chakra control and allow you to move more freely during a fight. As for the wind jutsus I just showed you, you'll divide them into 2 parts. The first part is using wind levitation and gale jutsus one after another. And the second is using projectile control jutsu and wind retrieving jutsu one after another. Once you are able to do those jutsus in pairs, you can't try doing all 4 together at the same time like I did. You can even change the order in which you use them if you feel that it would make the combination stronger. Training just one thing would be boring and monotonous." Hence, Fujin's clone decided to give 3 training routines to Naruto. Naruto immediately nodded. He couldn't wait to try using all 4 jutsus at the same time. Fujin's clone added, "In order to progress faster, you have to follow another rule from now on. While pranking others, you are not allowed to use just one of these 4 jutsus. Instead, you have to use at least 2 of them one after the other." Naruto nodded and said, "Alright. I'll prank everyone with 2 jutsus, believe it." Fujin's clone chuckled and said, "Go easy while pranking civilians. If you are pranking your teachers, then it's fine to go all out. If they aren't a challenge, you can even try using your pranks on Lord Hokage. If you can prank him successfully, then you would have made a huge progress towards your goal." The clone had a gentle smile on his face. Naruto's eyes sparkled and said, "Alright, I'll do that." The clone laughed in his mind while thinking, "I haven't messed with Hiruzen much in the last 3 months. I am not sure if I'll get many opportunities in the future. It's time I pass the baton to Naruto. Can't let the poor old man feel lonely." The clone added, "You can't leave and train by yourself, Naruto. I'll be a bit busy and will be heading out of the village soon. Master walking up the tree by the time I return. I'll teach you another cool trick when I return." Naruto was even more excited. He thanked Fujin and left. As Naruto left, the clone analyzed, though these 4 basic jutsus won't increase his strength considerably, if he manages to use these 4 jutsus simultaneously at will, then his control over the wind will go far beyond what a Genin, or perhaps even a Chunin can have. It forms the perfect base to learn the more complicated wind jutsus easily in the future. It'll be interesting to see how The clone suddenly received a set of memories. A grin appeared on his face as he thought, it's about damn time. The clone disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Inside his basement, Fujin received the same memories as well. For the first time in 3 days, he stopped training the Flying Thunder God Jutsu for a reason other than running out of chakra. Chapter 472, Phantom Seal. Fujin stared at a seal in front of him. It was created by the shadow clone who dispelled himself and sent everyone the memories. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, the curse seal is finally complete. The cursed seal was shaped like a windmill, with several symbols in it. Fujin thought, though I hadn't seen either of the seals before, studying it wasn't difficult as they were made of familiar symbols. The difficult part was learning how Denzo could create an imprint to ensure that others couldn't remove his seals. Fortunately, I managed to get a hang of it a week ago. I guess that's another reason to be thankful to Denzo, hee. Denzo's help allowed Fujin to raise his wind vacuum technique to a whole new level. And now, he had also helped Fujin improve his Jutsu. Fujin's smile faded as he thought, unfortunately, while I can apply the curse seal at will, I can't apply my imprint at will. I can only do so if the one I'm planting the curse seal on doesn't resist. If there wasn't this flaw, then Fuinjutsu Grandmasters would have been the strongest ninjas in the elemental nations. It'd be stronger than any KK Genkai. In fact, I doubt even the Mangekyo would be comparable to this ability. Fortunately, I don't need to inform the target about the abilities of this seal. As long as I have his or her consent and they don't resist, I can apply it to them. So it shouldn't be an issue for me to apply it to my subordinates. Not to mention, I can also add it to seals I place in any bases I create in the future. It'll increase their defenses considerably. Anyway, coming back to the seal, it has all the functions of Denzo's 2 seals in addition to a few more functions that I added. I also changed the structure and used a different method to construct them so that no one would be able to connect those 2 seals to each other. Of course, without anyone constraining me, my seal is far more powerful than what Denzo uses on the root ninjas. Unlike Denzo, Fujin didn't intend to use 2 different seals. Instead, he had merged the 2 seals into one, but the seal was still made of 2 different parts. The first part was similar to the Cursed Tongue Eradication seal. It would detect whether the ninja had any thoughts of divulging secrets of the organization. If the ninja ever tried to put those thoughts into action, the seal would activate and paralyze him. The only difference was that, unlike Denzo, it would alert Fujin that the seal was activated. In addition, it would also allow him to locate the position where the seal was. Of course, it wasn't a godly ability and was instead an application of the Flying Thunder God mark. As such, Fujin could only locate the position if it was within the range Fujin could detect it. During the 3 months of training, Fujin's range of detection had increased from 15 kilometers to 80 kilometers. His space-time sensing technique's range had also increased from 4.5 kilometers to 12 kilometers. As such, it was far superior to Fujin's chakra field. Regardless, for the time being, Fujin wouldn't be able to detect the location of the seal if it went off in the land of rivers while he was in Hidden Leaf Village. Once the seal was activated, the paralyzed person would stay paralyzed until Fujin decided to stop it or if another Grandmaster or someone who knew how to stop it helped him out. Of course, even if the Grandmaster helped him, the seal would reform, not allowing any information to be leaked. The second part was even more strengthened. Unlike Denzo's seal, which was activated only when it detected foreign yin chakra, Fujin added another feature. Not only would it activate when a foreign yin chakra tries to infiltrate the brain, but it would also activate if a Grandmaster tried to remove the first part of the seal. While the seal couldn't be removed thanks to Fujin's imprint, Fujin had left a small portion of the seal unprotected by his imprint. It was still extremely complicated, implying that only a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster could successfully remove it. As soon as that portion of the seal was destroyed, the second part of the seal would attack the Grandmaster in a similar way Fujin was attacked when he tried reading the memories of the root ninja he killed. In addition, it would also transfer a Flying Thunder God mark onto that person, allowing me to hunt down that person later on. On the other hand, if someone tried reading his memories, the effect would be very similar. The enemy will be attacked while the seal will destroy the brain of the one who bears this seal, killing him or her in the process. However, there were 2 big differences. The first one was that the second seal also contained Fujin's Flying Thunder God mark. As such, he would be able to teleport to every ninja who had this seal once his range increased. And secondly, Enemy Yin Chakra wasn't the only condition to activate the seal, killing the ninja in the process. Fujin could activate the seal at will. The life of every person in his organization would be in Fujin's hands. If Denzo could have his way, he would have added this ability to the seals as well. Unfortunately for him, even though he had full control over the route, he still had to adhere to certain limits. Hiruzen watched over his actions. Creating such a seal was something Hiruzen would never allow. Even if Hiruzen allowed it, as long as others learned of it, every clan in Hidden Leaf Village would have been in an open rebellion. Either the two of them would have been overthrown or the village would have collapsed. Luckily for Fujin, he didn't have any such constraints. Unless one of his subordinates became a grandmaster in Fuin Jutsu, they wouldn't even be aware of the fact that Fujin could kill them with a thought. Of course, Fujin had no intention of being a tyrant like Denzo or Orochimaru. He had only added that ability to take out any spies or traitors. He didn't intend to force the members to do something that went completely against their will. There was another major difference between Fujin's and Denzo's seals. Denzo's cursed tongue eradication seal was visible on the tongues of root ninjas while his other seal was hidden. In the case of Fujin's seal, both parts of his seal were hidden. As such, an enemy was extremely unlikely to discover the seal before the first part was activated. The second part was even more difficult to detect as it was further hidden by the first part of the seal. Unless someone managed to remove a part of the seal, it wasn't possible to understand what was hidden. However, if someone managed to do so, they would activate the second part of the seal, making it impossible to study it. Not to mention, the seal had Fujin's imprint. So only the part of the seal that Fujin had purposefully not protected by the imprint could be removed, and it wouldn't be sufficient for anyone to study the second part of the seal. In all, it was quite an effective and disgusting seal. It was an extremely effective seal for ensuring discipline and maintaining control in an organization. And, it was disgusting for anyone trying to undo the seal. It was filled with several traps. Once Fujin's Flying Thunder God's range improved, he could directly send shadow clones who had prepared Rankes jutsus to the location of the seal and destroy anyone who had captured his subordinates and was trying to undo the seal. Fujin was extremely pleased with the seal. He had worked quite hard to cover all aspects he wanted to. He spent a couple of hours making an imprint of the new seal. He looked at his left palm where the new seal imprint was created and thought, this seal. I'll call it the Phantom Seal. It will be the sign of every member of my organization. It will also go well with the name I have thought of. Fujin smiled and muttered, the name of my alliance will be. Chapter 473, Phantom Haven Society. Fujin smiled and muttered, the name of my alliance will be Phantom Haven Society. During the last 3 months, whenever Fujin wasn't training, he had spent a lot of time thinking about what to do with the organization. His reasons for creating the organization were extremely selfish. Fujin desperately needed a better way of getting information. Hidden Leaf Village was obviously very good at it, however, Fujin had no control over it. Jiraiya's information network was the most famous, but all his findings would only be reported to Hiruzen. Hiruzen would only share the information with Fujin if saw any need to. Otherwise, Fujin wouldn't be able to access any information at all. Denzo had his spy network as well, but he didn't even share his findings with Hiruzen unless he had something to gain from it. Fujin had no chance of getting access to it. The only information network Fujin had access to was Anbu's information network. Even though he wasn't a part of the Anbu anymore, Fujin could still access it and did so every once in a while. However, once again, the information was filtered by the Anbu commander. Information could still be hidden from Fujin. Not to mention, there were limitations. If Fujin discovered some important information and decided to do something about it, it would be child's play for Hiruzen to link the related events to Fujin. If Fujin did something that harmed Hidden Leaf Village's interests, it would strain his relationship with Hiruzen and Hiruzen could restrict his access to intelligence. As a result, having his own organization that gathered information would be very helpful to Fujin. Another aspect was gaining some capable subordinates. While Fujin wasn't very interested in this aspect initially as he preferred to rely on his own strength, he realized the importance of having capable subordinates when he was trying to study Zankaku's dead body. If he had a subordinate like Kabuto, he could leave the task to him. Even without someone as capable as Kabuto, having a few ninjas who specialized in medical ninjutsu could have helped Fujin a lot. As a result, if Fujin could raise some capable subordinates in each field through such an organization, it could make his life quite easier. Though it was unlikely that Fujin could raise rank as ninjas before the start of the Fourth Great War, especially considering the fact that Fujin would be spending most of his time in Hidden Leaf Village, the organization had the potential to flourish once a power vacuum was created after Akatsuki's destruction and death of the majority of the ninjas in the next Great Ninja War. Though Fujin hadn't completely planned out what he would do after the war, having this option would give him a lot of options and flexibility. Unfortunately, all these reasons were extremely selfish. Who would like to be a part of an organization if these reasons were listed? So, Fujin needed a noble purpose and a dream. A purpose that people would be passionate to follow. A dream that people would be willing to give their lives up to achieve. Thankfully, in the current world, it wasn't difficult to come up with a good reason. After all, the world was a complete mess. Only the major and the minor villages enjoyed long periods of peace in between wars. The people who didn't live there had an extremely difficult life. It would only take one unfortunate event for them to die or lose their family members and fall into misery. In addition, Fujin knew the reason behind Akatsuki's formation. He knew what Orochimaru did. He knew how Hidden Leaf Village depended on the will of fire to rile everyone. He knew how Denzo trained the root ninjas. So, he wasn't lacking in knowledge. The only question was whether Fujin could utilize the knowledge properly and implement the right plans. Fujin muttered, I finalized almost every detail I could think of. I hope I didn't forget anything and what I thought of is sufficient to start it. Though Fujin planned a lot, he was still not sure about whether he would succeed. After all, he had never tried anything like that. He decided to stop being worried about it and focused on his training once again. 4 days later, Fujin accepted a bunch of elimination missions and began heading towards the land of grass. Unlike the last time, Fujin didn't intend to use the bandits as test subjects for practicing memory reading. As a result, he moved very quickly while eliminating every bandit camp in his path. He continued the slaughter until he ran into a trio of rogue ninjas who were on his hit list as well. In the middle of the forest, 3 middle-aged rogue ninjas were facing Fujin. All 3 looked quite similar to each other in terms of facial features. Their headbands showed that they were formerly from the Land of Rain. One of them said, Big brother. It looks like Hidden Leaf Village is now sending kids against us. Another added, Hidden Leaf Village has been trying to hunt us for 3 years. It's about time that we make them regret, ha ha ha. Fujin looked at the 3 of them like they were retards and thought, they are from Hidden Rain. I wonder whether Nagato has already killed Hanzo. Oh well, time to see how it goes. The 3 grabbed their kunais. The oldest one among them walked forward towards Fujin and asked, Are you scared br? Before he could complete his question, Fujin disappeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, the rogue ninja's arms also disappeared. It happened so quickly that he didn't even feel pain and just saw a red line. When he looked at his arms, he was horrified to see both of them sliced clean. A horrifying scream escaped his throat. It scared away some of the animals and birds around that place. The remaining 2 rogue ninjas were just as shocked. Before they could react, both were in the same state. In fact, Fujin went a step further and cut off their legs as well to prevent them from trying to run away. They began screaming in horror as well. Neither of them expected such a result. They looked up to see Fujin standing next to the first guy he attacked. This time, Fujin no longer seemed like a youngster in their eyes. Instead, he seemed like a terrifying and bloodthirsty demon. Their screams began desperate as they apologized and begged for mercy. However, Fujin ignored them. He had already sensed the area and there was no ninja in the vicinity. He didn't care how loudly they shouted. Fujin thought, it's not bad to be ignorant, but people should at least stay aware of the reality. Don't go around threatening someone if you don't know who that person is. Though they would have still died, perhaps it would have been a little less dreadful. The first rogue ninja looked at Fujin and asked in terror, Who are you? What do you want? Fujin didn't say anything and instead placed his palm on his chest. In an instant, the rogue ninja disappeared from the land of fire and appeared in a void dimension. However, a moment later, he was ejected and appeared in front of Fujin once again. A frown formed on Fujin's face as he analyzed, his chakra didn't decrease at all. On second thought, he barely stayed in that dimension for even a moment. I didn't seal his chakra because I wanted to experiment with this idea. But why did nothing happen? Though he is barely at the tuned-in level, his chakra is still higher than some of my shadow clones when they tried entering the void dimension. So, it shouldn't be a matter of strength. Is he so terrified that he can't resist? Or is he incapable of resisting for some reason? Fujin couldn't be sure. He sent the rogue ninja into the void dimension several times, but the result was still the same. Finally, he applied the self-cursing seal on the rogue ninja and began reading his memories. He realized, I see. It's not that he didn't try to resist. Rather, he did it and was still expelled from that dimension. Even with his chakra, he couldn't resist the pressure at all. That said, it isn't the issue with the amount of chakra. I guess only the ones who have some level of mastery of the space-time technique can resist the pressure. I guess using this to drain chakra of enemies isn't possible either. A shame. Fujin read his remaining memories before knocking him out. He tried sending the second rogue ninja to the void dimension as well, but the result was the same. He knocked him out as well after reading his memories. The third one was ejected as well. However, Fujin wanted to do one more experiment. Chapter 474, One Person, 3 identities. I kinda underestimated the amount of work that would be needed to create an organization. As a result, quite a few chapters were needed to complete it. Going by the comments, not just the recent ones, I can see that there are many who don't want an organization. Unfortunately, this organization is something that I had decided on very early on while creating the plot and will be playing a very important role in the future events. So, it isn't something I could change without completely messing the plot that I have planned out. For the ones who aren't very interested in organization building, I'd recommend taking a break for a couple of weeks and just reading briefly through it. Can continue from CHP 486. Would honestly prefer if the comments section isn't again filled with asking me to skip past this arc, as it is extremely discouraging for a writer to see that in every arc. Secondly, my chapter length on average is 1.5k words. I do go around 1.7 to 1.8k in some rare cases, however it is extremely draining for me to do so regularly. Even maintaining the 1.5k words per chapter is extremely taxing to do. If such a chapter length is a turn off for you, I can only recommend reading every other day so that you can read 2 chapters in one go. If that's not cool either, then unfortunately there isn't much I can do about it. Apologies for not being able to live up to what your expectations are. Fujin held the ninja and entered the void dimension along with him. Once again, he felt the pressure. He used his chakra to resist it. At the same time, he also used his chakra to help the rogue ninja resist it. The rogue ninja was finally able to stay in the void dimension. He was confused as he couldn't sense anything at all for a second. It was as if all his senses had been shut down. After verifying, Fujin stopped resisting and immediately returned back to the land of fire. He didn't want to exhaust a major chunk of his chakra for no reason. He analyzed, the scroll was right. I need to help whoever I bring into the void dimension resist the pressure there. Of course, once my speed of teleporting increases, I won't need to resist pressure as I can complete the process in an instant. That said, bringing others with me will increase chakra consumption. The additional chakra I'll need will depend on the number of people I'm teleporting, their chakra levels and whether they are resisting or not. Teleporting a tailed beast that doesn't want to be teleported will likely be impossible for the time being. Sigh, how much chakra did Minato have to teleport the complete Kurama? Fujin stopped thinking about it. There was no point in comparing himself with Minato. After all, Minato was already dead while he was still alive and kicking. He looked at the 3 rogue ninjas in front of him. Though he was done experimenting with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, there was still another experiment he wanted to carry out. Fujin applied the Phantom Seal on the 3 of them and tested it out to confirm that there was no issue with the seal. After some time, Fujin thought, alright, it looks like there are no issues with the seal. Now, time to test the kill switch. Fujin made the confrontation hand seal and activated the 3 seals. In an instant, the brains of the 3 rogue ninjas were destroyed. Fujin nodded in satisfaction and followed up with his usual ritual of destroying and cremating the dead bodies and burying the ashes deep in the ground so that even Edo Tensei wouldn't be able to revive them. He continued the journey. He completed the missions he had accepted within a couple of days while also testing out the Phantom Seal on the rogue ninjas he was supposed to eliminate. Needless to say, he had also left hundreds of Flying Thunder God marks between Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Grass. Instead of returning to the village, he moved south and headed past the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain to move towards the Land of Rivers. En route, Fujin changed his appearance to that of Shiden, the identity that he had used when he met Shigeki. He thought, I overlooked one aspect earlier. I was initially planning on using this Shiden identity to fight under disguise. However, Shiden will be the leader of the Phantom Haven Society. If my targets link Shiden to the Phantom Haven Society, then it will be destroyed in no time, wasting all the time and effort I'd be spending on it. It means that I can't use this identity for those purposes. I'll need a 3rd identity as well. That identity will mostly fight with the lightning element. In that case, what should I use to fight while I'm Shiden? Fujin fell into deep thought. While he had learnt a range of jutsus, there was only so much he could hide while still maintaining his strength. Fujin thought for a while before sighing and deciding, there are very few options. I can't use my vacuum jutsu. That is a dead giveaway. Even with lightning, I'll have to avoid overlaps and I can't use the same fighting style. It means that I can't use my strongest jutsus and my most effective tricks. Flying Thunder God is also out of the question. Hiruzen will link it to me. Even if he dies, I'm not sure if he told anyone about giving me this jutsu. If Shikaku knows, he can link it as well. However, once my range increases, I can pretend to be using reverse summoning to get away, and I can do so with all 3 identities. Without wind and lightning style, my swords won't be very effective either. However, using chakra flow should be fine. That said, I'll need new swords for Shiden and a 3rd identity, especially for the 3rd identity. I wonder if that noble in the Land of Frost still has that chakra metal sword. His family's book on the incomplete research about merging wind and water to create ice KK Genkai has been useless to me so far. Oh well, guess I'll steal it later. If he doesn't have it, then I'll have to pay a visit to the Land of Iron, either to make new swords or steal old ones. If I had created a KK Genkai, then I could have given it to this identity. After all, it is unlikely that an elemental KK Genkai will add much to my strength. If I had the Swift or Scorch KK Genkai, then I could have used them to enhance Shijin's power. Unfortunately, I don't have either of them. Anyway, without all these options, I guess the only thing that is left is Fu-in Jutsu. After all, my fire and earth elements kinda suck. Though I am known to be a grandmaster in Fu-in Jutsu, not many know what my skills are. As long as I don't use the explosion seals I used against Juzo and Kakazu, it'll be hard to link it to me. I can use the self-cursing seal and the chakra suppression seal liberally in my fight to restrict my opponents. Those will be the main skills of Shiden. Of course, that will be backed by my speed and strength. I'll use the body flicker jutsu for movement. For defense, I'll use barriers along with iron skin jutsu and earth wall jutsu. I'll use the samurai saber techniques with my swords once I get new ones. Perhaps I should add a fire jutsu for an AO attack. I suppose searing migraine jutsu should be sufficient. Using some ganjutsu is fine as long as I avoid the bringer of darkness and wind style ganjutsu. This should allow me to deal with elite jounins with some ease. As for stronger rank S ninjas, I can only hope to fend them off with Fu-in Jutsu and make the fight a stalemate. Without Assassin's Rush Jutsu, I won't be able to get an advantage in speed. However, unless I'm facing the Raikage, I doubt anyone could use speed to defeat me either. That said, with so many restrictions, it's best if I don't fight with Shiden identity. Especially against the ones I have already or will fight in the future. I'll only fight if the base is at risk. Even then, I'll hide behind a large number of seals and use them in the fight. The only reason for me to display my strength should be if an unruly rank S was raised through the Phantom Haven Society. Though I can use the Phantom Seal to suppress such a person, I don't want to follow the Hyuga model. Though effective in maintaining control, it is terrible in terms of morale and mentality. No matter how loyal, no one would want to place their lives in the hands of others. Fujin understood clearly that the real effects of the Phantom Seal should never be exposed to anyone. As for suppressing a rank S that might arise in the future, Fujin wasn't concerned. After all, he was still growing as well. The Phantom Haven Society wouldn't be able to raise a rank S ninja out of thin air. By the time such a ninja appeared, Fujin believed that his own strength would be at an entirely different level. Engrossed in his thoughts, Fujin, using Shiden's disguise, entered the Land of Rivers and moved towards the cave where he had left Shigeki. He couldn't help but wonder if Shigeki was still waiting or had already left. Chapter 475, A Capable Subordinate, 1. Moving at a rapid speed, Fujin reached close to the cave where Fujin had carved seals to create a safe hideout for Shigeki. When he was 12 kilometers from the cave, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. He thought, though I'm not sure it is him, I can sense a disturbance in the space-time field. If it is him, then I'll be impressed. To have such perseverance. I got lucky in being able to recruit such a good subordinate so easily. Gaining a capable person to handle matters when he wasn't present was important for the organization's ability to survive and become stronger. It was the reason why Fujin made a move when he got the chance. Though Fujin couldn't visit him since then, that also served a purpose. It allowed Fujin to test his character and perseverance. After all, Fujin was the one who saved his life and gave him an opportunity to get revenge for his family. While this wasn't something Fujin did intentionally, he wouldn't reject the observations he gained due to it. As he reached closer, Fujin could finally sense the chakra signature. Behind the mask, his smile grew wider. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Shigeki looked outside and wondered, someone is able to sense me despite the seals in the cave? He immediately became alert. It was the first time someone had sensed him inside the cave. At the same time, he became hopeful and wondered, has the Lord returned? Shigeki hoped that was the case. However, he prepared himself for a battle as well. While Shigeki wouldn't stand out if placed in a strong village like Hidden Leaf Village, in a minor village, he was ranked quite highly. After training continuously for nearly 3 years, his confidence had grown. Very soon, Fujin appeared in front of the cave and entered it. On entering, he saw Shigeki in front of him. Shigeki immediately recognized him. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "It's good to see you again, Lord Shiden." Fujin nodded and said, "Drop the Lord. It's good to see that you are still here, Shigeki. I'm impressed that you haven't left." On hearing the command to drop Lord, Shigeki sighed in relief. It wasn't anyone in disguise nor had his savior's nature changed over the last 3 years. Shigeki said, "You saved my life and gave me an opportunity. I won't break my promise unless you do something that goes against my beliefs. Fujin nodded and said, good. Shigeki asked, if I may ask, can you tell me why you didn't appear for so long? While he did wait patiently, he couldn't help but think that Shiden had abandoned plans to build a branch there and hence hadn't come to visit him. Had he been strong enough to get his revenge, he might not have waited. Fujin nodded and said, it was a test. Shigeki was surprised. He asked, a test? Fujin replied, yes. It served two purposes. The first purpose was to test your nature. If you had left during this time, then it would have implied that you are ungrateful and don't stick to your words. I wouldn't want someone like that in our organization. The second purpose was to test your perseverance. You were too weak to avenge your family back then. This time in isolation was the perfect environment for you to train yourself. I will need to check whether you have stayed true to yourself and your family and use this time well. Then I'll judge how you performed in this parameter. Shigeki was surprised. At the same time, he was relieved and thought, luckily, I didn't leave and kept training all the time. Shigeki nodded and said, alright. I hope I don't disappoint you. Can you tell me more about the organization? Fujin shook his head and said, first, I'll need to see your strength. I'll then decide what your role will be and what you should know. Shigeki was surprised. He asked, should we fight here? Fujin shook his head once again and said, no. Though this place is decently hidden, a fight here can attract attention if someone is passing by. This is your first task for the organization. Identify a place in the land of rivers that is so remote that no one would visit there even by accident. Also, the place has to be large enough to house hundreds of people and have a lot of space for training, sparring and other activities. Shigeki was surprised by Fujin's words and realized, he plans on building a base. He thought for a bit and said, I do know a couple of such locations. Fujin said, choose one and lead the way. Shigeki thought for a couple of minutes before saying, alright, follow me. Shigeki began moving. Fujin followed him. The two moved around a couple of 100 meters, traveling past dozens of rivers. Finally, they entered a location that didn't have any rivers at all. Instead, there was an extremely deep and large valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. Standing on the edge, Shigeki said, no one in this country ever travels inside this valley. It has an extremely high number of deadly wild animals. Hence, normal people don't dare to enter. As a result, our ninjas never receive any missions to this place. Also, since there aren't any rivers nearby, there are no settlements for dozens of kilometers around this valley either. Another advantage is that there are no trade routes near this area. The closest trading route is the one between Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Valleys Village, and even that is 37 kilometers away. Fujin thought for a bit and nodded. The location was excellent. Even if there were human settlements around the valley itself was extremely huge and deep, making sensors more or less useless unless they decided to venture in deep. In addition, the valley was covered in mist, blocking sight. As a result, even if a fight happened in the valley, it wasn't possible for anyone to see any flashes. Fujin asked, is this valley always covered in mist? Shigeki nodded. Fujin asked, did Hidden Valleys Village investigate the valley in the past? Shigeki replied, yes. We did it sometime after the end of the First Great Ninja War. We were hoping to find some resources in the valley. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything worth considerable value to create a base in the valley. It has pretty much been abandoned since then. The only usage this valley sees is if Hidden Sand Village or Hidden Leaf Village are trying to sneak troops to the other side during a war. Even then, they mostly stay on the edges as it provides sufficient cover in any case. Fujin nodded and inquired about some more details, such as the wildlife and the presence of any poisonous species. Once he was satisfied, he said, alright, this should be good enough. Let's go. Fujin began moving down the slope. The slope wasn't very steep, so normal people could still climb out if they went in as long as no wild animals attacked them. For Fujin and Shigeki, it wasn't worth mentioning. Shigeki followed Fujin and asked, where are we heading inside the valley? A smile formed behind Fujin's mask as he said, to the deepest point obviously. Shigeki was surprised. The valley was surrounded by tall mountains. Compared to the edges, the deepest point of the valley was almost 1.5 kilometers deep. If it was a flat surface, then the deepest point would be around 10 kilometers away from the closest edge. As a result, the deepest point will be completely hidden from anyone. He couldn't help but wonder, is Shiden planning to create a base so deep in the valley? Wouldn't it make accessing it very difficult? Also, what's the purpose of this organization? He didn't even tell me the name of his organization. As they moved rapidly, Fujin asked, Shigeki, before we fight, how would you evaluate your strength? Shigeki answered, if I return to Hidden Valleys Village, then I'm sure I'll be able to contend for the spot of the strongest ninja in the village. If I was in a major village, I guess I would be an elite jounin. Fujin was surprised by his self-evaluation. That said, he didn't assume it to be true. After all, most minor villages didn't believe themselves to be much weaker than major villages. The only points where they accepted their inferiority were the absence of rank S ninjas, Jinchuricas, and the total number of ninjas. Fujin asked, "And, what do you specialize in and what are your abilities?" Fujin already knew the answer to this question. However, he didn't know what Shigeki did after their meeting. As such, he was curious to know. Shigeki answered, "I specialize in ninjutsus. More specifically, wind and water nature manipulation. The land of rivers is covered by numerous rivers. These two natures allowed me to restrict our enemies and keep them on the opposite bank. I'm decent at taijutsu and can use some ganjutsu as well. Though they aren't as good as my ninjutsu." Fujin already knew that information. He asked, "And which are your strongest jutsus?" Chapter 476, A Capable Subordinate, 2. Shigeki was about to answer when Fujin said, "Leave it, just use them in our spar. It won't be fair to you if I know everything beforehand." Shigeki nodded. The two traveled to the deepest part of the valley. As they ventured deeper into the valley, an expansive lush, verdant landscape greeted their eyes. Towering trees draped in moss and vines, their canopies interlocking in a verdurous ceiling, cast intricate patterns of light and shadow across the forest floor. Due to the absence of human interference, myriad species of flora carpet the ground, from delicate ferns to vibrant, sprawling bushes bearing succulent fruits. Amid this tranquility, there was a range of wild animals. As he moved deeper, Fujin saw a bunch of deer, bison and rabbits. He also saw various predatory animals, such as a small pack of wolves, a few sleek panthers hiding among the trees waiting for their prey, and an array of snakes, some poisonous, and some gigantic. Fujin thought, this brings back the memory of that wolf valley I entered while finding my summon. If the animals in this valley could use chakras the summons can, then this valley would have been a forbidden area even for ninjas. Even rank S ninjas won't casually enter too deep if that was the case. Fortunately or unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Very quickly, Fujin and Shigeki reached the deepest part of the valley. The place was entirely covered in mist. Shigeki looked around and asked, "Are you sure that we should make our base here? The visibility isn't good and this place isn't exactly safe." The area was sprawling with wild animals. While they weren't a concern for Fujin or Shigeki while they were awake, even they would be on guard while they slept. Fujin nodded and answered, "It's fine. Our spar will scare away the wild animals. As for the environment, I'll handle it. Don't worry." Fujin flickered and appeared 20 meters in front of Shigeki, facing him. While Shigeki couldn't see through the mask, he could see a pair of eyes staring at him. Fujin said, "Let's start. Come at me with the intention to kill me. Show me your full strength." Shigeki prepared himself and began building up his chakra. The wild animals, who were on guard and observing the two intruders who entered their territory, immediately began fleeing away on sensing his aura. Shigeki grabbed a kunai and said, "Here I come." Having trained continuously for nearly 3 years, Shigeki was excited to test his strength. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to keep his survival a secret, he would have long challenged other ninjas to a spar. At the same time, he was curious how strong Fujin, or rather, Shigen was. After all, Fujin had killed his pursuers in the blink of an eye, giving him no opportunity to evaluate his strength. He moved forward at a fast speed and thrust his kunai towards Fujin's heart. However, Fujin easily moved out of the way. He continued attacking Fujin with his kunai, shot a few shurikens and tried kicking several times, but Fujin dodged them all with relative ease. Fujin was about to counterattack when Shigeki retreated, realizing that he was completely outmatched in close combat. He began weaving hand signs as he moved away from Fujin. Fujin observed him and thought, those hand seals. The water dragon jutsu, huh? Sigh, it is so tempting to attack. I'm too used to killing. Thankfully, my spars with Guy helped curb some of the killing instincts I developed during my Anbu days. That said, even if I wanted to, I doubt I could kill Guy even with a sneak attack. Of the ninjas I have seen fighting, he has the highest alertness other than Hiruzen. If Kakazu didn't have 5 lives, perhaps he would have been as alert as Hiruzen. A water dragon of this size. Not bad. Even in Hidden Leaf Village, he could be promoted to the Jounin rank, but only barely. As for Elite Jounin, that's out of the question. As Fujin was thinking, a 25-meter-long water dragon formed in front of him. In a second, it came rushing straight at him. Shigeki saw as the water dragon hit Fujin and swallowed him. However, a frown formed on his face as he failed to see Fujin's figure anymore. As the water wave created by the water dragon hitting the spot Fujin was standing began settling, Shigeki looked around himself and thought, how did he disappear? Now that I think about it, he had disappeared the last time as well. All this mist around me. Is he using the infamous hidden mist jutsu? Not good. He quickly weaved hand seals while keeping a watch around him to prevent any sneak attacks. Wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. Instead of launching the jutsu in a direction, Shigeki spun once while exhaling high speed and razor-sharp winds. As a result, the winds moved in every direction, dispersing the mist around the area. Shigeki quickly looked to his right and saw Fujin standing around 50 meters from him. He couldn't help but wonder, how did he dodge those sharp winds? Or is he invulnerable to attacks somehow? He didn't think much about it. In fact, even before the mist had dispersed, Shigeki had already begun weaving hand seals for the next jutsu. Water style, exploding water colliding wave jutsu. Shigeki spat out a large volume of water from his mouth. It immediately turned into a giant wave. A major portion of the water moved in the direction of Fujin, but the rest spread equally in all directions. Seeing Fujin's ridiculous speed, Shigeki understood that single target attacks would have no chance of hitting Fujin. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he saw the massive volume of water heading towards him. He thought, not bad. Not bad at all. He's able to take advantage of the terrain very well. In a place where water is abundant, he'll be able to pack quite a punch. I'll need to correct my judgment. He will have no issue in becoming a jounin in Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin would have to reevaluate Shigeki once again. After all, he wasn't done. The massive amount of water was just the start. Even before it could reach Fujin, Shigeki had shot another great breakthrough jutsu, this time into the large amount of water he had just spat out. Fujin was intrigued. He quickly moved backwards while analyzing, is he planning to use the great breakthrough jutsu to speed up the water? However, how will that be of any help against someone as fast as me? As Fujin expected, the speed of the water indeed increased. However, there was one thing he didn't anticipate. The winds didn't just speed up the water, but they also allowed Shigeki to control the water to a great extent. Dozens of water blades flew at Fujin at a rapid speed. It was far faster than a normal water jutsu. Fujin stepped out of the way, but his new position was bombarded with high-speed jets of water, forcing Fujin to flicker repeatedly. Shigeki observed Fujin's movements and thought, he is still able to dodge them so easily? How did he even train to have such a speed? I'll have to change my style of attack. He exhaled more wind into the water. A second later, hundreds of shurikens were shot at and around Fujin, leaving him no space to dodge. Of course, it wasn't enough to stop Fujin, who flickered a couple of times and appeared to Shigeki's left. For a moment, Shigeki was left speechless. He thought, he flickered such a long distance? Though my shurikens covered a large area, it was useless against him. How am I even supposed to land an attack on someone like him? As opposed to Shigeki's helplessness, Fujin was excited. He thought excitedly, he improved so much in these few years. Marvelous. To be able to keep me on my toes. Now, let me see the limits of this combination jutsu, hee hee hee. To Shigeki's surprise, Fujin flickered on top of the large water body he had created and shouted, "Give me your best shot." A sword appeared in Fujin's right hand. It wasn't his usual sword and instead was just an ordinary sword he had picked up from the targets he eliminated earlier. With Fujin standing atop the water, Shigeki's attacks became much faster as they didn't need to travel. Fujin flickered continuously to dodge the incoming attacks. In most cases, he moved just a couple of meters away to dodge an attack. However, every now and then he'd be forced to flicker long distances or defend with his sword. Fujin stayed atop the water for 5 whole minutes, dodging everything Shigeki could throw at him. The combination jutsu surprised Fujin a lot. He had researched Shigeki before he left the village. Shigeki did have a history of using wind attacks in water bodies to block enemies from progressing. However, what he was using was in a completely different league. Fujin judged with excitement, he is good. He's at least on par with Takuai from Hidden Hot Water Village. Though he still can't be considered an elite jounin, he isn't too far away. With my help, he'll reach it in no time at all. Anyway, it's time to end this. His chakra has almost run out. Chapter 477, the cover story. Fujin's figure suddenly disappeared. Shigeki couldn't see him but could still track his movements due to the splash he would create whenever he stepped on the water. He tried attacking, however, he was late every time. After missing 3 attacks, Shigeki realized, he is coming towards me. In close range, I'm no match for him. He immediately weaved hand seals and shot another great breakthrough jutsu in the direction that Fujin was last in. However, at the next moment, he felt a light tap on his back. In an instant, various symbols covered his body. Shigeki became paralyzed. He couldn't move his body nor could he use his chakra. He immediately realized, self-cursing seal. To be able to apply and activate it so quickly. He should be a grandmaster in Fu-in jutsu. No wonder no one could detect that cave. Without Shigeki's control, the water began spreading in all directions. Fujin deactivated the seal and said, "That's enough for now. Your skills have impressed me." Shigeki smiled but didn't think much of it. He was already in his late 30s. Hearing such praises wasn't something that would make him happy. However, to his surprise, Fujin added, "That said, you are still some distance away from becoming an elite jounin." Shigeki was surprised. He wondered, even my combination jutsu won't allow me to fight against an elite jounin? Fujin continued, "Your chakra reserves are slightly lower and they are unlikely to increase much considering your age. And, you are still falling short in some aspects. Can you use the body flicker jutsu?" Shigeki nodded and said, "Yes. I just didn't use it in the fight because there wasn't any chance to use it." Fujin said, "Good. However, can you use it without any hand seals?" Shigeki replied, "No." Fujin advised, "The first thing you need to do is train yourself to use the body flicker jutsu without any hand seals. It will improve your mobility a lot and you can move around like how I did. Other than that, your water manipulation and that combination jutsu is very impressive, but do you know any wind jutsu stronger than the great breakthrough jutsu?" Shigeki shook his head and answered, "No. Hidden Valley's village doesn't have many wind-style jutsus. Due to the high number of rivers in this country, water style is the one that has been focused on the most. So I only had access to stronger water jutsus." Fujin replied, "I see. In that case, I'll give you these." Fujin grabbed a couple of scrolls and handed them to Shigeki. He said, "Your water jutsus are sufficiently strong. I don't have anything that'll strengthen you in that aspect. However, your wind element can be strengthened. These are two of the strongest wind jutsus which are popular among the Hidden Sand Village ninjas. The first is the rank B pressure damage jutsu. It is a wide-range jutsu that is far stronger than the great breakthrough jutsu. It will help you strengthen your combination jutsu. The second is the rank A blades of wind jutsu. It'll provide you with a good option to use in close combat and will also make you versatile in battle." Shigeki was surprised once again. He thought, what the hell? Hidden Sand Village ninjas take pride in those jutsus. He just brought them out like this? Fujin already knew about Shigeki's skills. Though he had trained for a long time by himself, Shigeki didn't have access to new jutsus. As for creating original jutsus, that was extremely complicated and required a great deal of luck, inspiration and skill. So, he had prepared these two jutsu scrolls for Shigeki. The information was from Hidden Leaf Village's library. However, Fujin changed the wording and added some of his own insights to ensure that no one would recognize it came from Hidden Leaf Village even if someone from Hidden Leaf Village got their hands on it. Fujin actually intended to go one step further and teach Shadow Clone Jutsu. With Shadow Clones along with Soldier Pills, the speed of training could be increased by several times. It was especially helpful while learning chakra control, nature manipulation or studying Fuin Jutsu and medical ninjutsu. However, after analyzing it for a long time, Fujin decided against it thinking, Hidden Leaf Village is quite protective about some of the secret jutsus like the Shadow Clone. It might not be able to do much if a major village began practicing it on a large scale, but if a minor village or an upcoming organization were to know it, Hiruzen would send forces to eliminate them. Heck, he might deploy me to do the job. Even if I'm able to save the organization, it'll restrict its movements heavily. Leave it. It's not as if I'm counting on anyone here to help me in a fight. There is no need to take such a needless risk. If I need a strong army in the future for some reason, then I'll reevaluate the situation." Shigeki looked at the scrolls again and said, "Thank you. I'll learn them immediately." Fujin said, "Once you learn these two jutsus and become capable of using body flicker seamlessly, then you should be able to contend against elite jounins from the major villages. Anyway, now on to the important topic. I'm sure you are curious about what organization I'm building and what our goals and purposes are." Shigeki nodded. Apart from taking revenge, this was the matter he thought of the most. Fujin said, "The organization I'm building is called the Phantom Haven Society. As I had said when we met the first time, this is just another branch I'm opening. It'll be independent of other branches. You'll be the one handling all matters here in my absence." Shigeki thought for a bit and asked, "Why have I never heard of such an organization before? Also, what does the Phantom Haven Society do?" Fujin answered, "It's simple. The phantom in the name is to indicate our method of operation. We operate in absolute secrecy and stay elusive, rarely appearing in the light. Even when a member appears in the light, he or she shouldn't be mentioning the name of the organization. The same rules will apply here as well. This is why it is very unlikely for anyone to have heard of us. As for my goal..." Fujin paused for a few seconds before continuing. "The goal of Phantom Haven Society is to save the innocent and the weak from the evils of society. A good portion of the world's population suffers due to torment inflicted by bandits, rogue ninjas, greedy nobles or by becoming targets of schemes of the leaders of various hidden villages. You, despite having decent strength and status, still fell prey to the schemes of an elder. The normal people who can't utilize their chakra have it far worse. They are entirely dependent on the whims of the strong. The Phantom Haven Society will work to get strong to be able to help such people. Shigeki was stunned. In such a cruel world, he never expected there to be someone with such noble goals. In fact, even he himself wasn't that noble and only wanted revenge. Though Shigeki couldn't see Fujin's face, he could sense how serious Fujin was through his voice. He thought, such noble goal. I was lucky to be saved by him. Once I complete my revenge, I'll dedicate my life to this goal. To ensure that no one else goes through the same suffering as my family. I'm sure my daughter and wife would want that as well. Shigeki had several doubts about who Shiden was and what his goals were. On learning the truth and realizing Fujin's seriousness, he was heavily influenced by the idea of making the world a better place. Fujin observed his expression and sighed in relief while thinking, good. He bought it. While Fujin regularly played games with Hiruzen and at times with Shikaku and Enzo, this was the first time he tried it when something was at stake. He immediately became pleased after he tested what he learned from them. Shigeki said, I'll be honored to help you make that goal a reality. However, such goals will harm the benefits of several nobles and leaders. We could be targeted by major and minor villages. Though he was influenced, Shigeki understood how difficult the task was. Fujin nodded and said, yes. That is why it is necessary to be elusive and act in secrecy. If the word of our activities spreads, others will ignore us at the start. However, once we begin intruding on anyone's benefits, we will be opposed heavily. Even with my strength, I can't bear the force of an entire ninja village. Even if we keep acting in secrecy, there is always a chance that details still get leaked. That is why, every branch is independent of each other. If one branch messes up and attracts trouble, the others will be safe. I'll dissolve that branch and have them help other branches or create another secret force that will secretly aid other branches. Chapter 478, Phantom Will. Shigeki nodded. He agreed with the steps Fujin had taken. He asked, alright. What should I do right now? How will I manage this branch? Fujin said, though the goal of Phantom Haven Society is good, we can't do good just by wishing for it. Otherwise, this world would have long achieved peace. To help progress towards our goal, we need to do 3 things. They'll be your main activities. 1. We need to recruit more people. I can't stay here all the time. And you won't be able to handle everything by yourself. For starters, you'll be responsible for recruiting other ninjas like you. Ninjas who you trust, are good-natured and will be willing to work with dedication towards such a goal. Of course, considering the risky nature of the job, you should only recruit ninjas who don't have anything to lose and don't have anyone dependent on them. Shigeki understood the reason behind Fujin's words. Once someone joins such a secret organization with such an outrageous goal, they will have a difficult time returning to live with their loved ones. Not to mention, they could be hunted down once their past is exposed. Even if they escape, their families will suffer. Fujin continued, once you have recruited a few capable ninjas, you can start operating. To start with, we will be focusing on 2 things. Our goal is to help unfortunate people who face calamities. But, in order to help such people, we need to know that they are suffering and need to know that quickly enough. Otherwise, we won't be able to help them all. To do so, you will need to build an information network. The 3rd thing will apply when we get into action and rescue an affected village or community. We will help them resettle, either in the same place by eliminating the danger if we can or in a nearby village if we can't and they are willing to move. During such rescues, we will also recruit young kids who have the passion to join an organization like ours and the talent to become a ninja. Unlike the hidden villages, we will never send the kids to war. Instead, they will stay safe in this hideout until they are trained enough to be considered Chunins. This will be your most important task. Though we are decently strong, there isn't much 2 people can do by themselves. In fact, even with help, we can't be sure if this goal will be achieved during our lifetime. We will need strong and passionate youngsters with a drive to see that our goal will be achieved even if we pass on. Fujin looked into Shigeki's eyes and asked in a serious tone, Kasai Shigeki, are you willing to take over this role? Shigeki replied respectfully, I am willing. Fujin nodded and said, good. He extended his right palm towards Shigeki. A seal appeared in his right hand. Fujin said, this is the Phantom Seal. Every member of the Phantom Haven Society will have this seal. This seal has several functions. For starters, it'll allow me to identify the members of our society. Secondly, this seal will prevent anyone from betraying us. If anyone tries to leak our secrets, then his or her body will be paralyzed. Even other Fuinjutsu grandmasters won't be able to help them. In addition, this seal also prevents anyone from controlling or reading the minds of our members. Show me your back and lift your shirt. I'll apply the seal to you. Shigeki followed his instructions and presented his back. He thought, As I guessed, he is a Fu-in-jutsu grandmaster. He might even be one of the best ones, seeing how confident he is in this seal. Shigeki didn't suspect Fujin and accepted the seal. As a result, Fujin didn't face any obstruction and was able to place the seal properly. Fujin said, "One important aspect of this seal is that I can only place it on those who are willing to join us. Otherwise, I won't be able to place the seal. It will prevent the ones who are unwilling or forced due to any reason from being able to join us. In the future, when you recruit, you have to ensure that you don't force someone to join us. I won't accept anyone if they aren't willing." By accepting this seal, it shows that you believe in the phantom will. For the umpteenth time, Shigeki was surprised. The seal was far more advanced than any seal he had seen or heard of. However, he was also confused. He asked, "What is phantom will?" Fujin answered, "It's an illusionary will that we believe in." Shigeki was even more confused. He asked, "What do you mean by illusionary?" Fujin answered in a serious tone, "Who in this world doesn't want peace? Who doesn't wish that everyone prospers and no one suffers? If you randomly take 10 people, at least 9 will say that they want the world to be peaceful. Even among ninjas, the number will be the same. However, the world is still filled with non-stop conflict. Even during peacetime, the Anbu of major villages are engaging in secret wars. Several minor villages go to war frequently. The ordinary people suffer due to such wars. Even if there are no wars on the surface, they still have to suffer due to bandits, rogue ninjas, famines, illness and in several other ways. This world has enough resources for everyone to be satisfied and to ensure that no one suffers. Yet, people suffer. The phantom will is the will everyone has to bring peace to the world. However, since no one acts on it, I call it the phantom will. The Phantom Haven Society will follow the phantom will. Though we aren't strong enough to bring about world peace, we will do every little thing in our power to bring peace, even if it is temporary and restricted to a small area. In the future, if we gain sufficient strength, then we will focus on making the entire world a peaceful place." Fujin's words made Shigeki fall into deep thought. While he was always an upright and kind-hearted person, he hadn't ever gone out of his way to help the common people unless it was a mission. When he heard Fujin's goals, he was impressed that someone so strong could devote his life to such a noble cause. It was completely opposite of every higher-up he had ever seen. Hearing Fujin speak about the phantom will made him place Fujin at an even higher place in his heart. He had never heard about something like it. Though many villages had their own wills, starting from the famed will of fire propagated by the first Hokage, it was his first time hearing about a will that compassed every human. It was also the first time he felt so attached to a will. Memories resurfaced as he thought of his own experiences. He recalled how he observed the unfairness in the world several times. However, he never did anything to reduce it despite wanting to and having a few opportunities. He was also at the receiving end during the previous Great Ninja Wars when a land of rivers was completely at the mercy of Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village ninjas. He felt helpless but didn't have the strength to do anything about it. The ones who did have the strength were engaged in a deadly war instead of helping others. Within a few minutes, Shigeki had convinced himself and become the greatest follower of the Phantom Will. It was a strange situation where his belief in the Phantom Will was infinitely greater than the one who could be considered its founder. Shigeki looked at Fujin and asked, "Shiden, can you tell me how strong you are? Are you a grandmaster in Fu-in-jutsu? Also, what are your other specialities?" The sudden question surprised Fujin. He wondered, exactly what conclusion did he reach to suddenly ask me such a question? To maintain the flow and ensure that Shigeki stayed loyal to him, Fujin had no choice but to satisfy his query. For a moment, Fujin felt just like how Hiruzen feels while dealing with him. Chapter 479, Structure and Ranks. Fujin answered, "Yes, I'm a grandmaster in Fu-in-jutsu. It is why I dare to make a base in such a place. I don't specialize in anything else, but I do know a little bit of everything. I can use all 5 nature manipulations, samurai saber techniques, ganjutsu, taijutsu, medical ninjutsu and sensing. Of course, they aren't comparable to my Fu-in-jutsu. Overall, I can be considered as a rank S ninja." When Fujin had thought about how to answer this question, he had expected Shigeki to be odd. However, the sudden change in Shigeki's attitude made his speculation incorrect. There was no awe on Shigeki's face. Instead, there was pride. Learning all 5 elements was an extremely rare feat. Very few ninjas could claim to have done that in history. And, very few of them could claim to be grandmasters in Fu-in-jutsu. Not to mention, Fujin had mentioned that he had some expertise in nearly every other field. To have such a person as the leader was something to be proud of. Shigeki immediately felt much more confident in achieving the goals of the Phantom Haven Society. Fujin felt uncomfortable on seeing Shigeki's passionate stare. The hair on his body stood as he felt goosebumps from the gaze. He muttered to himself, "If I ever decide to take off the mask, I need to disguise myself as an old man. Maybe I shouldn't have bluffed about the 5 elements. Though Fujin said he could use all 5 elements, his ability in the water element was extremely lousy. Fujin had only managed to learn some Renki and Dijutsus which were more or less useless in battle. In fact, his most effective way of using water in a fight was unleashing a large amount of water that he kept in a few storage seals and speeding it up with wind. Of course, he wasn't particularly concerned about it being exposed as he never planned on fighting much with this identity. Ignoring Shigeki's passionate stare, Fujin was very satisfied with his reaction. He had to think extremely hard to come up with the philosophy of the Phantom Will. Though the goal of the Phantom Haven Society was something people would support and would want to be a part of, in Fujin's perspective, the Phantom Will was even more important. Looking at the history of the ninja world, there was no doubt that the most successful organizations were the major villages. Each of them had their own will and passed it on to the next generation who firmly believed in it. If Fujin wasn't a transmigrator and had directly been born in Hidden Leaf Village or didn't have the memories of his past life, he didn't doubt that he would have been a staunch believer in the will of fire too. By comparison, Akatsuki had terrifying power and a noble goal as well. However, they didn't have any such will to believe in. With none of their members believing in a common will, they lacked the same cohesiveness as a ninja village. Most of their members had their own goals. Even the loyalty of most members was questionable. Despite having so many top-tier ninjas, the fact that they didn't even bother trying to avenge a fallen comrade said a lot about the nature of their organization. For Fujin, the strength of his organization wasn't very important. Instead, he needed loyalty and diligence. As long as they created and maintained a good information network and provided real information to Fujin, he didn't care as to whether they actually did anything else. As a result, having a will that united everyone became very important for Fujin. Seeing Shigeki's reaction, Fujin became confident that the Phantom Will would be good enough to keep his organization united for a long time. He thought, I guess I need to be thankful to Hiruzen. Without his frequent attempts to influence me with the will of fire, I might not have been able to create this. Fujin took out a scroll and said, I'll explain to you the structure of the Phantom Haven Society. Of course, these are just the guidelines. If you want to make some changes to improve the efficiency, feel free to do so. Shigeki accepted the scroll and opened it as Fujin explained, while I'm the leader, I won't be here very frequently. In my absence, you will be handling all the activities here. Hence, your rank will be the second highest, that is, the vice leader. The lowest rank will be of the young kids you recruit. They will be the students and the future of the Phantom Haven Society. We won't be accepting anyone who can't become a ninja here, so there won't be any ordinary civilians here. The students will be trained until they can be considered as a chunin in minor villages. Shigeki interrupted Fujin and asked in confusion, chunins? Fujin nodded and explained, yes, chunins. In a fight between ninjas, the fatality of geninins is very high. I don't want to see young kids meeting their death meaninglessly. Shigeki's respect for Fujin increased once again. Fujin continued, unlike the hidden villages, the academy here will continue training kids until the age of 15. If they reach the chunin level earlier, they'll be allowed to graduate early. If they fail to reach that rank, then they can be developed as spies or informants, or they can be given non-combative miscellaneous roles within this space depending on their talents. If their strength improves in the future, they can be promoted to field agents. As for the ones who manage to pass, they will become field agents immediately and can participate in our rescue missions. They will likely make the bulk of our forces. They will be divided into smaller teams and be led by captains. A captain will have to be as strong as an elite chunin or a special jounin from the major villages. Your strength when we met the first time was probably at this level. If someone manages to become strong enough to be considered as a jounin in major villages, they'll be promoted to the commander rank. They will be the ones commanding any operation. Every promotion to this rank will have to be approved by me. Apart from these ranks, I'll also label a few members as special elites. This will be for members who develop one skill to an extreme, like say becoming Grandmaster in Fuinjutsu or becoming one of the best medical ninjas or developing a Kekkei Genkai beyond a certain limit and so on. Of course, if anyone manages to reach the elite jounin level, they'll also be included here. We will decide their duties when we have anyone at this rank. Shigeki took a couple of minutes to digest all the information. While he was in thought, Fujin added, of course, this will only work properly once we have sufficient members at each rank. For the time being, you'll need to make do with what you have. You'll have to command the missions yourself and appoint others depending on their skills and your needs. Shigeki nodded. It was a tough task. Fujin was asking a lot. Fortunately, Shigeki was willing to make the efforts needed to make the goal of the Phantom Haven Society a reality. He said, if a day comes when we have thousands of field agents, hundreds of captains, dozens of commanders and several special elites, we might be able to make this dream a reality. Fujin nodded. If the Phantom Haven Society reached such a level, then it might truly become a reality. Unfortunately, the chances of that happening before the Fourth Great Ninja War started were more or less nil. Despite having good guidance in the academy and an amazing sensei after graduation, Fujin still needed almost 6 years to reach the Jounin level. Though he managed to reach the level of elite Jounin soon after, it would have taken a lot longer if Hiruzen hadn't taught him the wind vacuum technique as a reward for beating the record in the second stage of the Chunin exams. Similarly, to become a rank S ninja, Fujin was extremely overdependent on using shadow clones to become a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and developing a few extremely stealthy seals. Without either of those factors, Fujin's route to becoming a rank S would have been much more difficult and time-consuming. That is why, Fujin wasn't counting on any young kid the organization recruited to have the ability to reach rank S in the next 5 to 6 years. Even reaching the elite Jounin level would be only possible if Fujin or Shigeki managed to directly recruit a promising young Geinin or Chunin. The only possible exceptions would be if Fujin managed to recruit someone who was already a rank S ninja or an elite Jounin. Unfortunately, the chances of someone that strong joining and willingly accepting the Phantom Seal were extremely low. Shigeki followed up by asking several questions that were important for running the base successfully. Fujin had already thought of all the questions and patiently answered every question properly. Chapter 480, Two Choices. At one point, Shigeki asked, "What if one of our members wants to quit and return to a normal life?" Fujin answered, "Then we let them go. As I said, though the Phantom will exists in everyone, it is unrealistic to expect everyone to act on it. Of course, we won't be removing the Phantom Seal. So there won't be any danger of them leaking sensitive information. If they change their mind in the future, they can rejoin. They could also recommend others to join us. Not to mention, any former member will help us with gathering information. Whether they do it actively or passively will be their choice. So, they will still help us reach our goal faster. Besides, with them out there, they can ensure that the crimes against the weak are reduced. At the very least, no normal bandit group will be able to harm the village they are staying in." Shigeki nodded. "Though it could reduce their fighting power temporarily, it'll make their unity stronger if they aren't forced to serve." Shigeki continued asking more questions until he covered every aspect. Once he was done, Fujin asked, "Do you have anyone in mind that you would like to recruit?" Shigeki nodded and answered, "Yes. I thought of them when you said that I would have to recruit. I know 13 former ninjas from Hidden Valley's village who were falsely accused at different times. They became rogue ninjas and I was even sent to hunt a few of them down. But after learning the truth, I let them off and reported that those missions had failed. All of them became rogue ninjas. Some lived while hiding from the official ninjas while some became bounty hunters. 5 of them stayed together in a group and 4 more stayed together forming another group. The remaining 4 moved alone. Unfortunately, it has been 3 years since I heard about them. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to find them or even if they are still alive and well." Fujin nodded and said, "Alright, that'll be a start. How long will it take you to find them?" Shigeki answered, "I can't say for sure. If I'm lucky, then in 3 days. If not, then it might take a month and I still might not track all of them down." Fujin thought for a bit and instructed, "Alright, you'll set out to find them. Return here in 10 days' time irrespective of how many you find. I'll build the basic structure of the base until He suddenly paused and began thinking. Shigeki wanted to ask something but stopped since Fujin was busy thinking. After a minute, Fujin looked at Shigeki and said, "Actually, I'll build the main base here and a mini base halfway into this valley. Only the members I have applied the seal on will be allowed in the main base. The rest will have to stay in the mini base until I visit to apply the seals. This will reduce the risk of any spy leaking information about our main base. Also." Fujin grabbed a storage scroll and opened it. From one of the seals, he summoned a few hundred tags with some sort of seal on them. Fujin handed them to Shigeki and said, "Though my Phantom Seal is very safe, accidents could always happen. If someone accidentally triggers the seal and it paralyzes them, you can use these tags to undo the paralysis. The Phantom Seal will reform itself, so don't worry about someone trying to use this to get rid of the seal. When you try to recruit those guys, be careful what you speak. You can't leak the secrets of Phantom Haven Society until the Phantom Seal is applied to them." Shigeki nodded and said, "Yes, I figured that out. And thank you, this will make my job easier." He accepted all the tags. Fujin instructed, "Now get going. I'll send a mud clone with you to inform you of the location of the mini base." Fujin was about to create a clone when Shigeki said, "Actually, I wanted to ask something." Fujin stopped and said, "Ask." Shigeki said, "You had promised to help me get revenge. Can I know when we can do so?" Though Shigeki was impressed by the Phantom Haven Society, he never forgot the fate of his family. It had tormented him for years. Fujin had thought of this matter as well. Initially, He wanted to have Shigeki give shape to the organization and only then help him. After all, if Shigeki lost his will after getting revenge, Fujin would suffer a needless loss. However, Fujin changed his mind after seeing how much he was influenced by the Phantom Will. Fujin said, "I'll give you two choices. The first one is that we'll go now and eliminate the ones who caused injustice to your family. However, since it will be just the two of us, the entire operation will be done silently. I'll give you an opportunity to assassinate them. Or, you can knock them out, take them away from Hidden Valley's village and torture them for a few hours before killing them. Regardless, no proof would be left behind. No one will know that this was done by you or that those scums were finally served justice. The second choice is that you wait a few years and form a formidable force in this base. You can then lead them openly to help get your revenge. Everyone will know that justice was served. Everyone will know that it was you who did it. In the future, the higher-ups will think 10 times before subjecting anyone else to such a fate. The choice is yours." Fujin stayed quiet after speaking. It was quite easy to deduce which path he wanted Shigeki to take. Shigeki fell into deep thought. He spent nearly 5 minutes thinking before he answered, "When I work towards the goal of Phantom Haven Society, I don't want to be distracted by anything else. Nor do I want to feel resentful that the killers of my family are still alive. I choose the first option. I don't want any glory nor do I want to use the Phantom Haven Society to fulfill my goals. I just want to deliver justice for my family. I hope you can help me kidnap them and give me a few hours alone with them. Also, if I am able to kill them first, it'll be very helpful in recruiting others to join us as most of them hate the higher-ups in the village. In addition, I also want to gather some information about the village. If more were subjected to a similar treatment as me, I might be able to recruit them as well if they are still alive." Fujin was surprised by the answer. He thought, weird. After getting entranced by the Phantom Will, I expected him to choose the second option. I guess I'm not that good at reading people yet. Oh well, it shouldn't matter much. With this out of the way, he'll focus entirely on making the space stronger. Fujin nodded and said, "Alright, let's go." The two left immediately. En route, Fujin showed him where the mini-base would be created. It was around 6 kilometers from the main base and still very well hidden from outside the valley, making it extremely unlikely for anyone to stumble upon it. In one of the palaces in Hidden Valley's village, a loud shriek could be heard in the middle of the night. 2 medical ninjas were around a man in his 20s, while an older man was standing behind them. He frowned and asked, "How long would it take you to heal my son's injuries? It has been over 2.5 years now." Anger could be heard in his voice. However, the old man was still restraining himself. One of the medical ninjas sighed and answered, "We already told you, Kanji-sama. There isn't much we can do. Itsuki's chakra network was extremely damaged when he was attacked. Even though we have repaired his chakra network as much as we could, it is still very fragile. Every time he uses his chakra, he'll feel an extremely high amount of pain." Suddenly, Itsuki screamed once again. He could hear everything the medical ninja said. However, it wasn't his chakra network or the pain that caused him the most sorrow. It was what was missing between his legs. He shouted angrily, "Father, I want to see that motherfucker Shigeki and mutilate him too." Kanji sighed seeing his son's situation. As time passed, his mental state continuously became worse. He said, "Shigeki is long dead, Itsuki. If he was alive, he would have tried to get his revenge long back." Kanji had sent 5 ninjas to kill an injured Shigeki. He had expected it to go without any accident. Unfortunately, Fujin had ruined his plans. He never heard about those 5 ninjas again. For some time, he was afraid that Shigeki had killed them. However, as time passed, he believed that Shigeki died as well. He speculated that he did a suicide attack that killed all 6 of them. Of course, that didn't do much to reduce the hatred he felt for Shigeki. Just as the father-son duo were cursing Shigeki, a voice was heard, "Oh, you wanted to see me? Good. I have been wanting to see the two of you for every second since that accursed day." Suddenly, everyone in the room turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. To their surprise, Shigeki stood there, along with a masked man. Itsuki jumped out of his bed while screaming, "Bastard! I'll kill you." Luckily for him, the medical ninjas held him back. Meanwhile, Kanji asked in surprise, "How did you enter here undetected?" Chapter 481, Revenge memories flooded Shigeki's brain as he recalled the answer to Kanji's question. He had prepared himself for an extremely difficult battle when he and Fujin were moving towards Hidden Valley's village. In fact, he was surprised when Fujin claimed that he could help take revenge with just the two of them despite seeing a portion of his strength. They would have to pass through several layers of defenses to reach Kanji. For the first time in his life, Shigeki discovered how convenient it was to work alongside a Fuinjutsu grandmaster. Is the wall around the village covered with seals and a barrier? Not an issue. Fujin created a small hole in the barrier which went undetected. He freely manipulated the seals on the wall and the two of them entered the hidden village without any obstacle. From there, reaching Kanji's palace was a walk in the park. Of course, the palace had some defenders. They were mostly ninjas from Kanji's family who patrolled occasionally. Needless to say, every single one of them was killed. Their bodies were pinned to the walls of the palace with their own weapons. Thanks to Fujin, no one else heard a single thing. Shigeki answered, "That's not something you should worry about. Instead, you should think about the disgusting and vile acts you and your son committed all these years." He began walking forward while saying, "Karma has finally caught up with you. I'll let the two of you feel the pain I felt since that accursed day." Kanji snorted and prepared himself for a battle. He said, "You have grown very cocky. Do you think that you can defeat me? Actually, I am glad that you have appeared here yourself. I'll shred you to pieces with my own hands." Kanji wasn't afraid of Shigeki. His attention was instead on the mysterious masked ninja next to him. If Kanji and Shigeki had fought 3 years ago, Kanji would have easily won. After all, his strength was the reason that he could become an elder in a hidden village. Even if he was placed in a major village, he could be considered a jounin. It was one of the main reasons why Shigeki listened to Fujin and didn't try to get his revenge instantly. Even now, though Shigeki had grown a lot stronger, defeating and killing Kanji would still take some time. The commotion it would cause would make the other ninjas in the village rush over there. As a result, if Shigeki had come by himself, he would have lost and been captured instead. Thankfully, he had a very strong ally. Kanji and the medical ninjas began grabbing their weapons. However, even before Kanji could take out his kunai, Fujin's left hand clutched his throat. Kanji's eyes widened in horror as he realized, so fast. Who was he? And is this swift style? Before he could figure anything out, Fujin lifted him and slammed Kanji's entire body into the ground, creating cracks in the floor. Kanji's back and spine were severely damaged due to the impact. He still tried to attack, but various symbols appeared on his body. Fujin had used the self-cursing seal to restrain him. The medical ninjas and Itsuki were shocked by the sudden development. They looked at Fujin who was staring back at them instead of paying attention to Kanji. Before either of them could react, 2 shurikens pierced through the necks of the 2 medical ninjas. Both died on the spot, leaving only the father-son duo alive. Seeing his father and the 2 medical ninjas on the ground, Itsuki was horrified. He walked backwards while asking, "Who are you?" Terror could be heard in his voice. Unfortunately, there would be no mercy as Shigeki flickered behind him and knocked him out. Kanji wanted to speak but couldn't move his mouth. Fujin knocked him out as well and asked, "Do you still want to torture them?" Shigeki nodded. Fujin said, "All right, carry their bodies. We need to leave this village first before someone discovers something odd." Shigeki nodded. He carried the both of them as they left the village as silently as they arrived. A few kilometers from the village, they entered a cave. Fujin inscribed a few seals on the cave as well as on Kanji and Itsuki and said, "No one should be able to detect you in this cave. No one will be able to hear any screams from the cave either. I'll leave them to you. But, don't spend too much time here. Find the ones you want to recruit and return to the base within 10 days. Shigeki nodded. Before Fujin left, he bowed and said, "Shiden, thank you for helping me get revenge. I will forever be in your debt." Fujin continued walking away as he said, "Don't worry about it. Just give your all to the Phantom Haven Society. It's the only thing I would ask from you." His figure disappeared. Shigeki finally raised his head. He was genuinely thankful to Fujin. Without him, this day would have never come. He entered the cave. Alone with the culprits who tortured and killed his family, Shigeki finally couldn't restrain his rage. For nearly half a day, abominable screams were continuously heard in the cave. Thankfully, none of the screams could be heard outside the cave. Otherwise, if anyone were to stumble nearby, they would be horrified. During this time, Hidden Valley's village wasn't calm either. It didn't take very long to discover the dead bodies in Kanji's palace. The entire village became alert within minutes. One of their elders was missing and many of his family members were dead and pinned to the walls of his palace. Immediately, they began investigating. At the same time, the other families in the village raised their protection several times. Several ninjas were seen moving around the village to check if anyone was hiding. A few patrol teams searched outside the village as well. They even moved past the cave Shigeki was in but failed to detect anything strange about it. After 9 hours of non-stop torture, both Kanji and his son died. Shigeki remained in the cave for some more time, reminiscing about his family who he couldn't protect. He cried, he drank and stayed in the cave for a day. Finally, he got up. As he walked out of the cave, he muttered, "I have finally got justice for my family. From now on, I'll dedicate my life to seeing Phantom Haven Society achieve its goal." He left the cave and began moving towards the location of the rogue ninjas that he recalled. 8 days later, a group of 12 ninjas were moving across the land of rivers. Needless to say, they were being led by Kusagakure. They reached the valley that was chosen to be the base of Phantom Haven Society. As they stood on the edge, one of them asked, "Of all the places, you chose this freaky place? Will we even be able to sleep peacefully here?" Another added while adjusting his spectacles, ignoring Mitsuo's concern, "It's actually not a bad idea. No one will think that someone has built a base here. That said, making a safe base here is very difficult. How did you manage it?" Shigeki himself wasn't aware of the answer. He just decided to trust a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and said, "It is my benefactor who is building a base here, Hayato. You'll see soon, follow me." He quickly moved towards the location of the mini-base that Fujin had decided. Soon after they entered the valley, Fujin detected disturbances in his space-time field. He looked in their direction and thought, "Looks like Shigeki has returned. I overestimated the amount of time I'd need to build a base. I managed to do it in just 4 days. Oh well, it's not like it was a loss. I did spend my days training." If one were to look in the valley, the place where Fujin was sitting at was quite normal if one didn't try to find any seals. However, a couple of kilometers away, the slopes were covered in hundreds of small craters. In fact, almost every animal had moved away from that location. It would be a long time before they dared to return back to that place. Fujin disappeared from the base and moved towards the mini-base as well. With wind instantaneous body jutsu, he didn't require a long while to reach. A few minutes later, Shigeki's group arrived at the spot where the mini-base was. However, confusion appeared on Shigeki's face as he stopped moving. Hayato asked, "What happened? Why did you stop?" Shigeki answered in an unsure tone, "The base was supposed to be here." Everyone immediately looked around in confusion. After a few seconds, Hayato said, "There is nothing here." Mitsuo sighed in disappointment and asked, "Shigeki, is your benefactor unreliable or has your memory gone bad in these last few years?" Shigeki was confused. He wondered, did something happen to the benefactor? Why else would there be nothing here? Should I go and check the main base? But, I can't take these guys there. There is no choice. I'll have to ask them to wait here while I go ahead and check. Shigeki was about to leave when suddenly everyone felt a killing intent. Before anyone could react, a voice was heard, "I wouldn't move if I was in your place." Chapter 482, New Recruits. I wouldn't move if I was in your place. Everyone except Shigeki, who identified the voice, wanted to move. However, their legs froze as the scenery around them changed. Instead of a lush green valley, everyone was surrounded by long spears that had risen from the ground. Had they moved, they would have been stabbed by several spears. They quickly looked in the direction of the voice. A large cave opening appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the slopes. A masked man stood next to it while leaning against a wall. Mitsuo asked, "What's the meaning of this?" "Shigeki, we trusted you. How could you betray us, you bastard?" The same thoughts ran through everyone's head. Fujin chuckled and said, "Relax. He didn't betray you. I just wanted to test out the new base." Fujin snapped his fingers. In an instant, all earth spears crumbled and fell to the ground. The rogue Hidden Valley's village ninjas finally relaxed. Hayato asked, "Is this the benefactor you mentioned?" Quite an impression he made. "I have never seen such a high level of Ganjutsu. I never felt anything influencing my chakra." Fujin said, "This isn't Ganjutsu. Instead, it is Fuinjutsu. It'll ensure that the base is safe even when I am not here." Fujin's response surprised them. None of them had ever seen Fuinjutsu in this way and to such a degree. In fact, some of them were still suspicious. Fujin said, "Anyway, enough small talk. Shigeki, are these the ones you wanted to recruit?" Shigeki nodded and said, "I managed to find 10 of the 13 I mentioned and found another friend who was banished from the village a year ago." One by one, Shigeki introduced all 11 members. The members covered a lot of specializations. There were a couple of sensors and a decent medical ninja. At the end, he added, "Mitsuo and Hayato were formerly jounins in our village. The rest were chunins." Fujin observed them properly and said, "All right. Hayato and Mitsuo will be captains. The rest will be field agents." Shigeki immediately realized, Shiden doesn't think that they are strong enough to be considered jounins in a major village. Hayato said, "While we have agreed to join, Shigeki said that we won't learn any more information before we actually join you. We would like to hear the further details." Fujin nodded and said, "In order to be a member of the Phantom Haven Society, you have to accept the Phantom Seal. It will prevent you from ever leaking the secrets about the organization or your fellow members. At the same time, it will also give you some benefits." Hearing that a seal would be placed on them made them tense. Though Shigeki had impressed them with the Phantom Will, they didn't share his trust in Fujin. Hayato asked, "How can you guarantee that you won't harm us?" Fujin shrugged and said, If I wanted to harm you, you'd all be dead. Regardless, I'm not forcing you. If you want to leave, you can. If you want to stay and achieve our common goals, then stay. Without the seal, the members of the Phantom Haven Society will be very vulnerable to spies from hidden villages. I can't risk that. I hope you understand. Fujin's words were very nonchalant. It was as if he didn't care whether they stayed or not. It irked the Hidden Valley's village ninjas. Mitsuo asked, "Don't you care about helping the weak and the innocent?" Fujin replied, "I do. But I can't force others to do so. After all, everyone wishes that the world would be at peace. However, how many actually do something about that wish? If I have to force someone to do it, then I'll be better off without trying at all." In an instant, everyone suddenly remembered what Shigeki had explained to them about the Phantom Will. They understood why Fujin was nonchalant. It wasn't that he didn't care about the goal. Rather, he didn't have any interest in forcing or pursuing anyone to work towards that goal. It would be rather pointless if he had to do that, and the organization wouldn't have many people who are truly dedicated to its goal. Everyone became quiet. The 11 ninjas Shigeki brought with him exchanged eye glances. Finally, Hayato stepped forward and said, "We are willing to join, but we need your help in getting justice for us like you helped Shigeki." Fujin shook his head and said, "I won't help anyone get their revenge. If you join the Phantom Haven Society, then you won't be allowed to use our members to get your revenge. While I won't stop you if you were to go alone, you won't be allowed to take anyone else with you, no matter how close you are." Fujin's words surprised everyone. Considering that Shigeki had appeared to recruit them, they assumed that they would be able to put forth some demands. To their surprise, Fujin didn't entertain any demands at all. It left them in a tough spot. They did agree with Phantom Will and hence followed Shigeki. However, they were more interested in how Fujin helped Shigeki get revenge and wanted to use his help as well. In addition, life as a rogue ninja was very difficult. If they were to get a safe haven where they could stay together and form a strong force, then their life would go much easier. So, their intentions weren't entirely noble. However, Fujin's words forced them into a corner. Fortunately, Fujin added, "Of course, if the one who you want to take revenge on does something that harms the innocent, then it would be a good reason for the Phantom Haven Society to make a move. However, the Phantom Haven Society will only move when there isn't a grave danger to us. After all, we won't be able to help anyone if we are dead. If your targets hide inside Hidden Valley's village, you shouldn't expect to get revenge anytime soon. How soon you'll be able to get revenge will depend on whether your target is actually a scum and how much effort you put into the Phantom Haven Society." Fujin's words finally gave them hope. They exchanged glances and said at the same time, "We want to join the Phantom Haven Society." Fujin nodded. One by one, he applied the Phantom Seal on everyone. It failed once when the ninja resisted subconsciously, but was applied on the second try after Fujin explained it. Once the seal was applied, Hayato asked, "Shiden, now that we have joined you, I hope you can answer this question truthfully. Would you have really let us go if we had refused to accept the Phantom Seal?" Fujin chuckled and answered, "Why would I stop you? Besides, what will you even do with this information? Will you go out and tell the world that a guy who is supposed to be dead and a masked person wants to make an organization that aims to bring peace to this world?" Fujin's words left everyone, including Shigeki, speechless. Fujin had instructed Shigeki to not mention the fact that he had created similar organizations to anyone else. So, for everyone apart from Shigeki, the Phantom Haven Society was merely a two-man organization. What was even the point of leaking this information? Hayato coughed and said, "Well, if you had become successful in the future, we could have leaked the location of your base." Fujin waved his arms dismissively and said, "This is just a mini base. There are 3 other such bases in this valley. And that's apart from our main base. If you guys had left and betrayed us in the future, all that would welcome you would be a deadly trap. Even a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster wouldn't have noticed the trap until it's too late. While some ninjas could survive, you fellows would definitely have died." Once again, everyone was speechless. There was no need to think about how advanced that base was. All 12 of them would have died without any chance of resisting had Fujin wanted them dead. Heck, they wouldn't even know how they died. And now they learned that Fujin still had 3 more similar bases along with a main base that would have undoubtedly been much more advanced. Unknown to them, Fujin had initially planned just one mini base to act as a cover for any spies that infiltrated. However, on seeing how easy it was to create it, he created 3 more. After all, the more the merrier. If Hiruzen was here, he would have understood Fujin's point of view. Fujin said, "That said, even though I built the bases, they are still very basic. You guys will need to do some construction. Come on in." Fujin entered the cave. The others quickly followed him in. As soon as they did, their eyes widened. Mitsuo muttered, "I never would have imagined that there would be something like this in the normal-looking valley. In front of them was a massive base. Though its appearance was basic as everything was carved out of rocks and had no decorations whatsoever, the base in itself was extremely huge. They could easily house over a couple of hundred people inside the cave without making it seem crowded. While everyone was observing, Fujin said, "There isn't much more to see here. I'll let you guys handle the decorations and make this place look more welcoming and accommodating. I'll inform you guys later how the seals here work and how you can use them in case someone somehow discovers the base and manages to forcefully enter. For now, let's visit the main base." Chapter 483, Phantom Haven Base and Possible Future Expansions. Fujin's words caused the 12 members to feel excited. All of them knew how rare Fu-in-jutsu grandmasters were. Even major villages would treasure them. To be able to control the seals created by a Fu-in-jutsu grandmaster was a huge honor. In addition, everyone was anticipating how majestic the main base would be. Even though the mini base looked simple, none of them doubted that it would look grand once they improved the aesthetics. And, with all the protective seals along with the locations of the bases, they no longer had to worry about someone trying to hunt them. In a few minutes, the group reached the deepest point of the valley. Shigeki looked around. The place looked exactly how it was when he and Fujin had gone there the first time. Everyone was looking around as well. Mitsuo asked, "So, where is the base hidden?" Fujin made the confrontation hand seal and said, "Watch your feet." In the next instant, the ground under their feet disappeared, surprising all 12 of them. Fortunately, they could see another layer of ground below them as they fell and landed safely on it. It was 25 meters deeper than the land they were standing on initially. Shigeki asked in surprise, "What was that?" Fujin answered, "A barrier." "Look up." Everyone looked up. The sky looked normal. Suddenly, a brown net appeared 25 meters above them. Fujin explained, "I created a barrier on the top of the base. As you saw, it looks just like the ground and stays consistent with the terrain. It also guards against all forms of sensory skills. So, it is impossible for anyone to sense anyone who is hiding in this space even if they are standing above it. Of course, if another Fu-in-jutsu grandmaster appears here, then he or she might be able to find the barrier. I have prepared a few escape routes with several traps to slow down the enemies in that scenario. I'll show them later." Everyone marveled. They truly were speechless. Mitsuo muttered, "Even our village isn't this well protected." Hayato added, "Yeah. This is truly a hidden base. If anyone finds us here, then it only means that even the gods want us dead." Shigeki was more focused on the defense of the base as he would be the leader in Fujin's absence. He asked, "Shiden, how strong is that barrier?" Fujin answered, "Not very strong. While normal animals and humans won't be able to do anything to it, a few rank A jutsus will easily destroy the barrier. So will a bombardment from lower-ranked jutsus or even explosive tags. Of course, that is under normal circumstances. If you guys provide chakra to it, then it'll be just slightly weaker than the 4 violet flames formation. In that case, it'll only be destroyed once you run out of chakra. Though it is weaker than the 4 violet flames formation, it is more practical for our base. As many as 8 people can provide chakra to the barrier and all 8 will have to run out of chakra for the barrier to collapse, unlike the 4 violet flames formation. In addition, the people providing chakra to the barrier can be swapped with others inside the base. So, if our size grows large enough, only something like a tail beast bomb or an assault by a large ninja army would break it. That said, once you provide chakra to the barrier, any decent sensor will be able to detect the barrier. So, don't do it unless we are under attack. There is another thing you need to keep in mind. The brown net 25 meters above us indicates that the barrier is active. If the brown net doesn't exist, it means that the barrier is turned off." The former Hidden Valleys village ninjas just helplessly exchanged glances. They didn't even know what to say. For a moment, they couldn't help but wonder, such level of preparation. It's as if he is preparing to take on all 5 major villages in this valley. Fujin ignored their glances and added, "The barrier surrounds the base from all the other sides as well. It ends 100 meters under the ground from here, completely enclosing the base. So, any construction you plan on doing here can be done in 2 ways. 1, on this ground, but it'll be restricted in terms of height by the barrier above us. Alternatively, you can dig and carve buildings and houses in the ground but pay attention to ventilation. I have already done so for the official building, the academy, library, training facilities, meditation center and staying quarters. Apart from the library and the meditation center you can make changes to the rest. Feel free to check out the base as much as you want to. Meet me in the library in half an hour." Fujin could feel that all of them were overwhelmed by the base. As a result, he decided to give them some time to cool down. Even though they were mature and hardened ninjas, it was a no-brainer for them to be surprised at seeing such a high level of Fu-in-jutsu. It was even more so for Shigeki who knew how barren the place was merely 10 days ago. Hayato looked at Shigeki and asked, Shigeki, how did you even meet this guy? His question brought Shigeki out of his thoughts. He looked towards him and answered, I was just lucky. When I was escaping from the ninja's kanji scent, I ran into him. Otherwise, I would have long been dead. Hayato thought for a few seconds and replied with a sigh, you were very lucky. When you approached us, I felt that you had gone insane. The only reason why I agreed to come with you was because Kanji was killed. However, with such an expert supporting us, the goal you spoke of isn't merely a talk. At the very least, we should be able to maintain peace in the land of rivers when no great ninja wars are happening. That said, moving beyond this country would be impossible. All of our neighbors have very strong armies and leaders. Shigeki nodded. The land of rivers was surrounded by the land of wind to the west, the land of fire to the east, the land of rain to the north and a sea to the south. Their respective hidden villages were in an entirely different league when compared to Hidden Valley's village. However, Shigeki wasn't worried as he thought, this isn't the only base. Shiden said that he has created several other such bases. So our responsibility should be only limited to this country. I'm sure he has his plans for the remaining countries as well. Unfortunately for Shigeki, he would never know how much he was lied to by Shiden. That said, from Fujin's perspective, the situation wasn't that restricted. Once Nagato and Konan fell, the land of rain would no longer be as strong as it had been since Hanzo rose to power. If Fujin developed any intentions of expanding the Phantom Haven Society in the future and making it a formidable force, then he could expand to the north without stopping by creating bases in the land of rain, land of grass and finally the land of waterfall, who would have lost their only Jinchuriki by then. If that happened, then the Phantom Haven Society would stand directly between the land of fire and the lands of wind and earth, becoming the new but hidden buffer zone. Of course, Fujin would need to create another similar organization to create bases in the countries between the land of fire and the land of lightning to spread his influence further and potentially raise a force greater than any of the 5 major villages. That said, it was a matter for the future. For the time being, Fujin's attention was focused only on the events leading up to the 4th Great Ninja War. Until Kaguya's threat was resolved, he didn't see any point in making plans for the time beyond it. The group spent some time looking around the base. It was much larger than the mini-base as it covered the entire plain in the deepest layer of the valley. The academy Fujin had constructed could hold more than 1,000 students. The living quarters were even larger. The training facilities were inspired by Anbu training facilities, though there weren't any elemental training rooms. As such, the base would have no issue in holding close to 10,000 people if managed well. The only real drawback was that there wasn't much space for things that would need a lot of space. For instance, there were no training grounds inside the base. However, that wasn't much of an issue as the entire valley outside the base could be used as training grounds. Another issue was that there were no farmlands. While it wasn't an issue for the time being thanks to the wildlife in the valley, food would need to be bought in large quantities once the population inside the base increased. It could raise some suspicions. Fortunately, there was abundant drinking water in the valley. After looking around the base for a while and making some plans about future renovations and aesthetics, the 12 Phantom members walked towards the library, where Fujin was waiting for them. Once everyone arrived, Fujin glanced at everyone and said, I'll now explain to you guys my plans for this base and what you need to do. Chapter 484, Plans and Arrangements. Everyone became serious upon hearing Fujin's words. At the same time, they were curious as well. Fujin explained, as I told Shigeki, I won't be staying here frequently. In my absence, Shigeki will be the leader here. As such, the rest of you need to follow his instructions. No one opposed it. They were quite familiar with Shigeki and didn't have an issue in working under him. In fact, they preferred it to working under an unknown person like Fujin. Fujin continued, once I leave, you'll have to focus on 4 tasks. The first one is obviously making this base and the mini bases more hospitable. As for the details, I'll leave it under your capable hands. You can visit nearby villages and towns to buy whatever you need. Just make sure to hide your identity and don't let anyone trail you. Shigeki asked, will you be providing us with monetary support? Though we do have some money, I doubt any of us has enough to undertake such a huge project. The others agreed with Shigeki. While they each had some money due to being rogue ninjas and bounty hunters, none were very rich. To their relief, Fujin nodded and tossed a scroll to Shigeki. He said, this scroll has over 41 million ryo. I had arranged 25 million ryo initially. However, I met a few bandits and rogue ninjas who were willing to donate to our just cause. Everyone had a weird expression on their faces. They all understood what donate implied. Fujin placed a few more scrolls on the rocky table he was leaning against and said, these scrolls contain weapons that those kind souls donated. Put them to good use. Anyway, returning to our topic, the second task you'll handle is creating an information network. Needless to say, these informants won't be members of Phantom Haven. So, no need to explain our goals or to give them much information. Just pay them and treat them as employees. Retain or replace them based on how useful they are. You can use civilians or rogue ninjas who have a good reputation for this purpose. If any rogue ninja shares our values and goals, then we could recruit him or her in the future. You could divide yourselves into teams to handle these 2 tasks at the same time. You can start with the 3rd task only after the first 2 are complete. Shigeki interrupted Fujin and asked, Shiden, which areas should our information network cover? Fujin replied, every place except the hidden villages. We can't keep an eye on them without attracting a heavy backlash. So leave them be. Fujin's words surprised everyone. Shigeki said, but, we are surrounded by strong countries. We won't be able to do anything in their territory even if something happens. Fujin nodded and said, yes, we won't be. But that doesn't mean that we should stay oblivious to the atrocities happening there. Our information network will cover the entire world. I believe that our efforts will be very successful in the land of rivers. It might make us feel content and satisfied. However, the information about the atrocities happening in the rest of the world is what we need to remind ourselves that there is still a lot more that we need to do. We need to know what else is happening in the world to give us the motivation to make ourselves strong enough that one day we might be able to make a difference for those helpless people as well. Fujin's little motivational speech immediately inspired and motivated them. None of them had thought from this angle. In fact, they would be extremely satisfied as long as they made the land of rivers a safe place. Hayato looked at Fujin in disbelief and thought, I can't believe such a kind person exists. With his capabilities, he can easily live a peaceful life anywhere he wants to, and yet he wants to do so much. Just like Hayato, the rest of them were touched as well. Fujin was satisfied with their reaction. He continued, the 3rd task is to use this information to rescue the people who are being attacked by bandits or rogue ninjas. Until I say so, we won't engage in a conflict against a hidden village. The tasks we undertake will only be the ones we are sure to complete without any loss. As I said earlier, we need to stay alive to do good work. Anyway, if you manage to kill the bandits or the rogue ninjas, you will confiscate their money and weapons. What you confiscate has to be handed to Shigeki, who will be handling the finances. The money will be used for our operations or to help the affected people rebuild their villages and homes. During these rescue missions, if you find any kids who are orphans and have the talent to become a ninja, you will give them the opportunity to join the Phantom Haven Society. If any parents want to send their kids who have the talent to become ninjas to us, you can accept them as well. However, let the parents and the kids know that they might not ever see each other again. If they still agree, only then accept them. Your 4th and last task is to guide those kids. Raise them to become splendid ninjas in the future who believe in the Phantom will. Though we have good intentions, changing the fate of the world wouldn't be possible in just 1 or 2 generations. They will have a far bigger role to play as compared to us. Of course, since you'll be teaching the kids, only recruit as many kids as you can train properly and bond with. If you recruit too many, not only will you guys become exhausted, but the kids will also feel abandoned. I don't want to see that happening. Is this understood? Everyone began thinking. After some time, Mitsuo asked, but, if we do this, won't we be doing just the job that the hidden villages do? The only difference is that instead of getting paid, we do it for free and help everyone. Fujin answered, in a sense, but not exactly. In truth, every hidden village has the power to eliminate all bandits and most of the rogue ninjas in their country. They just don't because these bandits bring in jobs for their ninjas and help run the economy of the ninja villages. After all, who will be hiring ninjas if the world is peaceful? We don't need to think about that. Once our strength grows, we will be sweeping through all bandits and rogue ninjas in this country. What we do after that will depend on how Hidden Valley's village reacts when they don't get many mission requests. Fujin's words forced everyone to think. Suddenly, they all understood the implications of creating such an organization. They immediately realized how Hidden Valley's village would react if they suddenly stopped getting mission requests. The village would stop receiving funding soon if that happens. As a result, the interests of all forces in the village would be harmed. They would immediately begin investigating the reason behind such happenings. They might even resort to creating fake bandit groups and rogue ninjas to create trouble so that they get missions. It might put them at direct odds against the Phantom Haven Society. Everyone nodded solemnly. They understood that they might have to clash with the mighty Hidden Village in the future. However, there was also a sense of excitement as everyone other than Shigeki had someone they wanted to kill from Hidden Valley's village. What none of them saw was that such a development could lead to other hidden villages becoming wary due to such a development. They might aid Hidden Valley's village in eliminating the Phantom Haven Society. Only Fujin saw this threat, but he wasn't concerned as it was highly unlikely that the Phantom Haven Society would become that strong anytime soon. Shigeki nodded and said, Alright. We understand. We will do the best we can while keeping ourselves safe. Fujin nodded and said, good. I'll now explain my plans on how to raise and guide the kids we recruit. Does any of you have any experience in guiding young children? Everyone exchanged glances. After a minute, one guy said, none of us have taught in the academy. However, all of us have some experience in guiding Gainins. Fujin nodded and said, alright. But guiding Gainins and guiding untrained kids are completely different. I have created training plans and noted them down in scrolls which I will leave with Shigeki for you to refer to in the future. For now, make yourself comfortable. It will take quite some time to explain everything. Everyone sat on seats that were made of rocks as well. Fujin explained all his plans on how to train the kids. The plan was quite similar to how children were raised in Hidden Leaf Village's academy, but with quite a few changes. For starters, the focus was very heavily inclined towards practical and combat skills instead of theory. The plan was created aiming to make every dedicated student as strong as a Chunin before they turned 12. Unlike Hidden Leaf Village, which had only implemented a part of Fujin's recommendations, Fujin intended to implement everything here from the word go. The academy inside this remote valley would be the first in the entire ninja world to have clubs and offer specializations to every student despite being the youngest and having access to the lowest amount of resources. Chapter 485, A Killing Zone. After explaining all the details regarding how to raise the kids, Fujin added, the two places I said that you shouldn't try to modify are this library and the meditation center. I have inscribed several seals in the meditation center, making meditation much more effective than normal. You will have them practice the leaf concentration exercise in the meditation room. You guys can use it for meditation as well. As for this library, I have stored hundreds of scrolls in here to help the kids. They cover almost every field that a student needs. There will also be some stuff that you might find useful. Once again, everyone was surprised. To build a library that covers every aspect and could even help the veteran ninjas. It implied that either the person who built the library was incredibly knowledgeable or that he had stolen the scrolls from the library of a hidden village. Needless to say, Fujin had copied most of the information from Hidden Leaf Village's library. That said, he was extremely careful about it. He had only copied a very small amount of scrolls and he focused on the jutsus that were commonly used in every major village to ensure that no suspicions would be cast on him and no members would be able to guess where he came from. He didn't copy any jutsus that were only used by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. The place where Fujin and the rest were sitting was just a lobby. There were several doors surrounding it. In addition, there was a staircase going to the underground floors. Fujin pointed at the doors one by one and said, this room has a range of rank E jutsu scrolls in it. It covers all elements. This room has ranked E jutsus. This room has basic information on other fields, such as Fuin jutsu, sensor, medical ninjutsu and some other basic stuff. That said, I couldn't get a lot of scrolls on medical ninjutsu. Hayato, since you are a healer, you will be tasked with going through the available information and adding more if you can. Hayato nodded and said, leave it to me. Fujin continued, as for the last room, it is empty for now. Everyone, including the students you recruit, can access any scrolls on this floor. However, the underground floors will be restricted as per ranks. The first underground floor has several rank C jutsus and can be accessed by field agents. The second underground floor has several rank B jutsus and can be accessed by captains. Above the captain ranks are commanders and above them are special elites. Commanders can access the third underground floor which currently has very few rank A jutsus. Special elites can access the last underground floor which is supposed to have rank S and forbidden techniques but is empty as of now. While I won't be here to monitor the library, I have inscribed several seals that will keep track of who uses which floors. I hope that none of you or the ones who you recruit break these rules. That said, there is no need to be extremely strict with this. For instance, if a captain feels that a particular rank B jutsu will be extremely useful for a field agent, then he can teach the jutsu to him or ask Shigeki to allow him to read that scroll. Similarly, students who show excellent talent can either be rewarded with a visit to the first underground floor to select one jutsu or the teachers could directly give them the jutsus that could help them become much stronger. The same applies to all ranks. Another important aspect is that I alone can't completely fill up this library. So, if any of you know a jutsu that isn't in this library, then you can create proper scrolls for them and add them to the library. For example, I'm sure that the number of water jutsus in this library will be far inferior to what you had access to in Hidden Valley's village. So, you could add those water jutsus in the library. This would help us slowly improve the library and make it as good as the ones in the major ninja villages. Everyone pondered on Fujin's words. After some time, everyone nodded in satisfaction one by one. Even though Fujin had restricted access depending on the ranks, he still provided everyone access to several jutsus. They just needed to see if there were any jutsus that would be helpful to them. Not to mention, Fujin still had left a way for them to get access to higher level jutsus. In a manner of speaking, all of them were getting a lot of benefits from Fujin without having contributed anything. Fujin knew about it. His initial plan was to introduce a contribution point system and only give the benefits once a member has contributed towards the growth of Phantom Haven Society. Unfortunately, creating such a system was an extremely difficult task. Even more difficult was ensuring that the system was implemented properly. Without him personally looking over it, the system wouldn't have functioned properly and could have created discord among the members. As a result, Fujin decided to scrap the idea and directly gave the benefits. Of course, it wasn't without its positives. It would help the members get stronger at a faster speed. And, it could even make them more loyal to Fujin considering how selfless he had been with them. On the other hand, there was a risk of them getting more greedy and trying to demand more from Fujin later on. It was why Fujin didn't entertain any demands of getting revenge. After some time, Mitsuo asked, "How can we be promoted up the ranks?" Fujin explained, "Just become stronger. Shigeki will be responsible for field agent and captain promotions. Commander and special elites promotions will be handed just by me. Shigeki can explain the details later on." Mitsuo nodded. The others asked a few more queries which were resolved by Fujin. Once all the queries were resolved, Fujin became busy in explaining how they could utilize the seals and barriers he had left in the bases. He first showed them how to provide their chakra to the barrier to strengthen it in case there was an attack on the base. He taught Shigeki how to activate and deactivate the barrier for the main base. He spent the remaining day explaining to them about other arrangements he had left in the main base. The next day, he did the same for the 4 mini-bases. He also provided Shigeki with several scrolls with instructions in case they forgot any details. Finally, it was time to leave. Fujin had spent 12 days in the Land of Rivers. Adding the 2 days he had spent completing his missions, he had been away from Hidden Leaf Village for 2 weeks. Fujin said, "I'll take my leave now. Shigeki, I'll leave this base in your capable hands. Once again, if you rescue or recruit someone, remember to only show them one of the mini-bases. They will only be allowed in the main base after the Phantom Seal is applied." Shigeki nodded and said, "Don't worry, I remember. Could I know when you'll return?" The last time Fujin had asked him to wait, he had to wait for close to 3 years. He was hoping that Fujin didn't repeat the same thing. Fujin could see his concern and answered, "I can't say for sure. If luck is good, then within 2 months. In the worst-case scenario, I'll come to visit in around 4 months." Shigeki nodded and said, "All right. I'll take good care of this base until then." Fujin nodded. He said, "Unlike last time, I won't leave you without any means of communication. Here, take these." Fujin handed Shigeki several tags with different colors and said, "These tags can be used to convey certain messages to me. You just need to insert your chakra into them. The green one will convey that you have recruited a group and brought them to one of the mini-bases. The blue one will convey that one of the mini-bases has reached full capacity and you start using a second mini-base. The golden one will convey that you are facing financial issues. The purple one will convey that there is an argument among the members of the Phantom Haven Society that you can't resolve. The orange one will convey that the Phantom Haven Society is facing danger while operating outside. The red one will convey that the mini-bases are under assault. And, the black one will convey that the main base itself is under attack." Shigeki immediately understood the importance of the tags. He didn't understand how Fujin created them, but he didn't dwell upon it much. After all, Fujin was the only Grandmaster he had ever interacted with. The tags were made on a similar principle to the tag Fujin had created earlier, which sent a message by bursting into flames. Only this time, instead of burning the correlated tag, it would just release some energy for Fujin to detect and form a symbol on it to indicate that the corresponding tag had been activated. Fujin was satisfied with his response. He said, "Good luck." In front of the 12 members of the Phantom Haven Society, Fujin disappeared. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. Mitsuo asked, "Was that Fuinjutsu as well?" Shigeki shook his head and said, "No. His speed is otherworldly. I have never seen anyone move as fast as him." The others were surprised that it was just pure speed. It made Fujin's impression even stronger. They decided to rest for a bit before starting what would be a rather arduous task. As for Fujin, he turned around and glanced at the valley as he left. A thought appeared in his mind, though I had initially just planned on creating a base here, this valley is perhaps my best killing zone. The number of flying thunder god marks I left there is probably greater than the number of seals on my house. Once my teleporting range increases to around 15 kilometers, I can solo any army that dares to step inside here. Of course, that might also give away my identity. Oh well. I wonder if I'd ever use this killing zone. Chapter 486, A surprise since his mission was supposed to be close to the Land of Grass. Fujin had to move back to that location and then make his way back to Hidden Leaf Village in order to avoid any suspicions in case something happened on that route. This time, he traveled inside the Land of Rivers and moved north while leaving his Flying Thunder God at regular intervals. While making his way to the Land of Rivers, he had done the same on the opposite side of the border. As he moved, he sensed a few ninjas every once in a while but ignored them. His mind was still busy thinking about whether he missed any important detail while building the Phantom Haven Society and whether he could do something more to strengthen it. After some time, he concluded, there is nothing I can think of that I missed. Everything now will depend on the sincerity of the ones I recruited. If they decide to slack off, there is little I can do. That said, Shigeki was affected quite a lot by the Phantom Will. Hopefully, this issue won't occur. If there are any bad apples, I'll need to come up with a scheme to eliminate them. The one shortcoming that Phantom Haven will have is a lack of high-level combatants. Shigeki should reach the elite Jounin level soon even though his chakra levels aren't sufficiently high. However, apart from him, others don't even qualify to be called Jounins. Not to mention, even when Shigeki becomes an elite Jounin, he'll be one of the weaker ones. There is not a lot I can think of to improve his strength after he masters pressure damage and Blades of Wind jutsus without giving him any classified jutsus. I guess I'll give him the Ice KK Genkai book that I received from the Land of Frost. If he succeeds in merging the wind and water elements completely, then his strength will increase immensely. Though he still might not reach rank S, fending off weaker rank S like Kitsuchi or perhaps even Darue shouldn't be much of an issue. Unfortunately, mastering a KK Genkai is extremely difficult. All the information in the book is about failed attempts. So, this method has a very low chance. Should I try to recruit a rogue elite Jounin to increase top-level combatants? But who? There weren't many rogue elite Jounins. The ones who existed were almost all recruited into the Akatsuki. The worst part was that most of them had already died. Needless to say, Pikazu was the one who killed the most. Fujin analyzed, the only ones I can think of are Zabuza, Riga and the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Utakata. Unfortunately, all of them are rather difficult to deal with. I might be able to convince Utakata, but Akatsuki is hunting the Jinchuricus. It could directly expose the base in the future. It's too risky. However, Zabuza and Riga's personalities don't suit the Phantom Haven Society. Not to mention, Zabuza's goal is still Hidden Mist Village. If I recruit them, then it might result in a conflict within the society. Without me being there to manage them, it'll be too risky. Unless I can create a second organization with morals that suit them. However, a bitter smile appeared behind Fujin's mask. It was too much work. He had to spend long hours and had dozens of shadow clones wrecking their brains to come up with every arrangement for Phantom Haven Society. To do something that might be even more complicated would take a lot of time. Fujin let out a sigh and decided, screw it. There is no point in spending so much time on an organization. Even in Phantom Haven Society, my interference has to be minimal. In this world, the only thing that matters the most is the strength that you have. If I were to become as strong as Hashirama or Madara, or better yet the Sage of the Six Paths, would it matter if I have 10 ninjas under me or 10 million? I can't dedicate any more time to the organization than I already have. As long as it gathers sufficient information, I'll be satisfied. If I happen to come across any talented ninja or someone with a KK Genkai or a secret technique who is worth recruiting, then I'll recruit them. Beyond that, my contribution to the Phantom Haven Society will be limited to finances, jutsus and a bit of management. Having made his decision, Fujin began freely changing his appearance to decide what his third identity would look like, what his name should be, what mask he should wear, his backstory and so on. Unlike his organizations, this identity was far more crucial for Fujin. It would be what he'll be using to wreak havoc in the ninja world. After some time, Fujin finally decided on his disguise. He wore a demon mask that was painted in red and black. His build was lean but quite tall, at nearly 7 feet. It was hidden behind a long black cloak which Fujin intended to inscribe hundreds of seals on to assist in battle. Just like Shiden, this identity didn't wear any headband either. After deciding on the appearance, Fujin thought, what name should I give this Iden? Fujin suddenly stopped and jumped backwards. Several shurikens rained down on his previous location. Fujin looked forward and 4 ninjas appeared against him. He wondered, what the hell? I ignored them and they still came to find trouble with me? Besides, what do Hidden Rain Village ninjas want in the Land of Rivers? I'm still quite some distance from the Land of Rains. Fujin was indeed surprised. He didn't expect anyone to attack him without any provocation. Even more surprising was the fact that the attackers were from Hidden Rain Village and not Hidden Valley's village. The leader among the 4 Hidden Rain Village ninjas instructed authoritatively, take off your mask. Fujin asked in a taunting tone. Sure, and what else? Should I write my autobiography as well? Fujin's voice was incredibly deep. It was the voice he would use with his third identity. He thought, oh well, though I wasn't expecting a fight, these four aren't very weak. The lead ninja should be a jounin while the other three are close to elite chunin level, though they might be jounins in Hidden Rain Village. It should be good for my first fight with lightning jutsus. Fujin's taunt annoyed the four Hidden Rain Village ninjas. The leader said, one of our ninjas stole important documents and escaped into the Land of Rivers. We need to check everyone to ensure that he doesn't escape from under our noses. Fujin once again taunted, why would someone like that run in this direction instead of escaping? The leader arrogantly replied, it doesn't matter. If you don't want to die, take off your mask. Otherwise, meet your doom. He thought, who does this bastard think he is to be so arrogant? I would have let him go initially, but now, even if he takes off his mask, I'll accuse him of using transformation jutsu and kill him. Considering the speed he was moving, he should be at jounin level. So, he should be having a lot of money or other valuables. To his surprise, Fujin chuckled and replied, guess I want to die then. The leader snorted and pulled out a small Vedra-shaped object. He shouted, kill him. Immediately, the three Hidden Rain Village ninjas got into action while the leader followed them. Fujin didn't make the first move as he wanted to test his prowess with lightning style. There wouldn't be much point if he eliminated them in the blink of an eye. However, he couldn't help but shake his head and think, in this world, when there are so many people who can kill you in the blink of an eye, why do you want to butt your heads with someone confident enough to face you? Even Hanzo and Nagato won't be able to guarantee my D. Fujin's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed the weapon in the leader's hands. A blade of pure electrical energy that glowed yellow appeared from the Vedra-like object. It turned out that it was just the hilt of the sword. Fujin quickly dodged the incoming attacks while thinking, this guy has Tobirama's sword? No wonder he was this cocky. Hee, what luck. I never imagined that I would get a suitable sword so easily for this identity. Fujin did research on Tobirama's blade of the Thunder Spirit while he was in the academy. From what he recalled, the sword was stolen only a few years before Naruto graduated. So, he wanted to steal it from the ones who would attempt to steal it later. Unfortunately, the information from his memories didn't match up. The blade of the Thunder Spirit had been missing since Tobirama's death. Hidden Leaf Village always guessed that it fell in Hidden Cloud's village's hands. However, a couple of decades later in the Second Great Ninja War, this sword was in the possession of an Hidden Rain Village jounin who was a close aide of Hanzo. Due to Hanzo's existence, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't retrieve the sword. Fujin had given up on the sword as well as he knew that there was an entity far more dangerous than Hanzo in a land of rain. In fact, he had pretty much forgotten about it. He never expected that an Hidden Rain Village jounin would bring him such a valuable gift. A grin appeared behind his mask as he thought, I thought he was stupid. How ungrateful of me. This guy is even more generous than Hiruzen. As Fujin kept dodging, the Hidden Rain Village ninja with the sword appeared in front of Fujin and swung the sword vertically. A grin appeared on his face as he shouted, die. To his surprise, Fujin raised his right arm and caught the sword with his right hand. A grin appeared on the ninja's face as a massive current electrocuted Fujin. A painful scream escaped Fujin's mouth as he was assaulted by innumerable electric shocks. Chapter 487, Blade of the Thunder Spirit. Seeing Fujin in pain, the grin grew wider on the Hidden Rain Village ninja's face. His teammates grinned as well. He said, that's the price you pay for your arrogance. Finish him. His subordinates quickly moved to finish Fujin off like they had killed innumerable other ninjas using the same combination attack. Dozens of shurikens were launched at Fujin's vital organs and neck. To their surprise, Fujin suddenly stopped screaming and said in a mischievous tone that didn't suit his deep voice, just kidding. At that very instant, 3 lightning spears suddenly shot out from where Fujin was standing. The sudden development caught everyone off guard. In the blink of an eye, the lightning spears had knocked off all incoming shurikens and stabbed through the hearts of the 3 Hidden Rain Village ninjas. All fell dead without any struggle. While the lightning spears were launched, Fujin thought, I guess I have finalized the name and the backstory of this identity. I wonder who would be the first one to hear this bullshit story, hee. The leader's eyes widened. Fujin let go of the sword and the Hidden Rain Village jounin immediately retreated away from Fujin. Fujin looked at him and said, Second Hokage's Blade of the Thunder Spirit. That's a rather impressive weapon. Whether you join your subordinates or not depends on whether or not you are able to impress me. Fujin thought, while I barely recall this sword, I have no recollection of what the skills of this sword are. The scroll in the library only mentioned the ability to shock others and to cut through chakra. But, if the ability is so lousy, then it wouldn't be a weapon that a Hokage would use. I hope he can showcase some skill. While Fujin was thinking casually, the Hidden Rain Village jounin was terrified. Fear was visible on his face. He thought, How was he able to endure the electric shocks? Who was he? And how did he kill 3 Jounins in the blink of an eye? Even I wouldn't be able to do that. The Hidden Rain Village Jounin was completely on guard. All his attention was focused on Fujin. He didn't dare to make the first move again. Instead, he asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Fujin replied, "No one famous, I guess. I used to go by the name Ikuro. As for what I want, I was just passing by until you fellows decided to stop me." The Hidden Rain Village Jounin was even more confused. He wondered, used to go by? What does he mean by that? Also, was he really just passing by? No way. He should have some goal in mind. He quickly said, "My village is led by a god and an angel. If you attack me, God will judge and kill you." Fujin replied, A god and an angel descended into this world. Alright. I'll go pay them a visit later. As for you, do you want to join your subordinates or do you want to fight for your life? The Hidden Rain Village Jounin's mood became even worse on being looked down so much. He shouted, "Don't underestimate me. Lightning Dragon." He swung his sword towards Fujin. A large amount of lightning was unleashed from the sword. It took the form of a dragon and dived towards Fujin at a fast speed. At the same time, he opened an umbrella and launched a rain of poisonous needles towards Fujin. To his surprise, Fujin once again extended his left arm forward and stopped the lightning dragon's head with his left palm. In less than a second, the entire dragon hit Fujin's palm, but he stayed still. The lightning dragon dissipated, leaving only a few lightning charges around Fujin's palm. The Hidden Rain Village Jounin wondered, is he immune to lightning? But how can that be? In terms of destruction, nothing comes close to lightning. Especially when it comes from this sword. How do I fight him? Fujin saw the incoming needle rain and just waved his left palm. All the lightning he had absorbed from the lightning dragon was released and formed an electric field in front of him. It blocked or deflected every needle heading towards him. Having no other choice, the Hidden Rain Village Jounin attacked once again. He swung his sword but aimed it at the sky instead of Fujin. Lightning style, Lightning Crow's jutsu. A large amount of lightning was unleashed once again. It reached around 50 meters above the ground. Around 100 small crows made of lightning were formed. Each one of them dived towards Fujin. The Hidden Rain Village Jounin quickly weaved hand seals while the lightning crows were diving towards Fujin. Water style, Exploding Water Colliding Wave Jutsu. He spat out a large amount of water creating huge waves. Without waiting to see how the jutsus worked, he turned around and began escaping. Fujin observed the attack and analyzed, weird. Very weird. The amount of chakra he is using doesn't match the amount of chakra it should take to form such a large jutsus. His chakra consumption should have been 10 times higher. Does the sword have an amplification effect? If so, I can see why Tobirama used this sword. He was famous for his water jutsus. Using this sword, he could seamlessly use the water-lightning combination jutsus. Not to mention, his chakra consumption will be much less. In a war, this could be the deciding factor between victory and death. When Fujin had just become a Genin, his favorite battle tactic was staying in the background and forcing his opponents to consume all their chakra. While he used that tactic more because he was subconsciously afraid to put himself at greater risk, this tactic was disgustingly effective against opponents who had lesser chakra. As such, he could easily see how much benefit the sword would be in a war. This time, Fujin raised both his palms which were covered in lightning. Lightning style, Lightning Vortex Jutsu. Fujin released several lightning charges which began spinning at a rapid speed forming a lightning vortex. It was a defensive jutsu that Fujin had created by himself. The lightning crows slammed into the lightning vortex in 4 waves. As soon as the crows entered the vortex, they would become unstable and dissolve back into pure lightning and be absorbed by the vortex. As a result, the lightning vortex kept getting stronger. Once the bombardment stopped, Fujin controlled the vortex and slammed it as well as his hands into the ground. Lightning style, Lightning Rage Jutsu. In a moment, a blast wave of lightning was unleashed towards the incoming water wave. As strong as the water jutsu was, Fujin's jutsu was strengthened by the Lightning Crow Jutsu unleashed with the help of the sword. As a result, the two jutsus were at completely different levels. The blast wave of lightning tore through the water wave, completely dispersing it in different directions. Fujin let out a sigh and muttered, "How disappointing." A senbon appeared in Fujin's left hand. Fujin's lightning chakra began flowing through the needle as he threw it towards the Hidden Rain Village Jounin who was escaping. As he escaped, the Hidden Rain Village Jounin turned around to see what the loud noise was. His eyes widened as he saw his water jutsu getting blasted away mercilessly. Suddenly, he noticed a small shiny object surrounded by blue sparks piercing through several trees. Before he could react, the lightning-charged senbon pierced through his heart. His eyes widened in disbelief. He looked towards his chest as his jacket was being dyed red with his blood. As he lost his footing and dropped to the ground from the branches he was running on, he looked forward and saw the lightning-charged Senbon continuing forward while piercing several more trees until it escaped beyond what he could observe. A few seconds later, his eyes closed as he followed his three subordinates into the afterlife. Fujin flickered next to him and took the sword hilt from his hands. Fujin observed the Vajra-shaped hilt and inserted some chakra into the sword. Once again, a thunder blade appeared. Fujin observed the blade as he continued analyzing. That said, though it can be used to conserve chakra, it isn't strong enough to create an impact in any other way in a fight between rank S ninjas. Then again, even though Dobirama lost this sword during his death, he didn't leak the correct methods of using this sword as the scroll in the library said. Those should be with Hiruzen or Denzo. Even though Hidden Rain Village had this sword for some time, they shouldn't have unlocked all its secrets. If that is the case, then it might have more secrets. Oh well, let me see what this generous fellow knows. Fujin placed his palm on the Hidden Rain Village Jounen's head and began reading his memories. Chapter 488, Learning a Strong Jutsu. After reading his memories, Fujin analyzed, I see. So Nagato has already killed and replaced Hanzo quite some time ago. The Land of Rains is officially a forbidden place from now onwards. Though I should be able to escape from the Six Pains, there is no need to risk confrontation with him as of now. Anyway, it looks like the Lightning Dragon and the Lightning Crows were the two strongest jutsus this guy could use with the help of this sword. Still, this guy. The sword was given to him by Hanzo after the previous wielder died. To think that he would betray Hanzo and beg Pain to allow him to serve him instead. Should I consider him traitorous or just a smart guy to leave the sinking ship? Probably the former. He wouldn't have attacked me if he was that smart. Oh well, it's good that Hidden Rain Village at least did some research on this sword. When they first got it, they could only use it to cut through chakra and zap anyone by physically touching the sword to them. That would have been borderline useless in a battle at my level. Fujin stopped providing chakra to the sword and the thunder blade disappeared. Fujin stored it in one of the storage seals he had inscribed on his right forearm. He cremated the Hidden Rain Village Jounen's body and buried the ash deep into the ground as usual and left the area. As for the other three bodies, Fujin didn't particularly care. After all, they barely saw anything before dying. As Fujin left, he analyzed, though I have this sword, I might still need to get a couple more made of chakra metal. The blade of the Thunder Spirit, though good, is in elemental form. I'm not used to such a sword. I'll need to test how this sword will perform against a normal sword that has chakra flow charged with different elements. If it doesn't work against wind or lightning chakra flow, then using it for defense will be suicidal. That said, using this sword as a medium for using long and mid-range lightning jutsus will be very useful. If I can't settle a fight quickly against an opponent who is about as strong as me, then I should use this sword to conserve my chakra. Oh well, I'll experiment with this later and decide what to do. Fujin quickly moved towards Hidden Leaf Village, changing his appearance back to Fujin once he entered deep into the Land of Fire. A day later, he reached Hidden Leaf Village without any other incident. He visited Shichiro and reported the completed missions before returning back to his house. After returning, Fujin thought, so what should I do now? Should I continue with the Flying Thunder God training? Or should I continue with what I started in the valley? Fujin thought for a bit before deciding. I have been training the Flying Thunder God non-stop for quite some time. I'm developing some fatigue. I guess it'll be good to take some time off that jutsu and focus on others. I guess it's time to finally master this. Fujin raised his right palm and began releasing chakra. It began rotating and immediately formed Rasengan. Immediately, Fujin began infusing wind chakra into the Rasengan. Slowly, wind began revolving at a very high speed around the Rasengan. Four very small blade-like shapes appeared around the Rasengan, spinning rapidly around it. Fujin looked at the chakra ball and thought, I knew that my affinity to wind is high, but I never imagined that it would be so ridiculously high. Thanks to the shadow clone trick, I managed to infuse wind chakra successfully into the Rasengan with an hour of practice back in that valley. However, my clones managed to infuse the wind chakra into the Rasengans without the aid of any other shadow clone on the second day of training itself. To think that I would learn wind style, Rasengan so quickly without needing any clones to assist me. Fujin slowly dispelled the jutsu without letting it explode. A breeze appeared inside his house, but thanks to Fujin's control, no damage occurred. However, Fujin's breathing became rougher. He analyzed, that said, the chakra needed for this jutsu is beyond ridiculous. And this is just the wind style, Rasengan. Rasen Shuriken will still require even more chakra. Though I spent 5 days training there, I couldn't actually train a lot due to how chakra intensive this training is. That said, I could only spend half my chakra back in the valley as I needed the other half in case something happened. This time, I'll consume the soldier pill and have my shadow clones train 5 days straight. Not to mention, I have another issue to handle. While creating this jutsu shouldn't be a tough task for me, actually slamming it into an enemy would hurt like hell. My shadow clones instantly disperse due to the backlash of the jutsu after they slam it into an object. It's time to go to Mount Muteki. As per what Ray had said the first time we met, my chakra has already surpassed what he had said to be the minimum requirement for learning senjutsu. If I can learn Sage Mode right now, then I'll be able to handle the backlash caused by the Rasen Shuriken. Besides, I'm excited to see what the Sage Mode taught by Winged Sabertooths would look like. Fujin was about to summon Kaido when suddenly his bell rang. Fujin looked towards the door and thought, Naruto? What good timing he has. A few minutes ago, I wouldn't have returned home and a minute later I would have already left. Fujin opened the door and Naruto excitedly said, Fujin. I had just come to train when I saw that you had returned. Fujin smiled and said, I just returned. And, I was just about to leave once again. What's up? Naruto looked in a confused manner and asked, You are leaving already? Fujin nodded and said, Yes. I have some work. I should be back in another week or two. Anyway, how's your progress? Naruto immediately answered, I can run up the trees now. However, I'm still struggling with using two jutsus one after another. Fujin replied, That will take a lot of practice. Keep training as hard as you can and you'll succeed soon. Good work with tree climbing though. Come with me. I'll show you another cool thing before I leave. Naruto excitedly followed Fujin while exclaiming, You are the best, Fujin. The two quickly made their way towards the river. Fujin said, This one might be more fun than climbing on trees. This time, you'll have to learn how to walk, and later run, on the water. Naruto's eyes widened. He asked Fujin in surprise, We can do that? Fujin replied, Sure we can. Watch. Fujin stepped forward and began walking on the water. He turned around and said, Now you try. Concentrate chakra on your feet and step on water. Naruto nodded and followed Fujin's instructions. Needless to say, he fell into the water on his very first step, causing Fujin to chuckle. Naruto quickly swam up, moved to the riverbank and took deep breaths. Fujin said, This is much more difficult than walking up the trees. The surface of the tree stays firm unless you apply too much chakra. However, the surface of the river keeps moving as the water moves. In addition, the amount of chakra you need to release to stand on it is much higher. Keep those in mind as you try again. Naruto said, Alright. I'll try it again. Fujin got off the river and saw Naruto trying it. After a few minutes, Naruto managed to take 2 to 3 steps before falling into the river. Fujin said, Good. Just keep doing this until you are able to walk on it. Once you're comfortable, you can try running and even try to skate on it. Practice this along with the 2 combination jutsus. I'll leave for now. Naruto said, Thanks again, Fujin. I'll begin running on water in no time. Believe it. Fujin smiled and said, I will. That said, if your chakra becomes low or if you are too exhausted, don't continue this training. If you fall in and have no energy to swim out, then you will be stuck in the middle of the river, flailing your limbs and might drown, unable to exit the river and will never achieve your dreams. So, be careful. As Fujin spoke, his voice became a bit scary, causing Naruto to shiver. Naruto nodded and said, Don't worry. I won't overdo it. Fujin once again smiled and said, Alright. See you later. Fujin disappeared from Naruto's vision. Naruto muttered, Fujin can be scary at times. Still, I want to learn how he can disappear out of nowhere. Of course, though Fujin's words were scary, he wasn't really worried. Naruto was the last person in this world who could die of chakra exhaustion. Even if he fell into such a situation, Kurama would have no choice but to send him chakra. Of course, that would attract Hiruzen's attention, which was something that he didn't want to see. That is why he warned Naruto. Fujin returned to his training ground, summoned Kaido and said, Kaido, reverse summon me back to Mount Muteki. Kaido said, You sound impatient. Anyway, sure. Give me a minute. A minute later, Fujin disappeared from Hidden Leaf Village and appeared on Mount Muteki. Chapter 489, Request Denied. Kaido looked at Fujin and asked, So, what's up? Why did you want to come here? Fujin replied, Well, I wanted a place where I could train alone. A place where I can cause a lot of destruction without attracting trouble. No any. Kaido replied, Sure. There are plenty of unoccupied mountain peaks nearby. Want a lift? Fujin answered, Sure, but I want to meet your father first. Take me to him. Fujin jumped on Kaido's back as Kaido took a flight. He asked, What do you want to do with father? Fujin replied, Not much. Just wondering whether he'll teach me how to harness and control nature energy. One of the jutsus I'm learning has a massive backlash. I'll probably not be able to handle it unless I can strengthen myself with nature energy. Kaido was surprised. He asked, Such a strong backlash? The jutsu must be impressive. Fujin chuckled and replied, "It is. I'll show it later." They reached Ri's cave. Ri opened his eyes as he saw Kaido and Fujin flying in. Kaido landed in front of his father and Fujin jumped down. Ri observed Fujin and a surprise appeared on his gigantic face. He said in his jagged voice, "Impressive. Your body has gotten a lot stronger since the last time we met. I didn't expect you to make such quick progress." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, it was one of the aspects I focused on." There was no need to guess what caused the explosive growth. Though Fujin's main focus in the last 4 months was on mastering the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he also kept his training on the 8 inner gates. Though he struggled to open the Gate of Life, once he did, it didn't take him a long time to open the Gate of Pain. He was currently working towards opening the Gate of Limit, though he would require a lot more time to actually be able to open it. Ri asked, "Good. Why did you come to visit me?" Fujin didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "I want to learn Senjutsu. My chakra has already increased beyond what you had mentioned the requirement for learning it was. My physical body is perhaps even stronger in that regard. So, can you teach it to me now?" Fujin had thought a lot about the matter before asking. Learning how to harness nature energy was risky. In terms of chakra, he was far lacking compared to what Naruto's chakra levels would be when he attempted it. However, he should be much better off than Jiraiya when Jiraiya began learning how to use nature energy. It was why Fujin was being insistent for the first time. The only variable that Fujin was aware of but couldn't calculate was the winged saber-tooths would have a different method of teaching as compared to toads involving different risks. So, he couldn't be certain about the risk level. Ri didn't move from his lying position and looked to be in deep thought. A couple of minutes later, he answered, "No. Not yet." A frown formed on Fujin's face. He asked, "Why not?" Ri answered, "What I had stated was just minimum requirements. You have done well in reaching those in less than 4 years. I have to admit that I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. However, as I said, they are just minimum requirements. Don't forget that no human has ever managed to learn our form of Senjutsu. So, don't be impatient. Keep improving your strength. Once I feel you are ready, I'll do everything I can to make sure that you learn it." Fujin fell silent. He could sense that his words were genuine. However, he didn't want to give up so easily. Senjutsu was an important power-up that he wanted. It would be the second skill that would allow him to differentiate himself from other rank S ninjas, along with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. If the Flying Thunder God Jutsu gave Fujin invincible speed and movement ability, Sage Mode would be what would give Fujin the ability to go head-to-head against top-tier rank S ninjas and still come on top without having to rely on his speed and hope that his opponent makes a mistake. Fujin asked, "Didn't you say that you could help me improve my wind affinity and increase my chakra reserves if I fell short? Can we do that?" Ri answered, "Improving your wind affinity isn't an issue, but the method of increasing your chakra reserves isn't entirely safe and has several drawbacks. Also, it is very costly. Considering your current chakra levels, you don't need to depend on it. Just continue doing what you are and let your chakra reserves increase naturally." Ri thought, I didn't expect his chakra reserves to keep increasing at a fast speed despite him already using so much of his potential. It is more than 5 times what it was back when he met me the first time. I had estimated that he would only be able to increase it by 4 times and that he'd need another decade to reach that stage. If I knew he'd progress this fast, I wouldn't have mentioned the existence of such a method. Anyway, it's good that he has managed to surpass my estimates. Otherwise, I would have had to use that secret technique to transfer some of my own chakra to him. That would have weakened me and would have severely limited his future potential. Of course, my chakra would have made it easier for him to learn Senjutsu. As long as he did, any loss in potential would be meaningless for him. And, as long as grandfather's prophecy came true, my losses would also be worth it. That was why I was willing to do it. However, the current situation is much better. While Ri was in thought, Fujin was analyzing, this could be troublesome. Considering his words, I think he might only teach me Senjutsu once my chakra reserves stop increasing or the rate of increase becomes very slow. However, when will that be? 10 years from now? 15 years? I can't wait that long. Though I have ways to delay the 4th Great Ninja War, I might not be able to delay it by such a long time. Fujin asked, "Can you give me an estimate of when you can teach me Senjutsu?" Ri frowned. He asked, "Why are you so impatient? Something like Senjutsu can't be rushed. If your mind isn't at peace, then you won't be able to learn it no matter how strong you are." Fujin fell quiet. After a few moments, he sighed and said, "There are a lot of undercurrents flowing in the elemental nations right now. There is a massive civil war in one of the major countries which has been happening for over half a decade. The other countries are slowly building up their power as well. And, Recently a group has arisen that has extremely powerful ninjas and are capturing the tailed beasts. Ryu's eyes widened on learning that a single group was capturing the tailed beasts. Fujin continued, it is unknown what they plan on doing with the tailed beasts. However, I have a gut feeling that soon a huge war will break. A war that will make the previous 3 great ninja wars look insignificant in comparison. I want to learn senjutsu before all hell breaks loose. Otherwise, it'd be too late to learn it. This time, Ryu fell silent. He had no interest in the elemental ninjas or the ninjas. As such, he wasn't very aware of what was happening. However, from Fujin's tone, he could understand the severity of the matter. Though Fujin didn't provide any proof, the gut feeling of someone as strong as Fujin wasn't something anyone would take lightly. After all, it wasn't as if there was any proof to show that the prophecy he believed in was true either. Ryu asked, what's a great ninja war? Fujin was dumbfounded by the question. However, he quickly recalled, alright. He hasn't had any summoner for a long while. Even I never summoned him due to how chakra-intensive it is to summon him. Before Fujin could answer, Kaito replied, it's a war where every ninja village on that continent fights against one another. They do it every once in a while. The last one was over a decade ago. Several strong ninjas die in each war. Unlike Ryu, Kaito loved flying across the world. As a result, he had seen various battles play out while he stayed above the clouds. Ryu thought for a bit and asked, how long do you think it'll be before the start of the next great ninja war? Chapter 490, My Own Twist. Fujin thought for a bit and answered, I can't be sure. No major village will make a move until the civil war in Hidden Mist Village is over. As for the organization that is capturing the tailed beasts, they are lying low as well and doing their job secretly. However, that might change once they capture more tailed beasts. Once that happens, the ninja villages will react and I can't calculate what will happen. Considering the seriousness of the matter, I might not be allowed to take time off to train until the issue is resolved. And, as I am right now, I have no confidence in taking on the tailed beasts. If my estimates are right, then nothing big should happen within the next couple of years unless someone goes crazy. However, a big war will break out soon. I guess it'll happen in 3 to 4 years. This time, Fujin's words weren't entirely true. He wasn't really afraid of the tailed beasts. The only thing that he was afraid of about the tailed beasts was the tailed beast bomb. It was true that as of now he didn't have any counter against it. However, once the range of the flying thunder god increases, he can dodge them with ease. In fact, once he became more efficient at the jutsu, he could even transfer an incoming tailed beast bomb into the void dimension. That said, he couldn't do that at that moment. As a result, his words were true in a sense and Ryu didn't feel any lies in Fujin's words. Ryu thought for a bit and said, alright. If nothing drastic happens, then I'll teach you how to harness nature energy in 2.5 years. If you think that the war will happen before that, then I'll teach it to you earlier. That said, remember that I'm asking you to wait only so that you have a better chance of learning how to harness nature energy. So, don't try making any reasons to learn it earlier if there is no need for it. Fujin nodded and said with a smile, alright. I am fine with that. Don't worry, I won't insist on it unless a war is close and inevitable. Ryu nodded and said, good. Keep up your training. You'll have to work much harder if you want to try it in just 2.5 years. Fujin said, of course. I'll be staying here for a while though. I need space to practice a new jutsu. Ryu replied, sure. Kaito will be with you while you are here. Kaito said, I had already agreed, father. Let's go, Fujin. Fujin nodded and flickered onto his back. Kaito and Fujin quickly left, leaving Ryu alone who was in deep thought. He wondered, a great war. I wonder if the prophecy has anything to do with it. He thought for a bit before concluding, probably not. Humans have a strange fascination with war. Even back then, they would always be at war with some clan or other. And now, they have even involved the tailed beasts in their wars. Sigh. Ryu had no interest in humans or their wars. As long as one of their summoners managed to learn senjutsu, he couldn't care if every other human died. Kaito flew over to a nearby peak that didn't have anyone living in it apart from some ordinary wildlife. Kaito asked, will this peak do? Fujin answered, yes, but there is no need to be on the peak. Fly down below where we may get more space to train. Kaito said, alright. Let me know when you find a suitable spot. Kaito dived down. Soon, Fujin noticed a spot that would be ideal for training. On his instruction, Kaito landed there. Fujin got off his back. Kaito asked, do you need my help in the training? Fujin said, not really. Fujin took out a soldier pill and consumed it before adding, I'll be training for 5 days straight. However, I'll need to rest for a couple of days after that. I'll need you to watch me over that period in case any incident happens. That said, there's no compulsion. I can just return to the village and ask you to reverse summon me if you have something else to do. Kaido thought for a bit and said, I'll keep watch. He yawned and added, I spent a lot of time flying around the world in the past few months. I was planning to take a break. Might as well watch you train and keep myself entertained. Fujin smiled and said, suit yourself. Fujin stretched his muscles and wondered, now, how should I go about learning the Rasen Shuriken? He thought for a bit before deciding. The amount of wind chakra needed for wind style, Rasengan, is lesser as compared to the Rasen Shuriken. Trying to create it without shadow clones will be difficult. I'll have 2 clones training together to learn this jutsu. Once they can perform it consistently, I'll have shadow clones try and create it without any help. That said, one thing I realized in the 5 days I trained this jutsu is that I don't need to stick to just the Rasen Shuriken that I remember. While the jutsu is perversely strong, there should be other methods to apply wind chakra to Rasengan. I can apply my own twists to the jutsu, creating unique effects that might be quite useful in combat. 6 shadow clones appeared next to Fujin. 4 of them had 10% of his chakra while the remaining 2 had 20% of his chakra. The 2 clones with 20% chakra went away alone, while the ones with 10% chakra moved away in pairs. As for Fujin, he began doing what he did whenever he stayed in a new place. Kaido didn't have any interest in seeing Fujin apply seals. Instead, he was attracted by the intense chakra he was feeling from the shadow clones. He flew to a spot that would allow him to watch all the shadow clones. His eyes first landed on the shadow clones in pairs. He saw one clone making the Rasengan and the other infusing wind chakra into it. His eyes widened as he saw how intense the jutsu was. He muttered to himself, such a concentrated and intense jutsu. I don't think that even father would be able to endure such an attack. No wonder he said his body isn't able to handle the backlash. He turned his eyes towards the 2 clones training by themselves. Just like the ones in pairs, they formed Rasengan as well. However, instead of infusing wind chakra into the Rasengan, they were releasing a lot of wind chakra under the Rasengan. One of the clones was satisfied with his creation and aimed his right hand in front of him. The Rasengan on his palm was separated by a layer of wind chakra. Suddenly, the winds blasted, sending the Rasengan flying for around 5 meters before it exploded. The clone smiled and analyzed, good. This idea works. I thought of this idea while trying to create the Rasen Shuriken. It uses the principles of Assassin's Rush and Wind Laser Jutsus instead of infusing wind chakra directly into the Rasengan. With the help of this wind blast, I should be able to send the Rasengan flying away at a fast speed. I'll call this attack Rasengan Cannon. Unlike my vacuum jutsus, from which enemies are mostly safe if they barely dodge it, with Rasengan, they'll need to also dodge the area of the explosion. I should try to use this method with vacuum trap ball and later Rasen Shuriken as well. It will be a great variation to have. In fact, with the Rasen Shuriken, I could apply in a lot of different ways if I can control the wind chakra within the jutsu. The clone immediately got back to training. While the idea was good, he could only send the Rasengan flying for 5 meters as of then. The speed wasn't very impressive either. Fujin would need to train a lot to make his ideas a reality. While Fujin's clones were training, Fujin was done with applying the seals. He took out the blade of the Thunder Spirit and muttered, now, let me see what all you can do. Chapter 491, The Broken Sword. Fujin inserted his chakra into the Vajra-shaped hilt. Immediately, a sword made of pure electricity appeared in front of him. Fujin observed it for some time while thinking, the most basic use of the sword is to shock enemies. While it won't shock the wielder, that can still be arranged if the wielder wants to do so. Fujin poked the blade with one finger. As expected, an electric current passed through his body. Fujin analyzed, though it can shock, this feature is more or less useless against any elite jounin. For a rank S ninja like me, this is only a child's play. Fujin stopped touching the sword and swung the blade at the rock next to him. The sword entered into the rock and traveled through it as Fujin's arm moved before exiting the rock. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the damage to the rock. He noticed, I see. As expected of an elemental sword. It doesn't cut like a normal sword. Instead, it just passes through the rock like an electric current would. Instead of cutting the rock, it actually burnt where it passed through. So it makes the sword kinda useless to cut like with normal blades. Of course, it isn't entirely bad. Normal weapons won't be able to stop the blade. It'll shock the opponent on contact and continue attacking. Depending on their resistance to lightning, they'll be hurt. Now, let's see how it works against chakra flow. Fujin was about to create a shadow clone when he suddenly had a thought. He wondered, now that I think about it, can this sword be replicated with the help of shadow clone jutsu? When I create shadow clones, they also get a copy of all weapons that work just as efficiently. However, this blade is extremely unique. So, will it still be replicated? Fujin couldn't be sure. However, he was extremely intrigued by the idea. He immediately created a shadow clone. A grin appeared on his face as the shadow clone was also holding a blade of the Thunder Spirit. Fujin thought in excitement, holy shit. This sword is freaking broken. If my clones have access to this sword as well, then I can spam lightning jutsus from every direction. It'll be even more lethal against armies of ninjas. Such a broken combination. That damn Tobirama. What exactly was he thinking while creating so many broken things? Was he planning on finding ways to defeat Madara by himself? Fujin couldn't be sure. However, he felt that was a possibility. Though there were several ninjas throughout history who created new techniques, Tobirama stood out by a huge margin. Shadow Clone, Flying Thunder God and Edo Tensei were all jutsus that defied logic. To invent so many techniques, one needed to have a very high motivation. And what could be a greater motivation than having the ghost of the Uchiha as your enemy? While the blade of the Thunder Spirit was a good weapon, it wasn't something that could disturb the balance of power. However, in combination with the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the blade became a menace. Fujin couldn't help but think, would Shadow Clone Jutsu also replicate Kisame's sword? It might be possible. I don't recall if his water clones had the sword, but the advanced clone technique he used to intercept Guy's team when they were on their way to rescue Gar could replicate the sword. So, it is very likely that it can be done. If I can get the same Mata as well and if I can create a terrifying combination, I can create an army of shadow clones wielding both blades. They will use same Mata to absorb the enemy's chakra. Thanks to Blade of the Thunder Spirit's amplification, it'd be like stealing 10 times the enemy's chakra. Once the shadow clone is dispelled, I'll receive all the chakra. I can create more clones or spam powerful jutsus without the worry of running out of chakra. Fujin was very tempted. The combination was just too good. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the same Mata so easily. He muttered to himself, I'll have to find a way to kill Kisame. I am not strong enough to kill him right now. However, it's just a matter of time before I get even stronger. Though he is always with Itachi, I can separate them easily once my range of Flying Thunder God increases. That said, there are many risks. I'll need to calculate the effect of Kisame's disappearance on Akatsuki's activities. Also, it'll leak the information about me knowing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Though that might not be a huge loss if my strength increases a lot in the near future, it'll still be best to keep it a secret. I'll need to be careful. I'll need to find the right opportunity to make my move. And, I should do it only when I'm sure I can kill Kisame quickly. If he has any methods to call Zetsu or Obito to help him, then killing him will become very difficult. Fujin decided to stop thinking about it. He'll plan his scheme once he is strong enough to pull one off flawlessly. He focused back on his clone and said, let's begin testing the sword. Fujin's clone nodded. He stored the Blade of the Thunder Spirit. Instead, he grabbed his usual sword and said, here I come. Chakra began flowing through his sword. He attacked Fujin with the sword while Fujin attacked back. As the two swords clashed, Fujin's eyes widened as he saw the Blade of the Thunder Spirit cut through the chakra flow. It hit the clone's sword, sending an electric current through it, zapping the clone. Of course, it wasn't enough to actually stop the clone. Fujin's sword moved through the sword towards the clone. At the same time, the clone's sword also moved towards Fujin, but it was slightly slower due to the electric shock. Fujin stopped his blade at the last second. The clone stopped as well and moved back. Fujin thought, I knew that this sword could cut through chakra, but I didn't expect it to do it so easily. It was as if my clone's chakra flow was nothing but air. Now this is a good ability. I wonder if it can work against Susanoo. The clone said, once the two swords meet, the electric current should flinch the opponent for a few moments. We can use that moment to attack the enemy first. However, it is too risky. If our enemy has high lightning resistance, then we will be hit by his sword as well. Fujin nodded. Though the effect was quite unique, the flaw was pretty obvious. He replied, yeah, but it will be very good for shadow clones. Anyway, it looks like I will need a few more swords. I might need to raid the Land of Iron at some point in the future. Anyways, charge your chakra flow with lightning. The clone nodded. He once again flowed chakra through the sword. This time, he charged it with lightning. The two swords clashed once again. This time, Fujin's blade was stopped. The clone wasn't zapped either. Instead, the Blade of the Thunder Spirit was forced back as it couldn't phase through the lightning-charged sword. Fujin moved back and thought, as I thought, this sword is at a disadvantage against lightning chakra flow. The clone changed lightning into wind and attacked again. This time, his sword cut straight through the Blade of the Thunder Spirit, forcing Fujin to retreat once again. Fujin muttered, it looks like this blade is completely useless against wind chakra flow. Not really a surprise. Fortunately, this sword can't break due to its elemental form. Otherwise, it would have been a great loss. Oh well, let's try fire. The clone nodded. He stopped providing wind chakra and instead converted his chakra into fire. In an instant, his blade was covered in fire. Fire chakra flow wasn't a commonly used technique as it wasn't as lethal as lightning or wind chakra flows. However, Fujin wanted to test out the blade of the thunder spirit. The clone attacked Fujin and the two swords clashed once again. This time, the clash was similar to how it was against normal chakra flow. Fujin's blade cut through the chakra flow, zapped the clone and moved towards him. He stopped at the last moment and dispelled his clone. Fujin analyzed, looks like using this sword in a head-on confrontation is a strict no. I'll be better off using a normal chakra metal sword. This blade will be used at long and medium ranges. The only way I could use it in close combat is if I wield two swords at the same time. After all, thanks to the elemental nature of the sword, this sword has a few interesting properties. Fujin pointed the tip of his blade at the same rock he had attacked a few minutes ago and increased the amount of chakra he inserted into the blade. Under his control, the blade suddenly began getting longer and pierced through the rock. It was around 5 meters long. Chapter 492, Raw Senator Gon Variance Training. Fujin analyzed. Not bad. With some practice, I will be able to freely control the shape and size of this blade. It can catch opponents off guard. Fujin decreased the length and instead changed the shape. Instead of a sword, the weapon now looked entirely like a Vajra. Fujin changed the sword's shape to various other shapes to find out its limits until he was satisfied. He stopped experimenting with the sword and muttered, time to experiment with the main feature of the sword. Fujin closed his eyes and recalled the training the Hidden Rain Village Jounin had gone through after he received the sword. Fujin knew neither the Lightning Dragon nor the Lightning Crow Jutsu. Though they weren't difficult to learn, he decided to keep it simple and experiment with the False Darkness Jutsu instead. Fujin began sending his chakra into the blade of the Thunder Spirit. He closed his eyes and began creating the False Darkness Jutsu while using the sword as the medium. Soon, he opened his eyes and pointed the sword at the sky. A large amount of lightning was unleashed from the sword. It traveled towards the sky without any control. Fujin frowned and analyzed, it's difficult to control. I have no control over the lightning I released with the help of the sword. Also, my efficiency was quite low. I lost nearly half my chakra while trying to create the False Darkness Jutsu. However, with the 10 times amplification that the sword provides, the jutsu was 5 times stronger than what it would have been without the sword. It looks like I'll need to practice with this sword for a long time to increase my efficiency and control. Fujin let out a sigh. He had added yet another training to his already ridiculously tight schedule. Fortunately, this one won't need as much time and dedication as some of Fujin's other projects like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, the Wind Domain or the 8 Inner Gates technique. Fujin decided, since shadow clones can have the blade of the Thunder Spirit as well, I'll just create multiple shadow clones to practice. Due to chakra amplification, the clones won't need much chakra to practice anyway. I'll create 10 shadow clones with 1% of my chakra reserves and have them train while I meditate the entire 5 days and only replace the shadow clones after they pop. Fujin quickly acted on his plan. He created 10 shadow clones which began practicing, while he constructed a cave in the mountain and inscribed the seals to improve the efficiency of meditation like the room in his basement. Fujin's clones continued training while Fujin only meditated and created new shadow clones when the existing ones got dispelled or ran out of chakra. On day 3, Fujin made a change. He stopped training the Raw Senator Gon Cannon and instead created 2 shadow clones with 30% of his chakra each and another 2 clones with 10% of his chakra each to work on the Rasen Shuriken. The reason for the change was that 2 clones with 10% of his chakra each were insufficient to create the Rasen Shuriken. The clone infusing wind chakra into the Rasengan needed a lot higher chakra to properly create it. Fujin was surprised by the amount of chakra he needed for the jutsu. However, on thinking for some time, he recalled that Naruto couldn't make many either until he learned Sage Mode and got control of Kurama's chakra. The training continued for 5 days straight before the effect of the soldier pill ran out. While he made huge progress, he wasn't satisfied. He rested for a couple of days before consuming another pill and continuing his training. 3 more days passed. Fujin was meditating in his cave when suddenly his eyes snapped open. He disappeared from the cave and appeared some distance away from a couple of his clones. 2 of Fujin's clones were focusing on their jutsu. One clone had created and maintained the Rasengan while the other clone was continuously infusing large amounts of wind chakra into the Rasengan. When Fujin arrived, the Rasen Shuriken was almost created. It was the best one Fujin's clones had created so far. Fujin and Kaido watched intently as the 2 clones needed another minute to complete the jutsu. A smile formed on their faces as they managed to create a proper Rasen Shuriken for the first time. The clone holding the Rasen Shuriken looked at it and thought, 5 days to learn wind style, Rasengan and 8 days to learn the Rasen Shuriken with just 2 pairs of shadow clones training. Excellent. Time to test it. He turned around and slammed the jutsu into the mountain they were training on. The Rasen Shuriken sank a few meters into the mountain. At the same time, the shadow clone's right arm felt the backlash of the jutsu and got dispelled. The Rasen Shuriken exploded a moment later. A large crater was formed on the side of the wall as it disintegrated into sand and soil. A tremor was felt throughout the mountain, scaring away any birds and animals living on or around the mountain. It took several minutes for the dust and soil to settle or fly away. If one were to look at the mountain, it would feel like a large monster had taken a bite of the side of the mountain. Kaido, who had flown next to Fujin, said in amazement, "That was cool. What's this jutsu?" While Kaido had seen the incomplete version several times, a complete Rasen Shuriken was in an entirely different league. He could sense that none of the winged saber-tooths could resist the dangerous jutsu Fujin had just created. Fujin smiled and said, "It is called Rasen Shuriken. It's a jutsu made with wind chakra and a high-level chakra-shape transformation. In terms of destruction, this will be the strongest jutsu that I know." As he spoke, Fujin thought, "That said, I still need more practice. Unfortunately, the amount of chakra this jutsu takes is ridiculous. Seeing the amount of chakra the two clones lost, I'll need 36% of my chakra for just one Rasen Shuriken. It's just too much. That said, it should be much less than what Naruto needed initially. It should be because I am much more efficient in infusing wind chakras compared to Naruto, who had just learned wind manipulation. Though the jutsu sounds simple as I only have to infuse my wind chakra into the Rasengan, it is extremely complicated. The only easy part is converting normal chakra into wind chakra and releasing it. If control over wind chakra is bad, then a lot of wind chakra will be lost during the time the process of infusing chakra into it. Even after infusing the wind chakra into the Rasengan, the clone that maintains the Rasengan has to ensure that the wind chakra isn't lost and stays within the Rasengan. Even for me, I lost close to 50% of the wind chakra I infused into the Rasengan during these processes. If my efficiency was only 20%, then the chakra I needed would have risen 2.5 times. So, it won't be a surprise if he needed several times more chakras compared to me to create a Rasen Shuriken of the same power. Of course, it also means that I can work towards decreasing the amount of chakra needed to create the Rasen Shuriken by a large degree. At the very least, I should try to create at least 4 Rasen Shuriken with my current chakra reserves. Of course, that is only one part. I'm not a fan of needing a shadow clone to help create a jutsu. I need to work towards creating the jutsu without needing another shadow clone to help. Apart from that, I also need to create a lightning version of this jutsu. I shouldn't be able to create it with the help of the Blade of the Thunder Spirit due to the level of chakra-shape transformation involved, but even without that, having a rank S jutsu that is so destructive is always helpful. However, I am not as used to using lightning as I am with wind. My efficiency will be a lot worse with lightning. It could create some complications. Another variation I want to explore later on is if I can add fire chakra to the Rasen Shuriken. If I can, then the jutsu will be far more devastating than the Rasen Shuriken. Sigh, so much to do again. Just when I feel that I'm heading somewhere, more training comes up. Fujin let out a sigh. While he understood the importance of training and strictly followed his training schedule, he couldn't help but get a sense of fatigue. He thought to himself, no wonder there are so few ninjas who reach rank S. Despite having so much motivation, I'm still feeling tired. For normal ninjas, it is highly unlikely for anyone to maintain a strict training schedule for more than a few months. Anyway, I should stay here for another week. Once I get a hang of the Rasen Shuriken and Rasengan Cannon, I'll leave. I'll return later to improve it and learn the variants. Staying any longer here without informing Hiruzen about my absence won't be good. Chapter 493, 1.5 months. Fujin got back to training. He trained for the next couple of days until the effects of the soldier pill ran out. After resting for a couple of days, he consumed another pill and trained for another 5 days. During this time, he had learned the Rasen Shuriken, which now needed 34% of his maximum chakra. His clones could create it successfully every single time. However, he couldn't create it with just one clone. The Rasengan cannon was mastered as well. Fujin could propel it in a straight line for nearly 50 meters and control the timing of its explosion. In addition, he could change its direction by a few degrees by controlling the winds that propelled it forward. And lastly, he had managed to master the Blade of the Thunder Spirit. Unlike the other two jutsus, Fujin could assign a lot of shadow clones to train the blade. As a result, his control over the blade had already exceeded that of the Hidden Rain Village Jounin who gifted him the sword. Satisfied with how far he had progressed, Fujin decided to go to Hidden Leaf Village. In all, he had spent 20 days training on that mountain. Fujin ended his reverse summoning and appeared back in the training ground. As soon as he appeared, he saw Naruto training in front of him. A deadpan expression appeared on his face as he wondered, I have been running into him too frequently lately. Is someone messing with me? The last time, Naruto appeared a couple of minutes after he had returned home. This time, he appeared instantly. He couldn't help but wonder, is Hagoromo helping the reincarnation of his son? Probably not. I doubt he'd pay attention to something so insignificant. Naruto immediately saw Fujin when he appeared. He quickly ran towards him and asked excitedly, Fujin, when did you return? Fujin answered, just a moment ago. I'm a bit hungry, wanna visit a kairaku? Naruto excitedly jumped and said, of course I do. Believe it. Fujin smiled and said, alright, we race there. Believe it. Naruto was surprised. He asked, rap. However, before he could complete his question, Fujin had already disappeared. Realizing that Fujin had already started, he complained, hey, no fair. Wait for me. Naruto immediately began running towards the kairaku. Needless to say, Fujin reached the stall within a few seconds and sat down on the stool. Ayame was surprised as Fujin suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was sitting on the stool. She quickly smiled and said, Fujin. You haven't visited in a while. Fujin nodded and said, yeah. I was busy with some missions. Get me the usual. Actually, double that. I haven't eaten good food in a while. Also, make a few bowls for Naruto. He should be here in some time. Ayame said, Naruto is coming as well? Alright, order coming right up. She quickly went in to help her father. A few minutes later, an exhausted Naruto reached the ramen shop. He took some deep breaths showing his tiredness. Just before he was about to complain, Fujin said, that's too slow, Naruto. You need to train more. That caused Naruto to snap. Even before he could complain, Fujin had taunted him even more. He pointed at Fujin and complained aggressively, you cheater. You started without giving me a heads up. And, you used a jutsu that I don't know. Fight fair. Fujin tilted his head and said, fight fair? During missions, will your enemies play fair? You always need to be alert, Naruto. Besides, even if I had played fair, I would have still defeated you by more than 5 minutes. Look. Fujin pointed towards Ayame who was already bringing out a couple of bowls. A dumbfounded expression appeared on Naruto's face as he said, how can that be? I only needed 5 minutes to come here. Fujin chuckled and said, told you that you were slow. Naruto wasn't sure what to say. He just became dejected and his shoulders dropped. Ayame placed the bowls and said, Fujin, don't tease Naruto so much. Naruto, he is just messing with you. See, he already ordered for you as well. Come eat. Naruto's mood immediately brightened up as he hopped into the seat next to Fujin. Fujin just chuckled and began eating the ramen. As they ate, Fujin asked, so, how is your training progressing? Naruto answered, I can walk and run on the water. The combination jutsu is still very difficult though. Fujin nodded and said, that's good progress. You can focus all your attention on the combination jutsus now. Just remember to practice the 4 jutsus individually every once in a while and practice tree climbing and water walking once a week or so. Naruto nodded and asked, could you teach me how you can disappear suddenly? Fujin shook his head and answered, learning too many jutsus at the same time isn't a good thing. You should focus on mastering what you already know for the time being. Once your base becomes strong, you'll be able to learn more jutsus easily in the future. Naruto looked at Fujin and immediately pestered him, come on. Just teach me this one jutsu. I'll master all of them, believe it. Fujin chuckled and said, alright. How about this? I'll teach you that jutsu as your graduation gift once you graduate. Deal? Naruto immediately beamed up and said, deal. There were only a couple of months left for his graduation exam. Though Naruto still couldn't perform the clone jutsu, learning so many new jutsus and skills had increased his confidence considerably. The two talked a bit more about casual stuff as they ate. Naruto updated Fujin on the pranks he pulled during the time Fujin was away. Fujin gave Naruto some tips on how to improve his pranks further and sent him away ensuring that Naruto won't be disturbing him for a few days at least. Fujin returned to his house. He stretched for a bit and thought, I guess it is back to Flying Thunder God training. I need to increase my teleportation range. I already rested a day on the mountain after the effects of the soldier pill ran out. I can do some low chakra intensity training today. Fujin entered his basement and began training. He had already dug a kilometer-long hole under his house and covered it with a range of seals to prevent detection. He had just begun his training when his bell rang. Fujin wondered, I have sent Naruto away. Who is it now? He spread his chakra field and sensed 2 ninjas. For a moment, he wondered, who are these TW? Ah, it's them. I wonder what they want? Though Fujin could remember chakra signatures, he had seen way too many of them. As such, It was difficult to identify the chakra signatures of the people whose chakra signatures he didn't specifically try to remember or didn't see on a regular basis. It was like trying to remember names or faces, but a bit more difficult. After all, you would see faces whenever you meet the person and use their names while talking with or about them. However, Fujin could only see the chakra signature once he activated his chakra field or focused chakra in his eyes. It wasn't something Fujin did regularly while in Hidden Leaf Village. He sent a shadow clone to see what the two visitors wanted. As soon as the clone opened the door, relief appeared on the faces of the visitors. Yasushi sighed in relief and said, "Finally, we found you." Haruma sighed as well and added, "We were getting worried after not seeing you for so long." The two of them were the assistants Hiruzen had assigned to help out Fujin with his council duties. Fujin's clone raised an eyebrow as he noticed that both of them looked to be under immense pressure. He asked, "Leave me, what's bothering the two of you? Did something happen?" While Fujin rarely interacted with them, the two were still his subordinates. As such, Fujin would help them out unless the matter was too troublesome. However, to his surprise, instead of answering, the two of them looked at him with an expression full of complaints. The clone wondered, why are they looking at me like I owe them a million ryo? The two Chunins were speechless seeing the confused expression on the clone's face. After a minute of silence, Yasushi said, "You haven't visited the office for more than 1.5 months. Chapter 494, Disrespect. Fujin's clone suddenly realized why the two of them were complaining. He thought, I see. Since I was busy with training, I started visiting just once every fortnight. It had been almost 2 weeks when I left to establish the Phantom Haven Society. I spent more than 2 weeks there. Then immediately went to Mount Muteki and spent nearly 3 weeks there. Now that I think about it, I have been so busy that I completely forgot about this job. Sigh, that Hiruzen gives me so much work." Fortunately, Hiruzen couldn't hear Fujin's thoughts, otherwise he would have summoned Inma and chased Fujin down, or at least thought of doing that. Of all the council members other than the elders, Fujin represented the highest number of ninjas. Yet, he was the one who worked the least. Without any shame on his face, the clone asked, I was busy with training and missions. Anyway, what's the issue? Since when did we start getting so much work for you to be so stressed?" Yasushi answered, "Well, the day after you left for the mission, Katsuhiro-sama wanted to meet with you. He has something very important that he wants to discuss with you. However, you weren't there. He was patient until you returned from the mission, but since then, he has been pressuring us on a daily basis. We tried finding you, but your door had a sign saying that you were away." The clone wondered, "Katsuhiro? That old elite jounin? What does he want with me?" That said, seeing how much these two are troubled, it looks like he has been doing more than just pressuring them. Sigh, it looks like I need to establish some prestige. Even though Fujin was extremely strong and feared in most of the other villages, in Hidden Leaf Village, he didn't have the same prestige. Whatever reputation he had was due to his bounty, rumors about him being the spectral swordsman, and his seat on the council. Only a very small group of people knew how terrifying Fujin's strength was. And, even they had never seen Fujin in action. As such, his reputation was far lower than Kakashi or the clan leaders. Fujin didn't particularly care about this as he never faced any obstruction in Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen more or less agreed to his requests unless they were outrageous, and Guy had selflessly taught him the 8 inner gates. He wasn't interested in any more influence. However, that was under the assumption that no one tried playing politics with him. Fujin's clone said, "What was so urgent for him to keep visiting daily? Anyway, alright. Send a messenger to inform him that I have called him to my office." Haruma asked, Should we go to call him?" The clone replied, "No. Just send a normal messenger. You two don't need to act like messengers unless you are contacting me, Lord Hokage or the Jounin commander. I'll meet you at the office." In front of them, the clone closed the door and disappeared. As for Fujin's main body, he continued training in the basement. Yasushi and Haruma exchanged glances. Relief could be seen on both their faces. The last 3 weeks had been rather tough on them. Haruma said, though it didn't sound like it, "It seems like he was upset." Yasushi nodded and said, "Yes. I was worried that he wouldn't care about us. Katsuhiro has been an elite jounin for a long time and is very respected. In fact, he has been one since before Fujin joined the academy. I was worried that Fujin might not know much about politics. Thankfully, that doesn't seem to be the case. He might take this opportunity to establish his prestige." A smile could be seen on Yasushi's face. He had seen several such political battles when he worked under Inoichi. However, Haruma was worried as he was new. He asked, "Katsuhiro is very reputed. In fact, he is the most reputed among the civilian ninjas. Almost all civilian ninjas look up to him. Will it create an issue if Fujin confronts him?" Yasushi answered, "No. It'll just be a confrontation between them. We won't get involved. If Fujin loses, then we will be reassigned to some other duties. I guess some council members wanted to back Katsuhiro for the seat Fujin is in. You don't need to worry. Just sit back and watch. It is one of the only entertaining things about this job. Unlike Yasushi, who seemed to look forward to it, Haruma was still very worried. The two immediately left towards the Hokage building. After sending a messenger to call Katsuhiro, the two returned to Fujin's office and saw his clone skimming through the documents in the office. On noticing them, the clone said, "Good, you two returned. Brief me about everyone who visited the office in my absence. Let's handle their issues." Yasushi and Haruma immediately got to work. One by one, they began resolving all the cases that were raised during the past month. Fujin generally didn't receive many requests. While quite a few were curious initially, most lost interest after seeing how slow he was at responding, how little time he allocated for meeting up, and how quickly he dismissed them. As a result, ninjas would only visit him if it was a critical matter. Half an hour later, Katsuhiro showed up at Fujin's office and knocked on the door. The clone lazily said, "Come in." Katsuhiro entered the office and looked at Fujin's clone, who barely looked at him, and said, "Wait a couple of minutes. I'll handle this case and then listen to you." Without giving him any chance to respond, Fujin's clone began asking his two subordinates questions about the matter at hand. Both Yasushi and Haruma felt awkward, but remembering the pressure Katsuhiro applied on them for the last few days, they ignored him as well and just began helping Fujin. Seeing him standing without being paid any attention alleviated some of the complaints they had about him. A frown appeared on Katsuhiro's face. Fujin didn't give him any chance to speak. In fact, he completely ignored him. So did his subordinates. However, Fujin's words left him with little option to respond. Suddenly, he realized something that made his anger go through the roof. Fortunately, he was able to restrain himself thanks to his long experience. After 4 minutes, they were finally done with the case they were looking at. The clone closed the file and looked at Katsuhiro. With a smile on his face, he said, "I heard that you have been rather impatient to meet me, Katsuhiro-san. I wonder what the matter is." Katsuhiro snorted in annoyance and said, "First you make me wait for weeks just to meet you. When you finally come to the office, you still make me wait. And, instead of coming here yourself, you sent a shadow clone?" As he spoke, the anger in his voice continuously rose. Not only did Fujin not come, but the shadow clone he sent also had very little chakra. It was a massive disrespect to someone experienced and respected like Katsuhiro. Meanwhile, Yasushi and Haruma were stunned. They glanced at each other in disbelief. Yasushi looked at Fujin once again and thought, he is a shadow clone? He sent a clone to meet up with Katsuhiro? I have never even seen Lord Hokage being this disrespectful. At the same time, Haruma wondered, did he ever come to the office in person? Or did he always send a clone? Fujin's clone ignored his anger and asked with a puzzled expression on his face, "Are you on a secret or a rank S mission?" Katsuhiro thought, what the hell? What does that have to do with anything? He answered, "Not right now." The clone asked, "Why are you getting so worked up for a few minutes then? Seeing your state, one would assume that we are at a war or something. You should relax, Katsuhiro-san. Otherwise, others would misunderstand. Now, why did you want to meet me?" Haruma just kept watching Fujin with a dumbfounded expression. He thought, not only did he ignore the fact that he didn't meet him for weeks, but also ignored the fact that he only sent a clone. Instead, he admonished Katsuhiro for being worked up. "Yasushi, are you sure that we will be fine?" Despite his experience, Yasushi was getting increasingly worried as well. He had seen Inoichi being strict and disrespectful, but he had never seen him be that way to an elite jounin. Meanwhile, Katsuhiro was stuck in a dilemma. Fujin's shamelessness had completely caught him off guard. He couldn't decide whether he should blow up the matter or relent because Fujin wasn't confronting him openly. The disrespect, though obvious, wasn't something he could complain about, as Fujin could easily claim ignorance and give excuses. He thought, damn you Denzo. You didn't say that dealing with him will be this difficult. I need to calm down. Since he doesn't want to openly offend me, I'll continue with the plan. Katsuhiro said, I had a proposal for you, a plan that would be extremely helpful to the civilian ninjas and would make us much stronger. I want you to put it forth to the council and get it passed. Fujin's clone was intrigued. Not long ago, Fujin had given one such proposal to the council which was still not implemented. He asked, oh, what is the proposal? At the same time, he thought, he controlled his anger too easily. Old ninjas are particularly sensitive about the respect they get from youngsters. As I guessed, he is scheming something. Chapter 495, As long as Hidden Lee Village benefits, I am happy. Katsuhiro explained, in the ninja clans, the seniors in the clan always instruct and guide the juniors. They pass them their secret techniques which make it very easy for them to become special jounins with little effort. In addition, they also arrange groups for them to join once they become chunins. By comparison, we have no access to any jutsus or guidance from any seniors. I want to level the playing field. Fujin's clone tilted his head and said, the village library is open to all and has hundreds of jutsus. Anyone can pay a visit and take the jutsus that are suitable for them. Similarly, everyone can ask their sensei for guidance. What exactly are you complaining about? Katsuhiro shook his head and said, it's not the same. The normal jutsus in the library aren't as useful as the secret techniques. Fujin's clone said dismissively, I disagree. Instead of complaining about not having secret techniques, we need to train with more dedication and train our jutsus to the next level. There is no excuse for not having stronger or suitable jutsus other than a lack of effort. Fujin himself had depended heavily on the library. Though he received some help from Hiruzen and Renjiro who taught him samurai saber techniques, wind vacuum technique, provided the scroll for the flying thunder god and allowed him to learn shadow clone jutsu quite earlier than he would have normally, there was no denying the help the library provided. Even without Renjiro and Hiruzen's help, Fujin wouldn't have any issue becoming a rank S ninja. The only difference would be that he would have needed more time and progressing further would have been difficult. That said, which rank S ninja wouldn't receive special attention from Hiruzen? Fujin saw little reason why someone wouldn't become a jounin other than unwillingness to put in the required effort. Katsuhiro understood that he wouldn't be able to beat Fujin in this debate. After all, he had depended on a library as well. He said, even if jutsus are available, it isn't the same. Without proper guidance, it is difficult to learn the jutsus. Even though everyone gets a sensei assigned, most civilian geinins get assigned just a chunin sensei. They aren't very qualified to help them after they become chunins. That is why, I want you to propose the construction of a guidance hall for civilian ninjas. Fujin's clone was intrigued again. He asked, what will the guidance hall be? Katsuhiro explained, it'll act as a hall where civilian ninjas can put up requests. For instance, say someone wants help in learning the water dragon jutsu. He could put up the request in the guidance hall. Everyone else will be allowed to view the existing requests. If a veteran civilian ninja who has mastered that jutsu has time, then he can guide that ninja. Of course, teaching one at a time will not be very feasible. That is why, the guidance hall will analyze all the requests and group them together. That way, the veteran ninjas can see which jutsu has the highest number of requests and guide several ninjas at the same time. This will allow us civilian ninjas to be more courageous while deciding the jutsus we learn and avoid any mistakes we might make while learning them. Fujin's clone was surprised. The proposal was indeed very good. There was no question that the civilian ninjas would benefit a lot. Fujin's earlier suggestions in the council were extremely beneficial for the future civilian ninjas. On the other hand, Katsuhiro's proposal would benefit the existing civilian ninjas who still had the hunger to become stronger. He thought, I see. Such a plan. Not bad. Not bad at all. What a good scheme this is. He wants my seat on the council. That said, who gave him the confidence to think that he would be able to take my seat? Fujin hadn't gotten the seat on the council due to his political acumen. He received due to Hiruzen acknowledging and making use of Fujin's overwhelming strength. Apart from Hiruzen, there was no one on the council that could defeat him in a fight. As such, he wasn't very worried. He nodded and said, it will be very beneficial. This is a great idea, Katsuhiro-san. Katsuhiro added, another method to make civilian ninjas stronger would be getting elemental crystals allotted to us. The clan ninjas are stronger than us because they have had the support of elemental crystals since they were young. On the other hand, we can only access it if we are in the Anbu. I want you to demand elemental crystals for civilian ninjas as well. Fujin's clone shook his head and said, already asked. Lord Hokage refused. The village is already facing a shortfall. Katsuhiro argued, but the clans still get a large amount of elemental crystals every year. We deserve to get this. However, the clone cut him off and said, as I said, Lord Hokage has refused. If you want to take it up with him, feel free to do so. Katsuhiro didn't expect to be refused so directly. He analyzed, looks like Denzo was right. Fujin would only follow what Lord Hokage says. What a shame. He replied, alright, I will take this matter up with Lord Hokage. Can you get the proposal passed in the next council meeting? Fujin's clone smiled and said, actually, since you were the one to come up with this brilliant idea, why don't you make the proposal as well? I'll present it during the next council meeting and mention that you are the one who came up with this proposal. Katsuhiro was shocked. He thought, what the hell? He isn't going to try to steal the credit for coming up with this idea? That said, this isn't bad either. Everyone will directly know that I was the one who put forth this idea. I won't need to spread the word that it was me who came up with this. No, I should do that as well. He nodded and said, "All right. I'll get it done." He began leaving. However, before he could leave, Fujin's clone said, "Once you're done, hand it to these two. Next time, you don't need to get worked up. I'll call you as soon as I am free." Katsuhiro understood what Fujin implied. Yasushi and Haruma were also relieved to hear that. Katsuhiro nodded and agreed before he left. He wanted Fujin's seat and didn't have any beef with his two subordinates. As he left, Fujin's clone's eyes began glowing as he observed Katsuhiro's chakra flow. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, "I should have guessed. His chakra isn't flowing naturally. There is a slight difference from when I had last seen him. Denzo. So he is the one pushing him from the background." That said, Katsuhiro should have had such intentions normally. Otherwise, Denzo wouldn't have been able to push him against me so easily while being completely unaware of any external influence. Seeing that Katsuhiro had disappeared from his view, Yasushi softly said, "Fujin. You are still new to the council and haven't been very active. So you may not have seen this, but he wants your seat on the council." Since Fujin had stood up for him, Yasushi felt compelled to inform him about the political plays others played. To his surprise, Fujin's clone nodded and said, "I know." Yasushi asked, "Then why are you letting him put forth the proposal and giving him the credit? If you had made the proposal, then you could have taken the credit." Fujin's clone smiled and asked, "What will I do with this little credit? I'm not interested in political games. As long as Hidden Lee Village benefits, I am happy." Yasushi and Haruma were surprised by the words. Though Yasushi didn't say anything, he was disappointed. He thought, he is still too young. If he maintains this attitude, he might not be able to keep his seat. What a pity. Someone like him will be able to help the village a lot. Unfortunately, people like him don't last in the political arena. Chapter 496, Fujin's counterattack. Yasushi's thoughts were extremely accurate. Or rather, they would have been, had Fujin's words and thoughts been the same. Fujin thought, what's the use of trying to take credit? He obviously came prepared. If I had tried to steal the credit, I would have fallen into a trap. Even Hiruzen would have been unlikely to support my seat in the council if that happened. Since I can't take the credit, why should I put in the hard work? Let him do it all by himself or with Denzo's aid. Besides, even though I never did any politics in my previous life, I do know how bureaucracy works. In the council, only I can put forth this proposal due to its nature. The civilian members can't do it as they represent the non-ninja population. The elders obviously won't do it as they will offend the clan leaders. As for the clan leaders, there is no reason to even think. So, let him put forth a proposal. I'll delay my response as much as I can and then point out the flaws in his proposal and ask him to redo it. As long as he fails to complete the proposal before the council meeting happens, he'll have to wait for 6 months until the proposal can be put forth again. That's enough time for me to figure out why Denzo's attempting this and who are the others that are helping him. Fujin's clone looked at Yasushi and said, let's handle the remaining cases. We will complete all the pending ones today. Since he was there, he might as well complete everything. Yasushi and Haruma immediately got to work. While he continued working, Fujin's clone was thinking about a new issue that popped out of nowhere. He analyzed, my position in the council should have been stable. If there is any instability, then it should be due to my last proposal. I didn't think much back then as I had thought of them on the spot. But when I analyzed it more later, I realized that it compromises the authority of the ninja clans. In fact, it also affects Hiruzen's Sarutobi clan. So, if he decides against it, there is little I can do about it. However, this shouldn't be a reason for my seat to be vulnerable. After all, if Hiruzen is against it, then those changes will never be implemented. As such, no one has any reason to oppose me as long as I don't try to force those changes. On the other hand, if Hiruzen is on board, he'll convince the rest of the clans. In fact, even Hamura and Koharu should support those changes. The only way an issue can occur is if Denzo manages to turn 1 or 2 clan leaders against me and also gains the support of the 5 civilian members and the 2 other elders. Since he is pulling off this move, it means that he has made at least some gains. Otherwise, there is no point to it. But, why would any clan leader support him? It's not like the issue is big. They will just need to put in more effort. As long as they can train their ninjas to be jounins instead of stopping at special jounins, they will still be the ones in charge of the village. Not to mention, their survivability will increase. Though it was a plausible reason, Fujin didn't think it was big enough for anyone to actually oppose him. After all, Fujin's strength would remain irrespective of whether he was a part of the council or not. The clone concluded, I guess he was hoping that I would mess up against this scheme. If I had presented this proposal as my own, then the clan leaders could have seen me as someone who wanted to make the civilians strong very aggressively. My proposed changes to the academy will make an impact in around 10 to 15 years. However, Katsuhiro's proposal will make an impact within 2 years. One is a future threat while the other is an immediate threat. It would have allowed Denzo to influence a few clan leaders. And once he made it public that I tried to steal credit, he could have easily made Hamura and Koharu vote against me and pressured Hiruzen against taking sides. A good scheme indeed. Looks like that bastard is still not content. Killing him right now isn't beneficial for me. But it's time to clip his wings. Those Hidden Rain Village ninjas weren't good enough for practice. I was planning on visiting Hidden Mist Village later, but the root ninjas should provide decent practice as well. Also, I need to increase the attention I pay to the events inside the village. Specifically, those 5 civilian council members. They hold a significant vote share in the council. I haven't agreed to any of their meeting invites despite being on the council for so long. So, it isn't a surprise if they want to play political games. But, I don't have time to waste on them. If they become a headache, I'll have to eliminate one of them. That should ensure that the remaining 4 stay within their limits. It'll also give Hiruzen an opportunity to induct someone more loyal to him. That said, why exactly did Hiruzen allow Denzo's influence on them to be so strong? It's such an unnecessary headache. He couldn't guess what Hiruzen was thinking. However, Fujin's clone was satisfied with the plans he created and stopped thinking about it. There was no need to overly complicate the situation. He continued working until late in the night until all the work was completed before dispelling himself and sending the memories back to Fujin. In the basement, Fujin opened his eyes as he received all the memories. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, it looks like Denzo grew impatient with me staying in my house and in the training ground for months. Sigh, he is a lot tougher to deal with. Despite messing with me so many times, he hasn't given me a single opening to act upon. As expected as someone who operates an organization like Root. He doesn't leave any tracks behind. If not for my knowledge, I wouldn't have been able to link these incidents to him. Though, it isn't entirely bad. Killing him this early would have made me miss out on a future opportunity. Besides, since he has so much free time on his hands, I'll give him something to be worried about instead of wasting his time on me. In an instant, 4 shadow clones appeared next to Fujin. Each had 20% of the chakra Fujin currently had left. Immediately, all 4 changed their appearances and physiques to be completely different from each other. On top of it, they wore masks and cloaks to disguise themselves further. Looking at each other, one clone said, "I'll go east. I'll go west. I'll take the northern base." The last clone didn't say anything. All 4 hid their chakra and disappeared from Fujin's house. Inside Hidden Leaf Village, Root had one main base where Denzo generally stayed. However, that was one of the many bases Root controlled. When Fujin secretly inspected the village, he found as many as 37 other hidden underground bases. Of course, most of the bases were closed after Hiruzen cut off Denzo's manpower following the Uchiha massacre. However, the Root still operated 4 of those bases, covering every direction. Each of those 4 bases had 2 to 6 Root ninjas managing it at any point depending on the available manpower. Only if Root had to deploy all its forces outside the village would those bases be shut down. Fujin's target was those 4 bases. Fujin's clones moved secretly through Hidden Leaf Village, leaving no signs of their tracks. Not a single ninja was able to detect them. The clone heading south reached his target first. He stopped just outside the base as surprise appeared on his face. He analyzed. There are 9 ninjas inside this base? That's strange. Is Denzo up to something? I need to check who it is. If Denzo is present here, I'll have to retreat. My main body can send a clone to target the main Root base instead. Fighting someone like Denzo would leave a lot of clues. Not to mention, killing someone as strong as Denzo would require Fujin to go all out and he still wouldn't be able to guarantee Denzo's death, let alone keep that fight a secret. It couldn't be done with a mere clone. However, since Fujin was attacking all 4 bases, the clone didn't see a need to be too careful. The Root bases were hidden very well from the public. All the bases were several meters below the ground. In addition, they were covered in numerous seals to ensure they stayed hidden and were strong enough to not collapse due to a few jutsus. So, there was no fear of any external forces interfering in the fight. The clone directly entered into the base and activated his chakra field, covering the entire base. Immediately, all the 9 Root ninjas detected the chakra field and flickered towards the clone's location. Behind his mask, a smile appeared on Fujin's clone's face. He thought, good, Denzo or any other elite Jounins aren't here. Time to go on a rampage. Chapter 497, Lightning Style. It was late at night in Hidden Leaf Village. Most people had already gone to sleep. Only a few Anbu and some ninjas on patrol duties and similar jobs were awake. In a rather inconspicuous spot in between 2 remote training fields, a hidden base existed around a couple of dozen meters underground. The base wasn't very big like some of the other bases in Hidden Leaf Village. It only had 7 rooms and 2 paths to enter and exit the base. Under normal circumstances, this base was never disturbed. However, on this day, every root ninja sensed a chakra field aggressively detecting everyone in the base. It stunned the root ninjas momentarily. Ever since they joined the root, they had never experienced someone barging into a root base with so little restraint. Even the Hokage wouldn't do so. Another important factor to remember was that the base was covered in numerous seals. It was perfectly hidden. Even a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster would have trouble spotting the base. Yet, someone had barged in. In less than a second, all 9 root ninjas got into the act. They began moving towards the source of the chakra field. Unfortunately, the intruder was much faster. Having sensed that there were no chakra signatures that he was familiar with, Fujin's clone didn't have any reason to hesitate. He moved forward and broke through the door blocking his path. Inside the room, the eyes of the 2 root ninjas who were moving rapidly as well widened. There was indeed someone who was barging into the root base. The root ninjas immediately grabbed their weapons. There was no need to exchange words with someone who'd do that. They only needed to kill or capture him. Both threw several shurikens and kunai at Fujin's clone. Seeing the incoming attack, Fujin's clone flickered and appeared to their right. At the same time, 3 senbon appeared in Fujin's right hand and lightning began flowing through them. In a flash, Fujin threw the 3 senbon at the root ninja next to him. The root ninja immediately grabbed his kunai to block the senbon. However, even before he could move his arm, the senbon moved at lightning speed and pierced through his eyes and forehead. Due to Fujin's position, the 2 root ninjas were in a straight line. As a result, the root ninja behind the one Fujin targeted wasn't spared either. 2 senbon pierced through his head while the third one pierced through his neck. Both the root ninjas dropped dead in an instant. Their brains were damaged as well, making it impossible for anyone to read their memories. As for the senbon, they continued piercing through several walls before they stopped. At the same time, the remaining root ninjas entered the room from opposite directions. They were horrified to see that 2 of their comrades had already fallen. The root ninjas were extremely efficient while working in the dark. Among the ninja villages, there wasn't any other force that came anywhere close to root in this aspect. However, in terms of frontal assault, the root ninjas were no better than a normal ninjas. In fact, due to the lack of practice in fighting openly, they could be even considered weaker. Not to mention, the root ninjas in the base were only at elite Chunin and Jounin levels in terms of strength. Even though Fujin wasn't using Winjutsus and his lightning combat system wasn't as mature as his wind combat system, it wasn't an issue for Fujin to face a bunch of Jounins. Even if Fujin didn't use any elemental ninjutsu, strong jutsus like Rasengan or the Flying Thunder God, forbidden techniques like the 8 inner gates and his sword, Fujin's speed and physique made him far stronger than a Jounin. It would take an elite Jounin to stop Fujin even if he didn't use the techniques listed above. With his lightning jutsus, a normal elite Jounin wouldn't stand much of a chance against him either. It would take someone like Juzo or Zabuza to stop him. Of course, against rank S ninjas, Fujin didn't stand any chance with merely lightning jutsus for the time being. Unfortunately for the root ninjas, they didn't have someone like that. They were about to attack when something happened that horrified them. Lightning suddenly appeared on the right hand of Fujin's clone. It released a distinct sound of birds chirping. One root ninja exclaimed, "Chidori." Another shouted, "Kakashi Hatake. What are you doing?" Unfortunately, they didn't receive any answer. Fujin's clone flickered once again and appeared moved towards the 4 root ninjas who were together. Suddenly, one root ninja felt pain in his chest and looked below. His eyes widened as he saw a hand poking through his chest. He vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. The root ninjas next to him immediately became on guard. Their expressions behind their masks were grim as they realized how far outmatched they were in terms of speed. However, even before they could react, the clone's lightning-covered palm slashed through the neck of another root ninja, beheading him. The remaining 2 root ninjas immediately attacked Fujin's clone with shurikens and began weaving hand seals. However, 3 senbon appeared in the clone's left hand. They charged with lightning as Fujin's clone threw them at the root ninja on his left. At the same time, the remaining lightning on the clone's right hand concentrated on his palm as he unleashed a lightning beam at the 4th root ninja. The lightning beam knocked out every shuriken that the root ninja had thrown and hit the root ninja. His entire body was electrocuted. Though he hadn't died, he was in no shape to fight. The other root ninja wasn't as lucky. His forehead and eyes were pierced by the senbon before he could even react. Fujin's clone caught the shurikens heading towards him from the other direction. While Fujin's clone was dealing with these 4 root ninjas, the other 3 root ninjas immediately realized the disparity in their ability. 2 weaved hand signs as one of them said, "You are the fastest among us. Quickly go and inform Lord Denzo." The 3rd root ninja began escaping without any hesitation. However, He was a bit confused. He thought, something is weird. I worked with Kakashi Hatake in the past. He wasn't this bloodthirsty. Also, that Chidori he used, though it looked similar, it was much weaker than Kakashi's Chidori. The sound of birds chirping was softer as well. Is it really Kakashi? He didn't know that his guess was accurate. Regardless, he had no choice but to continue escaping. Wind style, great breakthrough jutsu, fire style, searing migraine jutsu. The two root ninjas weaving hand seals unleashed two powerful jutsus. Due to the small size of the base, it covered the entire space and moved towards Fujin's clone, leaving him no way of dodging. The two of them didn't care about the remaining root ninjas that Fujin's clone had just dealt with. Fujin's clone immediately saw the combination jutsu and noticed the third root ninja escaping. He charged the shurikens in his left hand with lightning and threw them at the two root ninjas. At the same time, he escaped underground. Earth style, earth instantaneous body jutsu. Due to the considerable distance between them and the fact that lightning-charged shurikens were much slower than the lightning-charged senbon, the two root ninjas were barely able to react and get out of the way of the shurikens. Only a cut appeared on their bodies. However, Fujin's target wasn't them. The root ninja who was running away felt something coming at him. He was about to flicker away, but he wouldn't be able to do so before being hit by the shurikens. Hence, he stopped weaving hand seals and stepped out of the way. Unfortunately for him, this small pause would prove to be fatal. As soon as he stepped out of the way, he felt a hand grabbing his leg. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. Immediately, his entire body was buried underground while Fujin's clone appeared in front of him. Before he could understand what was happening, a finger, which was covered in lightning, jabbed into his forehead. The lightning released from the finger completely destroyed his brain, killing him directly. The remaining two root ninjas turned around to see that their comrade who was supposed to pass the message had already died. It didn't take a genius to know what fate awaited them. Their attacker was in an entirely different league. However, that wasn't entirely a bad thing. Once your death was inevitable, the ninja had no reason to be afraid. One of them weaved hand signs while the other grabbed a tag while shouting, "Kakashi Hatake. Don't think that you can kill us and leave scot-free. Lord Denzo will deliver justice." The clone's eyes widened as he noticed the hand seals and the tag. Immediately, senbon appeared in both his hands and he threw them at two root ninjas. Having seen how fast the senbon was a few times, both the root ninjas acted immediately and began moving as soon as the senbon left the clone's hands. As a result, the senbon didn't hit any critical part. Though two small holes were drilled through their bodies, the injury wasn't critical. However, that was enough time for Fujin's clone to attack again. He flickered behind the one holding a tag and beheaded him in a flash. At the same time, he shot another senbon at the other root ninja. From a short distance and without seeing the clone's attack clearly, he had no chance of dodging. The senbon pierced through his forehead. However, he was still smiling as his hand seals had completed. Mutually multiplying explosive tags in an instant, the ground around Fujin's clone began transforming into explosive tags. He was surrounded by thousands of explosive tags in mere moments. Chapter 498, Enemy of All Five Villages? Just as the Fujin's clone was surrounded with explosive tags, he released a large amount of lightning from his body which spread in every direction, forming a lightning field. It covered every explosive tag around him, causing lightning to pass through the tags, diffusing them within a few moments. In a few seconds, the ground stopped transforming into explosive tags and the clone was done diffusing them. However, it drained away almost all of his chakra. He sighed and muttered to himself, "After I did such a good job creating such a good crime scene, why do you want to ruin it with explosions?" As for the tag, that was even more dangerous. It was the standard tag used to blow up the entire base. It would have dispelled me and instantly alerted everyone. I wouldn't have been able to decorate this crime scene like I want to if that happened. Anyway, time to get to work. Hee, I can't wait for Denzo to come and look at this scene. Let me see if you still have the time and energy to try and create trouble for me. Though the clone was very low on chakra, he could still maintain himself. He walked towards the root ninja who had survived after being hit by the lightning beam. Though his resistance was rather admirable, his paralyzed body was covered in deep cuts and was burnt thoroughly by the combination jutsu. He didn't survive such a torture. Fujin's clone used a senbon and charged it with lightning to destroy his brain. He did the same to any other root ninja who still had their brains intact so that no one could read any memories. Needless to say, Fujin wanted to divert the blame to Kakashi. Had someone's memories been read, Denzo could openly question Kakashi. However, doing that would be equivalent to proving that Kakashi was innocent. Kakashi was an extremely experienced ninja. He had been a ninja for more than a decade when Fujin graduated. He had spent several years in the Anbu. Would someone like him make the mistake of not destroying memories? All it would prove is that someone was framing Kakashi. So, Fujin's clone didn't bother leaving something so obvious. There were only two clues he left behind to point towards Kakashi. The first was that almost every wound on the dead bodies, other than the ones caused by the combination jutsu, had signs of damage due to lightning. Any decent medical ninja will be able to find that out during the autopsy. Even the large number of explosive tags were damaged due to lightning. Denzo would easily see that. The second clue was the hole he left in the chest of one of the root ninjas. Kakashi's Chidori was extremely famous. This injury plus the lightning would force Denzo to suspect Kakashi. Of course, it wasn't an ironclad proof. In fact, even this would be considered as someone setting up Kakashi. However, it was exactly as Fujin wanted. After all, he didn't have any enmity with Kakashi and just wanted to mess with Denzo. After inspecting the base once again, Fujin's clone dispelled himself. As soon as he was dispelled, every senbon he had used to attack also disappeared. All that was left behind were 6 burnt dead bodies, one of which had a hole in the chest, and 3 more dead bodies that weren't burned. A few of the dead bodies were beheaded while one was buried upright in the ground, with only his head visible above the ground with a small hole in his forehead. Due to the remote location of the base and the seals covering it, no one detected the fight that just happened there. Until another root ninja shows up at this base, no one would know that anything had happened. While Fujin's clone was dealing with the root ninjas at this base, his other 3 clones were already done as the bases they targeted only had 2 root ninjas each. In all, 15 root ninjas had died within the span of a few minutes. In his basement, Fujin received the memories of all his 4 shadow clones. A smile appeared on his face. He had stopped training as he needed chakra in case something happened after the details of the incident were leaked. Apart from 1 clone, the remaining transferred back most of the chakra. As a result, he had more than half of his chakra reserves, which was sufficient to deal with most matters. Fujin chuckled as he analyzed. Perfect? 15 root ninjas. Hee, this might be the most root ninjas Denzo lost within a few minutes. Hiruzen had already taken away most of his subordinates post the Uchiha massacre. I wonder how many are left after today. Regardless, the village will heat up. The evidence clearly points towards Kakashi. However, I doubt whether he is even inside the village considering how many missions Hiruzen assigns him. Even if he is, there is no way Hiruzen that I know would take any action against him without any ironclad proof. After all, for what reason would Kakashi do something so outrageous? Even Denzo would ask that question. As for its answer, there is only one that makes sense. It is that Hiruzen ordered Kakashi to do so. There is no doubt that Denzo would suspect that Hiruzen wants to finish root for good. No. That's probably not how it'll go. I'll be looking down on Denzo and Hiruzen to think that the action will cause them to be at each other's throats. Though I left evidence pointing towards Kakashi, any intelligent ninja would be able to see that he was set up. Denzo will see that as well. After all Kakashi would need to do is take away the bodies and no evidence would remain. However, even though it is clear that Kakashi was set up, Denzo has no other leads. And, he has faced a huge loss. He'll be left with no choice but to make a move against Hiruzen. Otherwise, everyone will think that he is an easy target. This should cause a political battle to begin between Hiruzen and Denzo. Now that would be a fun battle to watch. Once it starts, Denzo won't have much energy left to try and replace me on the council. If he still interferes somehow, I'll just add some more oil to the fire. It's not as if he can keep all the remaining root ninjas close to him all the time. Though I need him alive for some time, there is no reason for root to exist. I'll continue picking them apart one by one. Suddenly, a weird expression appeared on Fujin's face as he realized something. He thought, now that I think about it, my actions in the land of hot water led to Jiraiya killing over 250 Hidden Clouds village ninjas, the largest loss they faced in peacetime. I probably killed a similar number of Hidden Mist village rogue ninjas during my time in Anbu. In Hidden Sand village, I killed an elite jounin and several dozen other ninjas. Not to mention, I completely ruined Raz's reputation in the eyes of the civilians. If this was my old world, a revolution would have started long ago and perhaps a new country would have already formed by now. And, I also killed around 4 dozen jounins of Hidden Stones village, which is their worst loss during peacetime as well. And now, I also killed 15 root ninjas in one go, something I don't think has happened in the past. After all, root ninjas don't fight on front lines or move in large groups. If all my actions are made public, I'm afraid that all 5 great villages might want to hunt me down. Fujin chuckled at that thought. Unknowingly, he had caused losses to every major village and almost every minor village around the Land of Fire. He stopped thinking about it and began analyzing his lightning jutsus. My lightning combat system is developing very well. Though there weren't many lightning users in Naruto, the ones that were focused on were all top tier. The range of lightning jutsus in the library isn't very impressive. However, It was easy to replicate some of the ideas. The entire basis of my lightning combat system is speed and high penetrating power. One of the uses of lightning that impressed me the most was when Killer Bee Sneak attacked Kisame with a pencil that was enhanced with lightning. Kisame could dodge those due to his strength and speed and also the fact that Bee didn't spam them. However, even he found those troublesome. I have merely applied the same technique to Senbon, making them extremely deadly. Even someone like Renjiro will have to be extremely alert against this tactic. As for the ones weaker than him, they'll struggle heavily. Until I can replicate Raikage's lightning chakra mode, this will be my main tactic while fighting with Ikuro's identity. The lightning chakra mode is difficult to replicate though. I already have a decent base thanks to the burst jutsu, lightning transformation jutsu and electric skin jutsu in the library. However, lightning chakra mode is several levels above basic stuff like that. It's difficult to say whether I'd manage to replicate it without getting some help. Chapter 499, A Grave Loss. Fujin continued analyzing. Compared to that, the Chidori is a bit easier. While my Chidori isn't as good as Kakashi's Chidori, it's only a matter of time before it becomes as good as his. Actually, even without it, my current level with Chidori is sufficient to poke holes or overwhelm the usual defenses. The only time I'd struggle would be if I try going head-on against another Chidori or a Rasengan or go up against a defense at the level of Gaara. In addition, I also managed to create a one-finger lightning jab by taking inspiration from the third Raikage's attack. Though it is nowhere near his level, it'll continue improving. My initial plan with the lightning style was to have a combat system like this. I did create some more jutsus to help out with defenses and for some other uses. What I didn't expect was that I would get the Blade of the Thunder Spirit. It allows me to fight comfortably from a range as well. It was indeed a very helpful gift as it directly resolved the issue of me not having good mid and long range jutsus. I was overly dependent on the lightning beam and the false darkness jutsus. And neither was strong enough to threaten an elite jounin. Now, it is a completely different story with the amplification the sword provides me. Looks like my lightning combat system is almost complete. A smile formed on Fujin's face. Unlike with Wind, he had received very little help to improve his lightning jutsus. Reaching such a level with just himself was a great accomplishment. Fujin let out a yawn and muttered to himself, "It's late at night. I need to sleep. There is still some exhaustion from the soldier pill. Tomorrow, I need to see what happens after Denzo finds the dead bodies. If nothing serious happens, I need to start working on creating the 8 Trigrounds divination seal. I'll have my clones work on it while I train Flying Thunder God in the 8 inner gates." Fujin went to sleep. The night was very peaceful in Hidden Leaf Village. However, no one knew the storm that would soon hit the higher-ups in the village. The next day, a root ninja visited one of the 4 bases on a routine visit. When he entered it, his eyes widened as he saw 2 root ninjas lying dead. He immediately sent a clone to inform Denzo. Within a few minutes, Denzo and 8 root ninjas arrived at the base. Root ninjas dying inside Hidden Leaf Village was a huge matter. Denzo bent down and began observing the 2 dead bodies. So did a couple of other root ninjas, one of whom was a medical ninja. The medical ninja said, they died without any struggle. There is only one small injury on their foreheads which looks to be made by a senbon piercing through their head. Their opponent should have been much stronger than them. Another added, there is no senbon inside this room. Denzo's eyes landed on the 2 small holes in the walls. He walked towards them. Immediately, everyone else noticed them as well. Denzo said, the senbon were thrown with a lot of power. Not only did they pierce through their heads, they also pierced through the wall. Follow this hole to see where the senbons are. A couple of root ninjas immediately disappeared. A frown appeared on Denzo's face as he analyzed, one of these 2 is at the jounin level. Yet, he died in the same manner as the other. Who attacked them? Denzo fell into deep thought. He had a bad feeling. He wondered, did an enemy village send a spy? But, who'd send such a strong spy into Hidden Leaf Village? And, how did they find the location of this hidden base and manage to enter without triggering any alarms? Something doesn't add up. The root ninjas returned and reported, Lord Denzo, the trail ends on the other side of the base. There are 2 deep holes, but there is no senbon in either of the holes. However, the holes aren't damaged. I don't understand how anyone would retrieve them. Denzo's frown deepened. He immediately followed them. It was as they said. There were 2 tiny holes that were about 3 meters deep. However, there was no senbon inside them. And, there was no sign of any external damage to the hole for anyone to remove the senbon. Denzo immediately began analyzing, did the attacker retrieve the weapon as it would leave clues? However, removing a weapon from here isn't easy unless the attacker is a puppet master. Another possibility is that it wasn't a senbon and instead was a chakra-based attack that is similar to a senbon. Perhaps made of wind or ice. As Fujin had guessed, it wouldn't take long for Denzo to figure out what had happened. After all, in terms of experience, Denzo was leagues ahead of Fujin. Even more so when it came to acting in the dark. One root ninja suddenly appeared behind Denzo and reported, "Lord Denzo, I inspected the injury. The insides of their head are hit by lightning. I suspect that their memories can no longer be read. I inspected the holes in the wall as well. They also show signs of lightning damage as well. I suspect that they were attacked with a lightning-enhanced senbon." Denzo said, "I see. Call Yamanaka-fu here and have him inspect their memories to see if their memories can still be read." Denzo secretly deactivated the seal on their brains that was responsible for attacking anyone who tried to read their memories. He continued analyzing. An elite jounin or a rankesu can use lightning-enhanced senbon assisted by someone skilled in controlling puppets. Or, someone using shadow clones to achieve the same effect. Is it an external scheme? Or is it someone from within the village? An image of a certain silver-haired ninja appeared in Denzo's mind. However, Denzo couldn't see any reason why he would do something like this. More importantly, the bad feeling he was getting had only gotten worse, but he didn't understand where it was coming from. He asked the ninja who informed him about the dead bodies, "Did you visit the other 3 bases?" The root ninja answered, "No, Lord Denzo. This was the first base I visited." Denzo immediately instructed a couple of ninjas to collect any and all evidence there. The remaining ninjas followed him. To their shock, the next 2 bases were in a similar state. The situation in those 2 bases was nearly identical. After inspecting for some time and leaving behind more root ninjas to gather any evidence left behind, Denzo and 3 root ninjas headed towards the last base. As they did, even Denzo became a bit nervous. He thought, "I haven't heard anything from the last base either. There were 9 ninjas there. If they also met the same fate?" Denzo didn't particularly care about the lives of his subordinates. During the Great Wars, many of them would die frequently while doing extremely high-risk missions behind enemy lines. However, that was a different era. Denzo had several hundred ninjas en route at that time. And, Denzo could freely recruit hundreds of talented kids and train them to replace the dead root ninjas. Unfortunately for him, it was no longer the case. Hiruzen had been hard on the root after the Uchiha massacre. He didn't have many subordinates. Losing 15 subordinates in one go would mean that he would lose more than a third of his manpower. In actuality, that was even worse than it sounded. Denzo thought, though I had 41 subordinates en route, many can't be deployed due to their duties. Losing 15 would mean that I would lose more than half the forces that I could deploy for missions. It will be a grave loss for Hidden Leaf Village if they are dead. Another aspect was that Denzo couldn't recruit any kids either. He had managed to get his hands on slightly more than 100 kids from the Land of Water, but they were still in training. It would easily take half a decade for some of them to meet the minimum requirements of taking a route mission. The remaining kids could take an even longer time. In addition, Denzo couldn't kidnap any more kids from the Land of Water. Both the Mizukage faction and the rebel faction had noticed the cases of children going missing and understood that someone was kidnapping young kids. Despite their conflict, both came to a tacit understanding and began taking action to prevent such incidents, making it extremely risky for Root to continue their operations. Denzo had long withdrawn his subordinates from the Land of Water as he didn't want to lose the few capable Root ninjas he still had under his command. Denzo's group finally reached the last base. Every single person, including Denzo, was stunned by the sight. Chapter 500, reminding Denzo of his situation. As soon as they entered the base, they were greeted by the sight of one root ninja stuck underground with only his head stuck above the ground facing them. A finger-sized hole could be seen in his forehead. Some distance behind him were innumerable damaged explosive seals. On those seals laid 2 dead bodies, one of which was beheaded. Behind them was a burnt room. The smell of burnt flesh still lingered in the air. Denzo's expression became very grim. It was a great loss. In terms of percentage, this was the second worst loss that Root experienced. The worst was of course when Hiruzen disbanded the Root and inducted a large amount of Root ninjas into the Anbu. They quickly began inspecting the dead bodies. Denzo's expression became very serious when he noticed the hole in the chest of one of the dead bodies. He quickly thought of Kakashi. In the past, he had looked at the bodies of a few enemy ninjas who had fallen to Kakashi's Chidori. The injury was identical. Denzo's expression became ugly as he thought, Kakashi Hatake. This attack is undoubtedly his work. How can an enemy find all the hidden bases and pinpoint the 4 where ninjas were deployed? However, why would he suddenly do this? Denzo fell into deep thought. This time, none of the Root ninjas dared to disturb him. This loss was too big for Root. Denzo quickly concluded, Kakashi has no reason to do this. The only reason why he would do something like this is if he was ordered by Hiruzen. He cursed internally, Hiruzen. What scheme are you making this time? Still, To secretly kill Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. This is so unlike Hiruzen. Did he discover something? Or, is someone scheming in the shadows to make me go against Hiruzen? Denzo couldn't be sure. However, all clues pointed directly towards Hiruzen. He didn't see any way that enemy countries would be able to sneak inside Hidden Leaf Village, search the hidden root bases and kill 15 root ninjas without drawing any suspicion at all. Even a Kage might not be able to pull that off. However, the Hiruzen he knew wouldn't have done such a sloppy job. Having worked with Hiruzen for so long, Denzo knew that if Hiruzen was the one behind this incident, then the evidence would have been such that Hiruzen would have been the last person Denzo suspects. One of the root ninjas asked, "Lord Denzo, should we shut down the entrance of the village to prevent culprits from escaping?" Denzo answered, "No. If they wanted to escape, they would already have." "How long has it been since their death?" The medical ninja who was inspecting the bodies answered, "All 15 ninjas died roughly around 12 to 14 hours ago. I'll need to perform an autopsy to be sure." Denzo ordered, "All right, keep inspecting the bodies." He looked towards the other two subordinates and instructed, "Inspect the entire base. See if you can find any clues. The fight here is much more intense than the rest. Hopefully, there might be some clues left behind." The root ninjas immediately got to work. While the root ninjas worked, Denzo began planning what action he could take. Despite his decades of experience, he didn't see an easy way out of that situation. It was bad no matter what he assumed. If the current situation was created by enemy villages, then his root faced an existential crisis as they seemed to want to take out root before making any moves on Hidden Leaf Village. On the other hand, if it was Hiruzen, then Denzo was outmatched once again. While Denzo still had several trump cards and could make Hiruzen suffer as well, there was no doubt that Denzo would be the bigger loser. While Denzo planned his next move, the root ninjas completed their job. They approached Denzo and reported, "Lord Denzo, there are no clues in this base either. It is just like the previous 3 bases." The medical ninja reported, "Lord Denzo, the method of killing is more varied here. However, all the stab wounds are due to a lightning-enhanced object or jutsu. Those 6 bodies were burned. I suspect they were hit after they had died. It was probably an attack from these 2 ninjas." Denzo nodded. He looked at one subordinate and ordered, "Go to Hiruzen in person and ask him to come here. Tell him that I have called him and it is an emergency. Don't tell him the reason and observe his reaction carefully. Send shadow clones to call the remaining 2 elders here as well." The root ninja said, "Yes, Lord Denzo." He quickly disappeared from the base. Denzo muttered to himself, "Hiruzen, let me see what exactly you are up to. If you think I'll let you take the root away from my hands once again, then you are mistaken. The last time I couldn't do anything due to the situation. It won't be the same this time." After the Uchiha massacre, Denzo had no choice. If he had resisted, all Hiruzen had to do was tell the truth of the situation to the clan leaders. In an instant, everyone would be asking for Denzo's head. While that would have been impossible, the root would truly be stripped from Denzo. Unlike Hiruzen, they wouldn't have let him keep even a single root ninja. Hiruzen was talking with a few ninjas when the root ninja suddenly barged into his office. A frown appeared on Hiruzen's face due to the root ninja entering without asking for his permission. At the same time, the 4 Anbu guards became alert as well. Without waiting, the root ninja directly said, "It's an emergency. Lord Denzo has asked for your presence immediately." Hiruzen wondered, "Emergency? What happened?" He looked at the ninjas in his office and said, "You 4 leave. I'll call you again later." The 4 ninjas respectfully said farewell and left while wondering what the emergency was. Hiruzen followed the root ninja along with his Anbu guards. At the same time, Hamura and Koharu also began making their way towards the base. En route, Hiruzen wondered, is he leading me to one of the root bases? Why is Denzo there instead of the main base? He didn't need to wonder for long. A minute later, Hiruzen entered the base. As soon as he did, his eyes widened as he noticed the 3 dead bodies and Denzo standing along with 2 root ninjas. He asked, "What the hell happened here?" Before Denzo could answer, Hamura and Koharu entered the base as well. Just like Hiruzen, they were stunned as well and asked the same question. Denzo frowned on seeing Hiruzen's expression. He thought, his expression doesn't give away anything. Is he acting or was he really not involved? Seeing that Denzo wasn't answering, Hamura asked with more emphasis, "Denzo, what happened here?" Denzo snorted and said, "Why don't you ask Hiruzen?" Hiruzen's expression hardened. He asked with a hint of aggression, "What do you imply by that, Denzo?" Denzo turned around and said, "Follow me." He led the group to the body with a hole in his chest and said, "All my subordinates in the 4 auxiliary root bases were killed last night. Everyone was killed with lightning style. Do you still want to feign ignorance, Hiruzen?" Hiruzen, Hamura, Koharu and the Anbu guards immediately connected the dots. Every single one was surprised as Denzo was blaming Kakashi. Before anyone could say anything, Denzo asked angrily, "Why did Kakashi kill my men, Hiruzen?" Hiruzen's face became very serious. He harshly replied, "Watch your tone, Denzo. Kakashi isn't even in the village. He left for a rank S mission a week ago. Besides, if I wanted to deal with you, I would have disbanded Root for good. Why would I waste the lives of capable Hidden Leaf village ninja?" Denzo replied equally harshly, "Is this how you want to play, Hiruzen? Since you don't want to accept responsibility, I'll arrest and question Kakashi Hatake." Immediately, Koharu said sternly, "Denzo, control yourself. Arresting Kakashi Hatake is out of the question no matter what the situation is. The evidence you have is only speculative. Besides, even if you had solid evidence to prove that Kakashi was the culprit, we can't arrest him." Hamura added, "The Root was disbanded 4 years ago. Officially, no Root ninja exists. The village can't punish a ninja for killing someone that doesn't exist. So calm down and work together with us. We first need to investigate to understand for sure who is behind this incident. If we fight among ourselves, then whoever is behind this will benefit at our expense." Unlike Denzo, Koharu and Hamura had nothing at stake and hence weren't affected by emotions. Both could clearly see the fact that it was not Hiruzen's style. Hiruzen wouldn't have killed Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. If he was forced to do so by circumstances, there was no way he'd leave behind such a flaw. Chapter 501, A Bizarre Situation. Denzo snorted and said, "I said, my subordinates in all 4 bases were killed. Do you think an external enemy can locate the exact 4 out of all the hidden bases and kill Root ninjas without raising any suspicions at all?" Hamura added, "I didn't rule out an internal hand in the incident. But blaming someone without any evidence is pointless. Though the signs here point towards Kakashi, Kakashi is someone who knows 1,000 jutsus. Why would he use his signature jutsu? Even if he was forced to, why would he leave such evidence behind? He could have just taken the body with him or changed the nature of the injury to fool us. Instead, everything is precisely set up to blame Kakashi. If anything, it looks like someone tried to set him up to cause an argument between you and Hiruzen." Denzo finally calmed down. Or rather, he was always calm but had only just shown it. His attention was focused on Hiruzen all the time. He didn't see any flaw in Hiruzen's expressions. He sighed internally and thought, looks like it isn't him after all. However, there is no other clue. Whoever it was, they did a damn good job. Even if Hiruzen is innocent, I can't take this lying down. Otherwise, the Root will really be finished. Seeing that Denzo had finally stopped pretending to be angry, Hiruzen said, "I'll say it again, Denzo. This incident has nothing to do with me. If you want, you can cross-check Kakashi's mission as well. For now, look for evidence. I'll dispatch 4 Anbu squads to help you out in this regard. Once all evidence is gathered, we will meet in my office." Hamura and Koharu agreed with Hiruzen's decision while Denzo stayed silent. Hiruzen and his guards left. He quickly dispatched 4 Anbu squads who specialized in investigation to investigate this matter. As for the other 3, they stayed to look over the investigation. Though Hiruzen and Denzo's conflict had settled for the time being, all 4 of them were still left with a big question. Who was the one behind this incident? The matter was very serious. If it was done by outside forces, then it was a huge lapse in Hidden Leaf village defenses. Someone could enter the village without being detected, search the bases without raising any suspicion and kill 15 Root ninjas in one go. The other possibility was the existence of an exceptional spy or a traitor inside Hidden Leaf village. No matter what it was, they needed to solve the situation before something worse happened. Not a single one of them considered the possibility that this was done merely as a retaliation for a political play. Like every other village, deaths due to political conflicts, though rare, happened in Hidden Leaf village as well. However, it was always Root eliminating the ones creating trouble for Denzo or Hiruzen. There had never been any incident where someone else had taken the initiative to eliminate Root ninjas without Root ninjas attacking first. For the next few hours, the investigations continued. However, just like their initial investigation, they came up empty-handed. The only new information they received was from the autopsy of the dead Root ninjas. However, there wasn't any useful information in that data either. The 4 of them gathered in Hiruzen's office in the evening. Denzo snorted while looking at Hiruzen with displeasure. "The job has been done too cleanly. There isn't any information for us to use." Everyone understood that Denzo was blaming Hiruzen. However, all 3 understood that Denzo had no other choice. They didn't bother pacifying him once again. They stayed quietly in the room while thinking for a while. Unfortunately, none of them could come up with any reasonable explanation. Koharu sighed and muttered, "There is just too little information." From what we know, we can only say that a group or a single person who is an expert in lightning style and is a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster was involved. We could lay the blame on Hidden Cloud's village, but there is no proof. Hiruzen nodded and added, even if there was proof against them, retaliating won't be easy. More importantly, it'll be a huge danger if the culprit is still inside the village. Very few ninjas in the village will be able to resist an attack from them. Koharu agreed and said, we need to increase the security of the village. We need to deploy all forces to find out whether the culprits are still in the village and how they were able to enter and leave undetected. Fuinjutsu Grandmasters will have to be deployed to find them if they are hiding with the help of a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. Hiruzen nodded. Denzo said, if they are still in the village, then it'll mean that they are confident of staying hidden from our methods. Even though we should do it, nothing will come from it. I have already sent root ninjas to check the barrier around the village. Hamura, who was quiet until then, suddenly said, I have a feeling that something is off about this matter. A lot doesn't make sense. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all had the same feeling as well, but it wasn't something they could act on. Hamura added, I feel like we have overlooked some important aspect, but no matter how hard I think, I can't see anything we might have ignored. I feel that we need to hear the perspective of someone else. It might help us see something that we might have missed. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Soon, everyone silently agreed with Hamura's suggestion. After half a minute, Hiruzen looked towards his guards and said, call Shikaku and Fujin here. Immediately, 2 Anbu guards disappeared from the room. The 3 elders were surprised. Denzo thought, Suzuki Fujin? Didn't Katsuhiro say that he was missing? Has he returned? Meanwhile, Koharu asked, I can understand Shikaku, but why Suzuki Fujin? Hiruzen answered, the boy has interesting takes on important matters. You already heard his recommendations for the academy. He might surprise us. Regardless, there is no harm. Koharu thought for a bit before nodding. There was indeed no harm. Instead, it provided them with an opportunity to test Fujin. A minute later, Fujin's bell rang. Since he hadn't noticed much commotion the entire day apart from irregular movements by Anbu and Root, Fujin had gone back to training. Fujin immediately activated his chakra field. Surprise appeared on his face as he thought, Hiruzen's Anbu guard? They shouldn't have linked the event to me, or else a single guard wouldn't have come. What does he want? He dispelled his clones and went up. As soon as he opened the door, the Anbu guard said, Lord Hokage has called you. Come with me right away. Fujin nodded and followed him to Hiruzen's office. By the time he reached, Shikaku had already arrived at the office. He looked at Fujin and thought, as I guessed, something big must have happened. Root and Anbu have been restless all day. I wonder what it is. The Anbu guards closed the door and activated all the seals. Hiruzen said, something terrible happened last night. He filled in Fujin and Shikaku about the killings. Surprise could be seen on both their faces. However, both immediately became serious as Hiruzen said, we brainstormed for a long time but haven't come up with anything substantial. What do you think about the situation? Both Shikaku and Fujin fell into thought. Shikaku was actually thinking about what the situation could be. On the other hand, Fujin cursed internally, what the hell? They called me to analyze and speculate on the crime I committed? What the hell do I say? Fujin never expected that Hiruzen would ask him for his opinion. He expected the elders, maybe Shikaku and perhaps a few clan leaders to work on this matter. So, he hadn't thought of an answer. His mind quickly began thinking of what to say and who to blame. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Denzo as he thought, now that I think about it, if Denzo plays this well, he could try and coerce Hiruzen into getting some of his old subordinates back as compensation to stop blaming him and Kakashi. Though it is unlikely that Hiruzen would agree as the accusations are absurd, I'll take this opportunity to add more oil to the fire. I wonder how he would react once he hears my reply. A devious plan immediately formed in Fujin's mind. The more he thought about it, the more he loved his interpretation of the situation. Denzo's bad situation was about to get far worse. Chapter 502, The Hidden Meaning. After some time, Shikaku muttered, whoever is behind this incident is very brave and efficient. At the very least, a rank S ninja who specializes in lightning, a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and a high-level spy are involved. On the surface, all evidence points towards Kakashi. However, anyone with brains can see that this is a setup. As such, due to the involvement of high-level application of lightning, our suspicions fall on Hidden Cloud's village. I feel that this is a diversion as well. Whoever is behind this act most likely wants us to blame Hidden Cloud's village and for our relationship to sour. I am afraid that the real culprit is someone else. Fujin looked at Shikaku and thought, he can overcomplicate things a lot. Then again, his final conclusion isn't wrong. Fujin hadn't thought of blaming Hidden Cloud's village. He knew that Kakashi wouldn't be blamed at the end of the day. As for who gets the blame, he didn't particularly care. Regardless, he found the situation amusing. Hiruzen and the others thought of Shikaku's answer properly. His intelligence was something everyone rated very highly. After a while, Hamura said, "A double cover. We hadn't thought of that. It might be the case that the other 3 villages want us to fight with Hidden Cloud's village. Still, that doesn't explain who is behind these attacks." Hiruzen looked at Fujin and asked, "What is your view, Fujin?" Fujin answered, "Shikaku's viewpoint is valid and it might indeed be that the culprits want us to fight against Hidden Cloud's village or other major villages. However, I feel that the culprit might not be from an enemy village and this might be an inside job." Everyone's eyes widened. Especially Denzo's, who thought, "I didn't expect him to support me." Saying that points a finger at Kakashi and Hiruzen. "It looks like you made a mistake calling him here, Hiruzen." At the same time, Hiruzen got slightly worried. Though Fujin was dependable, he had a tendency to put Hiruzen in difficult positions. Hiruzen prayed that this wasn't that time. Fortunately for him, Fujin continued, "It is clear that someone is trying to blame Kakashi. However, the only evidence they left to blame him are injuries caused due to lightning and an injury that looks like it was made by Chidori. However, even though Chidori is a strong jutsu, it isn't unique by any means. The Raikage can cover his entire body with lightning. He can replicate the effects of Chidori with little effort. It wouldn't be too far-fetched for someone who specializes in lightning to come up with a jutsu that is similar to Chidori. Another crucial point is that every one of you seems to have decided that a spy or a traitor was involved. However, you have overlooked one important aspect. Everyone in the room, including Shikaku, was confused. At first, it seemed like Fujin was suspecting Hiruzen and Kakashi, but he very quickly said the entirely opposite and said that Kakashi had no blame, something that everyone agreed. Yet, he said that everyone was overlooking an aspect. Everyone stared at Fujin, who paused for a few seconds to let everyone think and confuse themselves more. Fujin continued, "You seem to have forgotten that we already have traitors. 2 rather strong and ranked test traitors. Though Chidori is strong, it won't be an issue for someone like Orochimaru to create something similar. After all, his expertise in ninjutsu was said to be second only to the Hokage. And that was years ago. Who knows how much stronger he has become since going rogue. On the other hand, anyone with a Sharingan can copy that technique from Kakashi just like Kakashi copied the other jutsus. That means that Itachi could have done so. Both were a part of the village in the past and should have known a lot of secrets. Unless you change the locations of the root bases after they left, they can easily locate and eliminate the 15 root ninjas without alerting anyone. It will be a child's play for them to do so." Everyone was surprised. It was true, they hadn't thought of Itachi and Orochimaru. However, there was another minute detail in Fujin's words. The detail that Shikaku, Hamura and Koharu missed but Hiruzen and Denzo caught on in an instant. Fujin had said that anyone with a Sharingan could copy Kakashi's technique. Itachi wasn't the only one with a Sharingan. There was another in that very room itself. Fujin's words were a hidden message to make Hiruzen think that Denzo could have copied Kakashi's technique as well. And, his words did the job that he intended. Though it was extremely unlikely, the idea that this might have been done by Denzo himself took root in Hiruzen's mind. It was the same as how Denzo couldn't eliminate his suspicions about Hiruzen and Kakashi despite how obvious it was that it was a setup. Coincidentally, Denzo and Hiruzen looked at each other at the same time. As their eyes met, Hiruzen's expression became grim as he thought, "Though the chance of this is negligible, don't tell me that you have fallen this low, Denzo. Don't tell me that you did this just so that you will get a bargaining chip over me to get back the control over the root ninjas I took over after the Uchiha massacre. If this is your scheme, then you are gravely mistaken to think that I would cave. If I find even little proof of your involvement in this matter, I won't go easy on you this time, Denzo. As for gaining anything from this incident, don't even think about it." Having worked together for more than half a century, Denzo immediately understood Hiruzen's thoughts. He knew that blaming Hiruzen and Kakashi wouldn't yield any results. So, he just wanted to apply a lot of pressure on Hiruzen and then give him an opportunity to make things right by getting back his old subordinates. Unfortunately, Fujin's words ruined that idea. Denzo looked at Fujin. Though nothing could be seen on his face, his eye was full of hatred. He cursed, "This damn brat. What the hell is Katsuhiro doing? Why hasn't he made a move yet?" Denzo was very angry and frustrated. While the death of 15 root ninjas was a grave loss, it provided him with an excellent opportunity as well. However, Fujin turned that opportunity into danger as Hiruzen now suspected Denzo. Given Denzo's track record, it was extremely plausible for Denzo to do something like this. Unlike Hiruzen and Denzo, who were fixated on the hidden message in Fujin's words, the others were thinking about Itachi and Orochimaru. Hamura thought, Itachi won't do this. He is too loyal to the village. Even if he isn't anymore, we still have his brother. He won't risk this. But Orochimaru, on the other hand, this is something that he may do. It also feels like his style of doing things. But why would he? Koharu voiced his thoughts and asked, why would Orochimaru or Itachi return to the village and do something like this? Fujin shrugged and replied, how am I supposed to know that? All of you should know them much better than I know. After all, I never interacted with them while you elders saw them rise from an academy student to deadly rank as ninjas. Fujin's words suddenly made them feel embarrassed. His words were completely true from their point of view. How could he know what they were up to without knowing anything significant about them? Fujin continued, anyway, that's just my thought. I don't see how an enemy village could have inserted a spy at such a high level or forced someone at a high level to betray Hidden Leaf Village without alerting Anbu or other special forces in the village. Considering the situation, Orochimaru and Itachi are the most likely culprits behind this incident. Either they are directly involved in the attack, or they could have traded the information. Of course, I can be wrong as it is just a speculation. Shikaku, Hamura and Koharu nodded. Fujin hadn't provided anything substantial. He just provided another viewpoint that was quite different from theirs and made some sense, but it was still just a speculation. The three of them didn't notice Hiruzen and Denzo being in a different state of mind. Fujin could have noticed, but he chose to ignore it. After all, both were smart enough to get his hidden meaning. The room went silent once again as everyone except Fujin began thinking about the current situation and how to handle it. Chapter 503, An Opportunity to Establish Prestige in Hidden Leaf Village. Over 5 minutes passed without a word being spoken. Finally, Shikaku said, there is no point in wasting time here. Let's just continue the investigation. If we receive more information, then we could understand the picture better. If we don't, then we will have to plant a bait and hope the culprits fall for it. Otherwise, the only option is waiting until they attack again. Everyone nodded. Hiruzen said, alright, this meeting ends here. I'll assign all available Hyuga, Inuzuka, Yamanaka and Iburim ninjas to do a blanket search of the entire village. I'll call the clan leaders here and inform them of the situation. Even clan compounds will be investigated. Does anyone have an issue? No one had an issue. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, those ninjas won't be able to detect any new structures hidden with the help of high-level seals. Though I can dispatch other grandmasters, their numbers aren't high. Can your clones search through the entire village? Everyone else in the room was surprised by Hiruzen's question. Apart from Shikaku and Fujin, worry appeared on their faces. That also included the Anbu guards. However, before anyone could say anything, Fujin nodded and answered, sure. Hiruzen replied, good. Map out every location that is hidden with the help of seals inside the village. Also, inspect abandoned bases. Keep your main body nearby. I'll inform you when clan compounds can be inspected as well. If possible, inspect a few kilometers outside the village walls as well. Fujin nodded and said, alright, I'll begin. Fujin opened the door and disappeared from the room. Hiruzen looked at Shikaku and instructed, Shikaku, stay in my office. You'll be analyzing all the new information that comes here. He looked at his old friends and said, you three can look over the investigation conducted by the ninjas. I will dispatch and ensure that nothing is missed. They nodded and left the room as well, leaving only Shikaku and Hiruzen in the room. The two of them will have to soon pass a lot of orders. Fujin appeared on top of the Hokage building. Though his expression was plain, he was still feeling very weird. He thought, when I decided to kill a few root ninjas to trouble Denzo, I never expected that I would be asked to speculate about the matter and be given the most important task of investigation. It's like a judge asking a murderer who he thought was the murderer and then ordering the murderer to find the murder weapon and check the places he could be hiding in. The situation is so freaking amusing and yet I can't laugh. Fujin could only shake his head in disbelief. Though his plan was good, it wasn't supposed to be this good. Even he couldn't understand how things reached this stage. In an instant, 48 shadow clones appeared around Fujin. All instantly dispersed. While Fujin had done plenty of crazy things in the ninja world, be it the riot he caused in the Land of Wind, forcing Rashi to transform, slaughtering Hidden Stone's village Jounins or killing Juzo, this was the first time he would be doing something crazy openly in Hidden Leaf Village and allow everyone to know that it was his action. Hiruzen had asked Fujin to investigate every single secret base inside Hidden Leaf Village. That included Anbu bases, root bases, secret bases created by the ninja clans and anything else that existed inside and just outside the village. It displayed two things. The first was Hiruzen's trust in Fujin. After today, there will be very little that is hidden from Fujin in the village. That is why everyone in Hiruzen's office was surprised and worried. Denzo for one didn't want Fujin to gain so much authority. Unfortunately for him, the situation didn't allow him to speak as it was his route facing the losses. Allowing Fujin to do this displayed how much Hiruzen trusted Fujin. Everyone in Hidden Leaf Village will become aware of this trust. While Hiruzen had planned to let Fujin inspect Hidden Leaf Village earlier, he wasn't planning to let him investigate clan compounds. He changed his mind after Fujin's words helped him realize that Denzo might have been the one behind the entire incident. In a way, it was Fujin's reward. That said, if Hiruzen knew that Fujin was the one behind the incident, who knew what expression he would show? The second aspect that it displayed was Fujin's might. To be able to search through the entire village himself wasn't something an ordinary ninja could do. And, considering what he was investigating, everyone in the village would know that Fujin is a grandmaster in Fu-in-jutsu from that day onwards. While Fujin loved keeping his abilities a secret, too many people already knew about his accomplishments in Fu-in-jutsu. So, there wasn't any loss in making it public. It also allowed him to establish his prestige and deter anyone like Katsuhiro from making a move against him just for his seat on the council. As his clones moved, Fujin thought, this wasn't the conclusion I had planned for dealing with Katsuhiro. Then again, it isn't bad either. Oh well, whatever. I don't care. If he becomes too much of a problem, I can eliminate him as well. However, I need to be more careful. Once Denzo meets him, he'll know that the root ninjas were eliminated shortly after our meeting. If I kill Katsuhiro inside Hidden Leaf Village, then it'll raise suspicions. However, if I do it outside Hidden Leaf Village, I can remove all traces of his body. Since he suddenly went missing, he could be made a scapegoat to put the current situation's blame on. After all, though lightning isn't his main element, it is still his second strongest one. While Fujin was making even more devious plans, an angry and frustrated Denzo reached the root base. Though nothing could be seen on his face, his mood was terrible. He cursed internally, first I lost more than a third of my subordinates. Then, Suzuki Fujin eliminated my opportunity to take back my old subordinates. The situation is terrible no matter how I look at it. He looked at the root ninja next to him and instructed, ask Katsuhiro to meet me in my office immediately. The root ninja quickly left. Denzo cursed, that useless fellow. It has been over a month since I gave him the idea to go against Fujin. However, he still hasn't done anything despite the suggestion I planted in him. When did he become so useless? Now that Hiruzen has given Fujin such a responsibility, removing him from the council would be 10 times more difficult. Minutes later, Katsuhiro reached the root base and met Denzo. Before he could say anything, Denzo asked, have you put forth the proposal? Katsuhiro was annoyed. First, he made me come here without any notice and now he demands answers from me? Though I need his help, I am not his subordinate. Though Denzo had influenced Katsuhiro's thoughts with Shishui's Mangekyo Sharingan, he only utilized Katsuhiro's arrogance and belief that he was the best person to represent civilian ninjas and put him against Fujin. He didn't use the Mangekyo to make Katsuhiro loyal to him as it would have raised suspicions. So, Katsuhiro wasn't loyal to Denzo nor was he his subordinate. Denzo was using his wit to keep him in line. Unfortunately, Denzo's situation had become very bad, forcing him to lose patience. Katsuhiro replied, I met with Fujin yesterday and put forth the proposal. He has asked me to draft the proposal and he will present it to the council while giving me the credit. I am currently working on it. The boy is still too green. You don't need to worry too much about him or make complicated schemes. I'll take his seat in the council in no time. As he said, Katsuhiro thought, I still need his vote for joining the council. I'll endure this attitude for now. Unlike Katsuhiro, Denzo's thoughts were the exact opposite. He was stunned to hear what Katsuhiro had said. He thought, he gave him credit so easily? No, it isn't right. How can someone Hiruzen chose to join the council so early be so open-minded? He must have seen through my scheme. As long as he says that this proposal was put forth by Katsuhiro and doesn't try to force it on the council, the clan leaders will be vigilant against Katsuhiro and not Fujin. They will have no reason to vote him out. And, since he isn't stealing any credit, I can't defame him. Such a crafty kid. The only thing I can do is ruin his reputation among civilian ninjas. That said, will he be affected by public opinion? Denzo couldn't be sure. Fujin openly hung around and guided someone like Naruto who was a social pariah and probably the most disliked person in Hidden Leaf Village. It showed that Fujin didn't care much about his reputation. Seeing that Denzo was lost in thought, Katsuhiro asked, why did you call me here? Denzo looked at it and replied, just to ask for your progress with the proposal. You can leave. Katsuhiro was annoyed at being called for such a small matter. He left the root base without exchanging any pleasantries. Denzo didn't mind that. He had more important things to think about. He thought, Suzuki Fujin. Something about this boy is awfully off. But I can't put my finger on what exactly is off. Chapter 504, Denzo's Suspicion. Denzo recalled all his interactions with Fujin. When he first got my interest, Hiruzen refused to let me induct him in the route. That wasn't too odd considering Hiruzen's nature. However, there is no explanation as to why Fujin was so on guard when I met him. Even in the council meeting, he opposed me and even challenged Root to a fight to prove his point. The 2 Root ninjas I sent after him mysteriously vanished. And today, his words caused Hiruzen to suspect me of something I haven't done and put me in a terrible position. I have only suffered losses due to this boy. Not to mention, why is his house covered in so many seals? I felt that it was just a trap to lure me into making a mistake, but the more I find out about this boy, the more I feel that something about him is horribly wrong. Even this incident. I manipulated Katsuhiro into making a move against him. Yet, he somehow managed to stall Katsuhiro for over 5 weeks. And, the day he met Katsuhiro, 15 of Root ninjas died. It was as if this was a retaliation for me manipulating Katsuhiro into making a move against him. It's just that there is a lot of information I am missing. Why was he so on guard against me? Why would he eliminate any Root ninjas following him? How could he link Katsuhiro's actions to me? And, how could he, someone who has no history of using lightning, kill 15 ninjas with lightning jutsus and replicate a high-level jutsu like Chidori? Denzo had no answer to any of his questions. In fact, he couldn't even make an educated guess as there was no information relevant to those questions. It was why Denzo wasn't sure whether what he thought was true or not. In fact, even he found his analysis to be completely absurd. There wasn't even a hint of proof that Fujin did any of that. If he were to tell it to someone else, they would look at him like something was wrong with his brain. Yet, he couldn't get rid of the feeling that something about Fujin was odd. Denzo decided, I need to put him under surveillance once again. The only issue is that he is extremely careful. Nothing inside his house can be spied upon. Even in his training ground, he is extremely careful. Even bugs can't enter undetected. The last time I spied on him, I didn't find anything substantial on him. Unlike others in the village, I can't threaten the ones close to him either. He is an orphan and mostly stays by himself. The few people he could be considered friends with are quite strong or well connected as well. There is very little I can do against him. Denzo was troubled. He had made up his mind to act, however, his options were extremely limited and without much hope. Though they lived in a deadly world of ninjas, even ninjas had weaknesses and Denzo specialized in exploiting those. However, Fujin had none. Denzo couldn't help but mutter, I now see why you compared him to Sensei. He's almost a perfect ninja. He might be the toughest opponent I faced. Yet, I can't even be sure if he is facing me or whether this is all in my head. While Denzo was in a dilemma and wondering what he should do, be it about Fujin or his dead subordinates, he suddenly heard a commotion. He stopped thinking and looked in the direction of one of the entrances to the Root headquarters. At the entrance of the base, 2 Root ninjas stood extremely alert, as if they were facing an enemy. One of them asked, Suzuki Fujin, why are you trying to enter the Root headquarters unauthorized? Fujin's clone replied, unauthorized? Lord Hokage has ordered me to inspect every base in the village. Even Elder Denzo didn't oppose him. Stop blocking me, or else I'll be forced to apprehend you two before searching the base. The 2 Root ninjas grew tense. Unlike others in Hidden Leaf Village, Root ninjas were well aware of how difficult Fujin was to deal with. Suddenly, Denzo's figure appeared behind them and asked, what is happening here? The Root ninjas were relieved to see that Denzo had appeared. Before they could say anything, Fujin's clone said, it's good to see you, Elder Denzo. These 2 were stopping me from doing the task Lord Hokage assigned me. Denzo's expression grew dark as he realized, he wants to search the Root headquarters? Have I fallen so much that even a kid wants to disrespect me so much? Fujin's clone observed Denzo's reaction carefully. Though not much could be observed, he could clearly see how provoked Denzo was. He chuckled internally and thought, do you have the sole right of creating trouble for others? Let me see how much you can endure, Denzo. Once you make one mistake, I'll let you know how it feels to be on the receiving end for once. While Fujin's plan of creating trouble and distraction for Denzo worked excellently, Fujin realized that Denzo might still target him if connected his meeting with Katsuhiro and the death of his subordinates happening the same day with each other. If so, he would trouble Fujin once again. Since that was the case, Fujin decided to provoke him right away. The last time Fujin provoked Denzo, he didn't receive much of a response from him. If that happened once again, Fujin would be glad as he won't face much trouble. If Denzo acted the opposite, Fujin wouldn't mind that either. It was a good opportunity to have his Ikaro identity break loose for real. Though it would increase Denzo's suspicion, it would be pointless as he would already be suspecting Fujin and he would still not have any evidence. Facing Fujin's clone, Denzo said, "The reason why Hiruzen asked you to investigate is because the number of grandmasters is low. I have already inspected the space. You don't need to waste your time here." Fujin's clone asked nonchalantly, "Are you sure you don't want me to take a second look, Elder Denzo?" Denzo replied, "I am sure." Fujin's clone said, "All right. I'll report to Lord Hokage that you have taken the responsibility of inspecting this space." Fujin's clone disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Immediately Denzo's expression became very ugly. Even his root subordinates could see how infuriated he was. He cursed internally, "Such arrogance. I can't remember the last time I felt so insulted." Denzo's anger wasn't unjust. Even though some opposed his methods, it was a fact that he was highly respected due to his strength, cunningness and position. Ever since the end of the First Great Ninja War, he couldn't recall any instance of being so humiliated. If there was any such incident that was even more humiliating, then that would be Tobirama appointing Hiruzen as the third Hokage before his death. Denzo turned around without speaking to his subordinates. He walked over to Trune and ordered, "Once Suzuki Fujin is done with his search, you will keep an eye on him. Take 4 root ninjas with you." Trune was surprised. He asked, "But Lord Denzo, the killer is still roaming free. Would it be wise to disperse our forces secretly?" Trune wasn't concerned about his death, but losing 5 more capable ninjas would be a deadly blow for Root. Denzo shook his head and said, "If an attack happens to you while you are spying on him, he'll sense it and will be forced to help you out. It might be a good way of luring the attacker." Trune was surprised by the logic. However, on thinking about it, it was completely sound. Fujin couldn't stand by if a fight broke out in the village. Trune asked, "What will we be spying for?" Denzo answered, "Nothing specific. He seems clean on the surface, but I have suspicions that he is involved in this incident somehow. Keep an eye on him and see if there is something off about him. If my intuition is accurate, then we will save Hidden Leaf Village from a great tragedy in the future." Trune was surprised by how serious Denzo was. He immediately said, "All right, I'll start spying on him as soon as he is done scanning the village." Denzo nodded and left. On top of the Hokage building, Fujin received the memories of his clone and a smile appeared on his face. He opened his eyes and looked towards the location of the root base. He thought, just like the Anbu headquarters, the root headquarters is big as well. Unlike the 4 auxiliary bases I targeted the previous night, the main base is huge. There are several underground floors in the base. Seeing what all he is scheming in those underground bases would have been interesting. Though I have been in the Anbu, I still never saw that Sakai clan Jounin we captured after becoming Chunins. If she is still alive, then I suspect she is being kept in the root headquarters. I wonder what else is hidden there and how much Hiruzen knows. Chapter 505, Reasons to Not Use Shadow Clones. While Fujin and Denzo had their little confrontation, Hiruzen met with the clan leaders and informed them of the situation. While they were displeased about their clan compounds being searched, no one opposed Hiruzen. After all, if someone who could silently eliminate 15 root ninjas hid in their clan compounds or secret bases, then their entire clan could be in danger. Without any restrictions, Fujin's clone searched the entire village methodically. Needless to say, it was all an act. With his space-time sensing technique, there wasn't much that could hide from him anyway. Not to mention, the culprit was him. How would he find anyone else? He merely took the opportunity to check out all the secret bases inside Hidden Leaf Village and left the Flying Thunder God mark secretly whenever he could. He had already put thousands of marks inside the village. However, now he could truly claim that he had marked the entire village. Once his range increased, he could appear almost anywhere inside the village. Unless the village was destroyed, Fujin could soon be considered as invincible inside Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, his search wasn't entirely unrestricted. While the clans didn't stop him like Denzo, their ninjas still followed him when he inspected their clan compounds or secret bases. As such, his clones couldn't brazenly mark every place there. Regardless, he was long satisfied with what he had done. After all, these were unintended benefits of his move against Denzo. Besides, this search had become common knowledge among the ninjas. Almost every clan ninja became aware of such a search despite not knowing the reason behind the search. A few civilian ninjas noticed as well. The ones who didn't notice would soon come to know of it from their friends who were a part of ninja clans. Within a few days, the fact that Fujin could sustain dozens of shadow clones for hours and his grandmaster attainment in Fuinjutsu would be known to every ninja in Hidden Leaf Village. One of those civilian ninjas was Katsuhiro. He was dumbfounded by what he had discovered. He immediately realized, so this is why Denzo seemed so annoyed. How did he suddenly get the authority to do something like this? Shit, if he is a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, then taking his seat will be extremely difficult. Everyone wants to have a good relationship with a Fuinjutsu grandmaster. However, how did he become a grandmaster out of nowhere? I didn't even know that he was a seal master, let alone a grandmaster. What do I do now? Needless to say, the spies would learn of this as well. However, seeing how tense Hidden Leaf Village was, they didn't dare to send messages until things calmed down. The search continued the entire evening, continued throughout the night and only ended around late in the afternoon the next day. Fujin was long done with his part, but he still needed to coordinate with the ninjas specializing in sensing and detection to ensure that there wasn't anyone hiding in the village. While they couldn't find any culprits for obvious reasons, they did find a few spies who were hiding in the Hidden Leaf Village pretending to be civilians. It ensured that the torture and interrogation department in Hidden Leaf Village would have fun for a few days. In the Hokage office, there were several people including Fujin. Hiruzen and Shikaku were busy going through all the information gathered in case they noticed something others might have missed. The leaders of the sensing team were making reports as well. As for Fujin, he was just sitting on one side of the room, watching everyone work so hard to find the person sitting in that very room. He looked at Hiruzen and Shikaku and thought, while Denzo might be the most tense one, seeing these two lazy fellows work their ass off is a decent benefit as well. Just look at their tired and exhausted expressions. Even under these circumstances, the two of them don't stop acting. Fujin couldn't help but admire the two of them. He thought, all this work can easily be done within a few minutes by spamming shadow clones. Both have more than enough chakra to do so. As for their intelligence, they are probably the smartest people I have met. There is no way either of them can't think of this. Instead, they just don't do it. If they did it even once, others will ask why they don't do it every time. Once they begin doing it every time, everyone will see how much more free time they have. Then, they'll just pile more work on them. In essence, their workload will increase several times and the amount of time they have to work will stay the same. No wonder they are this adamant about not using the shadow clone jutsu inside this building. Now that I think about it, Tsunade probably did the same as well. She could use paperwork as a reason to be annoyed and shoo away anyone who'd come to trouble her needlessly. After all, who would want to mess with her when she is in a bad mood? I need to learn from them as well. This time, the benefits were very high, so it's fine. Next time, I should avoid using shadow clones for such tasks. Though I can handle it, it'll be annoying if it gets requested too many times. The work in the office continued for another 3 hours. Fujin's job was just to map the locations hidden with seals. He was long done with it. Hiruzen just made him stay in case he noticed any discrepancy in the information reported by the sensors. Once all the data was looked through, Shikaku sighed and muttered, "There are no traces at all. We didn't find any new base. The abandoned bases don't have any traces of someone staying there. Even scent isn't present. Whoever it was, they did a thorough job." Only Fujin, Shikaku, Hiruzen and the Anbu guards were still in the room. The rest had left. Hiruzen sighed as well and said, "Yeah, there is nothing. The job is too clean." His expression became serious as he muttered, "The attacker was so thorough that it in itself is suspicious." Shikaku agreed with Hiruzen's words but didn't voice his opinion. He thought, looks like he is already suspecting someone. Needless to say, Hiruzen was suspecting Denzo. However, just like Denzo, he too could see some issues. He thought, it is likely that only someone like Denzo can do something like this. An enemy village or even Orochimaru doing any of this will leave some clues. But, with Denzo's expertise, it wouldn't have been an issue for him to plant some evidence to divert my attention elsewhere. Why didn't he do that? He couldn't think of the reason. Seeing the two of them in thought, Fujin yawned and said, "I haven't slept for nearly 2 days. Also, using that many clones is giving me plenty of headaches. I'll take my leave for now. Call me if you two need anything." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Good work in the past couple of days. You can leave." Fujin nodded and disappeared from the room. Meanwhile, Shikaku wondered, was he really tired or was he taking clues from us? Such a troublesome youngster. Fujin returned to his house after flickering a few times. He activated his space-time sensing technique and surprisingly, there was no one around keeping an eye on his house. He wondered, did Denzo decide to not confront me? Or is he planning to attack in some other way? Oh well, I'll handle it when the time comes. While Fujin learned from the two of them, he was indeed quite sleepy. He hadn't consumed any soldier pills this time. He quickly entered his house, cleaned up and fell asleep. While the village was quite tense, Fujin didn't have a reason to worry. Unfortunately, his speculation wasn't correct. An hour after he fell asleep, 5 root ninjas led by Trun began spying on his house. Since none of them used chakra or stared at the house for too long and they stayed quite a long distance away, the seals on his house didn't pick up anything. After all, Trun had tried spying on Fujin earlier. He knew how crazy his house was. All root ninjas knew that the real spying would only be conducted when Fujin wasn't in his house. Since he slept quite early, Fujin woke up early as well. It had only been 3 a.m. when he woke up. He stretched and was about to go freshen up when he activated his space-time sensing technique out of habit. Suddenly, all the laziness disappeared as his eyes became serious. Chapter 506, Explosion. A hint of craziness appeared in Fujin's eyes and a smile appeared on his face as he thought, "Hee, you made your move after all, Denzo. Good. Now, let me see whether you are skillful enough to ensure that the route survives." While the root ninjas were skillful enough to hide from chakra fields even when someone as skilled as Fujin used it, they had no idea about Fujin's other skill. Even Denzo was completely unaware. He never imagined that the spies he sent would be detected in an instant. If he knew Fujin had such an ability, he wouldn't have bothered sending anyone to spy on him. Even if Fujin didn't retaliate, the spies would only see what Fujin wanted to show them, which could make the root fall into a trap. Unfortunately for Denzo, Fujin no longer had intentions to keep playing games. He planned to use this opportunity to completely escalate the situation. On this day, 2 events would happen that would send shockwaves throughout Hidden Leaf Village that would be remembered for quite some time. One of them would also bring back some unpleasant memories. Fujin fell back into his bed. Sleep had recovered most of his chakra, but he was still not at full capacity. It was understandable as he had maintained a lot of shadow clones. However, in this circumstance, that was a good thing. A shadow clone, with 20% of his maximum chakra, appeared next to his bed. Without a word, he disguised himself perfectly and disappeared from the room. Neither of the 5 root ninjas around Fujin's house detected the shadow clone leaving from under the ground. There were 2 main reasons for this. Firstly, the root ninjas didn't dare to openly activate their chakra fields. Secondly, Fujin's methods of hiding chakra were extremely good and his clone left through a place where none of those 5 were present. Minutes later, Fujin's clone reached the outskirts of the root headquarters. He thought, "Yesterday, I showed up at the front door. However, with a base this huge, I have innumerable ways of entering." Even though this space is very well hidden and protected with seals, Root currently lacks the manpower to defend its main headquarters. Of course, it is also because they don't expect to be attacked in the first place. After all, Hidden Leaf Village will be the one to take the hit first before any attacker reaches the Root headquarters. Denzo had only 26 root ninjas left after Fujin's stunt 2 nights ago. Out of those, 5 were outside Fujin's house, while another 5 were outside the village training the kids from the Land of Water in a secret location. In addition, 2 were deployed in the fire capital, 1 always followed Naruto and 1 was hiding in the Anbu. As a result, the massive root headquarters had only 12 root ninjas along with Denzo. Even among them, 5 of the root ninjas were in the underground laboratories at the lowest 2 levels of root headquarters, meaning that only 7 were available to keep an eye on their base. Hence, they couldn't pay attention to every entry into the root headquarters. Of course, Denzo had long sealed up such entry points. Fujin's clone was standing in front of one such sealed entry point. The clone's eyes glowed as he began studying the seals. He nodded as he realized, not bad. Even I will need some time to decode these seals and enter inside without being detected. Not to mention, there are some seals I don't recognize. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to study them slowly. Oh well, even if I did, they would detect me in no time. So, no need to bother with stealth. The blade of the Thunder Spirit appeared in his right hand, but the hilt was covered by his long sleeves. The shape of the blade looked nothing like a sword and instead looked like a ball of lightning. In an instant, nearly 35% of the clone's chakra was transformed into lightning and transferred into the lightning ball. Such a massive chakra spike just outside the root headquarters was picked up by the seals. A couple of sensors and Denzo also felt it. Denzo thought, what the hell? He immediately made a hand seal to activate all defensive seals on the root headquarters. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough. Fujin's clone kicked the seal entrance, smashing it apart before the seals could activate. Immediately, the 5 root ninjas in the laboratories activated the defenses to ensure that the labs would stay safe. The 2 who were with Denzo got on alert to protect Denzo. As for the remaining 5, they ran towards where Fujin's clone had barged in from. Unfortunately for them, those few seconds were all that Fujin's clone needed to supercharge the lightning ball with almost 99% of his chakra. As soon as 3 root ninjas appeared, he waved his right arm in a slashing action, unleashing all the lightning stored inside the blade of the Thunder Spirit. Lightning style, lightning flood jutsu. The root ninjas who had just arrived were shocked. While they came prepared for war, none of them expected to face such a devastating attack even before they could properly see the intruder. What shocked them more was the massive quantity of chakra they were feeling from the incoming attack despite not being a sensor. Fujin's clone had supercharged the jutsu with almost his entire chakra. That was 20% of Fujin's chakra. However, With the amplification from the blade of the Thunder Spirit, the attack was equivalent to 200% of Fujin's chakra. It was important to know that Fujin's chakra reserves were almost at the same level as Hiruzen's. Though Hiruzen's chakra reserves had deteriorated with age, he was still a formidable ninja and his place in the rank S tier was unshaken. Very few ninjas had chakra reserves exceeding his. As for the ninjas that had chakra twice as much as him, they could be counted on one hand if the Jinchuricas weren't considered. And, even they would never use up all their chakra in a single attack. What the Jounin level Anbu were facing was an attack at a level rarely seen in the ninja world. The 3 root ninjas, as well as the 2 who were too far away, were hit by the lightning within the blink of an eye. They didn't even have a chance to put up a defense and were obliterated within moments. Though Denzo had failed to activate the seals on the sealed entrance in time, he activated the remaining seals in the headquarters. As a result, the entire base became very resilient. Every wall could endure a couple of rank A jutsus before crumbling. Unfortunately for Denzo, lightning specialized in penetrating through obstacles like walls. And, the attack could be considered a peak rank S jutsu in terms of pure destruction. The lightning immediately began spreading throughout the root headquarters. Fujin's jutsu was a variation of the lightning style, false darkness jutsu, and was quite similar to it. The only difference was the amount of chakra infused in the jutsu, which caused the nature of the jutsu to change. This change could be seen in the root headquarters. If a bystander had spectated this scene, it would seem like there was a lightning flood inside root headquarters, spreading in every direction and piercing through every obstacle. It was a scene from a nightmare. In his office, Denzo's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he sensed the amount of chakra in the attack and how easily his base was being destroyed. Standing next to him, Yamanaka Fu nervously said, "Lord Denzo." Despite being an elite Jounin, Fu had no confidence in being able to resist the incoming attack. Denzo immediately weaved hand seals while saying, "Move behind me." Wind style, serial vacuum waves jutsu. Immediately, Fu and the other root ninja moved behind Denzo. At the very instant when Denzo was done weaving the hand seals, the lightning broke through his office walls and moved towards him when he exhaled his jutsu. Several vacuum waves hit the incoming lightning flood continuously and kept bombarding the incoming attack for a few seconds. The lightning headed towards Denzo was finally stopped. Only some lightning charges made it through the intense wind and hit the 3 of them. They weren't strong enough to cause them any damage. Denzo and the 2 root ninjas with him were safe. However, their moods were anything but calm. Even Denzo was extremely tense. He thought, fortunately the lightning wasn't all concentrated on me. Otherwise, I would have no chance of stopping it without using wood style or sacrificing Shishui's eye by using Izanagi. I didn't even have time to remove the seals on my right arm. Which crazy bastard attacked my base? And who is strong enough to unleash such an attack? Even Hiruzen shouldn't be able to do something like this. Though Denzo stopped the lightning flood from hitting him, it still continued spreading in other directions. Within seconds, 3 underground floors were completely in shambles. Thankfully, while the seals weren't strong enough to stop the lightning flood, it slowly whittled down the power of the lightning flood, putting an end to the destruction. Unfortunately, the destruction caused by the lightning until that moment was too high. The top 3 floors collapsed entirely, forcing Denzo and the 2 root ninjas to evacuate in a hurry. If it wasn't for the fact that Fujin's clone didn't target the pillars, the entire base might have collapsed. Thankfully for Denzo, the laboratories on the bottom 2 floors weren't damaged. However, the loss was still extremely high. Denzo was extremely angry. Unfortunately, he was unaware that this was just the first step of Fujin's plan. Not a single person in Hidden Leaf Village would even consider the possibility of such a massive attack being merely a distraction. Fujin's next steps would threaten Root's existence in a way Denzo would never have imagined. The only question was whether Fujin would succeed in his goal or whether Denzo would succeed in defending his Root. Chapter 507, Apprehending the Spies. While the village was tense, not many people in Hidden Leaf Village were actually aware of what was happening. Only the ninjas having authority were aware of the death of root ninjas. The others were only following orders and weren't provided any information. Even someone like Guy had no clue of what was actually happening in the village. After all, the root was supposed to be disbanded. Besides, releasing such news could cause panic to spread in the village. Of course, not being aware made everyone tense as well. However, since they hadn't found anyone in the long search, the village had relaxed slightly. Most ninjas felt that it was just an exercise in case anything happened. The village was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, several ninjas sensed a massive chakra spike despite not having any chakra fields activated. At the same time, a tremor was felt in a part of the village. After all, Root headquarters was created underground. When Fujin's clone destroyed 3 underground floors in a single attack, it caused a mini earthquake in the nearby area. Sleeping in his room, Hiruzen's eyes snapped open. He immediately flickered and appeared on top of his roof. Moments later, 4 Anbu guards appeared behind him. He looked towards route headquarters in confusion and wondered, what the hell is happening there? Such a massive chakra signature. For a moment I thought that the 9 tails had broken loose again. Fortunately, the chakra is much smaller. Still, what is happening? He immediately began moving towards the route headquarters. Similar scenes happened all around the village. Every clan leader woke up. Unlike Hiruzen, they didn't move themselves and instead sent a couple of Jounin squads to check out what was happening and reinforce Hiruzen. Several civilian ninjas, including Guy, were making their way towards the source of the explosion. Memories of the 9 tails assault resurfaced in the minds of several people. And just like everyone, Fujin's eyes snapped open in his bedroom as well. In moments, he was on top of his house. In fact, he was even faster than Hiruzen, but unlike Hiruzen he merely watched towards the route headquarters. He looked in that direction with an expression that said he was wondering what was happening while spreading his chakra field towards the location. Needless to say, Fujin wasn't the only one looking towards the route headquarters. The 5 route ninjas looked towards the source of the explosion as well. Their eyes widened as they realized that the route headquarters had been hit. And sensing how strong the explosion was, they couldn't help being worried. All 5 decided that the mission to watch over Fujin could be postponed. In a moment, all 5 began moving towards the route headquarters. However, the moment they decided to do so, Fujin could sense their chakra. A frown appeared on his face as 5 shadow clones appeared next to him. All 5 flickered and threw a kunai each, blocking the paths of the 5 route ninjas. They stopped as Fujin's clones stood in their paths. A Burame Drone shouted angrily, "Suzuki Fujin, why are you attacking us and blocking our path? The village is under attack." Fujin flickered a few meters behind Trune and said, "That's what I want to ask. The village is under threat and the 5 of you are surrounding my house instead of looking for the culprit? What is the meaning of this?" Trune and the root ninjas immediately understood why Fujin had blocked them. Trune immediately turned around and said, "It was just a coincidence. This isn't the time to argue about this. We need to reinforce Lord Denzo." Fujin snorted and asked with a hint of anger, "So it was a coincidence that 5 of you were strategically surrounding my house during the night right when the attack happened? I wonder what your intentions are." Lord Hokage and Elder Denzo speculated that this incident was caused by someone inside the village. "Seeing how suspicious you 5 are, I can only assume that you are working with the culprit." Fujin's accusation stunned them. They couldn't even imagine how Fujin reached that conclusion. One of the root ninjas cursed, "Bastard! Stop your meaningless accusation. Get out of the way. Otherwise, we will assume that you are the one working with the culprit." Fujin replied, "Oh. You are accusing a council member of working with an enemy? Good. Very good. I hope you have proof to back your claim up. Seeing how you were spying on a council member, I have no choice but to arrest you 5 right now. Don't resist or I won't hold back." Immediately, all 5 shadow clones prepared for a battle. A sword appeared in their right hand. The 5 root ninjas immediately became tense. They had heard about how strong Fujin was. Trune said, "Don't do anything crazy, Fujin. We were just on a mission." Fujin chuckled and said, "A mission to spy on a council member? Good luck explaining that to Lord Hokage and the council. As for doing anything crazy, it depends on whether you'll be obedient or resist." Fujin's words left little room for discussion. He had been overbearing from the start. It was as if he was looking for trouble. However, considering the situation, the root ninjas didn't find it odd. Anyone else in power would react the same way if they were being spied on. Not too long ago, an entire clan was about to revolt due to this factor. The root ninjas exchanged eye glances. Without any command, all 5 attacked at the same time. 4 moved to attack the clones while Trune moved backwards to attack Fujin. His hands turned purple as he extended his arm towards Fujin, aiming to touch him. In response, Fujin raised his right arm and extended 2 fingers. Wind began flowing around the fingers. Wind style, blades of wind jutsu. Immediately, a few wind blades formed and moved towards Trune, whose eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and moved to dodge the wind blades. Unfortunately, the distance was too small to dodge all of them. However, he still weaved through the wind blades, dodging most of them and only getting hit by the blades that wouldn't critically injure him so that he could continue moving forward. Several deep cuts opened up on his body. However, he gritted his teeth and continued moving forward while thinking, from what Lord Denzo said, I won't be able to defeat him from a distance. His wind jutsus will have too much of an advantage. The only way to defeat him is by touching him. Through great determination, he reached just 1 meter from Fujin and punched him. Fujin casually raised his arm and caught his punch. At the same time, Fujin's left palm slammed into Trune's stomach, causing him to vomit blood. However, Trune was extremely pleased. Fujin could feel that he was smiling even though Trune was wearing a mask. Fujin's arm began turning purple as Trun said, "This is my speciality. Since you touched me, you will be poisoned. Let us go, otherwise, you meet your end here, Suzuki Fujin." He thought, though he is strong, he is still too green. In a battle, it doesn't matter who is stronger. All that matters is who wins. If he had stuck to his strengths and stayed at a distance, I wouldn't have had an easy time against him. Now, he'll lose due to his arrogance. Suddenly, Trun realized something. He couldn't use his chakra. Fujin's left hand had applied the self-cursing seal on him. And, despite being poisoned, there was no fear on Fujin's face. He heard a voice from behind him say, "The Aburame clan, huh? What a unique method of using bugs. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Unfortunately for you, it is useless against a shadow clone." Trun immediately turned his head and saw Fujin standing a safe distance away. Slightly behind him, the remaining 4 root ninjas were already dealt with. All had the self-cursing seal and were knocked out cold. He thought, I attacked a shadow clone? He sent a shadow clone to sneak up on me? No wonder he was this fearless. I thought he was just arrogant. That said, is this one a clone or the real body? Trun wasn't sure. Fujin said, "Stop resisting. If your bugs attack after you are unconscious, then I'll have no choice but to kill all of them." Trun said, "I hope you know what you are doing, Suzuki Fujin." A large number of minute-sized bugs began exiting his body. However, Trun received no response, other than a punch in his gut from the clone he had poisoned. The punch was enhanced with chakra and strong enough to immediately knock him out. At the same time, a couple of clones flickered next to Trun and activated a barrier, sealing Trun, his bugs and Fujin's clone inside. The clone sealed inside immediately applied a few more seals on Trun before being dispelled due to being attacked by the bugs. Fujin left his 5 shadow clones there to keep an eye on the root ninjas and flickered towards the root headquarters. He thought, step 2 completed. Now, time for step 3. Unfortunately, unlike the first 2 steps, I will have very little control over the outcome. If things go perfectly, then root will no longer exist. If they don't, then the status quo will be maintained. Regardless, it will heavily restrict Denzo while I won't have any loss. Though the expression on his face still showed that he was annoyed and angry, internally, he was very indifferent the whole time. Even the emotions he displayed while arguing against Trun were fake. He only had them to make his actions look more convincing. The root headquarters were currently in chaos as no one knew who the attacker was and why the root was attacked. If Denzo knew that the only reason his headquarters was targeted was so that his subordinates spying on Fujin would expose themselves, who knows how he would have reacted. Chapter 508, Aftermath. Before Fujin and the root ninjas entered into a fight, Hiruzen along with his Anbu guards reached the root headquarters. Their eyes widened as they noticed the state of the top 3 underground floors of the base. The walls and floors of the base had almost entirely collapsed. Hiruzen quickly sensed Denzo and flickered towards him. He appeared behind him and asked, "Denzo, what happened here?" Denzo was already annoyed. As soon as he left the base, he had Fu sense the attacker. Unfortunately, Fu couldn't sense anyone anymore. It was as if the attacker had disappeared in thin air. Of course, seeing the level of attack, Denzo speculated that the attacker was too good at hiding himself and managed to escape during the destruction. On hearing Hiruzen's question, Denzo answered, "My headquarters was attacked." Hiruzen asked, "By whom? Did you already kill the attacker?" Denzo said, "No. He disappeared. I can't sense his chakra signature." Surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face. He couldn't help but say, "You mean, someone attacked the root headquarters while you were inside it and left before you could even see what he looked like?" To say Hiruzen was surprised was an understatement. While some thought of Denzo as weak and a relic of the past, he knew very well how strong Denzo still was. He couldn't help but wonder if Denzo was sleeping when the attack happened. He said, "Tell me everything as it happened." Denzo informed him about suddenly detecting the chakra signature and the massive lightning flood that followed seconds later. Hiruzen fell silent. His expression became serious as he learned how strong the attack was. He didn't suspect Denzo as he had felt the chakra spike as well. He said, "This level of attack. It can only be done by a Jinchuriki. No other ninja has enough chakra to do something like this and still get away. Unless..." Denzo completed Hiruzen's words, "unless they have Sensei's sword." A frown appeared on his face as he said, "But Sensei's sword is in Hidden Rain Village. Why would Hanzo do something like this? It makes no sense for him to provoke Hidden Lee Village like this." Hiruzen added, "Unless he has allied with some other major village to create trouble for us. Or if an incredible talent has appeared in Hidden Rain Village and Hanzo has become ambitious once again." A frown appeared on Denzo's face as he thought of that possibility. Just Hanzo alone is a lot of trouble. If he gets a rank S under him, then he'll become even more troublesome to deal with. However, why is he trying to pick on me? Couldn't he just have attacked anyone else to establish prestige? Some things still don't add up. Or could it be that Hidden Cloud's village sent one of their Jinchurikis and is trying to set us up against Hanzo? However, how can a Jinchuriki infiltrate Hidden Leaf village completely undetected? That should be impossible. Slowly, more ninjas began arriving. Hiruzen passed commands to clear up the debris in the destroyed base. Denzo had already sent one of his subordinates to inform the ninjas in the labs to seal the place and keep other ninjas away from it. In fact, Denzo was hoping that the attacker would target his subordinate who was moving alone so that he could see who it was. Unfortunately, no one attacked. After a few squads had appeared, Fujin appeared as well. He directly met up with Hiruzen and asked with a frown, "Someone attacked the root headquarters?" Hiruzen nodded. He noticed the annoyance on Fujin's face and wondered, why does he look so annoyed? Is it related to this attack or something else? As for Denzo, he looked at Fujin once and then didn't pay any attention. He thought, I already have Drune keeping an eye on him. I guess my speculations were baseless. Of course, it doesn't mean that there isn't anything wrong with him. I need to keep an eye on him while pressuring his seat to see how he reacts. Fujin asked, are the attackers dead? Hiruzen shook his head and said, no. There was just one and he got away. Fujin's frown deepened as he asked, I can understand someone attacking the auxiliary bases, but how could any random ninja attack root headquarters and get away without any repercussions? Is the root so ill protected? Denzo was offended by that question. He said, control your tongue, Fujin. It wasn't a random ninja. Fujin asked, so you know who the attacker was? Denzo replied, no, but we have our speculations. Fujin replied, that's as good as not knowing anything. Grandpa, I have something to discuss with you. But I guess it can wait until we return to your office. There weren't any clan leaders nearby. Even the ninjas were dispatched to do the work and wouldn't hear their conversation unless Fujin deliberately made a scene. However, that would go against the personality he had created. What Fujin planned needed clan leaders around. Otherwise, destroying a good portion of the root headquarters and subduing 5 root ninjas wouldn't have the same effect that he wanted. Denzo frowned on hearing Fujin's tone, but he didn't say anything as Fujin was right and there was no point in arguing. However, his eyes widened as Fujin began walking towards the debris. As he walked, Fujin said, I'll check if anyone's hiding. Denzo immediately said, there is no need. We have already checked. The attacker has long fled. Fujin turned around. He was about to say something when Hiruzen said, he's right. I have inspected it as well. There is no need to check the base. Just keep an eye in case you notice someone acting weird. Fujin frowned but didn't argue against Hiruzen. Hiruzen sighed in relief. Denzo was slightly relieved as well. The seals could hide the labs from normal ninjas. Against Fujin, they won't have much of a chance. And, unlike the other grandmasters in Hidden Leaf Village, Fujin might not back down if a root ninja tried to stop him from entering the labs. If Fujin entered the labs, then he would see the most messed up things inside Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen didn't know how Fujin would react. If he blew up the matter, every ninja clearing the debris would also come to know of it. It would completely ruin Denzo's public image and raise questions about Hiruzen as well. Neither Hiruzen nor Denzo wanted to see that happen. The clearing continued. More ninjas kept appearing, but Hiruzen just assigned them other tasks such as scouting the area around the base to check if anyone was hiding. Around half an hour later the debris was all cleared but nothing was found apart from the dead bodies of the 5 root ninjas. They were in a terrible state due to having faced nearly the full force of the terrifying attack. Guy, who had just cleared the debris in the area he was assigned, noticed Fujin standing alone while casually watching everyone. He immediately appeared next to him and said, Fujin, you have arrived as well. Fujin nodded and said, yeah, the attack is just too big to be ignored. Guy agreed and said, yeah, and to think they could target the root headquarters. Do you have any idea about what is happening in the village? There were too many searches happening throughout the village for a couple of days as well. Since there was no one else near them, Fujin said, yeah. 2 nights ago, 15 root ninjas were killed. We couldn't find the killers. I had thought that they escaped the village. I guess I was wrong. Don't tell it to others. Guy's eyes widened momentarily. He said softly, it looks like someone is targeting the root. To think that the culprits couldn't be caught. He looked at Fujin and said, thank you for letting me know. Usually, Kakashi fills me in on these things, but he has been away on a mission. Fujin nodded and said, no worries. Just be careful. I wasn't too concerned about the situation earlier, but the destruction here is insane. If the culprits are trying to eliminate high-level ninjas in the village, then we could be targeted as well. I doubt it would be an easy fight. Even more so if he attacks us when we have to protect others. Guy could feel the seriousness in Fujin's voice. He said, I'll be careful. I guess I'll need to ease up on the training for a bit. You be careful too. Fujin nodded. While Guy and Fujin were chatting, Denzo and Hiruzen were monitoring the search. Both were concerned as nothing was found. Needless to say, Denzo's mood was beyond terrible. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything he could do to find the attacker. Nor could he take his anger out on someone else. This was a grave threat his route was facing, and yet he was helpless and without any lead that he could pursue immediately. Since nothing was found, Hiruzen deployed some Manbu ninjas and sent the remaining ninjas back. Fujin, the clan leaders and the elders were called to Hiruzen's office for a quick meeting. Fujin said farewell to Guy and flickered to Hiruzen's office. Once everyone arrived, Hiruzen informed everyone about the events of that night. Hiruzen's office became silent. Everyone except Fujin, Hiruzen and Denzo had complicated expressions. The clan leaders thought about what would have happened if such an attack had been aimed at their clan compounds. They realized that their clans would have unimaginable losses. After all, even someone like Denzo wasn't able to do much other than protect himself. Hiruzen noticed Fujin's expression but didn't find anything odd. With Fujin's strength and abilities, dodging such an attack wouldn't be a difficult task. Even if his house was sneak attacked the same way, there was a good chance that his house would actually survive the hit. While there were places in Hidden Lee Village with more seals than in Fujin's house, nothing came close in terms of the density of the seals. Seeing that no one was saying anything, Hiruzen asked, "Does anyone have any ideas on what we should do further?" Hiruzen was hoping for Shikaku to figure something out. Unfortunately, the situation didn't make any sense to him either. It was just too peculiar. Two big attacks had happened and they didn't even know who was behind it apart from some speculations. And even the speculations were such that Hidden Lee Village couldn't take action easily. He didn't say anything. Seeing that no one was saying anything, Fujin said, "I have something that I was wondering about." Chapter 509, Confronting Denzo. Everyone immediately looked at Fujin. Fujin looked at Denzo and said, "4 root bases were attacked 2 days ago. Seeing that nothing else happened, there is little doubt that the culprit is targeting the root. At such a time, why weren't your root ninjas keeping an eye on the root headquarters and were instead spying on me?" Everyone's eyes widened as they heard Fujin's words. They all immediately looked at Denzo. Denzo was stunned as well. He never imagined that the elite ninjas he sent to spy on Fujin would be discovered within hours. Nor did he think that Fujin would confront him in front of everyone during a time when the village was facing a grave threat. Before Denzo could reply, Fujin added, "Your actions are too peculiar, Elder Denzo. Instead of protecting the root ninjas, you spread them even thinner. Perhaps if they were in the root headquarters, then the attacker might have been spotted before it was too late. You could have kept the root headquarters safe. You could even have had a chance to fight and capture him. However, you decided to send them to spy on me." Everyone was staring at Denzo. Deploying root ninjas at such a time made little to no sense. Not to mention, Fujin was a council member as well. Spying on him meant that others could be spied upon as well. Though Fujin had provided no proof, knowing Denzo, everyone in the room believed that Denzo had indeed done something like that. Of course, that was no reason for Denzo to accept it. He said, "I didn't send anyone to spy on you." "I don't know what you are talking about." Fujin asked, "Is that so? Could you tell me why 5 of your root ninjas were hiding their chakra signature and surrounding my house instead of staying in the root headquarters?" Denzo frowned. He said, "Don't accuse me without any proof, Suzuki Fujin. I had dispatched a squad for an important secret mission. It had nothing to do with you." Fujin continued asking in a neutral tone without a hint of expression on his face, "Oh, I wonder what secret mission you had to do at such a point." Denzo displayed slight anger and asked, "Do I have to explain myself to you? Besides, my ninjas should have returned by now. Did you do anything to them?" Seeing that Fujin had discovered them, Denzo wondered why they hadn't returned yet. Not to mention, they should have returned after the explosion. But there was no sign of them. Fujin replied, "I apprehended them." The eyes of everyone in the room widened. That included Hiruzen and Shikaku, who were familiar with the kind of shit Fujin always pulled off. Shikaku muttered to himself, "I'm dead. He'll increase my workload once again." He created a mess in the council. The other clan leaders also stared at Fujin. Nearly everyone had suffered at the hands of Root at some point. However, no one had ever taken the initiative to apprehend them. They would raise their concerns with Hiruzen and solve them diplomatically. It was the first case of someone taking down 5 root ninjas before considering any diplomatic options. Denzo exploded in rage and shouted aggressively, "You traitor! You dare to attack Hidden Lee Village ninjas inside the village due to mere suspicions?" Of course, Denzo was only pretending to be in a rage. While he was indeed angry, he wouldn't lose control over something like this. He just acted so to show that he was furious. Before Fujin could say anything, Koharu said, "Fujin, even though you are in the council, it doesn't mean that you can act willfully. If there was an issue, you should raise it in the council instead of taking action yourself. I hope that those root ninjas are fine. Otherwise, you will lose your seat on the council. The clan leaders were too familiar with how much the elders supported each other. They had expected such a backlash. Of course, they won't allow that to happen. If someone was taking the initiative to take down Denzo, they would support him from the back. All the clan leaders reached a tacit understanding despite not speaking a word or even exchanging glances. Only Shikaku wasn't worried and was instead looking forward to Fujin's reply, which was immediate. He only prayed that Fujin wouldn't increase his workload. Fujin turned his gaze from Denzo to Koharu and asked, "Elder Koharu, if I were to attack you with the intention to kill you, would you fight back and try to protect yourself, or would you let me kill you and call a council meeting from the afterlife?" Though Fujin's words were extremely provocative, his tone was still extremely neutral. It was as if there was no emotion in them. It was something everyone in the room found very odd. In a situation like this, it was normal to become angry and emotional. Even more so considering that Fujin was still only 15 years old. However, Fujin didn't display any emotion at all. He looked neither angry at being attacked nor scared to face the elders who stood tall in the village for decades. The clan leaders in the office were surprised and impressed at the same time. Senju Hiromasa looked at Fujin and thought, such control over his emotions at such a young age. No wonder Renjiro praised him so much and Hiruzen included him in the council. Shikaku thought, though I have heard about his fighting skills, this is the first time I have seen him angry. No wonder he is so efficient and deadly during missions. If he can maintain his calm and be calculative in such a situation, then there will be little that could disturb his mental state. Still, he is getting scary. He is the kind of opponent I hate to plan against. Similar thoughts ran through the minds of others. Hiruzen's office became eerily silent. It wasn't just due to how composed Fujin was. Fujin had threatened a village elder. And, he had stated in such a way that it wasn't a big deal, implying that he didn't think he would have any difficulty in killing her if he wanted to. And secondly, what Fujin's words implied was that the root ninjas attempted to kill him. That was a big accusation. And knowing Denzo, everyone immediately believed that Fujin was telling the truth. Koharu understood that as well, but her pride was hurt. She hadn't been threatened by a Hidden Leaf village ninja in this manner since she became an elder. She asked hissily, "Is that a threat, Suzuki Fujin?" Fujin replied, "If by merely mentioning it, you get so offended, do you expect me to not resist when ganged upon by 5 root ninjas? You should be glad that I didn't kill them on the spot and only apprehended them." He looked towards Denzo and said, "One of the spies he sent was from the Aburame clan with a strange ability to poison someone on touch. Had I not been careful, perhaps I wouldn't be standing here. Elder Denzo, you better give me a good explanation or I won't be letting this go. Despite the root being under attack, you decided to dispatch your subordinates to spy on me and attack me with such deadly means once they got a chance. It almost seems like you don't care what is happening to Root and instead are targeting youngsters in the village." Aburame Shibi's eyes widened on hearing about the ability. He immediately recognized, Drone. Fujin's accusation made everyone in the room tense. The one who was the most tense was Hiruzen. He knew that Denzo was the one to cause Shizue's death. It was a huge loss to Hidden Leaf village. If he was attempting to kill Fujin, then it was a big issue for Hiruzen. He looked at Denzo and asked strictly, "Is it true, Denzo?" Meanwhile, Denzo was dumbfounded. He wondered, what the hell happened with Trune? Their job was to spy on him. Why did he attack Fujin? Fujin even stated his ability, meaning that what he says must be true. But why did he attack? Despite being at a loss, Denzo immediately answered, "The mission I assigned them had nothing to do with Fujin. I don't know whether they attacked Fujin and what reason they might have to attack him. I will need to talk with them to understand what actually happened." Since he didn't know what exactly happened, Denzo decided to take a step back. Of course, he wasn't actually giving up anything. Even if Trune and the rest were at fault, there would be no punishment against them or him. Once again, Fujin asked, "What was the mission you assigned?" Denzo once again refused to answer Fujin and said, "Don't overstep your limits, Suzuki Fujin. I don't have to answer to you." Fujin snorted and said, "If that's the case, then it means that those 5 root ninjas have betrayed the village and have become traitors. The only other possibility is that you are lying and are the one who has fallen." Immediately, Hamura said, "Fujin, stop suspecting Denzo. He has served the village for decades and has been a cornerstone for Hidden Leaf village in every great war. His contribution to the village is unquestionable." Chapter 510, Ganging Up on Denzo. Without missing a beat or even looking at Hamura, Fujin replied, "Just because you have contributed in the past doesn't give you a right to behave like a rogue ninja inside the village. If every ninja who contributed to previous wars acted this way, Hidden Leaf village would collapse within a few hours. Regardless of how much a ninja has contributed, if he begins targeting the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas for any reason, he should be eliminated or at least imprisoned. Don't forget that not too long ago one of the 3 legendary Sanins did something similar and went rogue. Today, he is one of the main suspects behind the deaths of 20 Root ninjas and the destruction of Root headquarters. Even if Elder Denzo wasn't the one who gave those instructions, this event shows that he is incapable of leading the Root. His subordinates are willfully ignoring his commands and attacking a council member. Not to mention, he has shown that he doesn't care much about the lives of Root ninjas. Instead of protecting the headquarters in time of crisis, he dispatched them away not caring that they might be targeted and leaving the Root headquarters with very low manpower. We cannot afford to keep losing excellent ninjas just because he is no longer capable of leading them properly. Silence spread in the room once again. Rage was once again visible on Denzo's face. However, this time, it wasn't an act. Fujin had openly called him incompetent in front of everyone. Denzo was extremely tempted to use the eye but controlled himself as Hiruzen was in the room as well and staring at him. Before he could explode in rage, Shikaku said, "He isn't wrong." Denzo immediately looked towards Shikaku and said, "Instead of searching for the culprit, you want to blame me?" This time Root was targeted. Who would you blame if he targets the Nara clan? Shikaku explained, dealing with the culprit would have been the best way. Unfortunately, we don't even know who the culprits are or what their motivation is. The only thing we know is that they are targeting the Root for some reason. If their goal is just to seek revenge on something you or the Root have done, then the attacks should stop once Root ninjas are mixed in with the Anbu. If their enmity is too high and they still try to target Root ninjas, then they won't be able to cover up their traces as well as they have been. So, it'll be best for the Root to disband entirely. It might be our only method of dealing with the culprit. Not to mention, the incident of spying on and attacking Fujin needs to be investigated properly as well. If even council members get attacked within the village, then no one will feel safe inside the village. I suggest that we disband the Root entirely for the time being. We will continue looking for the culprit and investigate the attack on Fujin. Depending on our results on those 2 findings, we can decide whether Root should continue existing secretly or leave it in the past and move forward. As the Jounin commander and publicly accepted as the smartest ninja in Hidden Leaf Village, if not the world, Shikaku's words held a lot more sway than Fujin's. Denzo understood that. He immediately replied, "Whether Root continues to exist or not is not up to the council." Not too long ago, Denzo was hoping to use the council to revive his Root. And now, the circumstances had forced him to do the complete opposite. He understood that saying it meant that he could never use the council to force Hiruzen to revive the Root. However, he could only handle one situation at a time. As long as the Root continued existing, he could always come up with more schemes to increase its strength. Shibi suddenly said, "I agree with Shikaku's analysis. While the council can't interfere with Root normally, it's a different case if Root ninjas are targeting a council member. Not to mention, we have already lost 20 capable ninjas during peacetime in the last 3 days. It's better to disband the Root than see every Root ninja die because someone is too stubborn to see the situation." Inoichi added, "I agree as well." Immediately, every other clan leader agreed with Shikaku. After all, other than the Hyuga clan, all of them had several of their geniuses forcefully taken in by the Root. With Fujin taking the lead in targeting Denzo, they decided to add to the pressure on Denzo. Several of them voiced their own thoughts about the situation. A few brought out their grievances against the Root, mentioning how so many of their clan members had died during the training in the Root and how the families of the Root ninjas never saw them again, among other things. The room became more tense. Especially Denzo and the elders. The elders might not treat Fujin or one clan leader that seriously. However, it was a different matter altogether if every single clan leader was on the same page. Even Hiruzen won't be able to dismiss them lightly. If he did, then the coup that the Uchihas were planning could look like a child's play. Though Fujin didn't show any change in his expression and seemed like he was hiding his anger, in truth, he was extremely pleased. He thought, "Good. This is what I wanted." With all the clan leaders and I, who represent the civilian ninjas even if only in name, opposing Root, these 4 can't act willfully. Now, the rest depends on what Hiruzen wants. If he has been looking to deal Root a blow, then Root will be finished for good. Otherwise, it'll only be restricted. When Fujin realized that Denzo might still not leave him alone and continue pressuring him, he came up with a 3-step plan against Denzo after thinking for nearly a couple of days. As soon as he detected the 5 Root ninjas spying on his house, the conditions for setting the plan in motion were fulfilled. The first step of the plan was doing something so big that it would attract the entire village's attention, forcing everyone to take the situation with utmost seriousness. Fujin decided to directly target the Root headquarters for this step. It served several additional purposes. For one, it allowed Fujin to directly inflict more damage on the Root. The root headquarters was underground and some distance away from where people lived. Fujin didn't need to be concerned about hitting an innocent here. As a bonus, it also showed that Denzo wasn't capable enough of even protecting his own base. And lastly, it would force the root ninjas that were spying on him to show themselves. The second step of the plan was arresting the root ninjas spying on him. In terms of difficulty, it was the easiest to achieve. However, in terms of importance, this step was the most important as it gave Fujin a chance to accuse Denzo. Unlike the clan leaders who had gotten used to occasionally suffering at Denzo's hands and hence couldn't escalate small offenses, Fujin had never suffered a loss in Hidden Leaf Village. So Fujin escalating the situation wouldn't feel odd. Fujin knew that it wasn't a huge offense. At the very least, it wasn't something that could make Hiruzen take root away from Denzo. After all, they were only spying on Fujin as Denzo had some suspicions. Hiruzen himself always spied on the entire village with his crystal ball. Hiruzen would just give Denzo a slap on his wrist and let him off. However, the third step of Fujin's plan came into action here. That was to let the clan leaders sense an opportunity to take out all their grievances against Denzo and Root while using Fujin as a front. Under normal circumstances, they might still be reluctant, but the attack 2 nights ago and Denzo and Root being weak and vulnerable due to Fujin's first step gave them an opportunity that they just couldn't miss. The fact that Trun decided to attack Fujin instead of surrendering helped him even more. The case had changed from just spying to spying and an attempt to assassinate. As Fujin had expected, every clan leader decided to take advantage of the chance he had provided. It was a strange plan as every successive step was less intense and destructive than the previous step. The first step was total annihilation, the second step was just retraining a few ninjas and the third step was diplomacy without any fighting involved. It went against the traditional way of slowly escalating the situation. However, it fitted perfectly in this scenario. Seeing every clan leader speaking against Denzo, Koharu and Hamura decided to go silent. Denzo, of course, wouldn't take everything lying down. He argued against everyone, but Fujin didn't even need to open his mouth. In terms of politics, the clan leaders were far better than him. Even in terms of intelligence, no one was a slouch. If they were, then they wouldn't have been clan leaders. They couldn't do anything earlier as Denzo never gave them an opening. Now that they had it, they immediately ganged up on Denzo and countered every single point he made while leveling more accusations against Naruto. The situation became intense in no time. With neither side backing off, it immediately became very ugly. Understanding the situation, Hiruzen sighed. He flared his chakra, silencing the room once again and gaining everyone's attention. He looked at everyone and said, "Don't forget that we are the leaders of Hidden Leaf Village. Please maintain decorum. I had called everyone here to keep everyone informed about the attack on Root headquarters. I didn't think that the meeting would take such a turn. I'll think about what to do and we will have an official council meeting soon. For now, everyone except Denzo is dismissed." Chapter 511, Hiruzen's decision. Seeing how serious Hiruzen was, no one spoke a word. Everyone except Denzo and the Anbu guards began leaving the office. Hiruzen suddenly realized something and said, "Fujin, take the Anbu guards with you. Hand over the Root ninjas you captured to them." Fujin nodded and said, "All right." The Anbu guards followed him out. As the group began walking out of the building, Hamura said, "Fujin, I can understand that you were angry due to the situation, but refrain from threatening other council members in the future. It won't do you or the council any good." Hamura still remembered how brazenly Fujin had threatened Koharu. While he spoke, his tone wasn't overbearing. He spoke as if he was an elder trying to pass wisdom to the young. Hence, no one tried refuting him on the spot. Fujin nodded and said, "Sorry about that. I was just making a point. Besides, if I really intended to do something like that, I would have just done it. Why would I speak about it and draw suspicions?" Once again, Fujin's words caught everyone's attention. The two elders and the clan leaders all stared at Fujin. They were forced to reevaluate him once again. Sweat appeared on Hamura and Koharu's faces. Fujin's words implied that they need to be more worried about him when he doesn't speak instead of otherwise. In a way, that was a far greater threat than what he had said in Hiruzen's office. Another way of looking at his words was that if something actually happened to Koharu, he shouldn't be considered a suspect because he wouldn't do something so stupid. It removed all responsibility from him while increasing the threat to Koharu several times. Before anyone could say anything, Fujin said, "Anyway, it's been a long day and a bloody night. I'll take my leave for now. Stay safe. If the attacker is still in the village, then he might target others as well." Without waiting for anyone's reply, he flickered out of the building. The Anbu guards followed him to his house. Koharu cursed under her breath, "This brat." Senju Masa chuckled and said, "The boy is still too young. Don't take his words to heart." Shikaku agreed and said, "I haven't seen him act like this before." I guess Denzo's actions truly infuriated him this time. Not only did he leave Root unguarded, but he also sent someone with such a dangerous ability to spy on him. Annoyed, she added, still, his ability to control his emotions is truly unbelievable. At 15, I would have exploded in rage if someone had done that against me in the village. Shikaku nodded and said, yeah. No doubts there. He handled this situation very maturely. Anyway, we can't rest easy in this situation. What Fujin and Denzo said is true. If someone can destroy the Root headquarters in one attack, then our clans aren't safe. The attack was truly fierce. Thankfully, there were several protocols in place in Hidden Leaf Village to deal with such situations. While Fujin handed over the unconscious Root ninjas to the Anbu guards, the clan leaders and the elders immediately got into action and began increasing the defense of the village. None of them wanted for such an attack to fall on their families. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and Denzo stared at each other in Hiruzen's office. The situation was as tense as before, even though no words were exchanged. Seeing that Denzo wasn't explaining himself, Hiruzen sighed and asked in a tired voice, "Why did you do that?" Denzo said, "Hiruzen, I haven't done anything." Hiruzen sighed again and said, "What's the point in lying to me? Just tell me the truth and your reason. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Root will be finished for good today." Hiruzen could sense the intentions of every clan leader. Now that they had received an opportunity, he knew that none of them intended to let go. In truth, he knew that they were looking for such an opportunity for a long time. But with Hiruzen and Denzo at the helm, they never received such an opportunity. Now that Fujin had provided them with one, they wouldn't rest until Root no longer existed or was heavily restricted. Denzo could see that as well. He said, "The boy is very suspicious. I only sent them to keep an eye on him. I am not sure why they attacked him or even if they attacked him." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. He asked, "What do you mean by suspicious?" Denzo said, "I don't have anything concrete about him, but my instincts say that something about him is horribly wrong. He was missing from the village for quite some time. And from the day he returned, the attack on Root ninjas began. Even earlier, the two Root ninjas who left the village around the same time as him disappeared as well. Leaving these two incidents, there is a lot about him that is suspicious. Why has he inscribed so many seals on his house? It's almost as if he doesn't want anyone entering his house. When you proposed including him in the council, I had a couple of ninjas check on him. However, he shares the same carefulness even while he is training, not allowing anyone to look at him. It shows that he is extremely careful for some reason even when he is inside the village. It is not something that an innocent person would do. Besides, his power has increased too suddenly. A 15-year-old boy being this strong is suspicious in itself. Not to mention, Fujin becoming a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu out of nowhere is even more suspicious. His rapid improvement raises a lot of questions about him. Hiruzen heard Denzo. Unknowingly, a look of disappointment appeared on Hiruzen's face. He couldn't even hide it. He couldn't help but think, "Have you fallen this low, old friend?" Shizui was innocent, but his power was indeed a threat to the village if his nature changed in the future. But Fujin doesn't have any such power. Will you suspect every talented ninja that appears in the village no matter how loyal they are? The things that Denzo mentioned to be suspicious weren't suspicious at all for Hiruzen. Fujin didn't stop Hiruzen from spying on him when he trained. Though the seals on Fujin's house could be seen with suspicion, Hiruzen knew that it was just Fujin's nature. If he truly intended to do something, he wouldn't have put so many seals in an obvious manner. As for Fuinjutsu, Hiruzen knew that Fujin had spammed shadow clones to be able to learn it quickly. He hadn't become a grandmaster out of nowhere. Similarly, his strength had also increased step by step. Thanks to Renjiro's reports, Hiruzen's crystal ball and the fact that Fujin regularly asked Hiruzen's help, Hiruzen could see how natural his progress was. The only differentiating factor was how much Fujin trained without taking a break. If Hiruzen began suspecting someone just for training hard, then every capable ninja in the village including Hiruzen and Denzo themselves should be suspected as well. As such, all Hiruzen saw was that Denzo was being delusional. Denzo didn't miss the look of disappointment on Hiruzen's face. He asked, "Why are you looking at me like that, Hiruzen?" Hiruzen said, "I am disappointed in you, Denzo." Denzo displayed some anger and asked, "Do you want to say that my instincts are wrong?" Hiruzen replied, "It doesn't matter what your instincts say. You are way out of line with your behavior. There is nothing suspicious about Fujin. You only showed interest in him once he became very strong." Hiruzen's expression hardened as he said, "Fujin's and Shikaku's words are true. From today onwards, I can't allow Root to operate inside the village." Denzo's eyes widened on hearing that. He never expected Hiruzen to say something like that. His expression became grim. He was angry for real. He asked in a grim tone, "What are you implying?" Hiruzen said, If I let you continue doing what you are right now, it is inevitable that you'll try to eliminate him the same way you tried killing Shishui. If you hadn't meddled back then perhaps the Uchiha clan would still be in the village and things might have taken a turn for the better. I can't change what has already happened. However, if you display even a bit of intention of harming Fujin or any other ninja in the village. Hiruzen's expression became extremely serious as he stared into Denzo's eye. He said, then I won't show you the same mercy that I showed Orochimaru. Chapter 512, Root's Fate. Denzo's expression became even more grim on hearing Hiruzen's words. He had known Hiruzen for too long and knew that he wasn't bluffing. While Denzo wasn't a weakling and wouldn't be afraid of Fujin or even some other Kages said it was different with Hiruzen. He knew that even with Shishui's eye, Hashirama's cells and Izanagi, he wouldn't stand much chance against Hiruzen. He asked, you will kill someone who has worked with you for over 6 decades, given everything to the village including my limbs just because that boy accused me of something that I didn't do? Denzo knew Hiruzen had a soft spot for him and the other 2 elders. The 4 of them truly had been through thick and thin together. Even though Denzo did many things that opposed Hiruzen directly or indirectly, this was the first time Hiruzen had threatened him in this manner. Hiruzen didn't back off and replied, I wouldn't have a choice. Fujin isn't Shishui or Itachi. Both of them matured too quickly because of the Uchiha coup. When you attacked Shishui, both he and Itachi thought about the village and didn't retaliate as the Uchiha clan will get a reason for officially launching a coup. Shishui chose to take his life while Itachi kept his mouth shut. As a result, you didn't face any consequences for your actions. Even though Fujin is mature for his age as well, he hasn't gone through something similar. If you attack, he won't see any reason to not retaliate and start a huge fight. A fight that will alert everyone. Once it is out in the open, I won't have a choice but to kill you. Even if you kill Fujin without giving him a chance to retaliate, your actions would show that you'll target every new rank-est ninja that appears in Hidden Leaf Village irrespective of how loyal he or she is to the village. As Fujin said, your past contributions mean nothing if your current actions actively harm the village. Hidden Leaf Village will be better off without you if you fall that low. He took a pause before continuing. I forgave your previous actions because I hope that you did what you did believing that it was for the good of the village. However, your actions have long stopped being for the good of the village, Denzo. If you were to continue down this path, then I would forget our friendship and camaraderie and kill you with my own hands. Hiruzen's tone was extremely serious. It was the same when he disbanded Root after the Uchiha massacre. Denzo understood that he wouldn't be able to change Hiruzen's mind. Fortunately, he had a few more cards. He asked, what about the Root laboratory? Will you be bringing it to the open? You know very well what consequences it will have if what happens inside gets leaked to the public. Hiruzen thought for a few seconds and asked, do you still want to continue experimenting? As he said, Hiruzen's eyes lingered on Denzo's bandaged arm. Denzo replied, there is no one else in the village who could handle that. Hiruzen replied, alright. You can keep control over the laboratories. The Root headquarters won't be rebuilt as the laboratories weren't harmed. The top 3 floors will be just cleared out. You only need 5 Root ninjas to work in the labs. I'll let you choose 5 more Root ninjas to act as your guards. These 10 ninjas are all you would have under your control. Your remaining Root ninjas, including the ones teaching the rescued kids and the ones undercover in Fire Capital, will be inducted into the Anbu. The rescued kids will be taken away from Root as well. I'll make arrangements for them and integrate them into the village. From now onwards, you don't have the authority to spy on or take action against anyone inside Hidden Leaf Village. Nor do you have any authority to order anyone around. Your subordinates won't keep an eye on Naruto either. In addition, I'll be taking away your vote in the council. Your only authority will be within the Root laboratories where others won't be allowed to disturb you. If you were to break any of these rules, then I'll take away the laboratory as well as the remaining 10 Root ninjas. Denzo's eyes widened at how thorough Hiruzen was this time. With so few subordinates, he truly didn't have any room to maneuver. He had added plenty of restrictions on Denzo on top of it. And, by taking away the kids, Hiruzen had cut off Root's future. However, the biggest blow was taking away his vote in the council. Without having an influence in the council, reviving Root would be a Herculean task. He immediately said, I am an elder in the village. Do you want to throw me out of the council after all I have done? Hiruzen replied, it's the cost you have to pay for keeping the laboratories and 10 Root ninjas. If you want, you can keep your vote on the council, but you won't have any more rights than what Hamura and Koharu have. Choose what you want. Denzo immediately said, I am not looking over the labs for myself. It's for the benefit of the village. Hiruzen, if the experiments in the labs get leaked out, then it won't just be my reputation that will be ruined. You won't be able to keep your seat as the Hokage either. Hiruzen nodded and said, that's true. Go ahead and leak the information if you want. I'll just give up on the Hokage seat and appoint the 5th Hokage. Denzo was surprised by how calmly Hiruzen had responded. He understood that while Hiruzen would lose the Hokage seat, he would also lose everything he had. In the future, it would be impossible for him to have any influence whatsoever in Hidden Leaf Village. While Hiruzen might be alright with not being the Hokage, he wasn't fine with losing what little influence he still had. Denzo didn't say anything. It went without saying that he didn't want mutual destruction and that he valued the labs and 10 subordinates far more than a mere vote. Seeing him silent, Hiruzen said, I thought as much. Considering your contributions, you will be invited to important council meetings. However, you will no longer have a vote in any matter. Seeing that he had no way of negotiating further, Denzo said, the village will always require the route. There will come a day when you regret this decision, Hiruzen. He turned around and began walking out. Before he could open the door, Hiruzen said, Denzo, the culprit has still not been found. They might still try to attack the route. Stay on guard. If a Jinchuriki is involved, then the attack might not be restricted to just lightning. They can supercharge any jutsu with their massive chakra. As for the ninjas who spied on Fujin, I'll question them in some time. We will have a council meeting at 9 today. Come see me before then. Denzo turned around and looked at Hiruzen once, before leaving his office without speaking a word. On this day, Denzo had lost a lot. And unlike the Uchiha incident, he didn't think that he had committed any fault. Things just spiral out of control somehow. He was in no mood to discuss anything else with Hiruzen. As he left the office, his expression became very ugly. He thought, such a terrible day. Of course, I'll be prepared for an attack. Those bastards. I hope they attack once again. This time, I'll catch and kill them myself even if I have to sacrifice a few eyes. I haven't even done anything recently to attract such hatred. Also, I need to find out what happened with Trune. Why did he attack Fujin and expose his skills? As long as he hadn't used his ability, I could have said that Fujin was making things up. But by mentioning that ability, Fujin made his words sound too convincing. As he thought of Fujin, Denzo's mood worsened. He thought, the odd feeling I am getting about this boy has gotten even worse. I never expected him to do something like this. He gave the clans an opportunity that they had been looking for decades. Unfortunately, Hiruzen completely trusts him. I can't do anything to him in the near future. Otherwise, Hiruzen might truly carry out his threat. With nothing else to do, Denzo left to see what was left of his base. He would be spending a considerable amount of time adding more seals to the root laboratories to ensure that they could withstand a destructive jutsu if the root was attacked once again. Back in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen let out a sigh. Unlike all the times he acted, he truly was tired. The root was attacked twice in 2 days inside Hidden Leaf Village and they still hadn't found any culprit. On the other hand, Denzo was returning back to acting however he wanted. Both incidents gave headaches to Hiruzen. He thought, Denzo, I truly hope you don't do anything outrageous once again. I would hate having to kill you myself. Sigh, age hasn't been kind to me. I can't continue as a Hokage for long in this way. I can no longer take decisions as ruthlessly as I once did. Chapter 513, Hiruzen's Exhaustion. Hiruzen had carried the responsibilities of the Hokage position right from the end of the First Great Ninja War to the end of the Third Great Ninja War. The era during which he led the village was far more turbulent as compared to the relatively peaceful time Hidden Leaf Village currently enjoyed. Unlike today, when Hidden Sand Village was weak, Hidden Mist Village was embroiled in a civil war and Onoki had grown old and wary. Hiruzen had to deal with the never-ending schemes of the powerful Third Raikage, a young and more active Onoki, the cunning Third Mizukage and a Hidden Sand Village that was much stronger with several rank S ninjas and promising youngsters among their ranks, all of whom eyed the Land of Fire like hungry wolves. In addition, he also had to watch out for the powerful Hanzo who led the Land of Rain. Though he hadn't been perfect, he had led the village admirably and had ensured that Hidden Leaf Village stayed strong throughout despite being surrounded by enemies on all sides. He had done his duty of passing the will of fire to the next generation by passing the hat to Minato. When he had retired, Hidden Leaf Village had 7 rank S ninjas in Hiruzen, Denzo, Minato, the 3 Sanins and Fugaku Uchiha along with a matured Jinchuriki and a powerful group of veteran Jounins who had survived through 2 great ninja wars. Unfortunately, the Nine Tails assault caused the death of Minato and Kushina and eliminated the majority of the veteran Jounins in Hidden Leaf Village, directly pushing Hidden Leaf Village from being the strongest village to a vulnerable one. Hiruzen didn't want to let the 2 people who competed with Minato for the 4th Hokage's seat become the Hokage as Orochimaru grew increasingly dark while Fugaku was suspected to be behind the Nine Tails attack. As a result, Hiruzen had to take the Hokage seat once again. Unfortunately for him, the conditions were far worse than merely the village being vulnerable due to the losses. The powerful Uchiha clan had to be treated with suspicion due to the Nine Tails assault. Denzo's dreams of becoming the Hokage reignited with Minato out of the way and Jiraiya and Tsunade showing no interest in the position. He created more and more problems for Hiruzen which he failed to curb in time. And, Orochimaru became increasingly dark to a point where he was considered beyond saving and Hiruzen had to exile him. Hiruzen's second stint as the Hokage was a mere shadow of what he had achieved during his initial reign. Being as smart and experienced as he was, he could see it clearly. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to handle the matters as efficiently as he could when he was younger. In his old age, he had been reluctant to be as decisive as he once was. Even after Minato's death, Hiruzen had done well in keeping Hidden Leaf Village's enemies at bay. Apart from the Hizashi incident, Hidden Leaf Village didn't suffer any significant loss at the hands of enemy villages. Of course, the weak situations of the other villages were a big help. However, when it came to internal politics, Hiruzen had performed miserably during this time. Every time it felt like the village would stabilize after a lot of effort, the village would be hit by something that would set it back several years. And that something would always be an internal issue in Hidden Leaf Village which he should have handled long before it reached such a level. It was what exhausted Hiruzen to the point that he became tired of the job. And yet, he had no choice but to continue sitting on the post as no one who was qualified was willing to accept the responsibilities of the Hokage seat. Hiruzen couldn't continue sitting in his office for a long time. After feeling pity for himself for some time, he got up and began dispatching the Anbu ninjas to cooperate with what Shikaku and the other clan leaders were doing. In addition, he left to see Trune and the other 4 root ninjas who were with his Anbu guards. The Anbu guards had woken the 5 of them up. Fujin's clones had only knocked them unconscious while placing seals on them. It wasn't difficult to heal and wake them up. On seeing Hiruzen, they all became serious. Hiruzen asked some questions which they answered truthfully. On hearing them, a peculiar expression appeared on Hiruzen's face. He thought, that's it? Are they hiding something or is this all that happened? Hiruzen thought for a bit and concluded, I doubt they will lie to me. Besides, they were indeed spying on Fujin. Considering Fujin's nature, things might have developed in this manner. Regardless, I should call him tomorrow as well in case there are some differences. Leave it, he and Denzo might break into a fight. I'll just confirm during the council meeting. Still. As Hiruzen heard what actually happened, he couldn't help but think how small the incident was. It was merely spying along with a small clash with no casualties and yet the incident had blown up spectacularly in Denzo's face. Hiruzen couldn't help but think, no wonder Denzo's expression showed that he was facing injustice. He has pulled stunts 100 times worse than this on a regular basis for decades and didn't even face so much as a complaint, but this minor incident nearly cost him everything. Hiruzen couldn't help but find the situation funny. It was as if a serial killer who had killed his victims for decades and managed to stay safe from police had suddenly been apprehended because of an insignificant petty crime he committed. Hiruzen left the root ninjas with his guards and began monitoring the efforts to look into the incident and investigate the village. Unfortunately, it became clear very soon that it would be another fruitless search. Hiruzen gave up on it once the sun rose and called Denzo to meet the root ninjas. After learning what had actually happened, Denzo exploded in rage once again. He looked at Hiruzen and shouted, if he hadn't insisted on stopping them, Trune wouldn't even have attacked him. Are you going to punish me because Fujin acted so willfully even when such a big attack had happened in the village? Denzo truly was infuriated. He had thought about what happened in Hiruzen's office all the time and kept feeling as if a grave injustice had happened against him. On learning what truly happened between the root ninjas and Fujin, he couldn't keep his calm anymore. The only reason why Trune and others were discovered was because Root was attacked. Similarly, the only reason they attacked was because Fujin was too stubborn to let them go. Considering that the Root headquarters was blown up, Denzo couldn't even fault them for wanting to return immediately. Yet, Fujin used this incident to make the situation miserable for him by giving everyone one-sided information. In fact, Trune didn't even intend to kill Fujin and would have neutralized the poison, but Fujin presented the matter as if Trune wanted to assassinate him. Hiruzen had expected Denzo to explode in this manner. It was why he hadn't called Fujin. Besides, having known Fujin for so long, Hiruzen knew exactly what he would have said. After thinking for a bit, he decided to speak in the same tone. Hiruzen said, well, it is a fact that you sent them to spy on Fujin, a council member. Just that alone makes your punishment justified, something that the clan leaders will press on. Even though Fujin ignored the situation, he wasn't wrong in asking them to come with him. He didn't attack first either. Attacking a council member under these circumstances is nothing short of treason. Besides, the attack took place inside of Hidden Leaf Village. I and several hundred ninjas were heading towards the route within seconds. In such a situation, cooperating with Fujin should have been your only thought. Hiruzen's words were a huge blow to Denzo, who became lost for words. He understood that Hiruzen wouldn't be budging no matter how well he argued. At the same time, he also understood that the clan leaders too wouldn't relent even if the matter was so small. He could do nothing but curse Fujin who blew up such an insignificant matter. Denzo removed the seals on the bodies of root ninjas and began walking out. The root ninjas followed him in confusion as they wondered what Denzo meant by being punished. As they left, Hiruzen said, "Denzo, you have till noon to inform me which ninjas you will be keeping. The rest need to visit me in my office." Denzo looked at Hiruzen once but left without saying a word. Trun and the rest were confused. After they left the room, Trun asked, "Lord Denzo, what happened in the headquarters last night? Also, what did you mean by getting punished?" Denzo didn't say anything until they reached the labs under route. He informed the 5 of them what had happened. Trun and the other 4 were immediately shocked. One of them complained, "That's so unreasonable. We only attacked because he had surrounded us and drawn his swords. Why are you getting punished for it?" Another one added, "Though this is injustice, we can take the blame and say that we did it independently and without your orders. That way, even though we will have to sacrifice ourselves, the route will prosper." Denzo replied, "It's useless. Hiruzen and the others won't relent even if you do something like that. They are only using this opportunity to take the route out." Denzo looked at his subordinates and said, "Even if I have to let some of you go, don't forget that you are a part of route. Hidden Leaf Village will always need us to ensure that the village stays peaceful. In the future, the village will need us once again. At that time, I'll call you all back and we will reform route once again." Denzo's image, which was already heavenly in their hearts, improved even further. Despite facing such injustice, he still wanted to serve the village. Since he only had a few hours, Denzo spent them increasing his influence on his subordinates further. He didn't want to let Hiruzen brainwash them like he did with his previous subordinates. Denzo had little to no chance of recruiting them once again. Unfortunately, the kids kidnapped from the Land of Water were too far away. As such, Denzo didn't get an opportunity to brainwash them as well. Sitting in his office, Hiruzen wondered, what should I do with those hidden Mist Village kids? They could have stayed hidden in the route and wouldn't have raised any questions. But if I bring them in the open, there is a chance that their identity will be leaked. If that happens, Hidden Leaf Village's reputation will plummet hard. He thought for a while when he suddenly had an idea. He thought, yeah, this might be the best way to deal with them. A mischievous smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. He looked at his guards and said, "Invite the council members for a meeting. Don't invite the civilian members." Chapter 514, Sudden Responsibility. Within minutes, Fujin, the clan elders, Hamura and Koharu arrived in the council room. Hiruzen was already present there. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he said, "Since everyone is here, I will start the meeting. Today's meeting has 2 agendas." In an instant, everyone was surprised. Denzo had still not arrived and yet Hiruzen said that everyone was present. They understood that one of the agendas was related to that. Fujin wondered, a meeting without Denzo. Interesting. Now, the question is whether Hiruzen really did something or is it just an act and he'll let Denzo continue as usual after staying in the dark for some time? Hiruzen said, "First, about the attack on the route headquarters. Despite searching for several hours, none of us have found anyone remotely suspicious. Considering how strict the security was, I doubt anyone could have escaped from the village the normal way. So, I suspect that the attacker escaped using reverse summoning jutsu. We still haven't ascertained how the culprit entered the village. For the near future, we will be maintaining the highest level of vigilance. The walls will be properly manned and the number of patrol units will be increased. The Anbu can't handle these duties without any help. So, I'll need every clan to contribute 2 jounins, 7 special jounins and 21 chunins to help in this matter. Let me know if anyone has any objections." Hiruzen scanned around the room. No one complained. Except for Fujin, everyone had participated in the search. They all knew that it was completely pointless. It was as if the attacker had disappeared in thin air. They had reached the same conclusion as Hiruzen as well. Since no one opposed it, Hiruzen said, "Good. Of course, we can't give up on finding and apprehending the culprit. The internal searches will continue for a week. In addition, I will be activating our spies in enemy villages. They might be our best way to understand whether any enemy is making preparations to make a big move against us. If someone is, then it'll be safe to assume that these attacks were a distraction to keep us occupied internally while they make their real move." Everyone nodded. It was the only way they had to keep investigating the matter. If there were no such movements, then it could only be assumed that someone was acting against Denzo or the route to fulfill a personal vendetta. Hiruzen continued, "Now, on to Elder Denzo's matter." Hiruzen took a pause before continuing. In light of recent events, Denzo's ability to lead route has come under question. Despite repeated attacks on route and even an attack on their headquarters, he didn't manage to find who the attacker was. Not to mention, our village lost 20 capable ninjas. I investigated the matter between Fujin and Root ninjas as well. He looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, though the Root ninjas were at fault for attacking you, I hope that you understand that it only happened due to the extraordinary circumstances. Elder Denzo didn't order them to attack you. If not for the fact that the Root headquarters had been blown up, they wouldn't have acted in such a manner. I hope you can forgive them. Hiruzen's words immediately made Fujin fall into a tough spot. Fujin knew that the matter was too small to force Hiruzen to punish them. However, he had finally caught Denzo in a tight spot, taking advantage of the fact that the clan leaders had too many grievances towards him. He didn't want to stop applying pressure. If Hiruzen planned on going easy on Denzo, then Fujin wouldn't back down just because he and Hiruzen had a good relationship. However, directly declining Hiruzen in front of everyone wouldn't look good either. After thinking for a bit, Fujin replied, as long as everyone is judged fairly, I won't hold a grudge. Fujin's answer intrigued everyone in the room. Tsume looked at him and thought, what a diplomatic answer. He agreed to forgive them, but only under the circumstances that Hokage punished them appropriately. If he feels like they aren't punished enough, he can raise this matter once again. It ensures that we can continue supporting him in this matter. Even Hiruzen was surprised by Fujin's answer. He thought, looks like this incident really offended him. Though he relented, that's on the condition that I don't betray his trust. Sigh, this boy is getting increasingly difficult to deal with. Had it been Kakashi, he would have directly agreed. Fortunately, Hiruzen had decided to take action. Otherwise, he would have to deal with headaches from Fujin as well. Hiruzen nodded and said, that's fair. Due to the recent events, I have decided to strip Root of its powers. From now onwards, Root won't have any authority to order or even spy on anyone. Most of the Root ninjas will be inducted into the Anbu. Only 10 Root ninjas will remain under Denzo's command. They will be responsible for maintaining what's left of the Root headquarters. That will be the only place where Root will hold the highest authority and will be a forbidden place for the remaining ninjas. In exchange for keeping this authority, Denzo will be giving up his vote in the council. He will still be invited to the council while discussing important matters, but he will no longer be able to cast his vote. Everyone's eyes widened. Even Fujin didn't imagine that Denzo would have to give up this power. He thought, looks like the bottom floors have the laboratories. That is why Denzo wants to keep it even at the cost of losing his vote. Koharu immediately said, Hiruzen, Denzo has contributed a lot to the village. Stripping his vote wouldn't look good. Hiruzen replied, it was his choice. Besides, my decision is final. Fujin, are you satisfied with this? The results were already better than what Fujin was hoping for. Though Denzo still had a few subordinates, it was impractical to expect him to lose every subordinate. He nodded and said, yes. Thank you for being fair. The clan leaders were happy as well. While Denzo's interference had stopped after the Uchiha massacre, he had started getting more active in recent times. With this decision, he won't be able to interfere with their clans in any way. If he did, then they could raise the issue just like Fujin did. Since a precedent had been created, Hiruzen would have no choice but to act again. Hence, none of them pushed Fujin to keep pursuing the matter. Though Koharu and Hamura weren't happy, neither said anything as the two of them were outnumbered and wouldn't be able to change Hiruzen's mind. Hiruzen continued, good. There is another matter. Around a year ago, a certain disaster had happened which was witnessed by some Anbu ninjas who were returning from a mission. They managed to rescue 134 orphans from the disaster. Since they weren't from Hidden Leaf Village, I handed them to Denzo so that they could be trained and inducted into the Root once they became qualified. However, with the current developments, I'll be taking over them as well. Instead of joining the Root, they will directly join the Anbu once they become qualified enough. Unfortunately, my hands are full and I can't keep my attention on them until then. Since they are orphans and hence would fall under civilian ninjas, I have decided that they will be placed under Fujin's care. Hiruzen's words once again surprised everyone. Apart from Hiruzen, not a single person in the room knew that 134 kids were being trained in secret to join the Root. Of course, no one believed Hiruzen's bullshit story. Just the fact that they had been recruited into the Root by Denzo implied that every one of them was talented. Fujin immediately connected the dots and thought, around a year ago? Don't tell me these maniacs continued Renjiro's mission and kidnapped more kids from the Land of Water. Hiruzen had no choice but to give them to Root. The real identities of those kids can never be exposed. No wonder Denzo suddenly became more active around a year ago. Those 134 kids meant that Root now had a future. That is why Denzo suddenly began bothering me. If he didn't have these kids, he would have stayed silent and in the dark like in the original story. That said, why does Hiruzen want to put this burden on me? I already have so little time to train. Now I have to watch over kids who were trained by Denzo and might want me dead? Besides, the clan leaders might truly see me as a threat now, as I might have to take a share of their resources. Sigh, why can't I catch a break? Chapter 515, Welcoming Trouble with Open Arms. Fujin almost wanted to cry at how much workload he had. Unfortunately, the situation didn't allow him to even complain. He couldn't even ask why, because Hiruzen had already given an appropriate reason. Everyone was looking at Fujin. Until the day before, Fujin didn't have any subordinates, unlike the clan leaders. However, he had suddenly received an opportunity to create a force that would exceed every ninja clan in the village, which couldn't get a seat in the council and might exceed even some of the ninja clans of the clan leaders sitting in the room. All wanted to see his reaction. To their surprise, his expression displayed some annoyance and unwillingness instead of happiness. Thoughts moved at light speed in Fujin's brain. He quickly said, I don't have any experience in watching over kids. Though I am an orphan myself, I was always busy training and never had the chance to interact much with others. Could you find someone more capable for the kids? They deserve better, considering that they had to go through a disaster and then spend time en route. Before Hiruzen could reply, Shikaku said, You are underestimating yourself, Fujin. Don't worry, we have full confidence in your abilities. As Lord Hokage said, there is no one better than you to handle this job. We believe that you will do it splendidly. A smile could be seen on Shikaku's face as he thought, finally a chance. Shikaku still hadn't forgotten how much work Fujin had put him through. Even after Fujin joined the council, he had avoided taking any responsibilities. Finally, he had a chance to take some revenge. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, when the hell did Hiruzen say that? Don't put words in his mouth. Unfortunately for Fujin, Hiruzen quickly followed up, I agree with Shikaku. Don't worry. Just do your best. I believe that the kids will benefit from having a role model like you. Besides, I'll be making arrangements so that it isn't too much of a problem for you. Seeing how much both of them were praising him, Fujin was lost for words. The only way for Fujin to argue against Hiruzen and Shikaku would be to prove to the council that he was terrible and irresponsible. While Fujin didn't care what others thought of him, that went against the careful persona he had constructed, and he doubted whether he could still escape the responsibility. He could do nothing but curse the two of them. He looked at Hiruzen and Shikaku and thought, if I'm going down, I'm taking the two of you with me. He muttered, alright. If I face any troubles. Before Fujin could complete his sentence, Hiruzen cut him off and said, if you are facing any troubles, or doubts, or don't understand what you should do or how you should handle the kids, you can approach Elder Hamura and Elder Koharu. Both of them are very experienced in this matter. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and thought, this old fox. Is he taking revenge for me forcing him to act against Denzo? Oh well, bothering those two stuck-up old schemers isn't bad either. Fujin didn't particularly care who he was irritating as long as it wasn't he who would be irritated. Seeing that Fujin wasn't saying anything, Hamura smiled and assured, don't worry Fujin. You can approach us whenever you want. We will help you out. Though Koharu was still upset about the threat the previous day, she nodded as well. Hiruzen and Shikaku smirked in secret. Neither Hamura nor Koharu knew what sort of trouble Hiruzen had diverted towards them. Considering the situation, Fujin nodded and said, alright. I'll trouble the elders. Thank you for looking out for me. The remaining clan leaders watched the expression with a puzzled face. None of them understood why Shikaku vouched so strongly for Fujin. As for Hiruzen's words, they assumed that Hiruzen wanted to soothe the ties between Fujin and the elders, since Fujin had just gone against Denzo and threatened Koharu. Hiruzen said, with that out of the way, let us discuss the arrangements we will have to make in the village to avoid such incidents. For the next couple of hours, the council discussed what precautions they should take and how the ninjas should be distributed throughout the village to prevent such attacks in the future. Special attention was given to ensuring the safety of clan compounds, as they would be susceptible to attacks like the one that happened on the root headquarters. Fujin didn't contribute much to the discussion and instead just watched while thinking. First they sent the culprit to find where the culprit was hiding, and now they are discussing all their plans in front of the culprit as well. They are so lucky that I don't have any plans to keep attacking. Otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village will be a real mess. Fujin suddenly realized something. He thought, I never had thought much about this. If one strong person in the village is upset about the state of the village, he or she can do a lot of damage to the village. Had Tsukumo taken the taunts personally, or had Orochimaru hated the village as much as he does now, both could have caused ridiculous harm to the village while staying in the dark, just like how I just did. If this can happen in Hidden Leaf Village, there is no reason to assume that it won't happen in Phantom Haven society. I need to be careful about any differences that might arise inside the organization. Though it isn't a threat for now, it will be a threat once a few ambitious rank S ninjas are raised there. Thankfully, I apply seals on everyone. That way, at least no one will turn on me. However, I need to ensure that every kid raised there believes in the Phantom will fanatically. And, I need a way to deal with or accommodate anyone whose beliefs change as they grow older. Oh well, issues for later. I'll let the future me deal with it. The meeting ended after all the details were finalized. Hiruzen dismissed everyone other than Fujin. Once they were alone, he said, Fujin, I'll need a fortnight to make arrangements for the kids and check them to ensure that there won't be any danger in the future. Fujin understood that Hiruzen was referring to any possible brainwashing done by Denzo. He nodded. It wasn't something that he wanted to deal with, and Hiruzen was undoubtedly the best person to counter that. Of course, that meant that those kids would be influenced by Hiruzen, but Fujin didn't mind that as Hiruzen had never displayed any hostility towards him. If anything, it felt like Hiruzen was taking this opportunity to give Fujin a greater power inside Hidden Leaf Village. With these events, his seat on the council was more or less untouchable. Even if Denzo continued supporting Katsuhiro, it was hopeless. Hiruzen said, I also wanted to discuss with you about their living arrangements. Since you'll be the one looking after them, they will need to be close to you. Fujin was immediately alarmed. He immediately said, Grandpa, there is no way I can house 134 kids in my house. It isn't that big. Hiruzen chuckled and said, that's not what I was implying. I can offer you two choices. 1. You can move into the Uchiha clan compound, which is on the outskirts of the village. Fujin replied, that has a terrible past and probably not the best place to raise kids. Hiruzen nodded and said, I agree. But we don't have another large compound lying around. The other option is converting your current land into something similar to a clan compound. When Fujin was looking for a house, he bought a rather large piece of land since it was cheap due to being on the outskirts of the village. His own house only occupied a small part of it. Fujin thought for a bit and said, though I do have some land, it will only barely fit 134 kids. Not to mention, they will need a bigger house once they grow up. Also, it'll become very crowded. Fujin had two thoughts while buying the larger piece of land. For one, Fujin didn't want the area around his house to be crowded by other houses. As someone who came from Earth, he knew how quickly a city would expand outwards, and even the outskirts would soon become crowded with houses in a few years or decades. The other reason was having the ability to build more houses for others in case he decided to build a faction inside Hidden Leaf Village. Since he had dropped that plan, the place was just lying idle for several years. Hiruzen nodded and said, yes. However, once the kids grow up, they would want to move out and buy their own house anyway. So, that's not a concern. Regardless, I will give you 4 plots of land adjacent to your land having a similar area. The village will also fund the construction of houses and a fence, though seals will be left to you. As for the kids being a bother, I don't think you should be worried about that. If anything, your concerns must be the exact opposite considering their past. Fujin thought for a bit and said, alright. That is acceptable. He sighed and added, still, Grandpa. I am feeling short of time to train even after leaving Anbu. And now this responsibility. Hiruzen chuckled and said, I have a feeling that this will be good for you. So see it as an opportunity instead of a chore. You might get some surprises. Fujin thought, yeah, it would have been great if I wanted to fight for the Hokage spot. I'm sure I could raise most of these kids to be jounins and have their unwavering support. But I don't have much interest in it. So this will just be a chore. Still, this is a good opportunity. Fujin immediately asked, Grandpa, do you know of any seals similar to the ones we use inside storage scrolls that can increase the flow of time instead of slowing it down? Chapter 516, Expanding the Territory. Hiruzen was surprised by the question. He thought for a few seconds before answering, not that I know of. Why do you want such a seal? Fujin answered, I could inscribe such seals in a room and use it to train at a much faster speed. Hiruzen's eyes immediately widened as he understood what Fujin was thinking of. He couldn't help but think, from where did he get such a crazy idea? If such a seal exists, it will completely break the power balance in the world. A large number of jounins and even a handful of rank S ninjas could be raised in a few years. In fact, this method could be the perfect way to raise the young kids we rescued. No one will be able to point any fingers as their ages won't match up. Unfortunately. Hiruzen said, it's a good idea. Unfortunately, such a seal doesn't exist. Even if it did, you should be very careful of it. You wouldn't want to spend your entire youth in a room. Though the idea was good, it was more effective for an organization like Naruto. It wouldn't be very effective in raising a future Kage as they will lack qualities other than strength. Fujin sighed and thought, I thought as much. Guess trying to reverse that seal is the only way. Of course, it's easier said than done. Fortunately, I don't need it desperately as I still have more than 4 years. If I had to forcefully create it, I guess my best bet would be to revive Tobirama and have him work on it. Unfortunately, I don't know Edo Tensei nor can I control him to do something like this. He said, alright, Grandpa. I'll continue training the same way. Fujin got up to leave but before he could disappear, Hiruzen said, oh, I almost forgot to mention. Some of the kids have KK Genkai. One of your tasks will be giving them some attention and guiding them. I want them to become elite jounins in the future. And, another task you'll have is ensuring that this stays a secret. Only clan leaders and Anbu can know of it, but you don't need to take the initiative to inform them. Without waiting for Fujin's reply, Hiruzen disappeared from the room. Fujin cursed, this old fox, he keeps giving me more tasks. He even ran away before I could ask for anything in return. Still, this isn't bad. I wanted to create a KK Genkai with wind and lightning or wind and fire elements. In fact, that is my next goal after my current training is complete. Unfortunately, I never had any inspiration in this direction. Perhaps watching those kids might be helpful. I guess there is some benefit in watching over those kids. Fujin disappeared from the council room as well. He returned home and thought, before I get that responsibility, I need to create the 8 trigrams divination seal. I have been putting it off for a long time. Hidden Leaf Village became busy very quickly. The clan leaders were busy making arrangements to ensure that their clans didn't fall prey to such attacks. On the other hand, Hiruzen was increasing the security of the entire village and was activating the spies he had placed in other villages. At the same time, he sent a message to Jiraiya, informing him about the recent events and asking him to dig out information on anyone who could launch such a strong lightning jutsu. Meanwhile, Denzo was busy increasing his influence on the root ninjas he was planning to let go of. He wanted to ensure that he could recruit them back as soon as he got an opportunity and didn't lose them forever like the previous root ninjas who joined the Anbu. At noon, the root ninjas left the labs and met with Hiruzen, leaving the root officially. From this day onwards, Denzo would have only 10 subordinates. Or rather 11, since Hiruzen wasn't aware that one of his Anbu reported to Denzo. While everyone was busy and tense, Fujin was in his basement, working with 100 clones to create the 8 trigrams divination seal by placing 2 4-symbol seals on top of each other. Since he knew the basic idea, it wasn't very difficult. He just had to get it right once. A couple of days later, a couple of Anbu appeared at Fujin's house and informed him about the development plan to develop his land and the nearby plots. Fujin checked it once and was slightly surprised. He thought, not bad at all. It looks like Hiruzen wants to keep my house at the center and develop houses on the plots next to mine. The remaining area on my land will be used to construct a training facility for the kids and some space will be left for other community buildings that I might need in the future. He has also left a lot of land for future expansions. I wonder if he plans on diverting more kids here. Oh well, once it is done, it would almost be like a clan compound. Though it'll be smaller than any clan compound. Not surprising considering that the clan compounds were built when each of the clans was at its peak. After 3 wars, their numbers have dropped a lot. So comparing with them wouldn't be fair. Oh well, whatever. Let them work, I'll just set up the seals later on. I doubt anyone would dare mess with me once the seals are up. While not many were aware of it, the ones who were didn't need to think much about how many seals Fujin would inscribe in the territory under his control. It was one of the reasons why Hiruzen wanted to put the rescued kids under him. The chances of anyone spying on them and sending information to enemy villages were almost null. It made him the best option once Root was out of the picture. The work around Fujin's house continued while he continued training unbothered. He focused more on creating the seal while training his body and working on Flying Thunder God Jutsu on the side. The wind domain training was stopped for the time being. Around 8 days later, a smile appeared on Fujin's face as he received the memories of one of his clones. He muttered, 8 trigrams divination seal is learned. Fujin thought, now, I need to make a seal imprint and test this seal out on someone else before trying it myself. Sadly, the village is still tense. I won't be able to leave right now. Oh well, I can just continue training the other 3 techniques. My Flying Thunder God's teleportation range is increasing rapidly. I can now teleport up to 50 meters away. Unfortunately, I still need to resist the pressure from the void. Still, that is improving rapidly as well. I guess in around a month, Flying Thunder God Jutsu can be considered as mastered. Then I will only need to keep working on increasing its range. I have a feeling that even that will become easier once I pass a certain threshold. Otherwise, reaching Minato's level might take centuries. Oh well, issue for later. Time to train Wind Domain again. I haven't trained that ever since I left the village to meet Shigeki. Fujin left his house and entered the training ground. As he had expected, he ran into Naruto who was training as well. On seeing Fujin, Naruto excitedly said, Fujin, are you finally done with your work? Fujin didn't want much distraction while he was working on the seal. so he had asked Naruto to not disturb him unless it was very important. Seeing Fujin finally leave his house, Naruto was a bit excited. Fujin nodded and said, "Done for now. Anyway, what's up with you? And why is your right wrist bandaged?" Naruto laughed nervously and said, "There were several ninjas moving around the village for the last few days. I decided to prank them. Hee, you should have seen them panic. One of them got startled and accidentally hurt me." A frown appeared on Fujin's face. While he didn't care that much for Naruto, he didn't want to see him getting bullied, especially by grown-up ninjas. The poor guy already had a rather miserable childhood. He asked, "Who did it? And how exactly did he hurt you?" Seeing Fujin serious, Naruto immediately explained, No, it's fine. That person was wearing a mask, so I don't know who he was. He only appeared next to me suddenly and grabbed my hand very tightly. But when he saw me, he quickly apologized and took me to the hospital to heal me. He also paid all the expenses and just told me to not do that again." A weird expression appeared on Naruto's face as he said, "Actually, he was very polite and apologized several times and ensured that I was fine. I don't think anyone has been that polite with me. But he didn't tell me what his name was." Fujin was slightly surprised. He thought, "I see. I guess Naruto just startled them." Since they were tense, they assumed it to be one of the culprits and took action rapidly. Anyway, being able to startle Anbu is good. It looks like Naruto has made some progress recently. Chapter 517, Wind Domain. Fujin said, "Alright. Next time, don't prank a ninja when he is very busy. It's fine to prank the ones idling around though. Anyway, how many of those masked ninjas were there?" Naruto said, "There were 8. Fujin chuckled and said, "Being able to prank 2 squads of Anbu. Hee, that's good progress." Naruto asked in a confused tone, "Anbu?" Fujin replied, "They are the ones wearing the mask. Don't prank them in the future. Their jobs are quite tense and they might not hold back." As someone whose killing instincts were honed during his time in the Anbu, Fujin was well aware of how cold and quick Anbu could be. Pranking them was generally not a good idea. Naruto obediently said, "Alright. I won't prank them." He looked towards Fujin's house with some interest and asked, "What is happening with your house? Are you making it even bigger?" Fujin chuckled and said, "Lord Hokage wants me to look after some orphan students. They'll be moving over once everything is constructed." Suddenly, Fujin had an idea. He smiled and said, "Once they do, maybe you could make several friends." Fujin chuckled internally while thinking, root straining makes a ninja very antisocial and a bit robotic. While Hiruzen's brainwashing should have some influence, I doubt it'll compare to what Naruto can achieve. This guy literally talked Nagato into reviving the ones he killed. Besides, I can encourage Naruto to teach them how to prank. Hee. I'll have an army of minions to unleash on the village. I wonder what an army of talented brats trained by root and influenced by Naruto will do to the village. While Fujin was scheming to unleash a different type of hell on Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto was lost in his own thoughts. Involuntarily, he asked, "I am an orphan too. Can I move here as well?" Fujin was caught off guard by the question. A look of surprise appeared on his face as he muttered, "You want to move in here?" Naruto immediately answered, "Yes." Fujin thought, "Now here's something I didn't think of." Fujin thought for a bit before concluding, there is no harm to it. As long as he gets along with them, it might create a good impact on him. The only issue is that he might pick up some of their jutsus. It might change his fighting style. But, as long as he doesn't learn and spam the shadow clone trick, his strength shouldn't differ by much. The only issue is the political ramifications it might have. Others might view it as me making a move on Hidden Leaf Village's only Jinchuriki. Sigh, my influence is increasing too rapidly. I don't have the energy to engage in internal politics any more than I already have to. That said, I just gave Denzo a bloody nose. I doubt anyone would want to mess with me so quickly. Oh well, I'll just go with the flow." Naruto asked again nervously, "Can I move here?" Fujin replied with a smile, "I'm not sure how the kids who will move in will be. Why don't you make friends with them first? If you guys get along, I'll request Lord Hokage to allow you to move." Naruto immediately bloomed into a smile. He jumped and said, "Alright. I'll befriend them, believe it." Fujin chuckled. He asked Naruto about the progress he made and the two began discussing it. After some time, Fujin began his training. A month passed. Since the houses were being constructed, Hiruzen decided to keep the rescued kids in Anbu quarters for the time being. He also used the opportunity to interact with them regularly and instill the will of fire in them. Considering their high numbers, this was one of the extremely rare times that Hiruzen used shadow clones inside the village to do something that didn't involve combat. The situation in the village calmed down with time. However, top-level combatants like Fujin, Kakashi and Guy were asked to stay in the village just in case something else happened. In the 23rd training ground, Fujin was standing with his eyes closed. To a normal eye, it might look as if he was just standing there. However, if any sensor observed him, they would notice a tremendous amount of chakra being emitted from his body. The chakra turned into wind and mixed in the surrounding air so naturally, that it wasn't even visible. However, the tremendous amount of chakra meant that even a normal human would sense something was wrong. The few birds that still dared to live in this training ground immediately began flying away. Within seconds, the winds Fujin released completely encapsulated everything within 50 meters of Fujin. Fujin's eyes opened. In an instant, hundreds of deadly wind blades formed in the air and cut down every tree within that range. The rocks and hills were covered in deep cuts as well. At the very next second, the winds began flowing circularly around Fujin with him as the center. Within a few seconds, a hurricane formed in the training ground as winds flew circularly at a very high speed. Fujin raised his right hand as if his palm was controlling the entire hurricane. He flipped his hand and pushed it forward. At that very moment, the tip of the hurricane suddenly moved forward while its face stayed around Fujin. The tip slammed into one of the massive ramparts Fujin had constructed when he was practicing AO vacuum jutsus. The high-speed winds began eroding the rampart, but the rampart wasn't damaged much. Suddenly, sharp wind blades began forming in the hurricane and every single one of them bombarded the rampart. Immediately, hundreds of deep cuts began appearing in the rampart every second. Within half a minute, the hurricane drilled through the rampart, leaving a large hole at its center. Fujin clenched his right palm before suddenly stretching all his fingers. At that very moment, the hurricane that had drilled through the rampart suddenly transformed into small wind blades and bombarded the land between the four ramparts. Thousands of small cuts appeared on the ground. A smile appeared on Fujin's face after seeing the destruction. Very few ninjas would be able to defend against such an attack. Of course, it did have the drawback of needing a very high amount of chakra. It used up half of the chakra that he had emitted in the air. But considering the devastation, Fujin felt that it was appropriate. He moved both his hands forward as if he was grabbing something. Immediately, 8 ghostly palms made of wind appeared around him. Under Fujin's control, the ghost palms swept away the debris within the wind domain and sent them flying in all directions. Soon after, they transformed into small wind blades as well before dissipating into the air. Fujin tried a few more things until he was satisfied. A grin appeared on his face as he thought, wind domain is finally good enough to be used against rank S ninjas. However, there are still a couple of flaws I need to look out for and one improvement I still need to make. If I go up against someone who can absorb chakra like Kisame or Pain, then I'll just be gifting them my chakra. The only way to avoid it is by turning my chakra completely into wind blades. But, no matter how efficient I am, some chakra always gets left even in the wind blades. Otherwise, the wind blades just collapse. Forming an attack purely of wind without any chakra involved is almost impossible. The only way I can think of is to improve my physique to such a level that I can replicate Guy's air punches that he used against Madara with my sword. Something similar to what swordsmen in One Piece did. That said, if my physique reaches such a level, why would I need to depend on wind domain? I can just pummel them to death. I guess the only way to properly counter this would be learning senjutsu. That will make absorbing it a folly. Until then, I will just have to rely on teleporting Samada or the chakra absorbing Pain away. Of course, that is if I have to engage in a life and death battle with them. Otherwise, I can just run away. The other flaw is the amount of chakra the wind domain needs. I had to pour half my chakra into creating the wind domain just now. In a battle, I should limit myself to 10%. I can increase it depending on the battle situation. As for the improvement, I still haven't been able to create vacuum cores inside the wind domain. Luckily, the current destruction is pretty good already. I can leave this matter for later. Fujin stretched his body for a bit before deciding, I will pause the wind domain training for a long time now. And, I still can't leave the village. I guess it's time to ask Hiruzen's help again. While I didn't need a reason, considering the huge responsibility he has put on my shoulders, he can't refuse, hee. Chapter 518, Fire and Earth Combat Systems. Without wasting any time, Fujin flickered towards Hokage's building and entered his office. Surprisingly, Hiruzen wasn't in his office and Fujin instead saw Takao arranging some files. Takao greeted Fujin and asked, "It's been a while, Fujin. Are you here to see Lord Hokage?" Fujin nodded and asked, "Yeah, where is he?" Takao answered, "He went to the Anbu headquarters for some work." Without waiting for him to be done speaking, Fujin nodded and said, "Alright, I'll find him there." He immediately disappeared without waiting for Takao, who continued his sentence, "He will be back in a couple of hours." Unfortunately, he only spoke to the air. Takao cursed, "Why do I even bother?" He didn't even ask whether he could go or not and directly left. Fujin entered the Anbu headquarters while thinking, is he influencing those kids again? Well, whatever, that doesn't need much chakra. Finding Hiruzen wasn't difficult. As Fujin expected, he was drilling the will of fire into them. In the past month, most of Denzo's influence on them was already wiped out. Their belief in the will of fire even exceeded an average Hidden Leaf village ninja's belief in it. By the time Hiruzen handed them over to him, Fujin had little doubt that those poor kids would believe in the will of fire fanatically. A few Anbu noticed Fujin but didn't say anything as he regularly entered to meet with Eagle and was a former Anbu captain. Hiruzen noticed him as well and suddenly had a bad feeling. He thought, why does it feel like he is here to ask something from me again? Unknowingly, Hiruzen got a bit tense. He cursed Hamura, whose idea it was to arrange rewards for the top academy student in each year. It had caused him numerous headaches over the last few years. Thankfully, Hiruzen had stopped it. Unfortunately, it was already too late to do anything about Fujin, for whom it had become normal. Fujin waited for a couple of minutes for Hiruzen to be done with the kids he was talking to and flickered next to him. Hiruzen smiled and asked, "Good to see you, Fujin. Are you here to meet the kids as well?" Fujin looked towards the kids standing close to Hiruzen and smiled. He answered, "I'll be seeing them for several years, Grandpa. It'll be better for them to enjoy your company right now. Anyway, I need your help." Hiruzen complained internally. He didn't even pretend. He asked, "What's the matter?" Fujin answered, "Well, it isn't anything bad, but it's a bit too complicated to explain here. Also, I don't want to distract you from meeting these kids. Can you send a shadow clone with me? Preferably with at least a third of your chakra." Hiruzen looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression, but there was no change in Fujin's expression. Having already been helped by Hiruzen's clone several times, Fujin didn't even see a reason to say please. And having helped Fujin so many times, Hiruzen couldn't say no either, especially if he didn't have a good reason. Helplessly, he created a shadow clone and sent it with Fujin. Fujin and Hiruzen's clone reached the training ground. Surprise appeared on Hiruzen's clone's face as he noticed the destruction. He thought, this doesn't look like the destruction he usually causes. I haven't checked on him for quite some time. Did that wind technique he was working on improve so much? I should check up on him sometime later to monitor his progress. While Hiruzen's clone was observing, Fujin said, "Grandpa, I need your help in developing proper fire and earth combat systems." Hiruzen's clone was a bit surprised. He asked, "You are working on improving fire and earth manipulation? What is the issue you are stuck on?" Fujin answered, "I am not stuck on anything. I was thinking about developing these two natures in case Winjutsus don't work against an enemy for some reason. Currently, I have developed both of them to complement my Winjutsus. Earth helps me in defense and gives me another direction to escape when I can't resist the attack, while fire is useful in making large-scale Winjutsus even more destructive. However, if I use either of them independently, their power is very lacking. I wanted your help in developing these two natures to a level where I can use them independently in battle. I know that I won't be able to master them as much as my wind manipulation, at least in the short term. But I would still like them to be at a much higher level so that I won't be in a terrible situation in case my Winjutsus don't work." Hiruzen's clone thought about Fujin's words for a few seconds and felt that was reasonable. He himself believed in training in this manner. When it came to ninjutsu, he had mastered all 5 elements along with yin and yang release, a slew of secret techniques that were prized possessions of the proud clans in Hidden Leaf Village, and an array of forbidden jutsus. Fujin wanting to take a similar route was a pleasant surprise to him. He said, "That's a good decision. While improving one nature is good, you need to have a diverse skill set so that enemies can't make a plan against you like what Hidden Stone's village did. What ideas do you have for developing fire and earth? Tell me the jutsus you decided to learn and I'll tell you if you could do better." Without any change in his expression, Fujin replied, "I didn't think of anything. I directly came to find you after deciding." For a moment, Hiruzen's clone was left speechless. He didn't know what to say. Due to his jutsu mastery, everyone called Hiruzen the professor. However, considering his position, very few approached him to ask for guidance. The few who did would only approach him when they encountered an issue in their training. It was like how Fujin approached Hiruzen several times before this incident to deal with a particular issue. This was the first time anyone approached Hiruzen to ask for his help without making any efforts themselves. To make it worse, Fujin said as if it was the most natural thing in the world. It was as if he didn't see anything wrong or inappropriate in it. Hiruzen's clone bitterly wondered, what exactly did I do to deserve this in my old age? Not only do I have to look after the village and maintain peace between clans while having to deal with Denzo's mess, but I also have to teach anyone who asks me for help. What if others decide to follow Fujin's example in the future? How many clones will I need to use all the time? When will those ungrateful students of mine return and allow this old man to retire? Unfortunately for him, no one was interested in hearing about his troubles. He could only be grateful for the fact that Fujin did not spread this news around and didn't tempt others to do the same. Otherwise, his peaceful days would truly be over. Hiruzen's clone sighed and said, Fujin, I have already said that in order to develop properly and grow stronger in the future, you need to work on such things yourself. It's fine if you face a problem and want my help, but you should work on it first yourself. Asking for my help should be when you are left with no choice. Fujin nodded obediently. Unfortunately, his words were anything but obedient as he replied, I know Grandpa. I have thought this through properly. I have no interest in developing fire or earth natures any further. After having spent so many years training wind manipulation, I have a feeling that I might be able to advance it far further than anyone else. And doing that will require a lot of time, perhaps even decades. In the future, I'll be busy with it and I don't think I'll have any time left to develop fire and earth natures, so I decided to skip the long process of developing the combat systems around them and directly ask for your help. This way, I can train those two natures to a high level in a short time and then focus entirely on wind nature. I could have thought of which jutsus to learn from the library, but I figured that it'd be best to directly ask you. That way, I won't take any wrong turns. Chapter 519, Learning from the Master. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. His expression and words displayed that he had full confidence and trust in Hiruzen. While Hiruzen's clone thought of a few arguments, seeing Fujin's expression, he understood that no matter how he argued, he would eventually have to agree to train Fujin. He sighed internally, accepting his fate of performing another thankless task. The reason why Hiruzen's clone relented so easily is that he understood that Fujin had a point. One ninja had limited time and energy. Mastering several elements to the extreme was an impossible task. Hiruzen, despite having trained for over 6 decades, wouldn't claim to be the best in every element. He specialized more in fire and earth style as compared to the other 3 elements. Even if a ninja learned how to use all 5 elements, they would still gravitate towards 1 or 2 elements that they would master to the limit. One good example of this was Kakashi. Kakashi was one of the few ninjas who could use all 5 elements. However, he specialized only in lightning. In addition, he was very good at water and earth as well, even though they weren't at the same level as his lightning. But he only used 2 or 3 jutsus while using the fire element and barely ever used any wind jutsus. In Hiruzen's eyes, Fujin's decision to rely on him to directly increase his fire and earth mastery to a high level was a smart decision. The only issue was that Fujin was asking him to put in the hard work. Had he bothered someone else, Hiruzen would have been as supportive as he could be. Hiruzen's clone asked, what can you do currently with fire and earth? Fujin answered, for fire, my main attacking jutsu is the Searing Migraine Jutsu, which I use along with the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu to create a combination jutsu. I haven't used any other jutsu for a while, even though I know Great Fireball, Fire Style, 5, Fireproof, and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Jutsus as well. For Earth, my main focus is on defense and evasion. The jutsus I generally use are Earth Wall, Iron Skin, and Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsus. In addition, I also know Rampart of Flowing Soil Jutsu and can create camps. Hiruzen's clone thought, not bad. These jutsus complement wind style extremely well. It also gives him a good base to start with. He asked, I know you didn't plan it, but do you have any specific ideas in mind, or should I teach you what I think will be appropriate for you? Fujin thought for a bit and replied, I haven't thought of anything particular in fire. So I'll depend on you. As for earth, I haven't thought of much either. The only thing that intrigued me was Tsuchikage's ability to fly by controlling or changing weights. If I can learn that, then it'll be very helpful. The ability to fly at will was something Fujin wanted for a long time. While he could use Assassin's Rush Jutsu to stay in the air for some time, it exhausted his chakra at a terrifying speed. If he could fly like Hanoki, then very few ninjas would be able to resist his wind or fire-wind combination jutsus. Hiruzen's clone replied, that is a very convenient jutsu. Unfortunately, no one except the Tsuchikage knows how to use that jutsu. I can't teach it to you. Fujin was surprised. He asked in a confused tone, we weren't able to copy his jutsu? The Uchiha clan was famous for copying jutsus with ease. And Hidden Leaf Village used to have hundreds of Sharingan-wielding Uchiha ninjas. In addition, there were a few ninjas who were at the peak of the ninja world in terms of their understanding of ninjutsu. Obirama, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru could all be considered as such. And there were several other talented ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village's history who didn't gain as much fame as them or died prematurely. So, Fujin expected that jutsu to have long been copied. He just guessed that no one was able to use it despite knowing it. After all, Even in Hidden Stone's village, only the 3 Sushi Kages were known to be able to use this jutsu. Hiruzen's clone understood Fujin's thoughts and said, "We wanted to copy it, but we couldn't. The Sushi Kages don't use hand seals while using this jutsu, making it hard for someone with Sharingan to copy it. In addition, they disguise how their chakra flows as well. So all our attempts to copy the jutsu ended in failure." Fujin sighed and said, "That's a shame. I guess I'll just go with whatever you recommend then, Grandpa." Hiruzen's clone nodded. He began guiding Fujin, starting with the fire element. For the next week, Hiruzen kept sending a clone to guide Fujin. For the first half of the week, Hiruzen had to send a clone with more than half his chakras. He had to demonstrate the jutsus to Fujin. He reduced it to a quarter for the latter half as Fujin was the one practicing more while he mostly monitored. Regardless, this was the most time Hiruzen had invested in training a single ninja apart from his 3 students. Needless to say, the results of investing such time in Fujin were extremely good. Merely within a week, Fujin's fire and earth elements had grown by leaps and bounds. While he still needed some more time to master the jutsus Hiruzen taught him, his fire and earth elements would end up being superior to an ordinary elite jounin who specialized in either of those elements once he mastered them. Of course, improving his skills in these 2 elements beyond that level would be difficult for Fujin as he was entirely reliant on Hiruzen for reaching this level. However, that wasn't an issue according to Fujin. After all, with his high chakra reserves, he could just supercharge those jutsus far beyond what an elite jounin could do. Not to mention, Fujin was already a rank S ninja and had a very high mastery in wind manipulation along with several deadly techniques. Fujin continued his training the same way. The only difference was that he trained fire and earth jutsus instead of his wind domain. Hidden Leaf Village finally settled down as well. Denzo no longer created any problems for anyone and stayed within the root headquarters. The clan leaders finally sighed in relief. As for Katsuhiro, he lost Denzo's support as Denzo didn't see any point in getting him into the council anymore as he couldn't use the council to revive the root. The only possible reason for Denzo to support Katsuhiro any longer was to create trouble for Fujin. However, Denzo could see that kicking Fujin off the council was pretty much impossible. It was already very difficult as Fujin hadn't fallen for his trap and showed no signs of attempting to steal credit. Now, without Denzo himself being on the council, the difficulty rose several times. As a result, Katsuhiro was on his own. Of course, he still believed himself to be a better option than Fujin and completed the proposal and reached Fujin's office. He entered the office and saw Yasushi and Haruma, who immediately recalled the bad memories related to him. However, this time Katsuhiro restrained himself. Fujin's status in the past couple of months had undergone a massive change. While he still desired Fujin's seat, he no longer dared to openly offend him. He handed a few files and said, "This is the proposal. Hand it to Fujin and ask him to contact me as soon as he can." Yasushi accepted the files and said, "We will get it to him as soon as we can, Katsuhiro-sama." Katsuhiro nodded and left. Once he had gone a long distance away, Haruma chuckled and said, "He is no longer arrogant while talking to us. Last time he pressured us so much." Yasushi chuckled as well and said, "Of course. Fujin is a grandmaster at Fuinjutsu and is probably a rank S ninja as well. I still recall his clones scouting through the village. Even though Katsuhiro is strong, he will no longer dare to show any hostility towards Fujin." Haruma nodded and added, "Not to mention, he is already old, while Fujin is still in his teens. He will continue growing stronger. Anyway." A grin formed on his face as he asked, "How long do you think Fujin will make Katsuhiro wait this time?" Yasushi glanced at Haruma. The two immediately broke into laughter. Ever since Fujin sent a shadow clone to meet Katsuhiro after making him wait for over a month and a half, it had become something that Yasushi and Haruma joked about frequently. If it wasn't for the fact that they were still a bit fearful of him, the two would have spread the news of their meeting all over the village. Chapter 520, Dressing Down. Despite joking around, the two of them informed Fujin about Katsuhiro handing in the proposal in the evening along with some other reports. Fujin was slightly surprised. Over the last month, he was so engrossed in training that he nearly forgot about Katsuhiro. He said, "I'll look into it when I visit the office this Saturday. If he tries to pressure you two again, let me know." Yasushi said, "We will." He and Haruma quickly left. Fujin wondered, why did he take so long to come up with a proposal? After thinking for a bit, Fujin concluded, "I guess he was assigned to several missions during the chaos that followed after my attack en route, preventing him from working on it. Oh well, whatever. I'll look into it later." Fujin put the matter out of his head and continued his training routine. With Denzo no longer in the council, Fujin didn't see Katsuhiro as much of a threat. Besides, the clan leaders owed Fujin a great favor for giving them an opportunity to deal with Denzo. Fujin doubted any of them would go against him due to such a matter. At most, they would reject the proposal. As long as he didn't push it too hard, no one would care much. Regardless, he didn't intend to let Katsuhiro have an easy time. Katsuhiro would get a taste of bureaucracy that was from a whole different world. On the next Saturday, Fujin sent a shadow clone to check out the proposal while handling other matters as well. Needless to say, he decided to handle Katsuhiro's proposal only after he was done with every other matter that had reached his office over the last couple of weeks. Katsuhiro, who was waiting patiently at his house, frowned. He thought, today is a Saturday. He didn't show up on the previous Saturday. So Fujin should have gone to the office today. But why hasn't he called me yet? Don't tell me he will make me wait for another month again. Anger flashed on Katsuhiro's face due to being repeatedly disrespected. It was soon followed by a helpless expression. With Fujin's recent fame and with Denzo no longer backing him, Katsuhiro was left without any options. In fact, he had begun questioning whether such a proposal would help him take Fujin's spot at all. Unfortunately, he had no option but to wait. Fujin's clone only reached Katsuhiro's proposal very late in the evening. Yasushi and Haruma exchanged several glances as they understood that Fujin was purposefully doing so. While reading the proposal, a surprised look appeared on the clone's face. He wondered, that's weird. Though the proposal is good, it has a few major flaws. I can understand some of these flaws as this would put me against the clan leaders in a very aggressive manner. If Denzo is still supporting Katsuhiro, I can understand why he would want to do this. But, if Denzo was the one to make this proposal, there is no way he would leave such a big flaw. This proposal will be thrown out in a heartbeat. Fujin's clone continued reading as he said, send someone to call Katsuhiro here. Yasushi immediately dispatched a messenger. Minutes later, Katsuhiro appeared in Fujin's office. He had nearly given up hoping that Fujin would call him that day. When he finally received the message, he hurried, afraid that Fujin might run away and leave him hanging if he delayed. Of course, he didn't show those emotions on his face and maintained a stoic expression. He asked, did you go through the proposal? Fujin's clone nodded and replied, I'm disappointed. I had better expectations from you. His words surprised everyone in the room. Katsuhiro frowned and asked, what do you mean? Fujin's clone replied, if I present this proposal to the council, they will throw it into the dustbin without even giving it a second thought. Why exactly were you so restless earlier if this was all you could come up with? Katsuhiro's frown deepened. He didn't expect a dressing down when he hurried to Fujin's office. Despite being busy with the missions, he had worked hard on that proposal. Of course, the most insulting thing was that the one dressing down him was only a 15-year-old boy. He immediately retorted, Fujin, don't forget that I am still your senior and not your subordinate. Don't think that you can send a clone to humiliate me. Fujin's clone snorted and replied, humiliate you? What would I get by doing that? The next council meeting is in a week's time. If I present such a flawed proposal, then not only will it get thrown out, but it will also be much harder to pass it in the future. Were you genuine when you said that you wanted to help civilian ninjas, or were you just looking for an opportunity to create trouble? The room became tense. No one expected Fujin to be so harsh. Katsuhiro wondered, what the hell? What is he talking about? The proposal was perfect? But why is he so confident that I messed up? He controlled himself and asked, what exactly is the issue? Fujin's clone answered, there are several issues. However, the biggest one is the location of the guidance hall. Katsuhiro immediately replied, the location of the hall is right next to other important buildings in the village, like the academy, the hospital and the Hokage building. That's the perfect location for the hall. Fujin's clone shook his head and said, in order to construct the hall where you want, you will need to buy several dozen shops that are already in that area. What are your plans for those shop owners? Will they give up this lucrative position and move just because you want to construct a hall there? Even if you force them to move, how much will the village need to spend to buy those properties? The council will just throw out this proposal considering how expensive it will be and how much unrest forcing them off their property would cause. Katsuhiro immediately said, considering the benefits of the guidance hall, it's a sacrifice they need to be willing to make for the village. Fujin's clone immediately refuted him, the guidance hall can be made anywhere in the village. Why would they make the sacrifice just because you want the guidance hall there? Fujin's clone placed the files on his desk and said, make changes to the proposal and choose a new place for the hall that won't impact the lives of other people. There are a few more issues in the proposal as well. I'll leave it to you to find out what they are and correct them. Katsuhiro's expression became very ugly. He clenched his fists, but unfortunately, he had very little power in this situation. With Denzo no longer backing him and Fujin's reputation already exceeding his, he could only control his anger. He took back the proposal and left. Fujin's clone looked at Yasushi and Haruma and said, let me know when he brings in an updated proposal. The clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Yasushi and Haruma exchanged glances once again. After a few seconds of silence, Haruma said, "That was so cool. I am still feeling goosebumps due to what he did." Yasushi nodded and said, "Yeah, this was very exciting. Inoichi-sama was way too polite when compared to Fujin. His face was worth watching." Haruma laughed along with Yasushi and said, "That's what he deserves for putting us under so much pressure back then." While Haruma and Yasushi enjoyed the interaction, the same couldn't be said of Katsuhiro. He could barely contain his anger at being humiliated in such a manner by someone so junior to him. Unknown to Fujin, the way he dealt with Katsuhiro resulted in him getting a couple of fans. Katsuhiro returned home and opened his proposal. The more he looked at it, the more he was reminded of Fujin's words. In anger, he punched the desk, breaking it into two, and cursed, "Suzuki Fujin. I'll show you. Your seat will be mine soon. I'll create a proposal that the village would be forced to accept, and then I'll take that seat on the council." Spirited, Katsuhiro spent all night thinking about how he could improve the proposal further. Unfortunately, he was assigned a rank S mission by Hiruzen that would keep him out of the village for a couple of months. The very next morning, Fujin didn't bother thinking about Katsuhiro and continued his training. A few days later, a wide grin could be seen on Fujin's face. He broke out into a burst of laughter. He had finally completed an extremely difficult task. A task that only two other ninjas were known to have achieved in the history of the ninja world. After some time, Fujin stopped laughing and his expression became serious. At that very moment, he suddenly disappeared and appeared next to a pillar, with his hand on the flying thunder god mark on that pillar. He immediately disappeared and flashed next to three other pillars before disappearing again and again before finally stopping. With joy on his face, Fujin muttered, "I have mastered the fucking flying thunder god jutsu. And just in time as well." While Fujin was joyful in his basement, another important event was happening in the village. Iruka looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, perform the clone jutsu." Chapter 521, Perverted Old Man. In his basement, Fujin analyzed, "I can finally move quick enough through the void to not have to resist the pressure from the void dimension. However, I still need to improve the number of times I can teleport continuously. Right now, I can do it only 4 times before needing to stop. However, Minato could probably teleport hundreds of times within a second. It's why he was called a Yellow Flash. Another aspect I need to work on is teleporting others with me at the same speed. I need to resist the pressure if I take a shadow clone with me. Oh well, these aspects will improve as I practice more. It's not something I need to be worried about. For now, I should check on Naruto. Today is his graduation exam. The last time I met him, he still wasn't able to perform the clone jutsu. That said, his taijutsu has improved a lot thanks to sparring with my clones occasionally. And, he knows 4 wind jutsus. I wonder if the academy will make an exception for him and let him pass." Fujin hoped that wasn't the case. Naruto would steal the scroll of seals after he failed. While Fujin seriously doubted that Hiruzen would let him take the real one, Fujin didn't want to give up that small chance in case Naruto really did perform a miracle. Besides, this was also the time that Naruto would be learning about 9 Tails. Fujin created a shadow clone and sent him to keep an eye on Naruto after applying several stealth seals on him. In the academy, Naruto waved hand signs and shouted, "Clone jutsu." Immediately, 2 clones appeared next to him. Unfortunately, both were terrible and looked almost dead. Iruka shook his head and said, "Naruto, you fail." Naruto's mood immediately became very depressed. At that moment, Mizuki said, "Iruka-sensei. This is his 3rd time and he did manage to create 2 clones, even though they were a bit flawed. Besides, his performance in taijutsu and remaining ninjutsu was very good. Why don't we let him graduate?" Iruka refuted, "He only created 2 and both are terrible. He has to create 3 to pass. This is a basic requirement of the academy. I can't pass him." Just like in the original story, Naruto failed to graduate. A depressed Naruto went back to his seat. He thought, even after training so much and after Fujin helped me so much, I still failed. Fujin will be disappointed in me. Naruto was even more depressed than in the original story as this time someone had helped him. Fujin's clone appeared sometime later and noticed him sitting dejected while the other students were undergoing their tests. He thought, looks like he still failed. Oh well, I guess I just need to wait. The clone kept hiding and witnessed the events play out. It had been over a decade since he transmigrated to this world. And it had been years since he had read the entire manga even before he transmigrated. So apart from the important events, Fujin had forgotten most of the minute details. Witnessing the events play out made Fujin recall some of those memories that were hidden deep within his brain. As he recalled, Naruto was contacted by Mizuki while he was leaving. The clone dispelled himself after seeing Naruto leave with Mizuki. Fujin received the memories of the clone and wondered, that's strange. Why didn't Naruto try to find me after failing? Even while he was leaving, he wasn't moving towards my house. Is he embarrassed to approach me after he failed? Fujin felt that to be the case but wasn't entirely sure. While Naruto was easy to read, his childhood was extremely brutal even in this messed up world. Fujin wouldn't say that he'd be able to understand the psychology of such a person perfectly, having never gone through something like that himself. Fujin stretched his body and thought, I should sleep early. If events happen just as in the original story, then Naruto will steal the scroll tonight. I need to get up early and find him so that I can borrow the scroll. Fujin went to bed. A few hours later, Naruto snuck into Hiruzen's house and stole the scroll of sealing successfully. Fujin woke up around an hour earlier than usual and activated his space-time sensing technique. As he expected, he sensed someone in the training ground opposite his house. He chuckled and thought, guess he has become quite comfortable with this training ground. Oh well, let me see what trick that old fox is playing this time. If he was indeed beaten by this knucklehead, I might as well keep the scroll with me permanently. Fujin freshened up before sneaking into the training ground. He observed Naruto from a distance for a few minutes and thought, this jutsu is tailor-made for him. He is learning it at a much faster rate than even me. I wonder if Obirama had an intention of pairing this jutsu up with a Jinchuriki when he created this jutsu. The combination is just too magical. It was important to remember that Naruto, despite learning the training trick, never used it after learning the shadow clone jutsu. If he did, Fujin saw no reason why Naruto couldn't reach the peak of ninjutsu. Even Kakashi, a ninja with top-tier talent and a Sharingan, might not be able to keep up with him. In fact, he was quite curious about whether Naruto would abuse this technique in the future or just take it easy like he did in the original story. Naruto's breathing was heavy due to getting tired. He motivated himself by saying, one more time. I'll master TH. What are you doing, Naruto? The sudden voice startled Naruto, who immediately turned around and lost his balance in panic. He fell on his ass as he saw Fujin. A look of surprise could be seen on his face as he asked, Fujin, why are you up so early? Naruto's expression looked like a thief who had been caught red-handed. He was planning to train there for another half an hour and leave before Fujin woke up. He wanted to continue training in secret until he mastered the shadow clone jutsu. Fujin's sudden appearance shocked him. Fujin stared at him and asked, are you tracking my sleep cycle now? What are you doing training at this hour? And Fujin's eyes landed on the scroll as he asked, what's this scroll? Naruto answered slightly nervously, I couldn't do the clone jutsu in the graduation exam and failed. But Mizuki-sensei informed me that I could still pass if I learned a jutsu from this scroll. Fujin looked at the scroll and muttered, the scroll of sealing? Where exactly did you get it? Naruto grinned and said, I got it from the Hokage's house. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, and how exactly did you manage that? Naruto continued grinning and said, I defeated the Hokage with my super powerful secret jutsu. He. Fujin chuckled and said, oh really? You managed to defeat Lord Hokage? Naruto said, if you don't believe me, then I'll show you too. Sexy jutsu. Naruto immediately transformed into a naked girl. A second later, a chop landed on his head and dispelled the jutsu. Naruto grabbed his head and rolled on the ground as he shouted, ouch. That hurt. Why did you do that? Fujin tilted his head and said, you said it was a secret jutsu. I was expecting it to be super powerful. I would have held back if you told me it was this weak. Is transforming into a naked girl all you do? Naruto argued loudly, hey. That isn't a weak jutsu. I knocked out Iruka-sensei and Grandpa Hokage with it. Besides, it is a hot naked girl. Fujin broke out into laughter and said, you defeated Grandpa Hokage by transforming into an adolescent girl? Ha 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 ha. I didn't know that the respected Lord Hokage was this perverted. What an unexpected surprise. Anyway, which jutsu are you practicing? Naruto replied, it is the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Fujin said, oh, that's a powerful jutsu. Continue your training. I'll check the scroll and see if I can give you some tips to improve faster. Naruto's face brightened up. He said, you are the best, Fujin. He continued his training. Fujin grabbed the scroll and opened it while thinking, stare all you want, you old fox. If this is the real deal, then I'm copying it entirely while you watch from that perverted ball. Fujin had already felt Hiruzen's gaze. So he knew the chances of the scroll being legit were low. Regardless, there was no reason why he shouldn't mess with Hiruzen. Sitting in his room, Hiruzen had a hopeless expression as he watched through the crystal ball. He cursed, this brat. First, he calls me perverted despite knowing that I did it purposefully. And then he brazenly opens the scroll of seals despite knowing that I'm watching? He has grown too brazen. Thankfully the scroll is a fake. Otherwise, I would have had a real headache to deal with. Hiruzen was looking forward to Fujin's disappointed reaction. However, there was none. Fujin opened the scroll and thought, as I guessed. This scroll isn't the real deal. It only has multi-shadow clone jutsu and the shadow clone explosion jutsu. That old fox set this whole thing up to make Naruto graduate so that he could be placed under Kakashi along with Sasuke. I wonder if he knew Mizuki's intentions all along. Or did he just eavesdrop on their conversation and decide to do this? Doesn't matter, I suppose. I guess I'll be giving Ibiki a gift today. Now that I think about it, I haven't given him any gift since the mission where I clashed with Kitsuchi. Chapter 522, Did you really believe that? Fujin hung around for a couple of hours while monitoring and occasionally guiding Naruto. He didn't need to do much as the scroll was absurdly detailed. Hiruzen had pulled out all the stops to ensure that Naruto would be able to learn it in a day. When the sun rose, Fujin thought, I should leave. Iruka and Mizuki will soon come looking for him. He looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, you are doing well. Continue training hard and you master this jutsu in a few hours. I have some work, I'll see you later. You can use this training ground. Naruto looked back at Fujin and said, Thank you, Fujin. I'll master multi-shadow clone jutsu, believe it. Fujin smiled and disappeared. Suddenly, Naruto recalled and exclaimed, I almost forgot. He promised to teach me this jutsu after I graduate. I need to master this jutsu quickly. He continued his training. He was already capable of creating imperfect shadow clones when Fujin left. In the next couple of hours, he had completely mastered the multi-shadow clone jutsu. A kid who couldn't master the Ranki clone jutsu had mastered the forbidden multi-shadow clone jutsu within a single night. Just like in the original story, Iruka found Naruto soon after and was attacked by Mizuki, who revealed to Naruto that he was the demon fox who assaulted the village 12 years ago before attacking him. Iruka took the blow for him before Naruto escaped. The secret he just learned shocked Naruto. He involuntarily wanted to escape towards Fujin's house but could only escape in the opposite direction as Mizuki was standing in the way. As he hid in the forest, he wondered, Grandpa Hokage knew this and still hid it from me? What about Fujin? Does he know that I am the demon fox? If he doesn't, will he still treat me nicely after he learns the truth? Naruto was scared. He was always confused and sad, not understanding why everyone hated him. Now that he learned the truth, he didn't understand what to do. He stayed hidden while occasionally changing his situation, confused about what he should be doing. Unknown to him, he was watched by the watchful eyes of a certain someone through the crystal ball while another individual kept track of him using a space-time technique. Fujin, who received some memories from his shadow clones, was speechless as he wondered in marvel, wow. From where exactly did Hiruzen find these jokers? Does he have a list of terrible ninjas with low intelligence? Or are they in on the play too? No, he won't involve so many people in such a scheme. There is no doubt. Fujin's clones observed the ninjas Hiruzen dispatched to find Naruto. Despite being Chunins, they could barely be considered as one. Most were actually inferior as they hadn't been active for quite some time. Not a single one among those ninjas was a censor or excelled in tracking. To Fujin's surprise, not a single one among them ever wondered why Hiruzen sent them to find Naruto and not his Anbu or any ninja that actually excelled in searching and tracking. The only good thing they did was ensure that they didn't look in the same area. Fujin thought, I didn't think that a Hokage would keep a list of such people as well. I wonder if he kept it just for a moment like this or if he just did it for fun so that he could entertain himself occasionally. Knowing Hiruzen's nature, Fujin strongly felt that it was the latter. While they were searching for him, Naruto continued changing his location until he heard someone falling. He quickly looked in that direction while staying hidden and noticed Iruka and Mizuki, who soon began talking. After a few exchanges, Mizuki said, I can use that scroll to achieve the same kind of limitless power. The demon fox within him hungers for the same kind of power. You were right to fear and despise him. The demon fox, huh? Iruka was about to speak when a voice was heard. Immediately, both Mizuki and Iruka looked in the direction of the voice. Both were surprised to see someone sitting on a branch. It took a few seconds, however, both quickly identified him. Relief appeared on Iruka's face while Mizuki's expression became grim. Unlike the two of them who were at the bottom even among the Chunians, the person sitting on the branch was said to be one of the strongest ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village. Mizuki was terrified. He never expected someone like Fujin to be here. He quickly said, what wrong did I say? He is the demon fox. He'll try to take his revenge and kill everyone in Hidden Leaf Village. Just like 12 years ago, he will destroy the village again. Mizuki was on complete guard. He thought, though he is strong, he is very young. As long as I lower his guard down, I can kill him. Fujin could see Mizuki's thoughts at a glance. For someone like Mizuki who had never faced the strong ninjas, being completely unaware of the vast difference in strength was natural. Fujin chuckled and said, If he was the demon fox, you'd be long dead. No, most of the people in this village would have been long dead. He's just a kid with huge dreams and the determination to work hard to achieve those dreams. Sure, he might be a little bit clumsy and mischievous, but which kid isn't? You really need to think for a bit before making such lousy accusations. At the very least, he is far more loyal to the village than a scum like you. Naruto, who was listening to the conversation, immediately became teary. While Fujin had long been guiding Naruto, hearing those words at such a time made him feel far better. Not to mention, even Iruka was also doing everything he could to protect Naruto. He even risked his own life to protect Naruto. Mizuki was about to curse when Fujin said, "Naruto, come out." The words surprised everyone including Naruto, who couldn't help but wonder how Fujin knew he was there. He still followed his instructions and appeared to Iruka and Mizuki's surprise. Fujin said, "I know you failed the graduation exams and what Mizuki promised you was a lie, so, I'll give you another chance. Mizuki is a chunin. If you beat him, I'll graduate you and promote you to the genin rank." Naruto's eyes immediately lit up. At the same time, Mizuki was offended. Not only did Fujin not fight him, he instead asked someone who couldn't pass the graduation exam to fight him. He shouted, "Do you think that this demon fox brat can defeat me?" Fujin looked at him and said, "To make it interesting, I'll give you an offer too. If you manage to kill Naruto and take the scroll of the Forbidden Seals with you, then I won't stop you and let you go." Fujin's words shocked everyone once again, except for a certain old geezer peeping from a long distance away who wondered, since when did I give him the authority to graduate academy students? And, why is he playing with them? Iruka shouted, "You can't make Naruto do that." However, Fujin ignored him and looked into Naruto's eyes. Naruto became serious and understood that Fujin was putting his faith in him. Naruto made the hand seal and said, "I'll beat him." In the next second, 1,000 shadow clones surrounded that place. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, so he still went with the shadow clone jutsu, huh? TSK, I was expecting him to use those ninjutsus I taught him for so long. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Needless to say, Mizuki got his ass beaten terribly. After a brutal beating, he was knocked out cold and lay on the ground. Naruto looked at his body and laughed awkwardly, "Hee hee, I went too far." Fujin flickered next to him and chuckled, "Don't worry about it. He's going to be far worse soon." Naruto was surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin replied, "The price to pay for trying to betray the village is very costly. No need to think about it. I'll handle it. Anyway, you fought very well. While I believed that you would have won, I didn't anticipate such a one-sided fight." Naruto giggled on hearing the praise. Iruka was smiling as well. Naruto asked, "Does it mean that I'm a genin now?" Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you really believe that?" Naruto was stunned. Fujin continued, "I have no authority in the academy. So, I'm afraid that you'll have to stay in the academy for another year. The good news is that since you have mastered this jutsu, you'll graduate easily next year." Chapter 523, Helping an Old Man. Fujin's words completely caught Naruto off guard. Disbelief was visible on his face. He didn't know how to react for a few seconds. As soon as he gathered his thoughts together, he jumped and argued loudly, "Hey! That's not fair. I have learned the jutsu and I even beat him. Also, you promised. You can't go back on your word." Seeing Naruto panic and complain in such a manner, Fujin couldn't control himself and began laughing out loud. Even Iruka smiled and thought, so he was the one guiding Naruto. No wonder he has been training in the training ground opposite his house. Naruto realized that Fujin had pranked him once again, causing him to pout in annoyance. Fujin said, "Don't worry kiddo, I was just kidding. I'll be taking Mizuki and the scroll with me. Come visit me during dinner. Iruka, I'll leave Naruto in your care for now." Naruto nodded and handed him the scroll. Fujin grabbed Mizuki and flickered away. Just like in the original story, Iruka passed his forehead protector to Naruto and treated him to a kairaku. As for Fujin, he first dropped off Mizuki in Ibuki's office. Just when he was about to leave, Mizuki woke up. On seeing Ibuki, he was horrified. While he wasn't aware of the vast gap between him and Fujin's strength, he was very aware of Ibuki's horrible reputation. Fujin chuckled and said, "It looks like he is already loving his new home. I'll leave him in your capable hands, Ibuki-san." Ibuki chuckled and said, "Don't worry about it. I'll take good care of him." Just those words were too much of a mental torture for Mizuki. He looked viciously at Fujin and said spitefully, "Don't think that you will be safe for long. It is only a matter of time before that demon fox goes on a rampage once again." Fujin looked into his eyes, chuckled and said, "Once again, you should be more concerned about yourself, Mizuki." Fujin turned around and began leaving. Mizuki felt that Fujin was just mocking him about the torture he would have to experience in Hidden Leaf Village as torture and interrogation department. However, to his surprise, he suddenly felt pain in his abdomen. He held his abdomen while grimacing in pain. Suddenly, the pain increased beyond what he could endure. He collapsed to the ground while yelling. It felt like something was drilling out of his stomach. In addition, he felt like several insects were crawling under his skin. The pain kept increasing far beyond what he could bear, but somehow he didn't pass out. His eyes widened in horror as he saw maggots tearing the skin on his forearms and legs and crawling up his body. Seconds later, maggots drilled out of his abdomen, making him scream hysterically. The maggots that were crawling up his arms reached his face and began eating his face. He could no longer endure and finally lost consciousness. Several ninjas working in the T&I department looked towards Ibuki's office. One of them muttered, "It looks like the boss went crazy once again." The ninja next to him said, "Yes. Let's avoid him today. He'll be in a very good mood tomorrow after he has relaxed." The first ninja nodded and muttered, "He should at least wait till they are put in a cell. I still don't understand why he tortures them in his main office." In his office, Ibuki had a dark expression. Mizuki had passed out from Fujin's Ganjutsu. While he didn't care about it, Mizuki had also vomited and wasn't able to control his bladder. He cursed, "These assholes. What do they take my office to be? Half of my bad reputation is due to the clan leaders and other powerful ninjas torturing criminals after bringing them to my office. Couldn't they at least wait till I put them in a cell?" Unfortunately, there was no one Ibuki could complain to. He could only take his frustration out on Mizuki. He summoned a couple of ninjas to clean up the mess and lock up Mizuki. Fujin didn't particularly care what happened with Mizuki. He reached Hiruzen's office, tossed the scroll towards him and said, "I found this." Hiruzen grabbed the scroll and looked at Fujin. He thought, "That's it? What about the fact that you tried to peek into such a secret scroll that is supposed to have Hidden Leaf Village's forbidden jutsus? Should I just ignore the fact that you did it despite knowing that I was looking at you?" Needless to say, Fujin didn't say a word about it. He couldn't care less about what Hiruzen thought about it. Instead, he reported, "Naruto was misled by Mizuki, who intended to betray the village. I have handed Mizuki to Ibuki. Deal with him as you must." And Naruto managed to master the multi-shadow clone jutsu. He can create 1,000 clones. Though he failed graduation, the batches haven't been assigned yet. I recommend that we graduate him now instead of making him wait another year. Of course, Fujin was just saying it for the sake of saying it. He knew that Hiruzen would do so even if he didn't say it. As he expected, Hiruzen nodded and said, "That's a good suggestion. I'll graduate Naruto from the academy. Do you have anything else to report?" Fujin acted like he was thinking for a few seconds before shaking his head and replying, "Not that I can think of." Hiruzen cursed under his breath, "This brat." He asked, "Did you check the scroll?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, I was surprised to hear that Naruto used a super powerful secret jutsu to defeat you and take the scroll. I almost speculated that some pervert was pretending to be you and tricking Naruto. So, I just wanted to make sure whether it was real or fake and that Naruto wasn't practicing something harmful to him. You looked into it despite knowing that it is the scroll of the Forbidden Seals?" Hiruzen sounded a bit angry and a bit disappointed in Fujin as he asked that question. To his surprise, a smile appeared on Fujin's face as he answered, "I checked it because I expected it to be a fake, Grandpa. If an academy student was able to steal the real scroll of the Forbidden Seals, then it would have been rather disturbing. Considering that you are growing older every passing day, I would have offered to keep it safe and help take some stress off your shoulders. As a youngster who looks up to you, that's the least I could do." Fujin's response left Hiruzen speechless. His anger was obviously fake. He just wanted to put Fujin in a difficult spot and wanted to take the opportunity to reevaluate him. He didn't expect that Fujin would play him instead. He cursed, "This cheeky brat. Not only did he try to peek into the scroll, he is making it sound like he did a completely noble act. Where is this concern about my old age when he asks me to send shadow clones to guide him?" Unfortunately, there wasn't anything Hiruzen could say. Fujin's reply was just too perfect. He chuckled and said, "These old bones can still hold on for some time. Don't worry." Fujin smiled and said, "I know, Grandpa. That's why I knew it'd be fake. That said, I can still help you keep the real one safe if you want. If it'll take some pressure off your shoulders, I'd be happy to endure it for you." Hiruzen looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression. Knowing how many jutsus Fujin asked him for, it didn't take a genius to understand what Fujin wanted to do. He replied, "It's fine. It isn't much pressure considering everything else. If you want, you can hang on to this scroll." It was Fujin's turn to be speechless. He wondered, what the hell am I supposed to do with it? He smiled and said, "I think I'll pass." Hiruzen nodded and said, "You did a good job apprehending the traitor. I'll look into him now. Fujin nodded and said, alright, I'll see you later. He was about to leave when Hiruzen said, wait. Fujin stopped and turned around. Hiruzen said, did you think about whether you would like to become a sensei? Hiruzen had asked Fujin about this matter some time ago, but Fujin hadn't given a clear answer. Fujin asked, aren't the Jounin sensei already decided? Hiruzen answered, I do have several in mind, but nothing has been finalized yet other than Kakashi's squad. Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha will be under his tutelage. As for the others, they haven't been finalized yet. I can appoint you as the Jounin sensei for Team 8, which will have Inuzuka Kiba, Hinata Hyuga and Iburamshi no, or Team 10, which will have Narashikimaru, Yamanaka Ino and Akimaki Choji. All 6 of them are children of clan leaders. While their parents didn't say anything, they would like you to guide one of the squads. Chapter 524, The Truth. Fujin was slightly surprised. He thought, he is willing to give me the squad that was supposed to be given to Asuma? If I can guide one of those squads, my influence in the village will increase considerably. Along with those kidnapped orphans that I'll be looking after and my seat on the council, I could be a major contender for Hokage post the 4th Great Ninja War. Unfortunately, the position of Hokage will be quite meaningless by then. There isn't much I can gain from it. Besides, if I have to look after a group of Gainins, then it'll take up a major portion of my time. And, time is something I am extremely short of. It'll eat into my training time and I won't be able to visit Phantom Haven easily until they graduate. It will also interfere with several of my future plans. Fujin replied, I am still very busy with my training, Grandpa. And, I will also have to look after the orphans very soon as the construction is almost complete. While I would have liked to guide promising young kids, I can't accept that responsibility for the time being. Hiruzen sighed and said, that is a pity, but I understand. Continue focusing on your training. I will. Fujin replied with a smile and disappeared from the room. Hiruzen muttered internally, such dedication towards training is very good. If only he had been a few years older. Hiruzen's expression became serious as he thought, that said, I didn't expect Fujin to be so interested in the Scroll of Seals. Was he interested in a particular jutsu, or did he just want to learn dangerous jutsus to expand his jutsu repertoire? Hiruzen couldn't be sure. He stopped thinking about it after a while. Though Fujin was brazen, he had just taken advantage of an opportunity and hadn't tried something by himself. Despite the greed he usually displayed, Hiruzen didn't think that Fujin would do something like what Orochimaru did. Of course, if he knew that Fujin was the one responsible for the tense situation the village was in for the last couple of months, who knows what he would have thought. As Fujin left the office, he thought, that was a shame. I was hoping Hiruzen would give me the scroll. Of course, it wouldn't be for safekeeping, but rather to give me an opportunity to learn the jutsus inside. Oh well, I guess he doesn't want me to have access to the darker jutsus like the Edo Tensei. Knowing what happened with Orochimaru, I am not surprised with his decision. Fujin was hoping that Hiruzen would provide him with the same opportunity as Naruto. Though Hiruzen hadn't, Fujin wasn't offended. After all, Hiruzen had helped him a lot and even provided him with all the information on the Flying Thunder God Jutsu along with several other jutsus. The matter of refusing to train the kids was also a missed opportunity. Though Fujin realized it, one person had limited energy and time. After weighing his options, he could only give up on it and continue forward on his original path without thinking about it for a second time. Later that day, Naruto arrived at Fujin's house. Fujin opened the door and said, already received the headband? Congrats on passing, Naruto. Naruto smiled and said, thank you, Fujin. It was thanks to you. Naruto was genuinely grateful. Not only Fujin had taught him ninjutsus and improved his chakra control, but he had also provided him with an opportunity to graduate after he had failed and even defended him when Mizuki was trash-talking about him. Fujin chuckled and said, don't worry about it. Come on in. Naruto entered Fujin's house. Fujin said, I was planning to treat you outside, but I guess that you have a lot of questions. So, let's eat at home today. I made some fried chicken and prawns. Naruto's eyes immediately lit up. He had come to love those two dishes during the last year. While ramen was still his favorite, he loved eating those two dishes as well. Of course, the most important point was that Fujin was willing to answer his questions. After all, Iruka wasn't entirely clear on the situation either and didn't want to talk much about it with Naruto. After arranging the plates, both sat down to eat. Naruto became nervous. He asked, is what Mizuki said true? Fujin spoke while eating, in a way, yes. But not entirely. He is too weak to know important details. I suppose even Iruka doesn't know everything. Naruto was surprised at how dismissive Fujin was about his academy teachers. He recalled Fujin having the same attitude earlier that day. Naruto nervously asked, so, what is the truth? Fujin answered, 12 years ago, the nine-tailed beast attacked our village. The attack was devastating for our village. We lost many experienced jounins. Lord Fourth lost his life while defeating him as well. Our village was in a difficult position for several years due to those losses. Naruto's expression became grim upon hearing that. He wasn't completely aware of how devastating that attack was on Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin continued, as its name implies, the nine-tailed beast is a tailed beast. Naruto asked curiously, what is a tailed beast? Fujin replied, a tailed beast is a gigantic beast that contains a massive amount of chakra. We humans can never reach that level of chakra, though there are always a few exceptions. As a result, they are extremely powerful and can be very destructive. In all, there are 9 tailed beasts in this world, each having a different number of tails. It goes from 1 tail to the 9 tails that attacked our village. Naruto was surprised. He asked loudly, there are 9 such tailed beasts? Fujin nodded and continued, a tailed beast can't be killed. If it is killed, it'll just revive a few years later. As a result, Lord Fourth didn't kill the 9-tailed beast. He instead sealed it inside you. So, you're not the 9-tailed beast who destroyed the village. Instead, you are the one who is keeping the 9-tailed beast sealed. Naruto was surprised to hear that. Fujin smiled and said, so, it can be said that you are the one keeping the village safe from the 9-tailed beast. I suppose you can be considered a hero for doing so. A smile appeared on Naruto's face as he heard it. However, it quickly disappeared as he asked, but if that's the case, why does everyone in the village hate me? Fujin replied, just like Mizuki, they don't know the entire truth. Even if they are told so, they may still be afraid of the tailed beast inside you. It is very dangerous after all. Most people will still be scared of it. Unlike Lord Fourth, you are still a little kid. What if you aren't able to hold the beast back and it breaks loose? Of course, it isn't a worry as Lord Fourth's seal should be very strong. But it isn't unnatural for them to be afraid. Do you remember those people who smiled back when you looked at them? Naruto nodded. Fujin said, those are the ones who know that the seal won't break and recognize that you are a hero for keeping the village safe. Naruto understood what Fujin was saying. However, he could still see the unfairness. After all, he hadn't done anything and yet so many hated him. Naruto asked dejectedly, why did Lord Fourth seal him inside me? Fujin shrugged and answered, how can I know? I was only 4 years old back then. Perhaps you were the only one nearby. Or perhaps Lord Fourth saw something special in you and believed that you would be the best host for the 9-tailed beast and do something miraculous when you grew up. It's tough to know the real reason. Perhaps Lord Hokage might have some idea. On hearing the second guess, Naruto's eyes lit up. Though there was no guarantee for it to be true, Naruto hoped that it was the case. Of course, that was the reason why Fujin said it. Naruto asked, but how can I convince everyone that I am not the demon fox? Fujin replied, just keep doing what you are doing. Train harder, become stronger and keep striving to become the Hokage. Eventually, everyone will realize the truth. Naruto nodded with determination on hearing that. Fujin sighed internally and thought, it is so tempting to tell him to stop thinking about others. Unfortunately, I have no idea what will happen if I undo Hiruzen's work. Besides, even though Naruto struggled in his life until now, his days will get better very soon. As satisfying as it would be, there's not much point in driving him towards taking revenge on the ones that mistreated him. Chapter 525, Complicated Topics. Naruto asked, do you know why the 9-tailed beast attacked our village? Fujin answered, I don't know for sure. The tailed beasts, though strong, don't have a history of randomly attacking humans. Perhaps someone provoked it to attack us. There is also some speculation that it was controlled by someone to attack us. So though everyone blames it, it is possible that the fox was a victim as well. Unfortunately, I'm not sure of what was the exact case. Naruto was surprised. He asked, can a demon like it also be controlled? Fujin replied, there are various mysterious techniques and jutsus, Naruto. Don't underestimate anyone. Also, don't judge someone too quickly. Though I don't have proof, I believe that 9 Tails was indeed controlled. Otherwise, why would it attack a strong village like ours? Regardless, if that is the case or not, I hope you won't treat it the same way the misinformed people in the village treated you. Fujin's words surprised Naruto even more, forcing him to think, which wasn't a very common occurrence. Fujin chuckled internally on seeing Naruto trying to think hard. Of course, there was another entity that fell into a thought. It was the tailed beast sealed inside Naruto. He never imagined that a human would defend him and sympathize with his situation. Naruto said, alright. Thank you for telling me, Fujin. Fujin smiled and said, of course, that doesn't mean that you should treat it as a harmless being. Regardless of whether it was innocent or not, it is currently sealed inside you. It would want nothing less than to tear you apart and become free once again. It is still scarily strong. Is that understood? Naruto shivered while picturing the nine-tailed beast stripping his body and coming out. He immediately nodded repeatedly and said, understood. The two continued eating. After some time, Naruto asked, if the nine-tailed beast was controlled, wouldn't that mean that everyone in the village is wrong in hating it? Fujin nodded. Naruto asked, but why would people hate when they aren't sure about the truth? Naruto had suffered a lot due to the hate. So he had to ask that question. Fujin said, people are complicated. They direct their hatred where they can to vent their sorrow. Since Nine-Tails was the one who attacked and did the job, they hate it. Naruto tried thinking but it was too complicated. His expression became comical as he complained, your statements today are too complicated, Fujin. Fujin chuckled and said, the topic is as such. Here's another complicated topic. This will be a test for you. Do you remember my challenge to you and Mizuki? Naruto nodded. That challenge had allowed him to graduate. Fujin asked, do you think that it was a fair challenge? Naruto thought and said with uncertainty, well, I failed the exam. So it is fair I guess. Fujin said, but, your opponent was a Chunin. On beating him, you only became a Geinin. Why is it fair that I made you fight a Chunin to only become a Geinin? Naruto was stumped. He never thought about it. He just thought that Fujin was giving him an opportunity. He became confused and thought, man, that sounds totally unfair. But why is Big Bro telling that to me? Why would he tell me that he was unfair towards me? Fujin chuckled on seeing his expression and asked again, well? Naruto answered, if you put it that way, then it sounds totally unfair. Fujin chuckled again and asked, I told Mizuki that if he killed you, he could take the scroll and leave. What do you think I would have done if he was about to kill you? Naruto hadn't thought about this either. He merely thought that Fujin was helping him. He didn't think in such depth. He looked at Fujin and replied after a while, I guess you would have saved me and then let him go. Fujin smirked and replied, nope. If you were about to lose, I'd have hit him from the back and killed or captured him myself. Naruto's eyes widened. He never imagined Fujin would do something like that. He asked, boo. But, wouldn't that be unfair? Didn't you say you would let him go? Fujin answered, I did. But why do I have to stick to my words? Naruto, whose ninja way was to never go back on his word, asked in a confused tone, what do you mean? Fujin answered, Mizuki was a teacher. He is supposed to guide students. Yet, he set you up, tried to kill you and tried to betray our village. Why do I have to keep my word against such a scum? Naruto was speechless. Fujin's words were extremely absurd for him. However, somehow they made complete sense. It felt like his head was spinning. Suddenly, he had a thought. He asked, would you still pass me if I had lost? Fujin replied, of course. You are ready to graduate. I'd just have to work harder to convince Grandpa Hokage, but I'm sure I would have managed that. By winning, you made it much easier for me to convince him. Naruto was surprised. However, it was a good surprise this time. Still, he couldn't help but complain in his mind, so, my life was never at risk and I was set to graduate as well? I went through all that tension for no reason at all. Humphrey, he knows how to keep me on my toes all the time. A pout formed on Naruto's face. Fujin asked, what's up? Naruto replied in a childish tone, nothing. He immediately followed up, I don't care if you keep your word against Mizuki. But you are keeping your word for me. I have graduated, so teach me the jutsu. Which jutsu? Fujin became confused and wondered, when did I promise to teach him when he graduates? I'm just planning to make him eat Kakashi's head. Though his past is traumatic, that bastard has been having it easy for too long. Naruto's expression became very annoyed as he pointed at Fujin and said, hey. You promised to teach me that jutsu that allows you to disappear. Naruto's words made Fujin recall. He said, the body flicker jutsu. I almost forgot. Sure. Wanna train after we are done eating? Naruto nodded. He began eating and asked again, while we are at it, could you also teach me a stronger wind jutsu? Fujin replied, you are now a Geinin, Naruto. You'll be assigned a Jounin sensei in a few days. Until you become a Chunin, he or she will be the one responsible for training you. If I interfere, then you'll end up confused. Naruto asked in a surprised tone, I'll get my own sensei? Fujin looked at him with a deadpan expression and said, I thought you promised that you will pay attention in class. I even believe you. Naruto immediately laughed nervously and said softly, well, I tried to. But Hiruka-sensei was just too boring. Fujin just continued staring at Naruto who quietly focused on the food. Fujin chuckled internally while thinking, good. He'll be a Geinin for who knows how long. I'll just throw him at Kakashi until that bastard diverts him back to me. Thankfully, he knows almost every jutsu out there. Sending Naruto back to annoy him wouldn't be much of a challenge. After dinner, Fujin took Naruto to the training ground opposite his house and began teaching him the basics of the body flicker jutsu. After explaining the basics of the jutsu, Fujin said, "This jutsu isn't very complicated in terms of chakra molding as it only requires the tiger seal. The difficult part is chakra control. You have to concentrate a lot of chakra at your feet. If you had tried it earlier, you would have failed. Luckily for you, your chakra control has improved a lot thanks to tree climbing and water walking exercises. So try it." Naruto immediately began trying. Needless to say, the first few tries were all a failure. Only after a couple of hours of trying continuously did he manage to flicker for a few meters for the first time. Fujin sighed as he watched. Having such a high chakra is a boon. When I was trying to learn it, I could barely practice it for some time before I ran out of chakra. Meanwhile, he can practice for 2 hours straight despite having spent last night and early morning training the multi-shadow clone jutsu and escaping from Mizaki for another hour and still is able to practice continuously. Fortunately, my chakra has become quite high as well thanks to training continuously for so long. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to go catch a tailed beast irrespective of the dangers involved. Chapter 526, Another Mission to Hidden Sand Village? Naruto excitedly shouted, "I did it!" He quickly made the tiger seal and shouted, "Body flicker jutsu." However, nothing happened this time. He kept standing in the same place. He tried it a few more times. Body flicker jutsu. Body flicker jutsu. Body flicker jutsu. Unfortunately, he failed every time. Suddenly, he heard a chuckle. He turned around to see Fujin, who said, "That's enough for today, Naruto. You did good work by managing to do it successfully once within just 2 hours." Naruto immediately said, "Just a few more minutes. I'll completely master it." Fujin shook his head and said, "No. You are tired. And, this jutsu will take a long time to master. Right now you only managed to flicker by a couple of meters. That isn't very helpful in the battle. You will need to practice sincerely for a few weeks until you can flicker for at least a few dozen meters and can do so continuously." Naruto unwillingly nodded and left. Fujin went to sleep as well. While he hadn't stayed up all night like Naruto, he did wake up absurdly early even by his standards. The next day, Fujin returned to his training, while Naruto had a rather eventful day. He met Konohamaru and later in the day created his legendary harem jutsu. The day after, Fujin had just begun training when he had an unexpected visitor. One of Hiruzen's Anbu guards visited Fujin and called him to visit Hiruzen's office. Fujin wondered, did something happen? He flickered along with the Anbu guard and reached Hiruzen's office. When he entered, Hiruzen sent everyone out and activated the seals. Fujin became serious and waited for Hiruzen to start speaking. Hiruzen asked, "Fujin, you were planning to go out for some missions, right?" Fujin nodded. He had asked to go out of the village a couple of weeks ago but was asked to stay in the village by Hiruzen. He replied, "Yeah, training all the time becomes boring and stale. I find it more helpful to go out for a week or two for a change. It helps me relax and increases my efficiency in training." Hiruzen said, "Good. We have a couple of situations. I'll let you handle it. Hidden Sand Village has been acting strangely for the past few months. From the reports from our spies, it almost looks like they are preparing their forces for something. They have raised their security so much that even the spies have been unable to send messages out for the last 2 weeks." Fujin realized, "I see. They are starting to prepare for an attack on Hidden Leaf Village. But shouldn't there still be some time? Or is Raza more serious than in the original story?" "Yeah, that should be the case due to my interference. He'll be hating Hidden Leaf Village even more and at the same time will be preparing even more." Fujin asked, "Do you want me to go to Hidden Sand Village and investigate what exactly is happening?" Hiruzen immediately shook his head and said, "No, that will be very risky. While you could infiltrate with the help of merchants, if you were discovered, then you'd be surrounded by thousands of enemy ninjas. Though you have a flying summon, you will still have a difficult time escaping if the 4th Kazekage finds you. There is no reason to take such a risk." Though Hiruzen's words were full of concern for Fujin, his thoughts were the exact opposite. The last time I sent him to Hidden Sand Village, he almost created another country. The western area of the Land of Wind is still very unstable, forcing Raza to deploy more than 1,500 ninjas there despite there being no external danger. The Wind Daimyo transferred a lot of funds that were meant for Hidden Sand Village to those affected areas, making Raza even more desperate. Right now, we only have suspicions that Raza is up to something. We don't know who Raza plans to target or if this is just an exercise to ensure the preparedness of Hidden Sand Village's forces. However, if I send Fujin... Hiruzen strongly believed that Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village would be at war if he sent Fujin there. He didn't dare to do so. Not to mention, Shikaku had explicitly asked Hiruzen to not send Fujin there and threatened to go on a month-long vacation if Hiruzen did so. Fujin wondered, since when did he become so caring? Just say that you don't want to provoke Rasa. While entering Hidden Sand Village would be risky, there wasn't much danger for Fujin. While he still couldn't use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport a long distance away, he could just inform Ru and his sons that he would be going to a dangerous place and be prepared to reverse summon him once he burnt the seal. As long as Fujin was aware of the danger, trapping him was very difficult. It was unexpected situations, like Rashi's tailed beast bomb, that were a bigger threat to him. Hiruzen continued, we can't interfere much in Hidden Sand Village. What I want you to look into is the Land of Rivers. As you know, the Land of Rivers is supposed to be aligned with us. However, the Yamakawa family has been acting strangely for the last few months. From what the Anbu observed, it looks like they have made a deal with Hidden Sand Village. The Anbu squad was planning to act, but they discovered traces of Hidden Sand Village ninjas and decided to retreat. We believe that Hidden Sand Village has stationed an elite jounin and a few squads in their town. I want you to look into their family. If there are indeed Hidden Sand Village ninjas hiding there, then eliminate all of them and eliminate all adults in the Yamakawa family. Bring back the bodies of their family head and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas with their brains intact. Fujin nodded and asked, what's the second situation? Hiruzen continued, it is in the Land of Rivers as well. A couple of our Chunin squads disappeared in that country. I'm afraid something strange is happening there. We deployed some Anbu squads but they didn't find anything. My first thought was Hidden Sand Village, but it is very strange for them to do something like this. If they are planning something, then they wouldn't alert us by doing something so small. Once the Yamakawa family is dealt with, spend some time in that country to see if you can find any clues. If you can find and clear that issue, then the mission will be considered as complete. Otherwise, just return in 2 weeks and report your findings. I'll just dispatch more forces to find out what happened to them. Fujin nodded. Hiruzen asked, who do you want to go with you in your squad? Fujin replied, there is no need for it. I'll just go by myself. Fujin was planning to use this opportunity to meet up with his Phantom Haven Society subordinates and create another set of a few thousand Flying Thunder God marks in the Land of Fire. If he had teammates, then that would be difficult to do. Hiruzen wasn't surprised as he understood that Fujin preferred working alone. He said, alright. Other than the bodies you bring back, make it seem like everyone in the Yamakawa family was killed by Hidden Sand Village ninjas. Fujin said, alright. Do we have any idea as to which elite jounin was sent? Hiruzen shook his head and said, no. The squad couldn't gather much information as they would have been in danger if the information was true. Killing an elite jounin wasn't an easy task. Only a few ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village could do so consistently. Hiruzen would have needed to dispatch Eagle along with a few squads of experienced Anbu ninjas to be able to ensure that Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't suffer needless losses. And that force couldn't guarantee that they would be able to complete the mission. Since he had the option of sending Fujin, Hiruzen didn't need to go through other complicated alternatives. Fujin replied, alright. I'll leave within a few hours then. Hiruzen nodded as Fujin disappeared from the room. Fujin entered his house while thinking, it looks like Hidden Leaf Village crush will happen after all. Though I interfered, what I did should have infuriated Rasa even more. The attack might be more fierce than what I remember. Orochimaru and Raza will also need to consider my existence and make arrangements to ensure that I don't cut through Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village ninjas or directly attack the barrier the Sound 4 will erect. I am looking forward to what they come up with. Fujin made preparations and left the village. Around the same time, Eagle entered Hiruzen's office. Chapter 527, First Kiss. As Fujin left Hidden Leaf Village and headed towards the Land of Rivers, Eagle entered Hiruzen's office and asked, did you assign that mission to Fujin? Hiruzen nodded. Eagle sighed in relief. That mission fell under Anbu and Eagle had a major headache on how to handle it. The Anbu didn't have any other elite jounin. Not to mention, they were stretched extremely thin due to the mess Fujin created some time ago. However, Fujin going on the mission meant one thing. Eagle asked, so he declined to become a jounin sensei? Hiruzen answered, yeah, he wants to focus on training for now. Behind his mask, Eagle smiled and said, yeah, he is only 15 now. It's not a bad thing. Besides, you could make him Konohamaru's sensei later. A shiver passed through Hiruzen's spine. He had thought about it when Fujin rejected the offer. What he analyzed made him raise his guard several times. Hiruzen thought, I didn't notice it until Fujin started guiding Naruto. He tends to double down on the existing characteristics of the ones he is guiding. Among the 5 kids he guided initially, 2 became very promising as that was their nature while 3 haven't shown much progress beyond their initial improvement. He didn't do anything to make those 3 orphans train harder and left them to their means. It was the same story with his Anbu subordinates. It's just that they were very dedicated. I didn't notice this as it seemed normal. However, with Naruto's pranks have become 100 times worse since he came in contact with Fujin. They increased in both intensity and frequency. The only explanation is that Fujin used this aspect and motivated Naruto to prank more so that Naruto would train harder. Though it was an annoyance to the village and I had to deal with several complaints, it was a very good method to train Naruto. If I give Konohamaru to Fujin to train, then Konohamaru challenged Hiruzen more than a dozen times daily to battle. Fortunately, he was extremely weak and was just a headache to Hiruzen rather than an actual problem. However, if Fujin trained Konohamaru and encouraged him to challenge Hiruzen more, Hiruzen's old age would become a complete nightmare. The very thought of that future made Hiruzen shiver. "Father?" Eagle called out, seeing that Hiruzen was lost in thoughts. Hiruzen replied, "Yeah. I will think about it when the time comes." Eagle nodded and discussed some official matters before he left. Hiruzen stopped doing his paperwork and looked outside the window, staring at the statues of the Hokages while he smoked. After some time, he decided, if that happens in the future, I'll just make Fujin or Kakashi the Hokage and retire. Let my grandson challenge either of them instead of me. While Hiruzen was worrying about his future, another interesting change happened in the village. Even though Team 7 wasn't created yet, all but one of its members had their first kiss. The only one who still didn't was their soon-to-be 26-year-old sensei. Naruto and Sasuke kissed accidentally just like in the original story. However, Fujin's interference in Naruto's life brought one change that he didn't even consider. Fujin ensured that Naruto had access to good food and understood when food got spoiled. So, Naruto no longer drank milk that was a few weeks past its expiry date. Hence, he wasn't interrupted when he disguised himself as Sasuke to kiss Sakura and managed to do it without any interruption. As a result, Sakura had her first kiss as well. Only, it was with Naruto who was disguised as Sasuke. Having kissed her dear Sasuke, Sakura was on cloud 9. Unfortunately, that only lasted for a minute as she heard, "Naruto, what are you doing?" Both Sakura and Naruto looked in the direction of the voice and saw the real Sasuke standing there. Sakura grew confused as she wondered aloud, "Two, Sasuke?" Meanwhile, Naruto was shocked and exclaimed loudly, "What are you doing here?" Sasuke replied, "A simple rope trick. Any good ninja can escape. Why are you disguised as me?" Sakura, who heard their conversation, immediately understood, "I kissed Naruto." Her expression became a sight to see. It was a mixture of sadness, terror, disgust, heartbreak, and a lack of desire to continue living. She muttered, "Naruto." Naruto turned around and saw Sakura's horrifying expression. A shiver passed through his spine as he immediately disappeared from the spot. Thankfully, Sakura was still in shock at losing her first kiss to Naruto instead of wanting to kill Naruto. Sasuke looked at Sakura's state and muttered, "What did that jerk do?" Sakura said, "He." She couldn't continue. How could she tell Sasuke that she kissed Naruto? Soon, all her feelings turned into rage as she clenched her fist and shouted, "Shanaro! I am going to kill Naruto." She immediately ran away to hunt Naruto down, leaving only a puzzled Sasuke who wondered, what the hell did Naruto do? Fortunately for Naruto, he managed to stay hidden until the break was over. Naruto sighed in relief and thought, "I am safe. She won't hit me in front of Iruka-sensei." Naruto sneakily entered his classroom at the same time as Iruka. Unfortunately for him, his squad was assigned to Kakashi, who showed up 3 hours late, giving plenty of time for Sakura to take out all her anger. When Kakashi finally showed up, he couldn't help but wonder what happened between the 3 of them. Their introductions went just as in the original story. The only change was that Naruto spoke a bit about Fujin while Sasuke didn't have the burden of reviving his clan. He just wanted revenge on Itachi. While having more kids survive gave Sasuke a sense of responsibility as he was the eldest among the survivors and their future clan leader, seeing all of them miss their families and suffer due to it also reminded him consistently of what Itachi had done. As a result, his desire to kill Itachi was even higher than what it would have been had he been the only survivor. Fujin took a break in one of the patrol camps along the border with the Land of Rivers for the night. As he rested, he wondered, tomorrow, Kakashi will be conducting the belt test. I wonder how they will perform. After a few seconds, he chuckled and thought, well, what does it matter whether you bring a needle or a pocket knife to a gunfight? Though Naruto is slightly stronger, Kakashi will still beat them with ease. I just wonder if he'll still use that legendary jutsu. The next morning, Kakashi once again made his Geinens wait for several hours before showing up at the training ground. Just like the original story, Naruto tried attacking Kakashi on being taunted but was stopped easily. When Kakashi started the test, Both Sasuke and Sakura hid themselves, while Naruto kept standing there. Naruto grabbed his shurikens as he claimed loudly, "Fight me, Kakashi-sensei. I'll take the bells in no time, believe it." Kakashi sighed as Naruto threw the shurikens. Naruto immediately weaved hand signs after throwing the shurikens and announced, "Wind style, projectile control jutsu." The shurikens curved through the air and moved towards Kakashi from several directions, who still dodged them with ease while wondering. Lord Hokage said that Fujin guided Naruto for some time. But why didn't he tell Naruto to stop screaming the attack name? How is it supposed to hit an enemy when the enemy knows what is coming? Seeing that Kakashi dodged the shurikens, Naruto changed his hand seals and shouted, "Wind style, wind retrieving jutsu." The shurikens that were flying away suddenly stopped and began flowing back. At the same time, Naruto threw more shurikens towards Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura, who were observing the fight while hiding, had an annoyed expression when Naruto displayed his two jutsus. That said, they couldn't be faulted for it. While Naruto was initially hated for no reason, these two jutsus had given half of the village a reason to hate him. Of course, since they already hated him, he couldn't see any difference. Fujin noticed it, but he felt that it was justice in a weird way. So he didn't particularly care about it as it didn't affect him. Hiruzen had received several complaints due to this, but he couldn't tell Naruto to stop pranking considering what his daily life was, and since he didn't actually hurt anyone. Not to mention, Fujin was the one who was teaching him the jutsu. That was another trouble he didn't want to poke needlessly. Regardless of their annoyance, both Sasuke and Sakura were surprised to see Naruto surround Kakashi from all directions with shurikens. Sasuke wondered, since when did his control over the shurikens become this good? Meanwhile, Sakura muttered to herself, since when did Naruto become so strong? The shurikens enclosed Kakashi and hit him moments later, covering his entire body with shurikens. A second later, a smoke cloud appeared and his body turned into a log. Naruto's eyes widened as he exclaimed, when did he use the substitution jutsu? He quickly looked around himself but couldn't see Kakashi. Suddenly, he heard a voice, "A ninja should always be aware of what is happening around him. Especially what is happening behind him." Kakashi's hands were making the tiger seal. Both Sakura and Sasuke immediately became tense on seeing that seal. Chapter 528, Who Attacked? Hidden Leaf Village's most secret and sacred jutsu. 1,000 Years of Death. Kakashi hit Naruto with the hand seal and sent him flying. Naruto fell into the water while holding his backside. As he drowned, he thought, not like this. I trained so much. I can't be defeated so easily. But how do I defeat him? Naruto made the shadow clone hand seal but stopped as his eyes widened. Naruto suddenly had an idea. He thought, wait, I can only control a few shurikens. What if all my clones control them as well? Also, I don't need to defeat him. I just need to. Immediately, he created several shadow clones inside the water and swam out. Naruto made small talk with Kakashi waiting for him to turn his back. As soon as he did, almost 100 shurikens were launched from the water. At the same time, his clones jumped out as well, surprising his two teammates. Kakashi turned around and noticed every shadow clone weaving hand signs. He muttered, "Impressive." However, it's still not enough. Instead of dodging, Kakashi just grabbed the shurikens one by one and threw them into the ground, ensuring that they stuck there. Naruto thought, now. Wind style, wind retrieving jutsu. He quickly weaved hand signs and used the jutsu on the bell. The bell was yanked from Kakashi and flew towards Naruto. Unfortunately, Kakashi disappeared and appeared next to the bell and grabbed it before it reached Naruto. He said, not bad, not bad. However, this isn't enough to be the Hokage. Realizing that using Winjutsus wouldn't help him much, Naruto shouted, let's just beat him up. Naruto and his clones engaged against Kakashi in taijutsu. Kakashi easily dealt with him while observing his skills. He analyzed. His taijutsu is much better. It looks like Fujin sparred with him to give him some experience. And he has decent control over wind as well, even though he doesn't have any destructive jutsu. Fujin likely only wanted to improve his basics. Within a couple of minutes, all of Naruto's clones were dispelled while he too was beaten back. Kakashi asked, is that all you can do? Naruto wiped his face while thinking, I know Fujin asked me to not use them against an ally, but he asked us to come at him with an intention to kill. Also, he is so strong, so it shouldn't be an issue, right? Naruto made another set of shadow clones who surrounded Kakashi and immediately jumped away, confusing Kakashi, who wondered, what is he up to this time? His eyes widened as he saw every shadow clone grab a couple of kunai that had explosive tags attached to them and throw them at him at close range. The explosive tags all exploded at the same time, covering the area in dust and smoke. Sakura watched with a dumbfounded expression as her eyes widened. She exclaimed, did Naruto blow up sensei? And when did he become so powerful? Even Naruto was surprised by the degree of explosion. He hadn't ever exploded so many explosive tags at the same spot. He thought, so that's why Fujin asked me to run away and to not use this tactic on an ally. How many dangerous techniques does Big Brother Fujin know? He casually told me about this idea while we were eating dinner. Kakashi, who hit some distance away, looked at the explosion with wide eyes as he complained, what the hell has Fujin been teaching him? If he used that against a fellow Geinin or even a Chunin, they would likely end up dead. I was nearly caught off guard as well. For someone like Kakashi, dodging that wasn't a big deal. If he wasn't fighting newly promoted Geinins, there was no way he'd be off guard. However, if Naruto used this tactic against an ordinary Chunin in this manner, very few would be able to stay unhurt. It took some time for the dust and smoke to clear. Once it did, no one saw any signs of Kakashi. Sakura thought in shock, did Sensei really get blown up? Will I also be blamed? While Sasuke squinted his eyes and observed, there is no sign of blood. As expected, he got away. Still, when did Naruto become so strong? If he used that against me, I would have been injured. Naruto looked around while wondering where Kakashi was when his eyes landed on a bell lying on the ground next to a tree. He wondered, did he drop it while escaping? He quickly went to pick it up. Unfortunately for Naruto, that was a trap and he hung upside down from the tree branch. Kakashi appeared and picked up the bell while lecturing Naruto again. While Kakashi was having fun with his new students, Fujin reached Yamakawa town in the Land of Rivers. The Yamakawa family was one of the strongest families in the Land of Rivers. Their family had ranked among the top 5 strongest ninjas in that country. In a major village, he'd be considered a veteran jounin. As a result, they built an entire town away from the main village to strengthen their family further. While the walls around the town were inscribed in several seals by a seal master, they weren't an obstacle for Fujin, who entered the town easily. He used transformation jutsu to disguise himself as an ordinary person and openly strolled through the town as he recalled all the information about this family. As usual, he activated his space-time sensing technique and his eyes widened momentarily. He looked towards the central mansion and thought, that's strange. 24 people are living underneath that mansion. And it doesn't seem like a normal basement, rather they are a few floors underneath what would have been a normal basement. Is Denzo spreading his wings or is someone taking inspiration from him? Fujin walked towards the castle without attracting any suspicion. When no one was looking at him, he suddenly disappeared underground and reached close to the underground base. His eyes glowed as he noticed several seals covering that room and passageway to that location. He immediately became interested as he realized, it looks like Hiruzen's suspicions were on point. These seals have been inscribed by a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. Sneaking inside will take a lot of time. If that Grandmaster is here, then that will be more or less impossible. For Hidden Sand Village to put so much effort into this place, are they planning to create a secret outpost here? Yeah, the Yamakawa town is very close to the border with the Land of Fire. It will be the perfect place for them to rest after they travel through the vast deserts. When they decide to attack Hidden Leaf Village, they can rest here until the time is right and then make a quick headway towards Hidden Leaf Village through the Land of Fire. They could sneak in small groups and later use reverse summoning to call a majority of their forces there. Alternatively, they could even cut through Hidden Leaf Village's patrol squads. But that will be risky as messages could be sent. Fujin analyzed his observations for some time before sighing, for Hiruzen to send me here. It looks like Raza is destined to suffer at my hands until his death. Still, I wonder how Hiruzen dealt with this in the original story. Kakashi will be teaching Geinins and Gai isn't a good option for a mission like this. Did he send Jiraiya? Or did Hidden Sand Village create a hidden base elsewhere because Hidden Leaf Village didn't destroy one of their bases earlier? Oh well, it doesn't matter. I'll take this chance to study the seals for a bit. Coming across seals inscribed by a Grandmaster wasn't a regular occurrence. Every Grandmaster usually added their own twist to the seals. For someone like Fujin, who hadn't been a Grandmaster for long, studying them would help him improve much quicker. Inside the room, there were 24 people. 22 were Hidden Sand Village ninjas while 2 were members of the Yamakawa family who the family had stationed for their convenience. While Fujin was studying the seals, the Yamakawa family had appeared in the underground base and entered a room after knocking. Inside the room were a middle-aged man and an elderly man. The middle-aged man, who was also an elite jounin, asked with a smile, "Hirumu-san, are the preparations complete?" Yamakawa Hirumu smiled and answered, "Yes, Koichi-san. You can begin expanding this base in an hour. I have made all the preparations above. No one will suspect even if some disturbances happen as long as Okazaki-sama inscribes the seals quickly." Okazaki was the old man who was also one of the few Grandmasters in Hidden Sand Village. Hiruzen never imagined that Hidden Sand Village would send one of their Grandmasters to this place. Grandmasters were something every village treasured. Sending them to a risky place was something they rarely did. If he knew, he would have sent Fujin much earlier and sent several jounins to assist him. Koichi said, "Good. We will get it done as soon as we can." Hirumu said, "It has been a month since you started making this base. As per our deal, it is time for you to hand in a second scroll." Koichi nodded and looked at Okazaki, who handed a scroll to the Yamakawa family head. In order to make the Yamakawa family ally with them, Hidden Sand Village offered them a rank A jutsu for every month they stayed there. For a family with limited access to jutsus, this was a heavenly opportunity. After thinking for some time and discussing the details with the Hidden Sand Village ninjas, Hirumu agreed to the deal. It was a win-win situation for both sides. The Yamakawa family got jutsus that could make them stronger and gain more influence in the Land of Rivers, while Hidden Sand Village got a safe base while only giving away jutsus that all the 5 great villages already knew how to perform. Just as Koichi accepted the scroll, the faces of all 3 of them became serious as they looked above. In fact, they weren't the only ones who were surprised. Fujin was surprised as well as he wondered, "What the hell? Who attacked the mansion before me?" Chapter 529, Wind Domain, 1. For the people living in the Yamakawa town, it had been a normal day like any other. Even though various schemes were operating underground, both figuratively and literally, they didn't affect the common citizens. Even in the Yamakawa family, very few were aware of the deal between Hirumu and Hidden Sand Village. Suddenly, several figures surrounded the central mansion and attacked it. At the same time, several figures appeared on the walls of the small town, completely surrounding it. Yamakawa Hirumu immediately rushed out of the underground base. Koichi wondered aloud, who would attack them right now? Could it be Hidden Leaf Village? Okazaki shook his head and said, "That's unlikely. However, if they are the ones behind it, then this is a good thing for us. We could turn the entire Land of Rivers around them." Koichi nodded and replied, "Let's go and check out. If it is Hidden Leaf Village, then they might be after us as well." Koichi passed some instructions to the remaining Hidden Sand Village ninjas and snuck out along with the Grandmaster. Hirumu, who had rushed out without waiting, watched in shock as the majority of his family members had already been killed within a few seconds. His expression became extremely ugly as he noticed the culprit. He thought, puppets? It is Hidden Sand Village's speciality. Don't tell me that those bastards double-crossed me. But why would they do that? The figures that attacked the mansion were all puppets. Fujin, who had exited the underground and was secretly watching the attack, was puzzled as well. He immediately activated his space-time sensing technique. At the same time, his eyes glowed as he concentrated chakra in them. He immediately noticed that all the chakra threads controlling the puppets seemed to be coming from just one place. And, there was only one disturbance in his field at that spot. Fujin wondered in surprise, to control so many puppets single-handedly. Saisari? Why is he here? Did someone pay Akatsuki to destroy this town? Fujin observed the area around the town more thoroughly and concluded, it looks like he arrived alone. Has Akatsuki still not recruited Deodara? There is just one other person hiding some distance away. It should be Zetsu or one of his clones. Standing outside the town, Saisari controlled all the puppets. The reason for the attack wasn't what Hirumu or Fujin speculated. While Saisari was locating Orochimaru, he discovered that some Hidden Sound Village ninjas visited the Yamakawa family secretly and repeatedly for some reason. He captured some Yamakawa family members but they didn't have any information. It made him even more suspicious. He wanted to catch some Hidden Sound Village ninjas but they stopped showing up. As a result, Saisari decided to attack the Yamakawa family to provoke Orochimaru. If this town was important to Orochimaru, he would be able to lure Orochimaru out and kill him. If it wasn't, then he could just increase his puppet collection. Either way, it was a win for him. Saisari never thought that this town wasn't important to Orochimaru and was instead important to Hidden Sand Village, who was his alliance partner. Nor did he think that Hiruzen also wanted the family destroyed. The people in the town immediately began rushing to the bunkers for safety. In the castle, Hirumu destroyed a couple of puppets. A few others managed to destroy them as well, but all were stabbed by a few poisonous needles while doing so. When Koichi arrived outside, he was shocked to see puppets destroying the Yamakawa family. Koichi wondered, did Lord Raza change his minutes? No. Koichi recognized a couple of puppets and said, Saisari of the Red Sand. Okazaki became serious as well. Neither of them understood why Saisari was the one attacking. Hirumu looked at the two of them and shouted, "You fucking bastards! I cooperated with you and this is how you repay me?" Hirumu was about to attack the two of them preemptively when a few puppets attacked the two of them. Both immediately weaved hand signs. Wind style, blade of wind jutsu, earth style, Earth Spike's jutsu Koichi launched several dozen blades of wind which cut through the incoming puppets and also deflected any needles they launched. At the same time, several spikes were launched from the ground and hit the puppets from below, ensuring that every one of them was dealt with. Hirumu was surprised by the development. He didn't expect that the two of them would be attacked as well. Koichi and Okazaki had ugly expressions. Okazaki said, "It looks like he plans on killing everyone here." Fujin observed as the chakra signatures in the castle kept disappearing. He wondered, well, what do I do? He is doing my job for me. Should I just stay here and watch and collect the dead bodies after Saisari is done? The only issue is that Hidden Sand Village has poison that affects the brain. So, we won't be able to read any memories. There is also a chance that Saisari decides to take the bodies himself to make puppets. Should I just sneak attack Saisari when he comes to collect the bodies? Fujin thought for a few seconds before deciding. Saisari won't be a major headache for the future. There is no need to eliminate him now. Not to mention, killing him in one shot will be difficult and fighting him at close range will be tricky even with my wind domain. If I accidentally get poisoned, then it will almost be a death sentence. Fujin's eyes focused on a spot in the mansion as he continued thinking, it looks like Saisari can't kill everyone. At least not while he is staying outside the town. If the Hidden Sand Village ninjas run away, hunting them down will be a pain in the ass. Oh well, it's time to test this technique in an actual battle. Suddenly, Fujin started emitting chakra into the air. The chakra transformed seamlessly into the wind and mixed with the surrounding air. Despite being quite close to the mansion, no one detected Fujin's actions. It was as if nothing was happening there. Saisari, who was still standing outside the town, realized, there are a few strong ones. One of them should be the Yamakawa family head. The others might be related to Orochimaru. Since he doesn't want to show up, I'll add them to my collection. Saisari was about to move towards the mansion when his feet froze. He muttered, what the hell is that chakra? He carefully observed and analyzed, this looks like Susumu's ability. Didn't he die a few years ago? Also, the amount of chakra Susumu used was pitiful compared to this. So who is it? Even though Saisari could sense the wind domain that was engulfing the mansion, he couldn't locate Fujin who was continuously emitting more chakra into the air. Fujin's wind domain engulfed the mansion and even entered the underground base. Everyone was on alert due to the sudden attack and immediately realized the presence of a foreign chakra in the air. Koichi and Okazaki immediately disrupted their chakra flow to ensure that they didn't fall into a ganjutsu. In the base, a few veteran ninjas warned everyone to do the same as well. Koichi cursed, first Saisari and now Susumu. What is happening here? Hirumu heard his words and asked, isn't Saisari a rogue ninja from Hidden Sand Village? And isn't Susumu your elite Jonin? Why the hell did they attack my family? Despite understanding that he was weaker, Hirumu was filled with rage and sorrow and couldn't think rationally. Saisari's puppets had killed everyone in the mansion. Unlike Hiruzen's order, Saisari saw no need to keep children alive. Other than the ones that had gone outside the mansion, every Yamakawa family member besides Hirumu was dead. Okazaki answered, we don't know either. This jutsu is used to cast ganjutsu. Prepare yourself against it. If you get influenced as well, then your family will disappear for good. Hearing the word ganjutsu, Hirumu immediately disrupted his chakra. Saisari had stopped his attack as well due to the sudden change and was planning his next move when suddenly something happened that no one expected. Blades of wind appeared out of thin air without any sign or warning. Within the blink of an eye, all 20 Hidden Sand Village ninjas in the base were beheaded. Hirumu, who was disrupting his chakra, was caught off guard as well and died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Koichi and Okazaki managed to defend themselves, but were soon overwhelmed by dozens of blades of wind attacking them from every direction. They too died within a couple of seconds. And they weren't the only casualty. Saisari watched in disbelief as several blades of wind suddenly appeared out of thin air and severed his chakra threads, disconnecting the puppets in and around the mansion from Saisari's control. In an instant, Saisari lost control over most of his puppets. Chapter 530, Wind Domain, 2. Puppet masters were generally known for having one weakness. That weakness was close combat. If someone good at taijutsu got close to them, they could defeat them easily without letting the puppet master use their puppets. However, there was another critical weakness that puppet masters had which wasn't generally mentioned due to the difficulty in exploiting it. That was the very chakra threads that they used to control the puppets. If those chakra threads were severed, they would lose control over the puppets and would be left vulnerable without their greatest strength. Destroying the chakra threads wasn't very difficult either as it was just normal chakra and not some indestructible thread. While an experienced puppet master could ensure that the threads didn't break against a Neo attack, if the threads were specifically targeted, they would still break. Of course, That was easier said than done, as the puppets would be used to block such attempts. And even if you succeeded, the puppet master could just create new chakra threads and connect to the puppet once more. When Sasaori's chakra threads were destroyed, he did the exact same thing. In less than a second, he created more chakra threads to connect to the puppets. Unfortunately for him, Fujin's wind domain was the perfect counter to chakra threads. Even before the chakra threads reached his puppets, they were severed by more blades of wind that appeared out of thin air. Sasaori cursed, "What the hell is this ability? And who is the one controlling that chakra? Is it one of Orochimaru's subordinates, or are some other forces present in this town?" Despite not knowing the answer to those questions, Sasaori didn't stop. There were more than 60 puppets trapped inside the wind domain. It was more than a fourth of his puppet collection that he had been working on for over a decade. Sasaori repeatedly attempted to take control of his puppets but failed each time. The wind domain, which was only around the mansion like a dome, began extending in Sasaori's direction. Sasaori observed, "It's like a branch extending from that dome. Whoever it is, should be inside that dome. Regardless, what does he want to achieve by extending that chakra here? Does he think that he can defeat me without even showing his face? Or is he up to something else?" Sasaori wasn't someone who'd lose control of his emotions just due to his opponent's words or actions. However, he hadn't ever been insulted to such a degree before. Even then, he patiently waited to see what his mysterious opponent was up to. In a minute, the wind domain had extended all the way from the mansion to Sasaori, who was standing outside the town.